Chapter 1 Night. Miss, it is now the hour of the dog. The maid Almond entered the inner chamber, lifting the azure gauze curtain hanging over the canopy bed, and softly called to the young girl reclining on the tea this moment. It was early summer, and the sky outside had just turned completely dark. The faint night light shrouded the girl's delicate features, and with the candlelight flickering on the table, one could vaguely discern the girl's appearance within the curtain. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her nose was exquisite, and her lips were cherry red against her fair, peach-like skin. Indeed, she was a striking beauty. The girl was the fourth daughter of the Jiang family from the Duke of AnGuo's residence, named simply Si. Seeing Jiang Si's countenance, Almond felt a surge of indignation, sympathizing with her mistress. Was the third son of the Duke of AnGuo blind, that he could overlook such beauty? With her looks, she could certainly enter the palace as a consort, yet he displayed little enthusiasm for their engagement. Did he deem her unworthy of him? Almond's ire stemmed from a poetry gathering held in the spring. This gathering was organized by several prominent young gentlemen from the capital, merely young people gathering to drink, recite poetry, and entertain themselves. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, someone began jesting with Jiang, the third son of the Duke of AnGuo, expressing envy over his impending marriage to a renowned beauty of the capital. To their surprise, Jiang, tipsy, smiled self-deprecatingly and remarked, in the end, beauty is merely a facade. A woman ought to be valued for her character and gentleness. What was initially a drunken quip faded into the background, but somehow those words spread, and Jiang Si became the subject of gossip in the city. The Duke of AnGuo's residence, with its shallow roots, could only inherit titles for 3 generations. By the time of Jiang Si's father, the Duke of AnGuo, they had already reached the 3rd generation, which meant that Jiang Si's elder brother had not even been granted the title of heir. In other words, after a century, the Duke of AnGuo's residence would cease to exist among the noble circles, falling into the ranks of ordinary families. Yet, the daughter of such a household was betrothed to the Duke of AnGuo's family regardless of the circumstances. This was enough to incite resentment among many who viewed Jiang Si's aspirations as overreaching. When Jiang stated that a woman's beauty was inconsequential and emphasized the importance of temperament, was he not implying that he found Jiang Si lacking in character? Whether Jiang's words were intentional or accidental, once spoken, they brought great shame to Jiang Si, and upon venturing out to social gatherings thereafter, she was met with whispers and ridicule. Jiang Si, possessing a fiery temperament, fell ill upon returning home, and her ailment lingered for half a month. Lying on her bed, eyes closed in contemplation, Jiang Si suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes, exquisitely shaped with a slight upward curve at the corners, exuded an indescribable allure. That moment, when her striking gaze met Almond's, a faint smile graced her lips. Why do you appear as if you are ready to devour someone? Thinking of someone who is blind to your beauty makes me angry on your behalf, Almond replied. The smile in Jiang Si's eyes faded swiftly, but the curve of her lips deepened as she coolly responded. That person has never seen me. It cannot be said he is blind. Miss, you are still defending him. Almond looked at the girl who had lost weight in just half a month, her heart filled with pity and indignation. Half a month ago, after returning from a flower viewing banquet at the residence of the Earl of Yongchang, Jiang Si had cried bitterly, even shattering her beloved jade ornament. How could she have changed so drastically now? I'm not defending him, it was merely a drunken remark. Jiang Si shifted her gaze to another maid, Xiao, standing by the screen, and instructed, Xiao, please bring me the 2 sets of clothing I asked you to prepare a few days ago. Shortly, Xiao returned with 2 outfits, handing one to Almond and assisting Jiang Si in putting on the other. As Almond donned her clothes, she fumed. A drunken remark has caused the young lady to be ridiculed. The coldness in Jiang Si's eyes deepened, and she simply closed her eyes again, softly saying, what does it matter? Her life's misfortunes had begun with this ill-fated engagement. In her youthful ignorance, she had been so proud to be betrothed to the son of the Duke of AnGuo, unaware that Jiang had already given his heart to another. His beloved was a commoner. Only after their marriage did she gradually learn that this common girl had fortuitously rescued Jiang during a perilous outing he had spent days recovering in her home. Before the Duke's residence located him, and feelings had blossomed between them, leading to a clandestine relationship. While she remained filled with hope and pride regarding this marriage, Jiang had repeatedly defied his family's wishes to be with his beloved. With the marriage imminent, the Duke of AnGuo's family would never allow Jiang to act recklessly, especially since he wished to marry a woman of lower status than even the Jiang family. Thus, his defiance and discontent remained unspoken. Reflecting on Jiang's drunken revelation, Jiang Si found herself lamenting her own naivety. After her anger subsided, she could not help but rationalize his words, believing he was not a shallow man who only valued beauty, and that his statement was merely a factual observation. How foolish he was to consider it merely a matter of fact. On this very night, the 15th day of the 4th month in the 18th year of Jingming, this so-called refined young nobleman had eloped with his beloved to the shores of Mayo Lake, choosing to drown together. Later, Ji Chongyi was rescued, but his beloved met a tragic end. To conceal the incident, their engagement, originally set for early winter, was hastily moved up by several months, and after her joyful marriage, Jiang Si remained untouched for nearly a year until Ji Chongyi's unexpected demise, all the while knowing his heart belonged to another. Then, more misfortunes followed, and after a tragic death, she opened her eyes to find herself back at the age of 15. It could be said that all her misfortunes began with marrying Ji Chongyi, and now, given a second chance, her immediate priority was to resolve this engagement, to sever ties with the unconventional third son of the Ji family and the lofty Duke of AnGuo's residence, ensuring they would never cross paths again. In an instant, Jiang Si had donned her outer garments, nodding at Amon. Amon, let us go. Amon lifted the bundle resting on the chair. Xiao hesitated for a moment, stopping Jiang Si and saying, Miss, is it truly wise to venture out at this hour? The second gate has already been locked. It is of no concern, everything has been prepared. Xiao, you simply guard the courtyard well, Jiang Si replied with resolute determination that, if possible, she would certainly prefer not to risk venturing out at night. However, in the current household, aside from her 2 personal maids, she could find no reliable allies to assist her. Seeing her resolve, Xiao could only nod in agreement, assuring her, do not worry, miss, and stepped aside to clear the way. Jiang Si quietly left her residence, Haitang Courtyard, with Amon navigating through the garden and various doors shrouded by flourishing flowers and trees until they arrived at the second gate. Miss, Amon called softly, gazing at the firmly closed door. Chapter 2. The illusion of hearing the night was deep and serene, with the intricately carved green screen door bathed in the pure glow of the moonlight. Jiang Si nodded slightly at a man and whispered, go ahead. Upon receiving the instruction, a man deftly produced a key from her pouch and approached the door cautiously to unlock it. As the key turned gently, a soft click echoed, and the door swung open. A man's palm was already damp with sweat, and as she sighed in relief, her heart raced like thunder. Jiang Si, noticing this, revealed a faint smile. Not long ago, she had instructed a man to drink with the old woman who held the key to the second door. When the woman was inebriated, a man seized the opportunity to search for the key and made an impression on several prepared incense cakes, later using them to create a few new keys. However, whether these keys would successfully unlock the door relied entirely on chance. Fortunately, among the 5 keys, one eventually worked. A man slowly pushed the door open, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mississippi. At that moment, a sudden creak shattered the tranquility of the night, strikingly jarring amidst the symphony of chirping insects and birds. The two exchanged fearful glances, both sensing the trepidation in each other's eyes. Jiang Si quickly reacted, pulling a man down as they observed the gatekeeper emerge, rubbing her eyes as she made her way towards the restroom, completely oblivious to their presence. Jiang Si hastily slipped through the side door, with a man closely trailing behind, gently closing the door behind them. After the narrow escape, a man let out a relieved smile. That was close. Jiang Si, having composed herself, replied coolly, no time for chatter, we must hurry. The duo advanced along the corner of the wall, but after a while, Jiang Si suddenly halted. A man glanced around, puzzled. Miss, how do we get out? She had managed to acquire the key for the second door, but the main door posed a challenge, as there was no way to persuade the doorman without Jiang Si's personal maid's influence. Follow me, Jiang Si instructed, as she navigated around a cluster of plants and bent down to clear away the lush grass at the wall's corner, revealing a hidden hole. A man's eyes widened in surprise. Miss, how is there a hole here? Jiang Si did not respond, but instead crouched and crawled through the opening, momentarily lost in the night sky as the cool breeze caressed her. In that moment, her brother Zhang Zhan had seemed like a good-for-nothing to her, someone she had always disregarded. Once, she had chanced upon him climbing out of this very hole, evidently sneaking away for some amusement. At the time, she merely scoffed, looking down on him even more, not even considering notifying the steward to block the hole. In her eyes, her brother was akin to mud that could not be propped up, and there was no need to salvage him. It was better to keep a distance for peace. Yet Zhang Zhan had died in the autumn following her marriage, and upon hearing the tragic news, she realized that she, too, was capable of sorrow. The brother who had once endured a beating from their father just to bring her rose lotus cakes from the street was no longer present. As a man crawled out of the hole and noticed Jiang Si lost in thought, she gently called out to her. Jiang Si snapped back to reality, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. How foolish she had been. No matter how exceptional her cousin from her uncle's side was, he would never bring her rose lotus cakes. Despite her brother's shortcomings, his affection for her had always been genuine. Let us go, Jiang Si declared, regaining her calm. After calculating the time, she led a man swiftly towards Mou Lake. Fortunately, the current regime had lifted the curfew, and both Mou Lake and the Earl of Dongping's residence lay in the western part of the city, greatly facilitating Jiang Si's journey. The pair hurried to their destination, and aided by the radiant moonlight, they distantly spotted two figures by the lakeside. A man gasped in astonishment, lowering her voice. "Miss, there are indeed people." Jiang Si, with a neutral expression, pointed towards a boulder inscribed with the words Mou Lake. The stone stood over half a zhang tall, providing ample cover for anyone hiding behind it. A man understood and followed Jiang Si's lead, taking refuge behind the stone. Jiang Si leaned against the rock, feeling the lingering warmth from the sun that had been absorbed during the day. Soon, the sound of muffled sobs wafted through the night air, prompting Jiang Si to peer out curiously. The moonlight illuminated the scene, clearly revealing the two figures. The man, tall and slender, towered over the woman by nearly a head. It was indeed Jiang Si's fiancé, Ji Chongyi. Jiang Si's gaze flitted past Ji Chongyi's handsome face and settled on the woman beside him. She had long been intrigued by the woman who had captivated Ji Chongyi's attention, yet he had never laid a finger on her despite being married to such a beautiful bride. By the time Jiang Si wed, that woman had already passed away, and tonight marked her first opportunity to glimpse her visage. The woman was petite, with willow-like brows framing large, misty eyes. Despite the moonlight's glow, her complexion was not particularly fair. Jiang Si's emotions became immediately complex. To be fair, the woman possessed delicate features, yet she fell short of the unparalleled beauty that Jiang Si had envisioned. Moreover, she had heard that this commoner woman had received little formal education. Jiang Si's gaze returned to Ji Chongyi's face, where genuine pain and urgency were evident, compelling her to acknowledge that she was outdone by true love. "Elang, you must return home quickly. It is quite late, and if you are discovered, it will be troublesome." The woman spoke softly, her head bowed, her voice choked with emotion. Ji Chongyi grasped the woman's shoulders, his tone fervent. "I will not leave. Xiaonyang, do you not realize that I am to be married soon? My family is already keeping a close watch on me. If I leave now, I may never see you again before the wedding." Jiang Si's expression suddenly turned icy. So, Ji Chongyi's beloved was named Xiaonyang. No wonder, the day after their wedding, when a Qiao entered to serve her and called her by name, Ji Chongyi's gaze had sliced through her like a knife, leading him to storm off without even offering her tea. The Duchess of AnGuo, her mother-in-law, naturally did not blame her son, but instead believed that Jiang Si had failed to understand proper etiquette, making her endure quite a bit of difficulty during the tea ceremony before finally letting it go. Xiaonyang smiled sadly. "What difference does it make whether you leave now or later? You must return home eventually. A moment sooner or later holds no significance for us. As for the future, now that you are married, treat your wife well and forget about me. I will also forget you." Ji Chongyi abruptly covered Xiaonyang's mouth, his voice rising. "I will not allow it. Elang." Xiaonyang turned her face away, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Si observed coldly, beginning to feel anxious. The tension suggested that the two were on the brink of a tragic end. She hoped that everything would proceed smoothly. "Xiaonyang, why don't we elope?" Ji Chongyi exclaimed passionately, taking Xiaonyang's hand and attempting to lead her away. Xiaonyang struggled, shaking her head. "Elang, calm down. Eloping is impossible." Ji Chongyi suddenly pivoted, lowering his head to seal her lips with his own. A man gasped sharply, pulling at Jiang Si's sleeve in frustration. Yet, Jiang Si remained unmoved, contemplating their course of action following their apparent tragic fate. As their kiss deepened, silence enveloped them, save for their increasingly rapid breaths as they lost themselves, retreating step by step until a loud crash echoed through the night. Jiang Si could only stare in disbelief. This is not how it was supposed to be. Chapter 3. Saving lives. As Ji Chongyi and Xiaonyang plunged into the water, the serenity of the lake was abruptly shattered. Even the birds resting on the willows by the shore were startled into flight, shedding a few feathers in their haste. Ji Chongyi, clearly unable to swim, struggled against the rising waves, calling out for help. "Save me! Save me!" Jiang Si fixed her gaze on the two floundering in the water and urged Aman, "Proceed as per our earlier plan." Awakened from her stupor, Aman swiftly unwrapped her bundle, revealing a small bronze gong, which she handed to Jiang Si before darting away. Jiang Si, not daring to linger, hurried to a nearby thatched pavilion, extracted a water pouch, and poured its contents over the pavilion's roof. Then, stepping back, she ignited a fire starter and tossed it onto the oil-soaked thatch. The dry reeds ignited instantly, and soon the entire pavilion was engulfed in flames. There were 7 or 8 such thatched pavilions along the lakeside, constructed by fishermen seeking refuge from the summer sun. As Jiang Si lit the second pavilion, the sound of the gong echoed, accompanied by the frantic cries of fire. Fire! Lights began to flicker on in the nearby homes as men, women, and children rushed out, clutching various containers to fetch water. During this time, people were particularly fearful of fire. Often, a shout of fire would send them rushing to assist. Seeing events unfold as anticipated, Jiang Si breathed a sigh of relief and tossed her bundle into the flames. She dared not ignite too many pavilions, for that would truly be a transgression. The sounds of struggle in the water began to diminish, and Jiang Si clenched her fists, gazing intently in their direction. After her rebirth, she had contemplated coming here that night, waiting for Ji Chongyi to leap into the lake, so she might prod him with a bamboo pole as he resurfaced, thus fulfilling his tragic desire to be with his beloved in death. In that scenario, they could transform into butterflies together, allowing her to escape a fate of widowhood and ensuing misfortunes. However, after careful consideration, she abandoned the idea. Ji Chongyi merely harbored indifference towards her. His transgressions did not warrant death. More importantly, if he were to perish, she would be burdened with the stigma of a husband killer. Having lived a second life, Jiang Si had grown indifferent to her reputation, yet she was unwilling to pay the price for others' foolishness. Thus, not only must Ji Chongyi live, but she also needed to save Qiaonyang. With both of them alive, she would possess a legitimate reason to withdraw from her engagement. Watching the two struggle in the water, anxiety washed over Jiang Si. She was not particularly concerned for Ji Chongyi if he had survived in her past life. He should be safe this time as well. Yet Qiaonyang was a different matter. In her previous life, Qiaonyang had not even been recovered from the water. The fire blazed, igniting the lakeside. Shouts echoed from nearby, and a crowd surged toward the scene. Jiang Si's taut nerves began to relax. If these people arrived, they would discover the drowning pair, allowing her to retreat unscathed. Just then, a strong gust of wind swept across the lake, stirring the waters. Under the bright moonlight, Jiang Si distinctly saw a whirlpool form between Ji Chongyi and Qiaonyang, and then Qiaonyang sank, never to resurface. A pang of fear gripped Jiang Si's heart. She dashed behind a large rock, quickly shedding her outer garment to reveal a silver-gray bodysuit, crafted from fish skin, glimmering under the moonlight and accentuating her slender waist. Like a mermaid, the girl quietly slipped into the water, swimming toward Qiaonyang's sinking form. On this early summer night, the lake was somewhat chilly, sending a shiver through her as the cool water brushed against her exposed skin. Jiang Si submerged herself, resurfacing briefly for air before plunging down again, narrowly catching sight of Qiaonyang bobbing in the depths. She swiftly swam over, grasping Qiaonyang's ankle and towing her toward the shore. At merely 15 years of age, Jiang Si was adept in the water but lacked strength. Qiaonyang, drenched and seemingly weighty, felt like a burden of 1,000 pounds. She bit her lip with such force that it drew blood, yet pressed on until they finally reached the shore, nearly exhausted. By this time, those responding to the fire had gathered at the lakeside, frantically dousing the flames. Hidden within the crowd, a man shouted hoarsely, "Look, there are people in the lake." The crowd turned to gaze, their expressions shifting to alarm. Oh no, someone has fallen in. Quickly, skilled swimmers leapt into the water to rescue the drowning individuals. Jiang Si forcefully pushed the unconscious Qiaonyang toward the shore, then silently slipped back into the water, swimming away to evade detection. Only to hear exclamations from behind. "There's another one here." Before long, Ji Chongyi and Qiaonyang were both pulled from the water. The local residents, accustomed to the occasional mischief of children bathing in the lake, knew well how to administer aid to drowning victims. Jiang Si stealthily emerged from the water on the opposite side, hiding behind a tree to observe as the two were tended to on the ground. Ji Chongyi and Qiaonyang quickly expelled water from their lungs and opened their eyes. As they regained consciousness, the onlookers hesitated. The identities of the man and woman remained unknown. It would be unwise to take them home indiscriminately. However, a man, having heeded Jiang Si's earlier instructions, shouted from the back, "Hey, this young man is the third son of the Duke of AnGuo. We should take him to collect a reward." With her tall stature and masculine attire, a man attracted little attention amidst the crowd, who were engrossed in Ji Chongyi and Qiaonyang's plight, mistaking her for another youth. Is he truly the third son of the Duke of AnGuo? Upon hearing of a potential reward, the crowd buzzed with excitement, though they had not sought compensation while rescuing. Who would refuse a reward? "I am not the third son of the Duke of AnGuo." Ji Chongyi, recovering from his ordeal, turned pale upon hearing the claim. Embarrassed by his fall into the lake after a kiss, he felt humiliated. The crowd hesitated further. Is he or isn't he? A sharp-eyed individual scrutinized Jiang, noting his fine clothing. Even if he is not from the Duke's household, he must be from a wealthy family. Impatient voices called out. If we want to ascertain whether he is indeed the Duke's son, we should simply send someone to inquire at the Duke's residence. Emboldened by their numbers, several individuals quickly agreed and set off to the Duke of AnGuo's estate to seek confirmation. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the Duke's household, with several parties dispatched to search for Jiang. Upon hearing that the third son had nearly drowned at Mayo Lake, the Duchess fainted on the spot. Jiang's elder brother, Jiang, ordered the messenger to lead the way to the lake. This commotion could not escape the notice of neighboring households, each sending servants to investigate. Those servants, clever in their approach, knew that direct inquiries at the Duke's residence would yield little information. Instead, they discreetly followed behind and arrived at Mayo Lake, casually questioning the onlookers. Upon spotting the drenched Jiang alongside a young woman, the truth became glaringly evident. Heavens! The third son of the Duke of AnGuo is indeed entangled with a young lady in a tragic love affair. Chapter 4. Shamelessness, the heir to the AnGuo Duke. Jiang strode purposefully towards his frail younger brother, Jiang, who stood drenched and pale, evoking both sympathy and indignation within him. As the youngest child of the family, Jiang was over a decade younger than Jiang and had been cherished as a delicate treasure since birth due to his frail constitution. The family would have moved heaven and earth to fulfill his every whim. Jiang's gaze shifted to Qianyang, who stood closely beside Jiang. Jiang stepped forward, shielding Qianyang behind him, his protective intent unmistakable. Jiang could not help but stomp his foot in frustration. Brother, you are being foolish. Does this behavior honor our parents? Jiang remained silent, pursing his lips, yet he grasped Qianyang's hand tightly. With many eyes upon them, Jiang refrained from reprimanding him further and coldly declared, Very well. Let us return home first. I intend to bring Qianyang with us. Jiang's voice was hoarse as he spoke. Jiang shot him a fierce glare, instructed the steward to handle the aftermath, and hurriedly led Jiang and Qianyang away. The steward remained behind, clasping his fists in respect towards the crowd, and presented a silver note worth 100 taels to the most esteemed elder among them, before swiftly departing with the rest. For the commoners who had come to assist, 100 taels was no trifling sum, and they quickly surrounded the elder, debating how to distribute it fairly. Amon seized the opportunity to slip away to the rendezvous point arranged with Jiang Si. Upon seeing the black cloth tied around Jiang Si's head thoroughly soaked, she whispered, Miss, are you all right? I'm fine. Just scatter the prepared joss paper, and let us return quickly. Although summer had arrived, the night air was chilly, and Jiang Si, just emerging from the water, felt the cold seep into her bones, her lips turning pale. Amon hurriedly complied. Miss, it's done. Jiang Si nodded, and the two stealthily made their exit amidst the chaos. On the way, Amon could hardly contain her indignation. Miss, that third young Master Ji is truly beyond reason. He is to marry you, yet he behaves so shamelessly with another girl. The image of their lips pressed together, the urgency of their breaths, made Amon feel nauseated and furious. Jiang Si merely smiled, remaining silent. This time, she was certain she would never marry him. If Jiang were to marry Qianyang and treat her with genuine affection, perhaps she would still regard him with some esteem. After all, even the foolish possess their moments of brilliance. Not receiving a response from Jiang Si, Amon continued, unable to swallow her grievance. Fortunately, you instructed me to prepare the joss paper. I shall burn it for that shameless couple. She giggled. Jiang Si shot her a sidelong glance. The joss paper serves a different purpose. What purpose? Amon inquired curiously. The night wind blew, causing two loose strands of hair to dance playfully against Jiang Si's porcelain-like cheek. Jiang Si, adjusting her hair behind her ear, gazed into the deepening night. We must find a plausible reason to set the pavilion by the lake ablaze to appease the authorities. Amon's eyes sparkled with admiration. You always think ahead, Mississippi. The young maid then recalled Jiang and frowned. That third young Master Ji truly lacks discernment. Enough of him. We are home now. The hole in the wall remained concealed by foliage. Amon brushed aside the grass and whispered, Miss, please go in first. Jiang Si bent down and crawled through the opening. As she straightened up, her expression froze. A figure was advancing towards her, evidently having just emerged from the same entrance. At that moment, Amon also entered and gasped upon seeing someone ahead, hastily covering her mouth, but still making a noise. The figure halted abruptly and turned sharply. Who? Jiang Si, quick-witted, seized a loose brick from the ground and hurled it at the familiar face. Indeed, it was her inept elder brother, Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan let out a pained cry and collapsed backward. Amon, recognizing Jiang Zhan, trembled. Miss, have you killed the second young master? He's fine, hurry. Jiang Si was confident in her strength. She knew that blow would only render Jiang Zhan momentarily unconscious without serious harm. Moreover, his cry would undoubtedly attract attention, alleviating her concern about him lying on the ground for too long. As expected, lights soon flickered nearby, and someone emerged to investigate the commotion. Jiang Si, accompanied by Amon, retraced her steps swiftly, pushed open the ajar side door, and secured it from within, ensuring no trace was left before quietly returning to Haidang Courtyard. The courtyard was awash with the vibrant blossoms of begonia, their hues ranging from deep crimson to soft white, the moonlight casting a frosty glow upon the petals, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Only begonia trees adorned Jiang Si's garden. While others lamented the absence of fragrance, she cherished this peculiarity. Her heightened sense of smell rendered her sensitive to overpowering floral scents. Amon, we are back. Amon gently knocked on the door. Qiao opened the door, welcoming Jiang Si and Amon inside, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing them safe. Miss, I have prepared warm water for you. Please take a bath. Steam wafted from the wooden tub as Jiang Si submerged herself, exposing only her head and shoulders to the warmth. The soothing water caressed her body, and with a gentle breath, the anxieties and pains accumulated since her rebirth seemed to dissipate with the night's tranquility, leaving only relief. Miss, it's time to rise. The water is cooling, Qiao reminded her. Jiang Si opened her eyes and, with Qiao's assistance, donned a snow-white undergarment before retreating to her inner chamber. Qiao gently dried Jiang Si's hair with a soft cloth. The girl's hair, damp from the bath, cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist. The copper mirror reflected her image: snow-white skin, dark hair, ruby lips, and pearly teeth. The once restless gaze in her eyes had transformed into a serene pool of calm, enhancing her beauty beyond measure. Amon, freshly bathed, could not help but exclaim, Miss, you look truly exquisite. Jiang Si smiled in delight. The scandal involving Ji Chongyi and Xiaonyang would undoubtedly spread throughout the capital by tomorrow, and regardless of her innocence, derision from some was inevitable. For a girl of humble origins who dared to aspire to a match deemed exceptional by societal standards, beauty itself was a transgression. Miss, how did you know that third young master Ji would be meeting that woman tonight? Amon finally voiced her long-held curiosity. Qiao, holding the comb, paused, equally intrigued. Jiang Si blinked. Not long ago, at the flower-viewing banquet at the Yongchang Duke's residence, third young master Ji had someone inform me. Unable to provide a clearer explanation, she settled for a casual excuse. Why would he tell you he was meeting another girl? Amon questioned, more perplexed. Jiang Si replied leisurely. Perhaps he wished for me to witness it firsthand, to disillusion myself. Amon slammed her hand on the dressing table, gritting her teeth. Truly shameless. Had I known, I would have delayed my arrival and let that scoundrel drown. Jiang Si chuckled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I too find it utterly shameless. Chapter 5. The concubine Jiang Si, having twisted her hair and indulged in the ginger syrup presented by Qiao, soon felt warmth enveloping her entire being. She reclined upon the bed and, before long, succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the physical exertion of rescuing someone from the water. The residence of the Earl of Dongping lay shrouded in a tranquil darkness, while 2 streets away, the Duke of AnGuo's estate buzzed with activity, ablaze with light. Madame Wei, leaning against the head of the bed, clutched the Duke's hand, weeping uncontrollably. The Duke, his countenance darkened, was perturbed by her cries and managed to offer a feeble consolation. Stop weeping. Has our eldest not rushed to his aid? Third son will be fine. Previously, the household was thrown into chaos due to the disappearance of the third son. Upon hearing that he had fallen into the water, the Duke had only inquired about his well-being before hastily dispatching the eldest son to the scene, now left in the dark regarding the circumstances of the drowning. A sense of unease gnawed at the Duke, and at that moment, a servant hurried in to report, Your Grace, madam, the heir has returned with the third young master. Quick, let them in. Before the Duke could utter a word, Madame Wei bolted upright. Moments later, footsteps echoed outside, and a maid lifted the beaded curtain to admit 3 individuals. Madame Wei, bypassing her eldest son Ji Chongli, immediately spotted her youngest son Ji Chongyi, pale and drained of color, and rushed toward him. Third son, what has happened? Let me see if you are injured. Mother, I am fine. Ji Chongyi managed a faint smile. How can you be fine? Madame Wei caressed Ji Chongyi's cheek, tears streaming down her face. You were soaked. How could you have fallen into the water? A cough interrupted the moment, prompting Madame Wei to glance at the Duke. His gaze, however, was fixed on a petite figure standing half a foot behind Ji Chongyi, her head bowed as she nervously fiddled with her garment. Madame Wei's expression shifted instantly, her voice rising. Who is she? At this, Ji Chongyi pulled Xiaonyang close and met Madame Wei's eyes directly. Mother, this is the person I hold dear, Xiaonyang. Madame Wei's expression stiffened as she gazed into Xiaonyang's eyes, depths unfathomable. So you are Xiaonyang. I have heard of your bravery in rescuing our third son. I have yet to express my gratitude. Xiaonyang, startled, glanced up at Madame Wei, then quickly lowered her head, nervously stammering. No, I dare not accept your thanks. Madam, Han Fong, take Miss Qiao down to rest properly, Madame Wei interrupted coolly. Han Fong, the maid beside Madame Wei, approached Xiaonyang with a smile. Miss Qiao, please follow me. Xiaonyang cast a glance at Ji Chongyi, who nodded gently. You should go and rest. I will visit you tomorrow. With that, Xiaonyang felt her worries ease and followed the maid out. A cold glimmer flashed in Madame Wei's eyes. What an uncouth wild girl, utterly ignorant of decorum. Setting aside the fact that she mingles with my son, she departed without so much as a bow to those present, revealing her lack of upbringing. Jean Rouet, quickly bring a cup of ginger tea for the third young master. Soon, a maid in attire similar to Han Fong approached with a cup of ginger tea. The Duke, observing his younger son finish the tea, finally inquired, what on earth happened? His question was directed at Ji Chongli, the eldest son. Ji Chongli cast a swift glance at Ji Chongyi, realizing the truth could not be concealed, and with a heavy heart, he confessed, third brother. He jumped into the lake with that girl. Fool. The Duke kicked over a chair in fury. Ji Chongyi fell to his knees. Madame Wei shot a reproachful look at the Duke. Why are you so furious? We should summon a physician for the third son. He needs medicine to dispel the cold. Summon a physician for what? If he wishes to die, who can stop him? The Duke's anger surged as he glared at Ji Chongyi on the floor. What a wretched little beast, willing to risk his life for a woman. Ji Chongyi bowed his head. Father, mother, please support your son. Ah. It seems the errant strike hit the mark. The Duke seethed. As long as I am alive, abandon any thoughts of this. You shall marry the fourth daughter of the Earl of Dongping. Madame Wei ceased her intercessions, her expression equally grim. She had never held the Earl's family in high regard. Initially, the Duke insisted on this union to repay a debt of gratitude, despite her protests. Yet, no matter how inadequate the Earl's family might be, they were still superior to commoners. Ji Chongyi remained resolute on his knees. Father, I only love Xiaonyang. I have no affection for the fourth daughter of the Earl. I have never even met her. How could I be her husband? Third son, I have made inquiries. The fourth daughter of the Earl is renowned for her beauty among noble ladies in the capital, the Duke patiently urged. Indeed, your mother has seen her after the engagement. Your father speaks truth, Madame Wei added. In my eyes, Xiaonyang is the most beautiful. Ji Chongyi looked up at the Duke. Father, you can marry into the Earl's family to repay your debt. Why can you not understand your son? Without Xiaonyang, I might not even be alive. Be silent. The matter of marriage cannot be left to your whims. If you persist in this delusion, I shall have Xiaonyang expelled at once. If you drive Xiaonyang away, then you may as well cast me out as well. Ji Chongyi stood defiantly. The Duke trembled in rage, turning toward the old woman by the door, barking. Take someone and drive that Xiaonyang out with a beating. No. As the old woman moved to exit, Ji Chongyi rushed after her. The Duke shouted, eldest son, restrain your younger brother. Ji Chongyi grasped Ji Chongyi's arm, urging, third brother, do not provoke father's wrath. Eldest brother, step aside. Ji Chongyi struggled against Ji Chongyi's hold. And as the old woman neared the door, he succumbed to urgency and rage, spitting blood before collapsing onto Ji Chongyi. Madame Wei's face paled in shock. Quick, summon a physician. Soon, the physician arrived to examine Ji Chongyi, diagnosing his condition as a result of pent-up anger combined with cold entering his system, advising careful recuperation, avoiding excessive joy or sorrow. Once the physician departed with a prescription, Madame Wei reproached the Duke. Your temper is so volatile. Are you trying to drive our third son to death? Me? He is so unruly. Is that not your indulgence? Though the Duke retorted, he could not shake the fear of Ji Chongyi's condition from his mind. Madame Wei dabbed her tears with a handkerchief. What use is this lamenting now? Do you and the eldest son not care for the third son? We must think of a solution. Regardless, the marriage to the Earl of Dongping cannot be rescinded. But if you forcibly separate the third son from Qiaonyang, he may truly perish. Seeing the Duke sneer, Madame Wei pleaded, "Think, my lord. The third son and Qiaonyang have already risked their lives for each other once. Once there is a first, there will surely be a second. If anything were to happen to him, it would be too late for our regrets. Then what do you propose?" Madame Wei ceased her sobbing and glanced toward the inner chamber, deliberating. "How about this? We maintain the engagement with the Earl of Dongping, and as for Qiaonyang, let our third son take her as a concubine." Chapter 6. Brothers. Before the new bride even entered the household, there was already a favored concubine. How could one convey this to the Duke of Dongping's estate? Duke AnGuo wore a displeased expression. Wei coldly laughed. Once this generation of the Duke of Dongping passes, their title will vanish, rendering them no different from commoners. Their daughter, having lost her mother at a young age, does she truly believe she can hold her head high if she were to marry into our noble household? Duke AnGuo grew increasingly dissatisfied upon hearing this. It is not to be spoken of so lightly. My lord, can you not see? Sanlang has grown and formed his own opinions. He cannot be managed by mere force. If we do not allow him to be with Qiaonyang, he may indeed act foolishly once more. As she spoke, Wei raised her hand to wipe away tears. If anything were to happen to Sanlang, I could not bear to live. Noticing Duke AnGuo's lingering hesitation, Wei reproached him. My lord, it is merely a concubine. What is there to be concerned about? Leave the matters of the inner chambers to me. With a sigh, Duke AnGuo acquiesced. Very well. Go to the Duke of Dongping's estate tomorrow morning and speak with them properly. Rest assured, my lord, I will handle this matter well. Let us first go and see Sanlang. That night, Jichongyi fell with a fever, causing Wei to lose sleep. The following morning, when the wife of Duke AnGuo, Madame Guo, came to pay her respects, Wei said to her, I trust you have heard of last night's events. Please represent me at the Duke of Dongping's estate. Though Guo felt somewhat conflicted, she dared not refuse and hurried to make arrangements. Leaning against the inkstone pillow, Wei closed her eyes. The daughter-in-law of the Duke's household was already a significant figure. Sending her to negotiate was a matter of honor for the Duke of Dongping's estate. If they could swiftly marry Miss Jiang into the family, this storm could be weathered. At the entrance of Yuqian Alley, breakfast stalls had already been set up. With a crowd gathered before them, and a new day began with bowls of tofu pudding adorned with shredded wood ear mushrooms and tender meat. A scream shattered the morning tranquility of the Duke of Dongping's estate. Amon rushed inside, exclaiming, Miss, the master is scolding the second young master. Jiang Si rose from her vanity and stepped outside. Miss, this is not the way to Cixin Hall, Qiao reminded her. Cixin Hall was the residence of the old matriarch of the Dongping family. Traditionally, the young ladies would first visit their mothers in the morning before accompanying them to Cixin Hall to pay their respects. However, having lost her mother at a young age, and with her elder sister already married, Jiang Si made the journey alone each day. I will first check on the second young master, Jiang Si said, quickening her pace. Qiao, puzzled, exchanged glances with Amon, who shook her head in confusion. When Jiang Si was less than 10 years old, she and the second young master were close, often playing together. However, as they grew older, they had drifted apart, especially in the past 2 years when they scarcely exchanged words. Today, her behavior seemed unusual. It was rumored that a shock could alter one's temperament, and last night's incident had surely been a significant one. Both maids grew increasingly resentful towards Jichongyi, the third son of Duke AnGuo. The Duke of Dongping had 4 sons, aside from the youngest, who was still a child living in the back courtyard. The other 3 had their own separate quarters in the front courtyard, with Jiang Zhan residing in Tingzhu courtyard. As Jiang Si approached the courtyard entrance, she heard a booming voice reprimanding, You little wretch. I wondered why you've been so quiet lately. It turns out you've been sneaking out through the dog hole to cause trouble. If you enjoy crawling through dog holes so much, today I'll beat you worse than the stray dogs in the street. Stray dogs aren't so unfortunate. A weak voice followed, transforming into a cry of father. Take it easy. Don't hit my face, please. Then, oh, the fourth sister has arrived. The tall figure pursuing Jiang Zhan kicked back, exclaiming, How could your fourth sister be here? You little wretch still think you can fool me. Seeing this, Jiang Si spoke up, Father. The tall figure froze, slowly turning around. Upon seeing his youngest daughter, Duke Jiang Anqing's expression softened, even taking on a hint of affability. Why has my dear seer come? Hearing her father was reprimanding her second brother, she replied, I came to see what was happening. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Zhan. The 16 or 17-year-old youth had reached an age of tall stature, standing tall like a new bamboo. Even in his current disheveled state from being chased, he remained strikingly handsome. Jiang, like Jiang Si, bore a striking resemblance to their mother. Jiang Si slightly bent her knees. Second brother, are you all right? Jiang's eyes widened in surprise as he met Jiang Si's gaze, his ears flushing crimson as he shook his head rapidly. Sister, do not worry, I can run fast. You think running fast makes you proud? Duke Jiang anger, briefly quelled, reignited at Jiang's words. Instinctively, Jiang wanted to flee, but realizing his sister was watching, he held his ground, straightening his posture. Father, please calm your temper. I am tough. Even if you beat me, it won't hurt. Just be careful not to frighten my sister. His sister smiled at him today, making it worth enduring a beating worse than a dog's. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang felt a sting in his nose and quickly averted his gaze, fearing Jiang Si would notice. Jiang Si's heart ached as well. In just a few months, her brother would drown while boating with friends, and the authorities would deem it an accident. But later she would learn there was more to his death. Now, she not only had to save her brother's life, but also ensure that those responsible faced justice. You may enjoy crawling through dog holes, but have you considered what would happen if thieves entered through there? Jiang rubbed his forehead. His father had a point. Last night he had indeed been attacked by a thief with a brick, but he could never reveal this. The dog hole has been blocked off. I promise I won't use it again, he assured. Duke Jiang snorted through his nose. If not for his daughter being present, he would have undoubtedly broken this rascal's legs. Have you eaten breakfast, Siu? Not yet. I plan to pay respects to grandmother first before returning to eat. Would you like to accompany me to Cixin Hall? Seeing Jiang Si looking at him with anticipation, Duke Jiang thoughtlessly replied, let us go together. This was the first time his youngest daughter had looked at him with such eager eyes. Jiang Si smiled sweetly. In the past, she had been so naive, resenting her father's lack of achievements, unlike their neighbor, Duke Yangchang, who had made great contributions to sustain their family's title, causing her to feel belittled. Yet she had forgotten that her father's love for her was invaluable. Seer, why are you not moving? I'm coming, Jiang Si said, lifting her skirt to follow him. On this very morning in her past life, Duke AnGuo had sent Madame Guo to discuss the marriage arrangements, and at that time, the scandal of her brother being discovered crawling through the dog hole had not yet erupted. Her father had left early, and without waiting for his return, grandmother had consented. She recalled her father's furious reaction upon hearing the news, even arguing with grandmother, and then asking her thoughts on the matter. Back then, she had innocently remarked, is my daughter not worth more than a dead person? If a good match is rejected, can father find me a better one? Her father had remained silent, and his departing figure seemed to age several years. Regrettably, she had possessed beautiful eyes but failed to see what was most important. Father, fourth sister, wait for me. I am coming too. Chapter 7. The Compassion Hall. Jiang glared at Jiang. Are you intending to embarrass yourself in such a manner? Jiang touched his head. My hair is not disheveled. How could I possibly bring shame? Jiang Si then smiled at Jiang. Second brother, I have a craving for Kaiji's soup dumplings. Kaiji's soup dumplings, a century-old establishment, lay just 2 streets away from the Dongping Marquis's residence, close to the Kongda Lane where the AnGuo Duke's manor was located. In a previous life, Ji Chongyi and Xiaonyang had fallen into the water without causing such a commotion, allowing the AnGuo Duke's manor to easily suppress the scandal. When the marriage between the two families was hastily arranged, many speculated that there was something amiss with her. In her youthful ignorance, she had only aspired to marry into a noble family, only later to realize that hidden grievances were not easily endured. Following the ruckus from last night, although Ji Chongyi's incident had not yet reached the Dongping Marquis's residence, it would undoubtedly have spread through Kongda Lane, and thus, if second brother were to buy soup dumplings from Kaiji now, he would certainly catch wind of the rumors. Fourth sister wants soup dumplings? How fortuitous. I wish to have some as well. Wait for me. I shall go buy them, Jiang declared, omitting the visit to the Compassion Hall. He dusted himself off and hurried outside, only to return a few steps later, grinning awkwardly at Jiang Anqing. Jiang Anqing's brows furrowed into a frown. What now? Jiang extended his hand. Son is currently short on funds. Could father lend me some? Get lost, Jiang Anqing exclaimed, tossing a piece of silver into Jiang's arms. Gnashing his teeth, Jiang dashed off, turning back at the courtyard entrance to shout, Fourth sister, wait for me. Though his face bore a roguish smile, his eyes sparkled with a vigor Jiang Si had not seen in years. I shall wait for second brother at Haiding residence. Jiang Si accompanied Jiang Anqing to the Compassion Hall. Inside, the headmaid A Fu greeted them with a bow. Master, Miss 4, the old madam is receiving guests. Please allow me to announce your arrival. Receiving guests this early? Jiang Anqing raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jiang Si inhaled softly, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. The scent was subtle and rare. Standing outside, Jiang Si immediately recognized it as the fragrance of gardenias. The wife of the AnGuo Duke, Guo, who was once her sister-in-law, had a fondness for gardenia. Normally, one would not be able to detect the scent from this distance, but Jiang Si was different. Her sense of smell was exceptionally keen. Later, when she had wandered to the southern frontier, she lived under the identity of a girl resembling the deceased granddaughter of the Wu Miao tribe elder. The elder had an ageless appearance and possessed many remarkable qualities. Recognizing Jiang Si's unique talent, she had taught her a special skill, allowing her not only to discern different individuals' body scents, but also to predict the weather through the subtle changes in the wind. Realizing that the wife of the AnGuo Duke was inside, Jiang Si quietly sighed in relief. Shortly thereafter, a Fu returned and informed Jiang Anqing, "Master, the old madam requests your presence." Her gaze lingered on Jiang Si, tinged with complexity. "Miss Fu, you may wait in the side room and enjoy a cup of hot tea." "Father, I shall wait outside." Jiang Si curtsied to Jiang Anqing. Jiang Anqing followed a Fu into the hall, where he immediately spotted a woman seated opposite the old Madame Feng. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, possessing notable beauty and astute, slightly elongated eyes. Jiang Anqing grew increasingly puzzled. Since his mother was hosting female guests, why had he been summoned? This must be the Marquis. The woman rose to her feet. Old Madame Feng nodded. "Indeed, he is the father of the fourth girl. Elder brother, this is the wife of the AnGuo Duke. Here to discuss marriage today. Wasn't the date already set?" Old Madame Feng glanced at Guo. Guo's face flushed with embarrassment. "Last night, some unforeseen events occurred. My parents wished to hasten the marriage of the fourth girl. What is the reason behind this?" Jiang Anqing's expression darkened. A sudden change in an arranged marriage often invites unwarranted gossip. While it may not affect the man, it poses disadvantages for the woman. Though Guo felt awkward, she understood that the commotion from last night could not be concealed. She awkwardly explained, "My younger brother, lacking prudence, accidentally fell into the water while playing at Mayo Lake last night." Regardless of the rumors circulating outside, the Duke's manor could never admit to a scandal involving a young man and a woman committing suicide together, as that would be exceedingly disgraceful. Jiang Anqing interrupted Guo, his face grim. "What does your younger brother's accident have to do with the hastening of the marriage? Are you implying that he is on the verge of death, and you wish for my daughter to marry him to bring him good fortune?" Guo, feeling misunderstood, clarified, "Although my younger brother experienced a fright, he is not gravely harmed." Jiang Anqing's demeanor remained unforgiving. Then why hasten the marriage? He was determined not to take this matter lightly, for 3 children had lost their mother at an early age, and he could not afford to be negligent regarding marriage matters. His aggressive tone further irritated Guo, who was accustomed to being the center of attention. Yet she maintained her composure. "Although my younger brother is fine, a woman was also involved in the accident. To prevent further gossip, our parents discussed the possibility of hastening the marriage." "Another woman?" Jiang Anqing's expression turned icy. "Who is she?" Guo felt provoked by Jiang Anqing's demeanor. Remembering that old Madame Feng had already shown a permissive attitude, she bluntly stated, "To be honest, my younger brother had previously met that woman. But rest assured, he is merely young and foolish. Our parents will ensure he is well managed in the future." "And that woman?" "Annul the engagement," Jiang Anqing declared coldly. Not wishing to listen further, Guo was taken aback. "Did I mishear? Did the Marquis just say annul the engagement?" The notion struck her as utterly absurd. It was a rare and fortunate opportunity for the Dongping Marquis's residents to be engaged with the AnGuo Duke's family. How could the Marquis so casually propose an annulment? "Marquis, please do not be hasty. Allow me to finish," Guo urged. "Annul the engagement," Jiang Anqing reiterated firmly. He had no intention of waiting. He doubted whether this woman could speak anything worthwhile. "Old Madam, what do you think?" Guo glanced helplessly at old Madame Feng. It seemed the Dongping Marquis was an impetuous man. Such a person could unexpectedly save his father's life, but otherwise, how could this marriage have come to be? Fortunately, old Madame Feng was discerning. Regardless of the engagement's fate, the Dongping Marquis would have to heed her opinion. "Elder brother, you must allow the wife of the Duke to finish," old Madame Feng interjected solemnly. "Precisely because marriage is a significant matter. I cannot push my daughter into a fire pit. What you just said is excessive. That woman could only become a concubine, and it would not affect the fourth girl's status as the third young mistress in the least. Annul the engagement." Jiang Anqing's two words silenced Guo's subsequent remarks. Guo replied coolly, Marquis, this matter still requires the old madam's perspective, does it not? Jiang Anqing sneered. The wife of the Duke comes from a good family. I trust she has received adequate education. Now, I ask you, what does marriage fundamentally depend on? Naturally, it is the command of the parents and the matchmaker's words. Guo replied without hesitation. Exactly. I am her biological father. Is there a problem with annulling the engagement? Chapter 8. The matter of marriage. Guo had discerned that Duke Dongping, Jiang Anqing, was not a man of refinement. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason becomes elusive. She suppressed her rising frustration and smiled at the matron of Duke Dongping. Esteemed matron, this engagement is a union of two families and must not be taken lightly. Perhaps you and the Duke could deliberate on this matter, while I await your response in the flower hall. Seeing Guo temporarily sidestep the issue, the matron of Feng felt a slight easing of her heart. Although she had no intention of breaking off the engagement, she could not appear too yielding in front of the people of the AnGuo mansion. They were at a disadvantage and could not afford to miss this opportunity. As it happened, she was also troubled by her desire for Tsang to study under the esteemed scholar Qingya, yet lacking a means to approach him. In her view, the marriage must not be retracted, but it would be prudent to see some benefits in the process. Of course, she needed to persuade her eldest son as well. Gazing at her eldest son's sullen face, the matron of Feng could not help but frown. Her eldest son was of mediocre talent and, having lost a hand in a landslide while saving the Duke of AnGuo last year, it was a wonder if he could maintain the current status of the family, let alone uphold its glory. A grown man, yet he understands nothing. Mother, there is no room for negotiation. This engagement must be called off. The AnGuo mansion has gone too far. Must it be called off? The matron replied sharply. Have you considered the profound impact such a decision would have on a young woman? Even if the fault lies with the male party, what good marriage can a girl with a broken engagement hope for? Jiang Anqing scoffed. Even if I were to marry her off to a commoner, it would be better than to a man who, before the wedding, is still consorting with other women. A commoner? The matron of Feng looked at Jiang Anqing with disappointment. Do you realize that the monthly expenses on cosmetics for our fourth daughter surpass the annual sustenance of a family of 5? Jiang Anqing was momentarily taken aback by her words. The matron continued icily. The notion of love being sufficient for sustenance is nothing but a farce. The Duke of AnGuo's wife told me that the girl hails from a humble background and can barely read. Young Master Ji is merely seeking novelty. Once she is brought into his household, it won't be long before he casts her aside. Jiang Anqing snorted disdainfully. Mother is mistaken. This is not about whether that scoundrel cares for other women. It's about his utter lack of respect for her. Such a man is unworthy. Have you considered what the girl herself thinks? The matron of Feng interjected suddenly. Jiang Anqing hesitated. The matron smirked. You've never asked her. So how can you know if she wishes to break off the engagement? Even though marriages are arranged by parents, are you not afraid that if you make the wrong decision, she will hold it against you for a lifetime? The matron's words drained the color from Jiang Anqing's face. His deceased wife had left him with 2 daughters and a son, and among the 3, he favored the youngest, Si-er, the most. He knew this was not right, yet Si-er bore the closest resemblance to his late wife, and seeing her softened his heart. However, the youngest daughter had never been close to him, and today, her attitude had finally begun to thaw. He did not want to jeopardize that. The matron of Feng secretly laughed to herself. She knew that bringing Si-er into the conversation would surely sway her eldest son. Even if Si-er were to resent her, she would still bring the 4th girl in. Please invite Miss Jiang in. The matron of Feng interrupted Jiang Anqing, instructing the head maid, Afu. Afu promptly went to summon Jiang Si. Jiang Si was calculating the time. By now, her father should have grasped the situation. In her previous life, he had opposed the marriage from the start. This time, Xiaonyang had not perished, and with the Duke of AnGuo's wife doting on Ji Chongyi, she would certainly not dare to send Xiaonyang away. Once her father learned of this, he would surely call off the engagement. Of course, Guo would embellish their family's scandals, and her father's outrage would still be somewhat tempered. This was of little concern. Once her second brother returned with news from outside, her father would be resolute in his decision. Jiang Si was clear in her mind. At such a crucial moment, her grandmother, who was relatively kind to her in the Cixin Hall, would be of no help. Yet, where was her second brother? 4th miss. The matron requests your presence, Afu announced. Jiang Si retracted her thoughts, maintaining a calm demeanor as she entered. 4th miss, have you been waiting long? Jiang Si greeted the matron of Feng with a respectful bow and smiled. It is only right for me to wait a while grandmother is receiving guests. Indeed. You are sensible. The matron of Feng's eyes crinkled with age as she beckoned Jiang Si closer. Do you know who the guest is? I do not. It is the Duke of AnGuo's wife, the matron informed her. Observing Jiang Si's unchanging expression, she continued, the Duke's household wishes for you to enter the family sooner. Would you be amenable? Mother. Jiang Anqing's face darkened with anger. What is this? You do not even inform seer of the situation before asking such a thing. Are you trying to deceive her? The matron of Feng ignored Jiang Anqing, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Si. She knew her eldest son better than he realized. The phrase high aspirations but a fragile fate truly described this girl, and she did not believe she would willingly abandon such a favorable match. Jiang Si's expression remained unchanged as she calmly asked, is it that young Master Ji is on the verge of death and requires me to marry him early for good luck? The matron of Feng was taken aback. Jiang Anqing could not help but smirk. Somehow, upon hearing his daughter speak thus, he felt a sense of relief. Young Master Ji is perfectly well, fourth miss. Where do you get such thoughts? Jiang Si's unexpected remarks left the matron of Feng momentarily speechless. Or perhaps the Duke of AnGuo or his wife is gravely ill and needs me to marry early for good fortune? Jiang Si inquired again. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Anqing coughed to stifle his amusement. The matron of Feng began to feel a headache coming on. Fortunately, the Duke of AnGuo's wife was not present, otherwise, she would surely be infuriated by the girl's words. No one in the Duke of AnGuo's household is ill. Jiang Si maintained a serious demeanor. If that is the case, I fail to comprehend why they wish to hasten the marriage. The matron of Feng's temples throbbed, and she had no choice but to explain. It is like this. Yesterday, young Master Ji was boating with a girl from a common family and accidentally fell into the water. This incident has cast a shadow on both families, hence they wish to expedite your union. As the matron spoke, she scrutinized Jiang Si's expression. What does seer think? Jiang Anqing grew anxious. What was the Duke of AnGuo's household planning to do with that girl? Given the gravity of the situation, they could only make her a concubine. Fourth miss, you are intelligent. You must understand that being a concubine is not a significant matter. She is merely a breathing object, the matron of Feng stated. Jiang Si scoffed internally. A mere breathing object? Ji Chongyi had refrained from touching her for nearly a year, all for the sake of a breathing object. By that measure, she was even inferior to a mere object. Fourth miss? Noticing Jiang Si's silence, the matron urged her. Jiang Si lowered her gaze, removing a pair of exquisite jade bracelets from her wrist and placing them into Jiang Anqing's hands. This pair of jade bracelets had been gifted by the Duke of AnGuo's household at the time of the betrothal, and Jiang Si had taken a liking to them at first sight, hence had worn them instead of putting them away. The matron of Feng's expression shifted slightly. Jiang Si raised her gaze, offering a sweet smile to the matron. In matters of marriage, it is customary to heed the commands of parents and the words of matchmakers. I shall follow my father's wishes. If he believes I should continue wearing these bracelets, I shall do so. If he feels they should be returned, I have no attachment to them. Chapter 9. Rewards and Punishments. Lady Feng was taken aback, staring at Jiang Si as if she were a stranger. Jiang Si maintained her composure, allowing the scrutiny of Lady Jiang to wash over her. Although she had not lived to see her 20th year in her previous life, the misfortunes she had endured far surpassed those of an ordinary woman. Thus, she was unperturbed by the gaze of others. Jiang Anqing's expression relaxed. Since seer has spoken, I shall take charge and call off the engagement. His declaration was resolute, and Jiang Si felt a wave of relief wash over her. No. Lady Feng's voice rang out with a sharpness that cut through the air. She had hoped her granddaughter would manipulate her eldest son, but Jiang Si's unexpected behavior thwarted Lady Feng's plans. Without hesitation, she tore away the veil of warmth. Her voice cold and hard as steel. I absolutely refuse to call off the engagement. Mother, please, do not say such things. Do you realize how many envy our family for having a connection with the Duke of AnGuo? Not to mention our eldest daughter. Even the second daughter has received more favorable marriage proposals this past year, all due to our ties with the Duke's household. Frankly speaking, it is all about the prestige of being related to the Duke's family. Eldest son, even if you do not consider Seer's future happiness, you must think of our family's reputation. Mother, are you suggesting that for the sake of our family, Sia's lifelong happiness can be sacrificed? Jiang Anqing retorted. How dare you utter such heartless words? Lady Feng staggered, clutching her forehead as she leaned back, her maid A Fu swiftly supporting her. Mother, are you all right? Though Jiang Anqing disapproved of Lady Feng's actions, He felt a surge of concern upon witnessing her distress. Lady Feng shot a cold glare at Jiang Anqing. You unfilial son. Do you believe that I would disregard Cedar's well-being for the sake of our family? Is she not my granddaughter? Marrying into the Duke of AnGuo's household is undeniably beneficial for both her and our family, yet you wish to call off the engagement out of momentary impulse. I do not act out of impulse. Silence. Matters of marriage are dictated by the will of the parents. Sio has been without a mother since childhood. Surely I, as her grandmother, have a say in this? Let me make this clear. The Duke's household is at fault, and you may certainly make demands on Seer's behalf, but I will not agree to call off the engagement. Lady Feng's words left Jiang Anqing feeling despondent, and just as he was about to speak again, another maid, a she, rushed in, breathless. Old madam, it's terrible. The second young master. He has caused a ruckus. What mischief has that scoundrel gotten into now? Jiang Anqing felt his head spin at the mention of Jiang Zhan. If Jiang Zhan were before him now, he would gladly kick him out. A she's face turned pale. The second young master smashed the carriage of the Duke of AnGuo that was waiting outside our gate. What? Lady Feng's head cleared instantly, and she sprang to her feet. Jiang Anqing's anger dissipated in an instant. Well done. Even that scoundrel can occasionally do something worthwhile. Is the steward merely idling away? Why hasn't anyone stopped him? Old madam, we cannot stop him. The second young master is coming this way, and the steward cannot lead people to pursue him here. Lady Feng's eyes flickered with confusion. Could it be that the rascal was coming to apologize? However, Lady Feng soon realized she was overthinking. Another maid rushed in with a report. Old madam, the second young master is charging into the flower hall. The maids cannot stop him. Lady Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. This situation was truly overwhelming. Follow me. She shot Jiang Anqing a glare and hurried towards the flower hall. Second young master, you cannot enter. There are esteemed guests inside. Jiang Zhan leaped 3 feet high. Pa. What esteemed guests? Those who insult my sister are hardly worthy of such a title. Get out of my way. Without a hint of mercy. Jiang Zhan kicked aside the maid blocking his path. The wife of the Duke of AnGuo, Lady Guo, was utterly stunned. You are from the Duke of AnGuo's household? Lady Guo stood up, unable to reconcile the handsome youth with the notion of a bandit, or else she would have fled by now. I am Lady Guo, wife of the Duke's heir. Who are you to be so rude? Lady Guo attempted to reason with the striking youth. Upon realizing she was of high status and within his own home, Jiang Zhan felt compelled to act. He swung a small table towards her. Lady Guo shrieked, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. The maid at the door cried out, Lady Guo, you cannot faint. Our second young master is out of control. At the sound of this, Lady Guo jolted back to reality, abandoning her fainting spell and, with her skirts in hand, bolted for the door. The small table crashed against the corner of a larger table, splintering it in an instant. Jiang Zhan brandished the small table, pursuing her. Stop. You think you can run after bullying my sister? You little beast, what do you think you are doing? Lady Feng rushed in. Witnessing Jiang Zhan chase after Lady Guo and feeling faint with rage, Lady Guo finally caught her breath. At last, the old lady of Dongping has arrived. A gentle maiden's voice chimed in. Lady Guo, you should return to your residence quickly. The second young master is out of control, and even the old lady cannot manage him. Even if he faces punishment later, the damage done cannot be undone. Realizing the truth in this, Lady Guo dashed out, barely noticing the girl who had advised her. Jiang Si watched with a slight smile as Lady Guo fled. Jiang Zhan ignored Lady Feng's reprimands and relentlessly pursued her. Eldest brother, you must stop that scoundrel. Mother, please do not be angry. I will go and restrain that rascal at once, Jiang Anqing said slowly, attempting to appease her. Then go. Lady Feng stamped her foot in frustration. Only then did Jiang Anqing step outside. Jiang Zhan chased her all the way to the gate, smashing the small table against the ground with a resounding crash, shattering it into pieces. From now on, anyone from the Duke's household who dares to step foot in our family will meet the same fate. By the time Jiang Zhan smashed the carriage, a crowd had already gathered outside, drawn by the commotion. People, ever eager for gossip, had uncovered the reason behind the uproar. They began to murmur among themselves. It seems the two families have fallen out. Could they not? The Duke's heir is about to marry yet dalliances with another woman, leaving his fiancé in the lurch. Indeed, any family with pride would never allow this marriage to continue. Old Aunt Nyo, what do you say? This engagement is surely doomed, isn't it? You just said that the Duke's family couldn't possibly break it off. Jiang Anqing, arriving at the scene, overheard their discussions and forced a cold expression, shouting at Jiang Zhan. Stop this nonsense and return to face the consequences at once. As the gates of the Dongping Earl's residence slowly closed, Lady Guo felt utterly humiliated, wishing she could sprout wings and flee back to the Duke's household. Unfortunately, the carriage had been destroyed, and she had to wait for the coachman to arrange another. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lady Guo experienced for the first time what it meant for time to crawl at a snail's pace. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiang Si knelt down with a nonchalant expression on his face. Father may punish me as he sees fit. I do not mind. Call for the family law. We must summon the family law. Lady Feng trembled with rage. The commotion had already attracted attention from all corners of the estate. Jiang Si stepped forward. Grandmother, I believe my second brother deserves not punishment, but reward. Chapter 10. Familiar paths. Lady Feng regarded Jiang Si's words as utterly absurd, her gaze heavy upon her. In a fit of urgency, Jiang Si nudged Jiang Si, whispering, Fourth sister, do not interfere. Go to father. Unmoved, Jiang Si met Lady Feng's somber gaze with calm composure. Grandmother, may I inquire about your reasons for punishing second brother? This scoundrel attempted to harm the wife of the Marquis of AnGuo, even pursuing her to the gates of our residence for all to witness. How could the Marquis's household remain indifferent after such an affront? Lady Feng trembled with rage. Initially, she had hoped to garner favor from the Marquis of AnGuo's household, but with Jiang Si's uproar, it seemed those hopes might be dashed. Yet Lady Feng's fury was not merely anger, it was laced with sorrow. Jiang Si chuckled lightly. Grandmother, have you perhaps forgotten that the fault lies with the Marquis of AnGuo's family? With this ruckus, even our rightful stance is undermined. Lady Feng retorted in anger, asserting, My granddaughter believes that right is right, and wrong is wrong. It is precisely because the Marquis's household acted improperly that second brother defended my honor. How can it be deemed foolishness when he stands up for his kin? Shall we simply turn the other cheek when struck? Jiang Si's candidness rendered Lady Feng somewhat uncomfortable. If we were truly to act in such a manner, others would not see the Duke's household as gracious. Rather, they would perceive us as sycophants. Bowing to those of higher standing. At Jiang Si's words, the room fell into a hush. Nonsense. Lady Feng felt the heat rise to her cheeks, snapping sharply. Jiang Si's expression grew more serious. Grandmother, we of the Duke's household are of honorable lineage. Must we allow others to mock us for lacking backbone? If that were the case, how could we hold our heads high in society? At this juncture, Jiang Si's gaze drifted to Jiang Si. Fortunately, second brother acted swiftly, clarifying our stance before any unfounded rumors could spread. If you wish to verify, send someone to inquire. Our neighbors will surely affirm our actions. Thus, I assert that second brother deserves not punishment, but reward. Jiang Si's argument was sound, leaving Lady Feng momentarily speechless. In the presence of the entire household, she could not afford to lose face, causing her complexion to pale with frustration. Well said. Jiang Anqing banged his thigh. Noticing Lady Feng's distress, he reassured her, Mother, do not fret. I shall take the marriage annulment papers and the betrothal gifts to the Marquis of AnGuo's household immediately. Lady Feng was left choking on her words, unable to articulate a response. Jiang Anqing then kicked Jiang Si. What are you still kneeling for? Get up and assist your father. Yes, Jiang Si replied loudly, winking at Jiang Si before chasing after Jiang Anqing. Lady Feng finally managed to breathe easier, but upon realizing that her eldest son and second grandson had fled, her ire turned towards Jiang Si. Jiang Si blinked innocently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and curtsied, Grandmother, though I find joy in severing ties with such an unruly family, the act of breaking an engagement is not something a young woman can take lightly. I feel a bit ill at ease, so I shall return to my chamber. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Si had vanished, leaving Lady Feng in a state of disarray. Old madam, has the engagement truly been annulled? Inquired Jiang Si's second aunt, Madame Xiao. Jiang Si's mother had long since passed, and Jiang Anqing had not remarried. Thus, the management of the Duke's household fell to Madame Xiao. Madame Xiao was strong-willed. Though her family was ordinary, Jiang Erlao was remarkable, having achieved success through the imperial examinations, now serving as a minor official in the Ministry of Rites. His eldest son, Jiang Song, had inherited his father's scholarly gifts and was gaining recognition among his peers in the capital. In contrast, the first branch of the family had weakened considerably, with Jiang Si's marriage being their only asset. Now, however, even that advantage was slipping away. Madame Xiao welcomed this turn of events, for if Jiang Si's in-laws were to outshine her own, it would reflect poorly on her. Yet, she understood the significance Jiang Erlao placed on this match, hence her inquiry. Returning to her senses, Lady Feng commanded the steward, quickly summon Erlao back from the yamen. In Haiding courtyard, Jiang Si finally found a moment of peace. When a Qiao entered to report, "Miss, the old madam has sent someone to summon second master." Jiang Si was not surprised and instructed a man, "Please fetch second young master." Before long, Jiang Zhan crept in stealthily. Jiang Si frowned. "Why do you look like a thief, second brother?" Meeting his sister's autumn-like gaze, Jiang Zhan suddenly found himself at a loss for where to place his hands and feet, his ears reddening as he replied, "Grandmother is quite displeased with me. If she knew I came to see you, she might blame you as well." "Nonsense. Grandmother is discerning and broad-minded." "Is that truly the case?" Jiang Zhan's expression was peculiar. Jiang Si smiled gently. "Just take my word for it, second brother. I knew it. Grandmother is not that sort of person." Jiang Zhan sighed in relief, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Jiang Si. Though he had long wished to grow closer to his sister, he often felt she was like a flower on a distant peak, requiring careful consideration to approach. Now, however, he discovered that she had become even more endearing. "Let us not speak of grandmother any further. It may lead to gossip," Jiang Si warned. Jiang Zhan grinned foolishly. "I shall only speak of it in your presence. By the way, did fourth sister summon me for something? Please, sit, second brother." Jiang Si gestured to a chair beside her as she settled opposite him. A Qiao brought forth tea, placing it before Jiang Zhan. He took a sip, though he seldom indulged in the finer arts of tea and poetry for his sister's sake. He would oblige. "Second brother often visits the Bichuan Tower, does he not?" Jiang Si inquired, her fingers still chilly from her recent endeavors. Cradling the warm teacup with a smile, Jiang Zhan sputtered, tea sprang forth. Jiang Si remained patient, resting her chin on her hand as she waited for her brother to compose himself. Suppressing his urge to flee, Jiang Zhan forced a serious expression. "That is not true. I do not even know where the entrance to Bichuan Tower is. Whoever has been whispering in fourth sister's ear shall pay for their slander." The two attendants, a man and a Qiao, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, sensing that second master might leap up to silence any loose tongues. Jiang Si set her teacup down with a sigh. "I thought second brother, being so familiar with the place, could assist me. If not, I shall find another means." Jiang Zhan's eyes widened in shock. "Fourth sister, what do you mean? Surely you do not intend to disguise yourself as a man to venture into a brothel?" Seemingly reading his thoughts, Jiang Si replied with a hint of difficulty, "If all else fails, it may come to that." "Please, no. I will go." "But didn't you just claim to be unfamiliar with the entrance?" No. I meant to say, while I am not well acquainted, I have passed by occasionally." Jiang Zhan felt himself digging a deeper hole, his cheeks flushing. "Then, I would like to request that second brother make a trip to Bichuan Tower on my behalf." Jiang Si produced an item from her sleeve and extended it towards him. Chapter 11. The Dark Alley. "What is this?" Jiang Zhan reached out to take the object that Jiang Si handed over, scrutinizing it carefully. It was a small segment of bamboo, the opening sealed, and by instinct, Jiang Zhan deduced that something must be contained within. He couldn't help but gasp, his expression tense as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Si. Surely, his sister hadn't taken a fancy to some lowly rake who frequented brothels, had she? That would be unacceptable. Jiang Si explained in a hushed voice. "There is a dark alley behind the Bichuan Pavilion. Have you noticed it, second brother?" "What? Fourth sister even knows about the dark alley? Could it be that she has already arranged a meeting with that scoundrel?" Jiang Zhan's expression grew increasingly grim. The alley was seldom traversed by anyone, and it was said that when aging and unattractive courtesans from the Bichuan Pavilion fell ill and died, they would be quietly carried away wrapped in straw mats from there. He had only noticed it after witnessing someone drag a drunken man out of the Bichuan Pavilion and beat him up in that very alley. Does second brother not know? If that is the case, then I know. Jiang Si interrupted. "Please take the bamboo tube to that alley and search carefully. There should be a concealed bamboo slot there." The concealed bamboo slot is a cylindrical container typically found in secluded alleys. If someone wishes to report the misdeeds of certain officials, they can quietly drop a letter inside. An especially appointed censor will come to collect it at designated times. In my past life, the Duke of AnGuo's household managed to keep this matter under wraps, and with grandmother's authority in the family, no rumors ever leaked out, ensuring that no censor troubled the Duke of AnGuo's household. Although the farce surrounding the Duke of AnGuo's household has now spread, the censors from the censorate have already gone to court before dawn, and they have yet to hear any rumors. After a few days pass, and the matter fades. Even if a censor hears of it, they may not be inclined to trouble the Duke of AnGuo's household. This time, Jiang Si did not wish to allow the Duke of AnGuo's household such ease. There is a censor named Nyo, known for being impervious to both threats and bribes. After today's court session, he will send trusted aides to collect from the concealed bamboo slot located in the dark alley behind the Bichuan Pavilion. She asked her brother for assistance precisely to ensure that Censor Nyo could take a hefty bite out of the Duke of AnGuo's household as swiftly as possible. She knew this was not unusual. In her previous life, once Censor Nyo obtained the letters from the concealed bamboo, he swiftly moved to impeach the Minister of Rights. The minister was the grandfather of the current crown princess, and it later turned out to be a false accusation, leading to his dismissal. Unfortunately, Censor Nyo, a man of fierce temperament, met with an untimely death as a result. However, his demise left behind many who bore grudges against him, and the fate of his remaining family could be easily imagined. It was not until the crown prince was deposed that the plot against Censor Nyo came to light. Yet the tragedy was irreversible. Jiang Si mused that with Censor Nyo's impetuous nature, he would likely be more than willing to share the Duke of AnGuo's farce with the emperor. Once the emperor learned of Ji Chongyi's scandalous affair with a woman, Ji Sangongzi's hopes of marrying a noble lady would be dashed, and he might very well end up with Qiaonyang instead, sparing other young ladies from misfortune. Jiang Si felt quite empathetic, believing she was doing a good deed by potentially saving Censor Nyo's life while also ensuring the union of two lovers. "What is the concealed bamboo slot?" Jiang Zhan asked, his face filled with confusion. Jiang Si looked at her brother and sighed. The same old scenario, the same familiar flavor. Her brother remained as ignorant as ever. After explaining what the concealed bamboo slot was, Jiang Zhan's face lit up with excitement. Such an interesting contraption. Had I known, I would have tried writing a letter myself. Second brother, it's best not to act rashly. Many regard those letters that expose misdeeds as dangerous. If they circulate and someone recognizes your handwriting, it could lead to trouble. Is that so? Jiang Zhan shook his head in regret. Hurry, then. Before grandmother calls back second uncle, even before the censors can impeach the Duke of AnGuo's household. Major decisions in the household are always made by grandmother and second uncle. I believe second uncle would not be pleased with my withdrawal from the engagement. Do not worry, sister. I will go at once and won't delay your plans. Jiang Zhan took the wooden chopsticks and remembered to extract the topmost small bamboo tube from the concealed bamboo slot. Inside that small tube was the letter that reported the Minister of Rights. Why? I will explain later. There is no time now. Jiang Si urged, and without further curiosity, Jiang Zhan hastily tucked the small bamboo tube into his bosom and set off. Jiang Si couldn't help but smile. Her brother's curiosity was strong, yet he easily forgot it. Clutching the bamboo tube, Jiang Zhan hurried towards the Bichuan Pavilion, his familiarity with the route undeniable. The Bichuan Pavilion was most tranquil in the morning, the main door firmly shut, and the large red lanterns that hung from the eaves had long since extinguished, swaying lazily in the breeze. It was the time of day when the inhabitants indulged in their slumber. Only when the evening lights illuminated the pavilion would it bustle with life once more. Following Jiang Si's instructions, Jiang Zhan slipped into the dark alley, where he indeed found the concealed bamboo slot amidst the mottled blue bricks. Carefully, he used the chopsticks to extract a small bamboo tube from the opening, then placed his own bamboo tube inside. After accomplishing his task, he should have discreetly withdrawn, but an idea struck him, and he climbed up the trunk of a nearby tree. It was summer, and the tree's lush foliage concealed him completely. As he sat on a branch, drowsiness began to overtake him, but suddenly he heard faint footsteps approaching. His sleepiness vanished instantly, and he cautiously parted the leaves to peer down. A young man with delicate features glanced around, pressing himself against the wall as he entered, approaching the concealed bamboo slot. He removed it while glancing back nervously, and once he had the bamboo in his arms, he dashed away. Jiang Zhan stroked his chin, murmuring, "So, someone indeed comes to collect the concealed bamboo at this hour." How did fourth sister know? Yet, it wasn't surprising that his clever sister knew more than he did. Just as he prepared to descend, he heard footsteps once more, and startled, he quickly withdrew. This time, the footsteps were lighter, the movements more agile, swiftly approaching the spot where the concealed bamboo had been, eyes flickering toward the opening left behind. Why is there another person? Who could this be? Jiang Zhan pondered silently. Suddenly, the person looked up sharply, their gaze piercing through the leaves, locking onto Jiang Zhan's eyes. A chilling aura enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine. He can't see me. He can't see me, Jiang Zhan told himself repeatedly. By the third iteration, he leapt from the tree and bolted. It was time to abandon self-deception. Flight was the best strategy. The figure moved like lightning, seizing Jiang Si's shoulder and pulling him back. Realizing escape was futile, Jiang Si abandoned regret and turned to confront his captor. As a young man accustomed to trouble, having some fighting skills was essential. Yet, upon facing a true master, Jiang Si understood the vast chasm that lay between skilled fighters and mere acquaintances. The distance was akin to that of a galaxy. He was almost instantly subdued. And then a glint of cold steel flashed before his eyes. Heavens, he still owed money to the Zui Shalu. Chapter 12. The youth as Jiang Si closed his eyes awaiting death, a sudden thud echoed, followed by the sound of a blade piercing something. He cried out, clutching his abdomen as he leaned against the wall. The walls of the dark alley had long been deprived of sunlight, remaining cold and damp even in summer. With his eyes shut, Jiang Si felt the wall, the slick texture sending a chill through him. Had he bled out across the wall? Was he already dead? Something tugged at Jiang Si's garment. His mind buzzed. Was the Grim Reaper here to claim him so soon? No, he could not perish. His sister awaited his return at home. Suddenly, Jiang Si opened his eyes to confront the grim figure that clutched his clothing. With erect ears, a long face, a prominent nose, and dense, grayish-yellow fur, it bore little resemblance to a bull-headed specter. It must be a horse-faced one. After a careful examination, Jiang Si concluded cautiously, "Brother Horse, I cannot die yet. I have a disabled father above me and a delicate younger sister below. They depend on me for sustenance. I implore you, spare my life." The horse-faced creature bared its teeth and barked. Jiang Si felt as if he had been suddenly throttled. Unable to utter a single word as he stared wide-eyed at the creature that had just barked at him, something felt amiss. "Ernie, come back." A soft voice drifted through the air. Jiang Si, startled, turned abruptly to see a youth standing a short distance away. The boy appeared to be around 17 or 18, towering over him by a couple of inches, with prominent brows and dark, deep-set eyes. His face, resembling an ice sculpture, bore nearly no expression, akin to a fine blade concealed within its sheath, one that commanded respect. "Who are you?" Jiang Si gasped. "Just a person," the youth replied. Jiang Si lowered his head, pointing at the limping horse-faced creature that had scuttled to the youth's side, his expression complex. The youth regarded Jiang Si with a penetrating gaze and uttered a single word, "Dog." In that instant, Jiang Si discerned a hint of amusement within the boy's profound eyes. Clearing his throat, he could only cough to mask his embarrassment. The youth gently patted the dog's head and reminded him, "If we don't leave soon, this person will awaken." Jiang Si glanced down, realizing the assailant who had attacked him lay at his feet. Was he dead? No, merely unconscious. Observing his own hands, he noticed a dark green substance on his fingertips, murmuring, "What is this?" "Moss," came the boy's unruffled response as he pointed to the wall. Following the direction, Jiang Si discovered the source of the earlier slick sensation. It was not his blood, but moss. This revelation caused Jiang Si's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Then let us hurry and flee." "Indeed, let us run together," the boy replied with a serious nod. A peculiar thought arose in Jiang Si's mind. For some reason, though the youth exuded an aura of stranger, keep your distance, he was particularly amiable towards him. Perhaps good looks bestowed certain advantages? Yet, the youth was undeniably more handsome than he. Perhaps this was a case of mutual recognition among kindred spirits? The two, along with the dog, dashed out of the dim, narrow alley and found themselves in the bustling, vibrant streets. Under the sun, Jiang Si felt as though he had been granted a second chance at life, exhaling a long, relieved breath. He clasped his fists in gratitude towards the boy and smiled. "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed brother. May I inquire your name?" The youth paused briefly before replying. "You may call me Yuchi." He then introduced the large dog beside him. "This is Ernie." Noticing that the youth appeared a year or two older than him, Jiang Si respectfully addressed him as Brother Yuchi and waved at the large dog. "Ernie, greetings." The dog cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Si before turning its head away. To be scorned by a mere dog. Was it because he mistook it for a horse-faced creature? The little beast still held a grudge. Jiang Si snorted and asked Yuchi, "Might I inquire where you reside, Brother Yuchi? I shall be sure to express my gratitude in person another day." If Yuchi preferred to remain anonymous, he would be relentless in his pursuit of the boy's address. Jiang Si was not the type to forget a kindness. "My home is in Kazi Alley, marked by a crooked jujube tree at the entrance." Jiang Si felt a pang of disappointment. Why did his benefactor not adhere to the script? What a coincidence. Kazi Alley is not far from my residence. My name is Jiang Si, and I live in Yuqian Alley, not far from there. I am the second in line among the grandchildren of the Duke of Dongping. Jiang, Yuqi repeated, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, yes, that is indeed me. Hearing his name pronounced in the boy's rich, melodious voice sent a shiver down Jiang's spine. Good heavens! From where did this enchanting being emerge? His voice was so delightful that even a man would feel his heart race. Woof! Jiang scowled at the dog, whose gaze met his, the corner of his mouth twitching. What a mood spoiler, that little beast. The dog turned its head away in disdain. Brother Yuqi, I have matters to attend to and must return swiftly. I shall seek you out as soon as I am finished. Very well, Yuqi nodded, succinctly acknowledging him. When is it that you are usually home? Yuqi's lips curved slightly. I am always at your service. No. Continuing this conversation would lead him to question his very existence. Jiang expressed his gratitude once more and hurried back to the Duke of Dongping's residence. In the shaded courtyard of Haitang residence, the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air, hidden somewhere within the foliage. Jiang Si leaned against the Haitang tree, engrossed in a book, yet her mind wandered. Why had her elder brother not returned? Had he encountered some trouble? Miss, the second young master has arrived. A chow announced as she opened the courtyard door, leading Jiang inside. Fourth sister, Jiang Si shook her head, interrupting Jiang's impending words. Let us discuss this inside. Upon entering, Jiang promptly plopped down and unabashedly declared to a chow, quickly bring me a cup of tea to calm my nerves. A chow glanced at Jiang Si. She nodded slightly, prompting a chow to leave, and shortly, she returned with a cup of tea. Jiang Si gestured for a chow to wait outside, patiently awaiting Jiang to drink half the cup before inquiring, what troubles have you encountered, second brother? Jiang placed the teacup on the table and casually wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, sighing, fourth sister, you were right. Someone indeed went to the dark alley to retrieve the bamboo. Jiang Si frowned. Did you not leave immediately after placing the items? Truly, an unreliable brother. Jiang chuckled awkwardly. I was merely curious if anyone would come. And then what happened? They took the bamboo, but before I could leave, more people arrived. More people? Did you see my second brother? Of course not. Jiang denied without hesitation, meeting Jiang Si's inquisitive gaze. He candidly confessed, I did see them. Not only did I see them, but that person also intended to kill me. How did you escape? Jiang Si was alarmed, her heart racing. Jiang finished the remaining tea, suppressing the urge to boast. It was a matter of life and death. More people arrived. Jiang Si. Her brother's whimsical nature was quite distressing. Chapter 13. Yuqi Jiang toyed with an empty teacup, awaiting Jiang Si's probing questions. Jiang Si, both exasperated and amused, was primarily filled with apprehension. So it was a third party who saved my elder brother? Indeed, he is my savior. I ought to invite him to the finest tavern in the capital for a drink, but considering my sister is still waiting at home for me, I shall have to express my gratitude another day. Jiang set the teacup down, a look of regret crossing his face for his apparent lack of courtesy. Jiang Si inquired about the details, growing increasingly concerned for Jiang. The individuals who wished harm upon their elder brother were likely connected to the Inspector Nyo's predicament. Upon seeing their brother, would they not pose a threat to him in the future? If my second brother intends to pay his respects, does that mean you know the savior's name and address? Yes, his name is Yuqi, and coincidentally, he resides not far from our home in KZ Alley. Jiang Si absorbed the latter part of the conversation without truly registering it, gripping Jiang's sleeve tightly, her hand showing signs of strain. His name is truly Yuqi? Jiang looked at Jiang Si, whose expression had drastically shifted, puzzled. What is the matter, fourth sister? Regaining her composure, Jiang Si released his sleeve, using the motion of tucking stray hair behind her ear to disguise her flustered state, though her pallor remained evident, making recovery difficult. Jiang scrutinized Jiang Si with suspicion. Could it be that my sister knows Yuqi? Jiang Si managed a forced smile, but the name Yuqi lingered ominously in her thoughts, unsettling her. What does Yuqi look like? Jiang blinked. It is peculiar that my sister is so curious about a man's appearance. Noticing Jiang's silence, Jiang Si pressed on. Is he exceptionally handsome, a rare beauty? Jiang became even less inclined to speak. It made sense now why my sister was so intrigued by brother Yuqi. After all, he is extraordinarily striking, making it understandable that she would find it hard to forget him. If my sister were to discover that this Yuqi is indeed the same Yuqi, it would present an opportunity for their acquaintance. This cannot be. Yuqi's presence near a brothel indicates a certain flamboyance. And while such a character may be a fitting companion, he would hardly be suitable as a brother-in-law. No, Brother Yuqi is a robust and sturdy man. How else could he have rescued you from peril? Jiang Zhan inwardly praised his own cleverness. Jiang Si exhaled in relief, her smile growing more genuine. Then, second brother must remember to treat him to a drink. A drop of kindness merits a fountain of gratitude, especially when it involves saving a life. It seems I have been overly sensitive. There are countless men with the surname you ranked 7th in the world. And the Yuqi I am familiar with is merely an alias. Does fourth sister also know a man named Yuqi? Jiang Zhan asked, still concerned. I once encountered a man named Yuqi while out, and we had an unpleasant exchange, so he left an impression. Was he as handsome as Panin? Jiang Si reflected momentarily. That man was indeed exceptionally good-looking, shining like a bright pearl. I have only read of Panin's looks in books. But if I must compare, to be fair, that man possesses slightly less of a powdered appearance and a touch more gallantry. But what does it matter how handsome he is? The Yuqi I know is a scoundrel. No, that man had a face full of flesh, a fierce countenance. He is not a good person. A string of negative descriptors flowed from Jiang Si's lips. Then we must be speaking of different individuals. Brother Yuqi, though robust, clearly possesses a good heart. Let us set this aside. Second brother, in the future, you must avoid unnecessary complications. This time, someone has seen your face. It may lead to trouble. Jiang Si's worries remained unassuaged. Once that individual learns, I am the second son of the Duke of Dongping, they would think twice before acting recklessly. Jiang Zhan replied nonchalantly. He is not the sort to be easily intimidated. One cannot simply hide at home for fear of such encounters. Furthermore, regardless of the Duke of Dongping's standing among the nobility, the untimely demise of a young master would certainly incite panic, unlike the quiet death of an ordinary citizen. In any case, second brother, venture out less frequently. And when you do, exercise utmost caution. Suddenly, Jiang Si recalled that in her previous life, Jiang Zhan's death was caused by the debauched Yang Xingkai, who happened to be the grandson of the Minister of Rights. Could there be a connection? Yet, that cannot be. In her past life, she had never allowed second brother to wander into the alley by Bichuan Tower. A voice called from outside, and Jiang Si refocused her thoughts, beckoning Aman to enter. Aman hurried to Jiang Si's side. Miss, the master has returned and is currently stopping the elder master to count the betrothal gifts. Indeed. My second uncle is bound to create trouble, Jiang Zhan exclaimed with frustration, though usually amiable. His second uncle is most dutiful to their grandmother and will undoubtedly heed her wishes in this matter. Let us go and see. Jiang Si stood and made her way outside, with Jiang Zhan hastily following. The betrothal gifts sent by the Duke of AnGuo were being stored in a small storeroom at Huoming Hall, where Jiang Anshan was currently fuming. Second brother, step aside. Do not delay my visit to the Duke of AnGuo to call off the engagement. A calm voice interjected. Elder brother, please listen to me first. I am well aware of the situation. It is merely that the young man from the Duke of AnGuo acted foolishly. We can resolve this amicably. How do we resolve it? The Duke's household wishes for that woman to become a concubine. Not only would it anger elder brother, but I, as her second uncle, am also displeased. A common woman can be dismissed with a sum of silver. Once Si'er marries, surely her talents will compel that scoundrel to behave. Elder brother, calling off the engagement is not a wise course. Seeking immediate satisfaction may jeopardize Si'er's future. Jiang Si stood quietly not far away, nearly applauding Jiang Er's eloquence. Her second uncle truly possessed the gift of persuasion. Just as Jiang Zhan was about to speak, Jiang Si gently pulled at his sleeve, stepping forward. Si'er has arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Si approach, Jiang Er's expression softened into a warm smile. Jiang Si curtsied slightly, stating directly, Uncle need not worry for your niece. In my view, being distanced from a man like young Master Ji Sand is a blessing. I would consider it fortunate to remain an old maid for life. Si'er, you are still young. How could you understand the trials of remaining an old maid? Jiang Si flashed a sweet smile at Jiang Anqing. Father, if I choose to be an old maid for life, would you be willing to support me? Of course. Jiang Anqing replied without hesitation. Jiang Zhan immediately chimed in, thumping his chest. Rest assured, fourth sister, if you truly do not wish to marry, you still have an older brother. Whoever dares to speak ill of you, I shall deal with them. The smile on Jiang Si's lips grew more genuine. Her father and brother were not the most discerning individuals. They might even make erroneous judgments based on other smooth tongues, yet their affection for her was utterly untainted. Uncle, you see, neither father nor second brother thinks poorly of me. Do you believe that your niece's inability to marry brings you shame? Jiang Anqing glared at Jiang Er with disapproval. He had not cast aside his daughter. Who was anyone else to presume to do so? Sire, why do you say such things? That is not what your uncle means. Jiang Anqing kicked Jiang Zhan. I asked you to help, yet you wandered off. Get back to work. Jiang Er, caught off guard by Jiang Si's teasing, stood silently, watching Jiang Anqing and his son directing the servants in moving the betrothal gifts. Uncle, move aside. It would be unfortunate if you were to get your foot crushed, Jiang Si said with a smile. Jiang Er stared at her for a long moment before finally smiling and departing. Her uncle's temperament is truly remarkable. He remains unperturbed even in such circumstances, Jiang Si thought, a faint smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Guo Shi returned to the Duke of AnGuo's residence, only to have her carriage blocked by a doorman. Today, we are not receiving guests. Please return another day. The ordinary carriage hired on short notice was unrecognized by the doorman. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the lady inside was none other than the young master's wife. Guo Shi's maid lifted the carriage curtain and exclaimed. The doorman was taken aback and hurriedly opened the door. Guo Shi made a beeline for Madame Wei, the wife of the Duke of AnGuo. How did it go? Madame Wei inquired wearily. Chapter 14. Breaking off the engagement. Upon hearing the question from Madame Wei, Guo felt the urge to weep. My mother-in-law is unaware that the second son of the Duke of Dongping is utterly reckless. Upon returning home, he smashed our carriage, and my daughter-in-law had to hire another carriage to return. Could there truly be such a descendant? Madame Wei was taken aback. Indeed, the daughter-in-law had never imagined such behavior. What was the Duke of Dongping's stance? Guo let out a bitter smile. The Duke has declared his intention to break off the engagement, while their matriarch exhibited a desire for reconciliation. Seeing this, my daughter-in-law went to the flower hall, hoping the matriarch could persuade the Duke, but before any confirmation arrived, that second son burst in, threatening to harm her. Had she not escaped in time, she might have lost an arm or a leg. How outrageous! Madame Wei slammed the table in disbelief. The Duke of Dongping's household was of such high standing that they were unworthy of even serving the Duke of State. The Duke of State had already extended his courtesy by sending you to offer apologies. Yet the Duke of Dongping still dared to speak of breaking off the engagement. Such ignorance was simply intolerable. The daughter-in-law shared the same sentiment. Such a family was never meant to be aligned with ours. Otherwise, how could they have raised such an arrogant descendant? Was seethed at the memory of returning from the Duke of Dongping's estate in disgrace. Yet Madame Wei suddenly smiled, saying, this may turn out to be for the best. Mother-in-law? Guo was bewildered. Madame Wei's eyes crinkled with amusement. The Duke of Dongping's intentions are inconsequential. Everyone knows he has no authority. The household is effectively managed by old Madame Feng in domestic matters, while Jiang Shaoqing oversees external affairs. Since old Madame Feng is reluctant to break off the engagement, it shall not come to pass. Just wait and see. It won't be long before the Duke of Dongping's estate sends someone to discuss matters. How can you call this good? Guo questioned with skepticism. Madame Wei sneered. You are the wife of the heir to the Duke of State. How could some reckless young man dare to strike you? I had initially planned to placate the Duke of Dongping by offering them some benefits, but now, with this leverage, we can balance the scales. I suspect old Madame Feng is quite vexed at this moment. Guo felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. To use her dignity at the Duke of Dongping's estate to counter her brother-in-law's outrageous behavior seemed exceedingly unfair. However, she dared not express her discontent in front of her mother-in-law and merely replied, You are indeed thorough in your thinking, mother-in-law. The two women exchanged knowing glances and smiled. The maid, Han Feng, hurried in. Madam, the Duke of Dongping has arrived. Madame Wei's prediction was accurate. The Duke of Dongping's people had indeed come swiftly. Guo complimented. How astute you are, mother-in-law. A relaxed smile graced Madame Wei's face. I mentioned that during this time, my husband is not in the residence. I am currently receiving guests. Please invite the Duke to the front hall. Madam, the Duke is here to break off the engagement. Madame Wei froze, her smile faltering. What did you just say? Han Feng lowered her head, sensing the immense pressure. The Duke is here to break off the engagement. Then why haven't you invited him in yet? Madame Wei, ignoring her previous composure, rushed to command. Han Feng's face revealed concern. Madam, the Duke has also brought the betrothal gifts directly, and they are currently displayed outside our gate, attracting quite a crowd. Madame Wei felt a ringing in her ears, her body swaying slightly. Guo, alarmed, quickly steadied her. Mother-in-law? Are you all right? How could I be all right? Go find out if my husband has returned. Madame Wei pinched Guo's arm and instructed. Send someone to inform Darling to quickly invite the Duke inside to speak. The heir to the Duke of State, Ji Chongli, nearly sprinted to the entrance. almost retreating in fright at the throngs of onlookers outside. Why were there so many people here to gawk? Before he could even speak to Jiang Si, his expression soured significantly. "Welcome, my lord. I have failed to greet you properly. Please, come inside to speak." Jiang Si regarded the courteous Ji Chongli with an unyielding demeanor. Waving his hand dismissively, "What are you still standing there for? Take the betrothal gifts back to the Duke of State's residence." Seeing Jiang Si's men preparing to carry the betrothal gifts inside, Ji Chongli hurriedly interjected, "What is the meaning of this? We should discuss matters thoroughly first. This matter is not open for discussion. I am here to break off the engagement, not to celebrate." Jiang Si tossed a list of gifts into Ji Chongli's arms. Ji Chongli had no choice but to prevent the gifts from entering, hastily attempting to return the list. "Do not return it. I have a dozen more." Jiang Si pulled out another stack of gift lists. Ji Chongli was taken aback. The other party has evidently come prepared. The letter of cancellation has already been written. Have your father come out to stamp it, and the engagement will be nullified. Ji Chongli seized upon the opportunity to stall. "My father is out today and has yet to return. Matters of marriage are not for us younger generations to decide. If you are in a hurry, you may enter first and wait, or you can cool your temper and return." "Brother Jiang," a familiar voice called out. Ji Chongli turned to see the Duke of State approaching, and his lips twitched. Could it be that his father was an undercover agent sent by the opposing side? His timing was impeccable. The Duke of State strode forward, noticing the pile of betrothal gifts on the ground, his brows knitting tightly. He had not slept the previous night due to his younger son's troubles, and his heart had been heavy all day. Upon completing his business, he rushed back, only to find that his wife had failed to handle the situation properly, and the Duke of Dongping had brought the gifts directly. "My lord, we are both straightforward individuals. Let's not beat around the bush. I am here to break off the engagement." The Duke of State bowed deeply. "Brother Jiang, all the blame lies with me. If you are angry, feel free to strike your elder brother, but the engagement must not be broken." The Duke of State's humble attitude sparked murmurs among the onlookers. It seemed he greatly valued the union between the two families, and his willingness to admit fault was commendable. It seemed to many that a broken engagement was not beneficial for either party, and the Duke of State's attitude was promising. Indeed, with the Duke of State's stance, it appears he will discipline his son appropriately. Various voices chimed in, but Jiang Si remained unfazed, showing no signs of softening before the Duke of State's humility. "My lord, do you still recall the reason our families were joined?" "Of course, it was because the Jiang brothers saved my life," the Duke of State replied, recalling the past. "Given that, why can't you simply break off the engagement without hesitation? Is it that you wish to repay kindness with malice?" The Duke of State chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Jiang, how can you say that?" Jiang Si scoffed. "You insist that your reckless son marry my daughter, to me. That is repaying kindness with malice." The Duke of State studied Jiang Si for a long moment, noting his resolute attitude before sighing. "Very well. I shall abide by Brother Jiang's wishes." Once the Duke of State pressed his seal on both cancellation letters, Jiang Si tucked one away with a satisfied nod. "I never anticipated matters would unfold in this manner. I feel truly ashamed thinking of the assistance you once rendered me," the Duke of State admitted awkwardly. Jiang Si waved dismissively. "Do not take it to heart, my lord. Simply consider that the rain was too heavy that day, and I was not in my right mind." The Duke of State. Chapter 15. The prodigal son Jiang Si no longer cast a glance at the Duke of AnGuo, giving Jiang Zhan a light pat on the shoulder. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Let us go." Jiang Zhan stumbled slightly from the pat but quickly beamed with a radiant smile. "We're off. Everyone has worked hard today, so allow me to treat you all to drinks." The accompanying servants chorused their approval. Jiang Si shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhan and lowered his voice to inquire, "Where did you get the money? You little rascal, did you borrow it from him for those soup dumplings you bought for Seer?" Jiang Zhan chuckled. "As per the usual practice, I simply owe it to my father." "Forget your usual practice." Jiang Si, infuriated, kicked Jiang Zhan in the rear. With the engagement successfully annulled, both father and son were in high spirits. Jiang Zhan indeed managed to procure silver from Jiang Si and took several hard-working servants to a tavern to celebrate. "Drink freely today. As long as you stick with me, you shall never lack for wine in the future," Jiang Zhan proclaimed, raising his cup with flamboyance. "Thank you, second young master. We will follow you from now on." The servants raised their cups in unison. The group drank heartily, but soon heard voices from the adjacent room. "Have you heard? The Duke of Dongping's household and the Duke of AnGuo's household have truly called off the engagement." "Of course, I heard." The Duke of Dongping placed the betrothal gifts right at the Duke of AnGuo's doorstep. So many people witnessed it. Who would have thought the Duke of Dongping's household had such resolve? Huh. I think the Duke of Dongping is rather foolish. They made a momentary decision to call off the engagement. But where will their fourth miss find a better match than the Duke of AnGuo's family? The main issue lies with the third young master of the Duke of AnGuo's family. He is simply outrageous. Outrageous? That man merely laughs derisively. There are plenty of men who frequent brothels and have numerous wives and concubines. A fleeting infatuation with a woman is nothing significant. If the Duke of Dongping is so intolerant, I foresee that Jiang Si's life is destined to be filled with loneliness. Jiang Zhan's temper flared upon hearing this. He hurled his cup to the ground and stormed over, grabbing a man by the collar and shouting, "Speak again, and I shall tear your mouth apart." The man, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, stared wide-eyed at Jiang Zhan for a moment before stammering, "Who are you?" Jiang Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Oddly enough, the voice seemed unfamiliar. Another man seated across from the first had quietly begun to make his escape. Jiang Zhan suddenly realized, "Stop right there? So, it was you who was gossiping." He seized a plate from the table and hurled it at him. The contents splattered against the man's back, inciting his fury. "Who do you think you are? Why are you causing such a ruckus? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. I am the second young master of the Duke of Dongping. If you dare to speak ill of my sister, I shall turn you into a pig's head today." The man had already stepped outside, drenched in soup and seething with anger. He retorted, "Oh, so you are the brother of the girl destined to be an old maid? What a pleasure. Scoundrel, who says my sister will never marry? Without the Duke of AnGuo's family, she shall find an even better match." Jiang Zhan's exquisite eyes blazed with fury. "Stop dreaming. If you think the third young master of the Duke of AnGuo will marry a woman of higher status, that is indeed true. As for Jiang Si, I suggest you hurry back and comfort your sister." Unable to endure any longer, Jiang Zhan charged forward and knocked the man to the ground, raining blows upon him like a torrential downpour. "Someone is going to die. Someone is going to die." The man beneath him screamed in agony. The tavern staff, sensing trouble, hurried outside to summon the patrolling officers. By the time the officers arrived, the man had been beaten to the point that even his mother would not recognize him. In the end, Jiang Anqing had to pay the man 20 taels for medical expenses and an additional 10 taels as a reward for the officer to retrieve his wayward son. Upon returning home, Jiang Anqing kicked Jiang Zhan down in frustration. "You little wretch, you never give me a moment of peace." Jiang Zhan rubbed his sore rear, feeling aggrieved. "Father, this is not my fault. That scoundrel was slandering my sister." "Slandering your sister?" "Yes." Jiang Zhan hurriedly recounted the events, his anger boiling over. "If it were just me, I would have let it go, but that man had the audacity to mention my sister." I nearly exploded with rage. Giving him a beating was already showing mercy. Jiang Anqing fell silent. While he had no regrets regarding the annulment, the thought of his daughter's future weighed heavily on his heart. Jiang Zhan got back up and continued, "Does father think I should remain silent when others speak ill of my sister?" Jiang Anqing kicked Jiang Zhan down again, exasperated. "I am not stopping you from speaking up. I am just frustrated by your foolishness. Would the officers not have arrived before he could escape? This prodigal son has squandered 30 taels just like that." Jiang Zhan blinked. Father, you make a valid point. Worry not. I shall remember this. Next time, I will flee immediately after a fight. Next time, I will beat you to death. You ungrateful wretch." Jiang Zhan took off running. "You should rest. Your foot must be sore from all that kicking. I'm going to see my sister." Upon seeing Jiang Zhan appear in disarray, Jiang Si rose to greet him. It was only then that Jiang Zhan realized he had forgotten to change his clothes after the brawl. He immediately turned to leave, saying, "Fourth sister, wait. I will change first." "No need," Jiang Si said, tugging at Jiang Zhan's sleeve with a smile. "Second brother, just tell me what happened. I'd be worried otherwise." Jiang Zhan chuckled foolishly. Had he heard correctly? His sister said she would worry about him. Second brother? Jiang Zhan forced himself to suppress his smile and regained his composure. But as he recounted the tavern incident, his anger surged once more. Why bother getting upset over such people? A tavern is a gathering place for all sorts. A few drinks in, and they will spout nonsense. But, did he truly say that fourth sister is not angry? "Not angry," Jiang Si replied, brushing a chicken bone from Jiang Zhan's shoulder. "What is better than being carefree at home? As long as father and second brother do not mind me eating at home. That is enough." "Never. I will never mind," Jiang Zhan exclaimed. "Besides, this was not fourth sister's fault. Those people are simply ignorant." "Then why are you still angry?" Jiang Si asked playfully. I feel uneasy thinking about that man claiming Ji San will marry someone of a better family. Why should those who have done wrong escape unscathed while the innocent suffer? Jiang Si sighed inwardly upon hearing Jiang Zhan's words. Such is often the case in this world. Yet, she firmly believed that one should live righteously, for only then could one sleep soundly at night. Second brother need not be angry over this. I assure you, Ji Chongyi will never marry a noble lady. Really? Tomorrow, second brother will find out. The atmosphere at the Duke of AnGuo's residence was somber. The Duke was displeased with Madame Wei for failing to handle the situation properly and retreated to his study in a fit of rage. Madame Wei, infuriated, summoned her eldest daughter-in-law, Guo to express her grievances. Guo, swallowing her indignation, consoled her. Why must you be angry over such a shallow family? If you ask me, it would be best to annul the engagement. There are so many noble ladies in the capital. Once this storm passes, you can carefully choose a suitable match for Sanlang. At that time, the Duke of Dongping's household will be the one left fuming. You speak wisely. This time, I shall choose well for Sanlang and ensure that we regain our pride. Chapter 16. Lovers finally united. The capital, situated in the northern reaches, basked in the tempered embrace of early summer, a most agreeable season. Yet, for the officials attending the morning court, the air remained somewhat brisk. Arriving at the Qinxing gate before dawn, their robes and cuffs were already dampened by dew. The customary morning audience commenced promptly. Petitions were to be presented, or else they would depart. Emperor Jingming regarded his ministers with a tranquil demeanor, awaiting the moment when silence would allow him to retreat and complete his reading of the remaining documents. However, unexpectedly, Inspector Niu stepped forward, declaring, Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Oh, what concerns you, esteemed Niu? The emperor's mood shifted subtly, sensing that misfortune might befall another official. I charge Duke AnGuo with laxity in managing his household. Inspector Niu, well versed in the art of accusation, succinctly laid out the details of the case. The emperor's interest piqued. So, it appears that Ji San from the Duke's residence has developed feelings for that young lady? The notion of a man willing to sacrifice everything for a commoner was indeed more intriguing than the tales woven in fiction. Inspector Niu's expression darkened. Did the emperor truly grasp the crux of the matter? Was this the pivotal point of concern? Did Ji San and that young lady engage in any indiscretions? The emperor inquired further, seemingly unaware that no tragic news had reached him regarding the Duke's family. Both parties had been rescued from peril. They have both been saved. Inspector Niu replied curtly. Ah, should they have perished in a tragic romance, it would have made for a fine tale. The emperor mused. The assembled ministers exchanged glances, puzzled by a hint of regret that seemed to linger in the emperor's tone. Surely, it must be a mere illusion. Inspector Niu glared at the emperor, barely restraining himself from unleashing his frustration. Indeed, youth is often characterized by genuine emotion, the emperor conceded. However, the betrothal between the Duke of AnGuo's family and the Earl of Dongping's has already been arranged, which would inflict considerable harm upon the lady involved. Inspector Niu, please withdraw for now. I shall summon Duke AnGuo to the palace shortly for a stern reprimand. Unmoved, Inspector Niu countered. A mere reprimand will not suffice to deter the populace. Has your majesty considered the implications if others emulate the Duke's son? The very fabric of the great Zhou's order would unravel. Inspector Niu's lengthy discourse caused the emperor's head to throb. He hastily reassured, Your words possess merit, esteemed Niu. The Duke's negligence cannot be addressed solely through reprimands. Appropriate punishment shall be duly administered. Only then did Inspector Niu begrudgingly accept the situation. The young scions of noble families idled away their days, indulging in trivial pursuits, thereby corrupting the youth of the capital. It was indeed time for a firm correction. With Inspector Niu's accusations, regardless of how the emperor would penalize Duke AnGuo, the ministers present were acutely aware of the implications. Upon returning to their estates, they would summon their wives and advise. When it comes to our daughters or granddaughters' prospects, let us be discerning. Under no circumstances should we consider the Duke's son. What? The Duke's family holds a prestigious status? No matter how esteemed their lineage, Ji San's affection for a commoner had been acknowledged by the emperor, making any marriage to our daughters or granddaughters not only a disservice to them, but detrimental to our family's reputation. Summoned to the palace, Duke AnGuo returned home with a dark expression, making his way to see his wife. Yesterday, they had quarreled, and Mrs. Wei assumed he had come to make amends. Just as she was preparing to assert herself, she noticed the Duke's discomposed demeanor and quickly abandoned her intentions. What troubles you, my lord? Prepare for the marriage of San Lang and Xiaonyang. What did you say? Mrs. Wei's face paled. I said, let San Lang and Xiaonyang marry without delay. My lord, did I misunderstand? Duke AnGuo's face turned ashen. You heard correctly. I insist on their marriage. My lord, have you lost your senses? Lost my senses? Do you not know where I was this morning? Such an embarrassing matter cannot remain unaddressed. How many are already laughing at my expense? Inspector Nyo publicly accused me of mismanaging my household, and I was summoned to the palace for a reprimand at dawn. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wei trembled with indignation. Is it right for us to let our family matters be scrutinized? A mere lowly inspector neglects national affairs to meddle in our private affairs? Is he not simply indulging in frivolities? Silence. Duke AnGuo's frustration mounted. The right to present grievances is a privilege bestowed upon inspectors by the emperor when they speak. Even the emperor must listen attentively. Do you realize the trouble your words could bring to our family? Even so, I cannot accept San Lang marrying Xiaonyang, a commoner who has already brought shame to our name with her scandalous actions. Shame? San Lang's reckless behavior stems from your indulgence. Do you think I desire a daughter-in-law who has eloped and shamed our family? Duke AnGuo took a moment to compose himself. Knowing that mere anger would not resolve the matter, he patiently explained. Do you know how the emperor regards San Lang? The emperor evaluated San Lang. Even Mrs. Wei, in her confusion, understood that such evaluations were rarely favorable. The emperor remarked that San Lang exhibits genuine emotion. Duke AnGuo sighed deeply, knowing that the ministers present had heard this. With such words spoken, which family would still consider a match for their daughters with San Lang? Mrs. Wei, stunned, pinched herself to regain her senses and clutched the Duke's sleeve. Weeping, my lord, is marrying Xiaonyang truly the only option? Can we not wait? Perhaps a year or two, or even 3 to 5 years. By then, San Lang will only be in his early 20s. Marrying at that age would not be too late. My lady, do not be naive. If we formally bring Xiaonyang into our home now, we will affirm the emperor's assessment of San Lang's genuine nature, and this storm shall pass. Otherwise, our family will be the subject of ridicule for years to come. Can you bear the scorn of others when you step outside? Mrs. Wei, muffling her sobs with a handkerchief, replied, even if I am pointed at, I will accept it. In a couple of years, we can always find a noble lady from afar to marry San Lang. Duke AnGuo scoffed. Noble families from afar are not fools. Yet, I simply cannot accept Xiaonyang as my daughter-in-law. You must accept it, for it is San Lang's folly that has led us here. Given our current standing, we need not rely on our daughter-in-law's lineage to enhance our reputation. The emperor is supportive of the union between San Lang and Xiaonyang. Duke AnGuo fixed Mrs. Wei with a serious gaze, emphasizing, this is the emperor's decree. Mrs. Wei, despondent, nodded faintly. News of Duke AnGuo's reprimand swiftly spread across the capital, igniting the curiosity of the idle and eager to witness the unfolding drama. Before long, another startling revelation emerged. Duke AnGuo's son was to wed the very woman with whom he had attempted to elope. Jiang Si raced to Haitang residence, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, fourth sister, Ji San is marrying that girl who jumped into the lake with him. Ha ha ha, this is priceless. Those sycophants had the audacity to claim Ji San would marry a noble lady. Once Jiang Si had exhausted his laughter, Jiang Si interjected with a smirk, indeed. It seems that lovers have truly found their way to each other. Chapter 17. Second cousin. The notion that lovers ultimately unite is, in my opinion, merely a reflection of the saying that birds of a feather flock together. Jiang Si chuckled softly. They are essentially the same sentiment. Jiang Si burst into laughter, clearly growing more attuned to his sister's temperament. However, he soon ceased his mirth and curiously inquired of Jiang Si, how does the fourth sister know that Ji Chongyi cannot marry into a prestigious family? Jiang Si, with a playful smile, retorted, could it be that second brother was simply busy for naught yesterday? Her sister's cleverness sparked a gleam in Jiang Si's eyes. Jiang Si, beaming, added, it is not my prowess, but rather thanks to second brother's assistance. Jiang Si chuckled appreciatively. That is indeed true. A Qiao lowered her head to stifle a laugh as A Man entered the room, lifting the curtain. Miss, a lady from Cixin Hall has come to relay a message. The old matriarch wishes to see you, saying that the second young lady has returned. The Dopingbo mansion comprises 3 branches. Jiang Si's father, Jiang Anqing, is the eldest son, while the second young lady is the offspring of the second master Jiang. Presently, 2 daughters from the mansion are married. The eldest, Jiang Yi, wed to the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple, and the second young lady, Jiang Qian, who was married to the heir of the Chongqing marquis. In the eyes of the mansion's inhabitants, had it not been for Jiang Si's subsequent engagement, Jiang Qian's marriage would have been deemed exceptionally fortunate. Jiang Qian, possessing both beauty and wit, was the most adored among the 6 daughters by the matriarch, and Jiang Si had previously enjoyed a close relationship with her. Yet now, upon hearing Aman's report, she felt a wave of distaste. If possible, she would prefer never to see Jiang Qian's face again in her lifetime. However, this was not the time for petulance. With their grandmother sending for her, Jiang Si had no legitimate reason to refuse. Moreover, considering that her grandmother was already vexed about her broken engagement, it would be unwise to provoke further ire. Would second brother accompany me? Jiang Si inquired as she rose. Jiang Zhan quickly shook his head. I shall refrain from joining. It concerns the young ladies and seems rather bothersome. He had no fondness for his overly delicate second cousin. What? His fourth sister was delicate as well? He chuckled. It is only fitting for a sister to be cherished by her brother. How could an elder sister be the same? With an air of impatience, Jiang Zhan waved his hand and departed, intending to find Yuchiga for a drink. As Jiang Si and Aman approached Cixin Hall, they could already hear the sound of laughter emanating from within. Grandmother ought to smile more. Nothing is more important than your health, a young woman's voice chimed in. You have a sweet tongue, came the matriarch's playful admonition, laced with affection. The second lady must visit more often. The old matriarch's spirits brightened at the sight of you. Jiang Si could easily surmise that the flattery came from Mama Foam, the matriarch's trusted maidservant. The fourth young lady has arrived, Ah Fu announced, and the room fell silent as several pairs of eyes turned towards her. Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother. Jiang Si greeted the matriarch. With a dismissive flicker of her eyelids, the matriarch replied coolly, come sit. Your second sister has returned specifically to see you. Jiang Si steadied her heart and turned her gaze toward the young woman sitting next to the matriarch. Jiang Qian, with her loosely styled hair, willow-like brows, and oval face, exuded a charming presence. The ruby earrings and the gold hairpin adorned with rubies accentuated her youthful elegance. Jiang Si had thought that the journey from Haitang Courtyard to Cixin Hall had prepared her mentally, yet upon locking eyes with Jiang Qian's smiling gaze, an involuntary pang of resentment surged within her. In her previous life, she had wronged many, just as many had wronged her. But nothing compared to the revulsion she felt in Jiang Qian's presence. At that time, she had often criticized her family for their shortcomings and had grown close to the gentle and kind-hearted second cousin. So when Jiang Qian sent word after her half-year of widowhood, expressing a desire to see her, she had unhesitatingly paid a visit. Yet, it was during their meeting that she found herself ensnared in a trap laid by her brother-in-law, the heir of the Chongqing marquis, a predator waiting to pounce. And in that moment, her dear second sister had subtly obstructed her escape. Merely recalling that day flooded her with nausea. She could hardly remember how she managed to flee. Although she preserved her chastity, the humiliation and terror lingered, haunting her through countless nightmares. Staring at Jiang Qian's flower-like visage, she almost voiced the question that had plagued her for years. Why? What could compel a woman to assist her husband in degrading her own sister? Jiang Si, what of your manners? Have you no greeting for your second sister? The matriarch scolded. Jiang Qian reached out, taking hold of Jiang Si's hand. The chill of the young girl's fingertips caused Jiang Qian's brows to arch slightly. Fourth sister, have you suffered any grievances? Jiang Si abruptly withdrew her hand. Fourth sister? Jiang Qian was taken aback. The matriarch's displeasure grew. I do not feel wronged. Second sister need not pity me, Jiang Si replied coolly. She had always been competitive, but had never expressed it towards Jiang Qian before. Now, her words, though uncomfortable, did not feel out of place. Jiang Si, apologize to your second sister, the matriarch commanded. Jiang Qian quickly restored her gentle smile, saying, do not be angry with fourth sister, grandmother. She is feeling disheartened after her engagement was annulled. Not at all. I find it quite agreeable, Jiang Si interrupted Jiang Qian without reservation. While she could not lash out physically at Jiang Qian, she had no desire to play the part of the affectionate sister. Jiang Si regarded Jiang Qian's fair complexion and managed a tight-lipped smile. It is rather second sister's repeated mention of it that makes me uncomfortable. Jiang Qian's body trembled slightly, her smile faltering. Jiang Si, have you lost your mind? Your second sister hurried back upon hearing of your situation, yet you display no gratitude whatsoever. You must apologize immediately. The matriarch slammed her hand on the tea table, causing the cups to rattle and spill. With an innocent expression, Jiang Si replied, what has come over you, grandmother? There has been no quarrel between me and second sister. We are merely speaking from the heart. Why would I need to apologize? After speaking, she turned to Jiang Qian, second sister. Have I offended you? Not at all. Jiang Qian forced a smile, her gaze lingering on Jiang Si's profile, somewhat entranced. This sister of hers possessed an undeniably stunning appearance. Upon hearing of the annulment between the AnGuo Gong mansion and the Dongping Bo mansion, her husband, the heir of the Chongqing marquis, had lamented such beauty. Ji San is indeed unfortunate. Fourth sister, do you long for your elder sister, which is why you feel discomfort upon seeing me? Jiang Qian was reluctant to sever ties with Jiang Si and soon brightened her expression, saying, do not fret, fourth sister. Your elder sister may arrive shortly. Jiang Si scoffed internally. If Jiang Yi were to visit her, she would surely have to turn her own name around. However, Jiang Si's heart was filled with disdain. How pitiful it was that she had once been blind to Jiang Qian's cunning manipulation. Their elder sister, timid by nature, had endured a difficult marriage for several years, bearing only one daughter. The annulment was hardly a matter of pride, and under such circumstances, even if she wished to visit, her intentions would be thwarted. I shall see my elder sister when I wish. You think too much, second sister. At that, Jiang Qian could no longer maintain her smile. The matriarch, furious, exclaimed, Jiang Si, have you truly lost your senses? Why do you persist in opposing your second sister at every turn? Grandmother, did you have a nightmare last night? Jiang Si disregarded the matriarch's anger and abruptly posed the question. The matriarch was taken aback. How could she know that she had experienced a nightmare? Chapter 18. Dream. Old Madame Feng quickly concealed her unusual demeanor and retorted with displeasure. What nonsense is this? Last night, she had experienced a bizarre dream in which a pair of golden pheasants suddenly lunged at her. In a panic, she attempted to evade them, yet one managed to scratch her eyes blind. Suppressing her discomfort, her gaze towards Jiang Si grew increasingly hostile. She held no affection for this granddaughter whatsoever. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Su, had lost her reputation while still in the boudoir, yet was endowed with a captivating beauty that her eldest son insisted on marrying. For the sake of Su's lineage from the illustrious Yining marquis family, she reluctantly acquiesced. However, after Su gave birth to her eldest granddaughter, Jiang Yi, she became as barren as a hen that no longer lays eggs. Old Madame Feng sought to arrange for her eldest son to take concubines, but he, incited by that woman, even dared to confront her. Reluctantly, she considered allowing him to keep 2 secondary wives to expand the family, but Su would not tolerate even that. Her good intentions resulted in a gradual estrangement from her eldest son over the years, only easing when Su gave birth to Jiang Zhan. It was a pity that her beloved husband had departed just a few years prior, and her own son treated her in such a manner. Thankfully, fate was kind. Su passed away shortly after giving birth to Jiang Si, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Because of this, she harbored an inexplicable fondness for her young fourth granddaughter, though as the girl matured, her resemblance to the short-lived Su grew, causing that affection to wane with each passing day. Of course, she was acutely aware that a granddaughter was not the same as a daughter-in-law. The fourth granddaughter, with her exquisite beauty, might very well have a promising future ahead. There was no need for her to squander a good opportunity over trivial past grievances. Alas, the daughter of a short-lived woman was ultimately cursed, and the promising match she had hoped for slipped away. Jiang Si had keenly noticed the fleeting display of emotion on old Madame Feng's face, and, with a bright smile, remarked, I noticed a hint of darkness under grandmother's eyes. I thought perhaps grandmother, like me, had a restless night. I had a rather frightful dream last night, where 2 golden pheasants extended their claws towards my eyes. Old Madame Feng's expression shifted slightly, her hand concealed within her large sleeves trembling suddenly. Jiang Si also dreamt of golden pheasants? What a curious coincidence. An ominous premonition surged within old Madame Feng. Did grandmother not rest well last night? Jiang Qian inquired with concern. Old Madame Feng, a woman who valued her dignity, would never admit such a thing in front of her grandchildren. Regaining her composure, she replied, At my age, it is common to have restless sleep. Despite her words, the pleasant mood that had arisen from her favored granddaughter's visit quietly dissipated, leaving only a sense of vexation. Jiang Si secretly chuckled. In the family, her second uncle ranked second in old Madame Feng's affections, her eldest cousin third, and perhaps her second cousin fourth. Yet the first place would always belong to old Madame Feng herself. No one could usurp that position. Old Madame Feng was indeed a selfish and cold-hearted individual. She had learned this firsthand when, after Ji Chongyi's death, she had seized the opportunity to weep before her grandmother, sharing her grievances of remaining unblemished. With no mother to confide in, she had no one else to turn to but her grandmother. However, old Madame Feng had slapped her without hesitation, sternly warning her to keep such matters buried deep. There was no comfort, no protection, much less any support. Old Madame Feng had coldly questioned, "Is it pleasing to hear rumors that no man ever touched you until death? Do you wish for our family to never hold its head high?" Now, by invoking the word nightmare, Jiang Si deftly diverted her grandmother's attention, and indeed, old Madame Feng grew impatient with Jiang Qian's continued presence. As Jiang Si had anticipated, old Madame Feng soon raised her hand to support her forehead, exclaiming, "I must be getting old. I feel weary after such a short while. Qianer, since you rarely visit, summon the third and fifth girls to keep you company. Grandmother wishes to rest." Jiang Qian's lips moved. Was this her grandmother's way of dismissing her? Today had certainly taken a strange turn. First, she had been subtly pressured by Jiang Si, and now she was being sent away by her grandmother, despite having done nothing wrong. "Then I shall take my leave. There are many matters to attend to in the Marquis household. I will return another day to speak with my sisters." "Very well. Go ahead and take care of your affairs. Being married is not as carefree as being a young girl." Jiang Qian felt a pang of disappointment, yet her expression revealed only a fraction of her feelings, just enough to elicit sympathy from old Madame Feng, while the rest was quietly concealed. She understood the principle of moderation well. "Please see me off, fourth sister." Jiang Qian smiled at Jiang Si, appearing not to be bothered by earlier events. This time, however, Jiang Si readily nodded, "Of course." Jiang Qian secretly sighed in relief. If her small request had been denied, it would have seemed disrespectful, yet it would have been of no benefit to her. She had come home with a purpose, and leaving without fulfilling it would not do. The two walked along a familiar path, with maids following at a respectful distance. As they neared the gate, Jiang Qian paused slightly and softly asked, "It feels as though I have not seen you in some time. Why do I sense some distance between us, fourth sister?" Without lifting her eyelids, Jiang Si replied expressionlessly, "Elder sister must be mistaken." "That is good." Jiang Qian grasped Jiang Si's hand, relieved that her sister did not seem distant. "I know you have not been in the best spirits lately. How about this? I will send you an invitation later, and you can stay with me for a few days. What do you think?" Jiang Si gazed at Jiang Qian, her expression enigmatic. Why was her sister looking at her like that? Did she have something on her face? Jiang Qian instinctively touched her cheek, her intricately embroidered sleeve slipping down to reveal a small portion of her fair arm. She hurriedly lowered her hand. Jiang Si, sharp-eyed, noticed a faint bruise on the inner part of Jiang Qian's arm. "Very well. What does fourth sister say?" Jiang Qian seemed momentarily confused. "I mean, I agree. I'm just adding to elder sister's troubles." Jiang Qian had not anticipated Jiang Si's swift acceptance and exclaimed, "Not at all. If you were willing to come, it would bring me great joy." Feeling as if a weight had been lifted from her heart, Jiang Qian's steps became lighter. Jiang Si halted, calmly observing Jiang Qian and stating deliberately, "I await elder sister's invitation." That place, more terrifying than a nightmare, was one she would not shy away from exploring, even if it were a den of dragons and tigers. This time, she would bear witness to how the wicked ultimately reaped what they sowed. Standing on the steps, she coldly watched as Jiang Qian climbed into the carriage. Only then did Jiang Si turn to re-enter. As the carriage slowly moved, Jiang Qian lifted the curtain and peered back, her gaze lingering on the slender, graceful figure of her sister, filled with complex emotions. Suddenly, the young woman turned, her radiant beauty illuminated by the sunlight, truly breathtaking. Jiang Qian's hand trembled, and the delicate gauze curtain fell swiftly as the carriage sped away. Jiang Si smiled, lifting her skirt gracefully as she walked inside, catching sight of the head maid, a Fu, hurrying towards her. A Fu approached and bowed, "Fourth miss. The old madam requests your presence." Jiang Si nodded and followed a Fu back to the compassion hall. Old Madame Feng ordered the attending maids to withdraw, leaving only her trusted confidant, Mama Feng, who eagerly inquired, "Fourth miss, what dream did you have last night?" Chapter 19, Tea House. I dreamed of Jiang Si's eyes flickering, revealing a hint of fear. Lady Feng involuntarily held her breath. The three-legged incense burner on the windowsill exhaled fragrant wisps, a scent customary for Lady Feng. She was particular about this. Throughout the seasons, there were specific fragrances for each time of year. Yet, no matter the season, Jiang Si had always detested the aroma of incense. It was too overpowering, discomforting to her senses. In my dream, I envisioned two golden pheasants attempting to peck at my eyes, and I hurriedly evaded them. only for the two birds to fly towards my grandmother instead. And then, Lady Feng's gaze narrowed. Jiang Si paused briefly, swiftly raising her eyes to glance at Lady Feng, and I witnessed my grandmother unable to evade. As one golden pheasant scratched her eye, Lady Feng's grip on her teacup tightened abruptly. At her age, she had grown increasingly superstitious. Being awakened by such a bizarre dream left her unsettled, and to her astonishment, her fourth granddaughter shared the same dream. Do you recall which eye the pheasant scratched? The left eye, Jiang Si replied without hesitation. Lady Feng's heart trembled greatly. If she had harbored any doubts before, she could no longer dismiss them. The pheasant had indeed scratched her left eye in the dream. This was no good omen, and it was highly likely to come true. Otherwise, it would be illogical for both grandmother and granddaughter to dream the same dream. What happened next? Lady Feng inquired, gathering her composure. Upon witnessing the pheasant injure her grandmother, the granddaughter woke in fright, and that was the end of it. Lady Feng fell silent, contemplating for a long while before murmuring, "What does this dream signify?" Her words were initially a restless murmur, but to her surprise, Jiang Si interjected, "The implication is quite clear." Lady Feng stared at her, as if encountering a stranger in her own granddaughter. Jiang Si smiled slightly, pressing her lips together. "The moment I saw my second sister today, it struck me. My second sister ranks second among the young ladies of the Bo family, and as a rooster, those two golden pheasants must be her." Nonsense. Lady Feng's expression darkened. Jiang Si shrugged. "Initially, I hadn't thought of it, but after having that strange dream last night, my second sister arrived today. That's enough." Lady Feng slammed her teacup down onto the table, unwilling to hear another word from Jiang Si. "You may leave now." The granddaughter took her leave. Jiang Si rose, slightly curtsying to Lady Feng, showing no intent to persuade her further, and stepped outside. "Wait," Lady Feng called out from behind. "What further instructions do you have, grandmother? I do not wish to hear such nonsense from anyone else." Jiang Si smiled. "Rest assured, grandmother, I understand. In my past life, it was you who spoke such nonsense." At that moment, Lady Feng began to experience an inexplicable pain in her left eye, and within days, her vision was lost. Unable to endure the agony of losing an eye, Lady Feng summoned several doctors, but to no avail, and eventually resorted to consulting a fortune teller. The fortune teller performed a ritual, and the blame surprisingly fell upon Jiangzhan. Jiangzhan, being second in rank and fond of walking birds and playing with dogs, had coincidentally purchased a pair of parrots, and various signs seemed to align with Lady Feng's bizarre dream. Lady Feng was utterly convinced, and, in front of Jiangzhan, ordered the servants to wring the necks of those parrots. Curiously, shortly after the execution of those parrots, Lady Feng's left eye began to heal, leading her to harbor an increasing disdain for Jiangzhan. Jiang Si vividly recalled returning from mourning after Jiangzhan's death. Her father, usually harsh towards her second brother, had aged considerably, while her grandmother remained unfazed. At that time, Jiang Si believed her grandmother's demeanor exemplified the composure of a noble family in the face of calamity, only to later realize that it was not calmness, but indifference. With emotions already scarce, how could one feel sorrow? After Jiang Si's departure, Lady Feng did not appear as composed as she seemed. The fourth girl's words held some merit. "Madame Feng, what do you think?" Within the household, the second Madame Xiao managed affairs, and she often indulged Lady Feng's associates, prompting Madame Feng to speak in favor of the second branch. "That is difficult to ascertain. Speak candidly. After all these years by my side, do you not know my temperament?" Madame Feng quickly affirmed. Carefully considering her words, the old lady coldly observed the fourth girl's apparent distance from the second girl today. Perhaps there is some minor discord between the sisters. Then how should we interpret the fourth girl's dream? The fourth girl sharing a related dream with the old lady implies that the dream truly foretells something. Yet the old lady could not fathom its significance. "Let us hope it is merely coincidence," Lady Feng murmured. While Lady Feng conversed with Madame Feng, a maid dressed in tinder green arrived at Yashin courtyard, quietly inquiring with Axie before hastily returning to report to the second Madame Xiao. "Madam." Axie said that the second miss was reprimanded several times by the fourth girl today. The old lady was irritated by the commotion and did not allow the second miss to continue speaking. Perhaps the second miss felt discontent and returned directly to her marital home. Xiao's face darkened instantly. How outrageous. Having managed the household for so many years, she believed she had treated the first branch fairly. Qian had always acted like an elder sister towards Jiang Si. How could Jiang Si be so ungrateful as to make her daughter suffer? The more Xiao thought, the angrier she became, and with a stern face, she commanded, Go fetch Lu Posey from the kitchen. Unbeknownst to Jiang Si, Jiang Qian's hasty departure heightened Xiao's concern over the events at Cixin Hall. Even if she had known, she would not have cared. After leaving Cixin Hall, she sent a Qiao to inform Jiang Anqing and then set out with a man. The second floor of the tea house by the window provided a perfect view of the bustling street scene, and Jiang Si sipped her tea leisurely. A man took a sip, savoring the flavor. It's not as good as our family's tea. Drinking tea isn't tea solely for the taste, Jiang Si replied, her gaze fixed outside the window. What else is it for? A man inquired curiously. At that moment, Jiang Si spotted Jiang Zhan approaching from afar. Though not yet 17. His height did not stand out among the crowd, yet he was always instantly recognizable. The young man, as radiant as a pearl among gravel, naturally drew attention. However, what captivated Jiang Si was not her exceptionally handsome brother, but the birdcage he carried. The exquisitely woven bamboo birdcage contained a pair of colorful parrots. Of course, it's to block people, Jiang Si casually explained, her eyes following Jiang Zhan as he drew nearer. Jiang Zhan hummed a cheerful tune, his steps light, while the servant AG struggled to keep pace. Just as Jiang Zhan was about to pass by the tea house, Jiang Si tore off a piece of pastry and tossed it down, striking Jiang Zhan on the shoulder. Jiang Zhan felt the crumbs on his fair palm and, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Who is so?" The youthful, radiant face of the girl disappeared from the window. Clever, Jiang Zhan gasped, picking up from where he left off. Chapter 20. Lovebirds. Jiang Zhan hastened into the tea house, clutching a birdcage, and swiftly ascended to the second floor. Young master, are we not headed home? Aji hurried behind him. Upon reaching the second floor and surveying the surroundings, Jiang Zhan noticed Amon standing outside the third private room. Offering a respectful nod, he strode over, gesturing towards the door. Is your young lady inside? Indeed, came the reply. Jiang Zhan beamed with enthusiasm, pushing the door open with fervor. Fourth sister, look what I have brought for you. He approached Jiang Si, placing the birdcage on the table, and proudly inquired, do you know what kind of birds these are? Jiang Si gazed at the pair of vividly feathered birds within the bamboo cage, and her eyes glistened with emotion. The same individuals, the same pair of parrots, once filled with anticipation, had uttered the same words. Fourth sister, look what I have brought for you. How had she responded back then? She had glanced at the parrot and coldly remarked, where did second brother acquire these parrots? I believe he has been deceived. Such parrots cannot learn human speech. At that moment, Jiang Zhan had departed with a crestfallen expression, unaware that he would secretly nurture the parrots. When their grandmother commanded that the parrots be killed, second brother had desperately defended them, and as the lifeless birds were unceremoniously discarded, he sat on the ground, dejectedly repeating, they could say congratulations. It was then that she first felt regret, longing to apologize to second brother, yet unable to overcome her pride. This reluctance lingered until her marriage. Jiang Si wished to dwell no further on those memories, for they were like thorns buried deep within her heart, causing excruciating pain at the slightest touch. Why is fourth sister crying? Jiang Zhan was taken aback by the glimmer of tears in Jiang Si's eyes, hastily lifting the birdcage. Did I frighten you? Jiang Si dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and smiled. I suddenly recalled the origin of these birds' names, which moved me. Their names? Jiang Zhan was momentarily perplexed. Jiang Si pointed to the golden-feathered parrot and explained, this type of parrot is also known as the lovebird. They thrive only in pairs. When one of the two parrots dies, the other soon follows. Oh. Fourth sister's interpretation is akin to that of Brother Yuqi. Jiang Si's expression faltered slightly. Brother Yuqi mentioned that few are aware of the origin of this parrot's name. It seems I had been deceived. What connection did these parrots brought by second brother have with Brother Yuqi? Although Jiang Si knew they were not the same person, she felt a twinge of discomfort at the mention of Yuqi. Today, I visited Brother Yuqi for drinks, and was surprised to find he had many birds at home. As we drank, he regaled me with tales of their habits and quirks, and later he asked if I wanted to take a pair home. I thought, while I may not have the patience to keep such creatures, I could gift them to fourth sister. Jiang Zhan looked at the pair of lovebirds, pride shining in his eyes. Fourth sister, are these parrots not beautiful? They are indeed lovely, yet upon seeing them, I am reminded of the origin of their name. And that thought brings me to tears, Jiang Si replied softly. What shall we do? Jiang Zhan furrowed his brow, clearly troubled. He had forgotten that girls tend to be sentimental. Jiang Si gently stroked the bamboo birdcage, causing the pair of parrots within to stir curiously at her touch. I cannot bear to keep them. Second brother is also uninterested in their care. It would be best to return them. Return them? Yes. I see that these birds are vibrant and well cared for. Keeping them here would not suit them. They would be better off with their original owner. Jiang Si nodded. You make a valid point, fourth sister. I shall return these parrots to brother Yuqi tomorrow. Jiang Si rose. Since we are to return them, why delay their departure? They will surely struggle to adapt to a new environment. Despite the matter regarding the fortune teller not being newly revealed, she dared not take risks. Ji Chongyi and Xiaonyang's lives had already changed. Who could say what else might happen? Very well, I shall return them now. Jiang Si glanced at the birdcage with regret and suddenly smiled. Brother Yuqi has other birds. Perhaps I could exchange for ones that fourth sister prefers? Jiang Si hurriedly waved her hands. No, thank you. I have no interest in birds. Is it not said that girls adore small animals? If they were kittens or puppies, it would be different, for they possess more spirit than birds, yet they are still a hassle to care for. Jiang Si dared not reveal her fondness for certain small creatures. At present, she could scarcely take care of herself, let alone tend to living beings. Kittens are indeed adorable, but dogs are another matter. Jiang Si suddenly recalled the large dog that was inseparable from Yuqi, his teeth clenching in irritation. That wretched beast always gave him disdainful looks. One day he would have his revenge. The siblings exited the tea house side by side, and Jiang Si paused. Fourth sister, you may return home first. I will return the birds and then follow. Jiang Si nodded in agreement, and Jiang Si lightly kicked Aji. Aji, escort fourth miss home. If she loses a single hair, I shall hold you accountable. Second brother, please hurry back, Jiang Si urged. Jiang Si waved goodbye to Jiang Si, striding forward with the birdcage in hand. The Sparrow Alley was not far from there. Jiang Si walked briskly and arrived at a household within approximately 15 minutes. Before the door stood a crooked jujube tree, its branches adorned with blossoms, a sight to behold. Jiang Si approached and knocked on the door. Brother Yuqi, I have returned. The door suddenly swung open, and a large dog bolted out. What do you want? Jiang Si positioned the birdcage protectively before him, raising his voice. The parrots within seemed to sense the threat and began to stir restlessly. The large dog, however, completely ignored the parrots, blocking Jiang Si's path with an air of disdain. You are a guest. Step aside, you little beast. Woof. The dog suddenly bared its teeth and lunged forward. Jiang Si was taken aback and swiftly leaped to embrace the jujube tree. The dog regarded him with contempt before wagging its tail and retreating back inside. Jiang Si, his face darkened, jumped down from the tree and walked inside, undeterred by the peculiar glances from the household staff, all the while cursing inwardly. Cursed little beast. How dare you deceive me? Beneath the mimosa tree in the courtyard, Yuqi stood, clad in a blue robe, leaning against the tree while the large dog approached him, vying for affection. Brother Yuqi, I have returned. Yuqi's gaze fell upon the birdcage held by Jiang Si, and he frowned slightly. Jiang Si placed the cage on the stone table beneath the tree, lamenting, my family is impatient with keeping them. It is better to return them to you. Do you not like them? Oh. Jiang Si replied ambiguously. There are many other birds. Brother Jiang can choose whichever he prefers. No, my family has no interest in keeping birds. Jiang Si increasingly felt that Yuqi was being difficult. Brother Yuqi not only saved him, but was also so generous. Such friends are indeed rare to find. Yuqi regarded the parrots within the cage, a flicker of confusion crossing his cold, jade-like features. Such beautiful birds are not appreciated? He lowered his gaze to the large dog beside him. Jiang Si nearly jumped. That fierce and ugly dog is even less acceptable. The large dog, woof. Chapter 21. Foraging for herbs. Jiang Si did not return home, but resolutely decided to take a stroll by the willow embankment. The young servant, Aji, was anxious. Fourth miss, let me escort you back to the manor. Otherwise, the young master will scold me if he finds out. A man scoffed. Our young lady is merely going for a walk by the willow embankment. She is not venturing into a den of tigers. Why are you so nervous? After all, they had been to Mou Lake to rescue someone and set a fire the previous night. It was absurd to be fussed over by a mere servant under the bright sun. Oh, my dear sister, a man. Why are you fanning the flames instead of advising him? Aji said with a bitter smile, making a gesture of surrender. A man shot him a glance. You are mistaken. I am not fanning the flames. I would accompany our young lady, even if she were to enter a den of tigers. That is simply how it is. Unable to argue with a man, Aji kicked a small stone in irritation and, holding on to a glimmer of hope, suggested, Fourth miss, it's almost time for dinner. Why don't we head back to the manor first, and after dinner, the young master can accompany you out. Jiang Si finally spoke. If my second brother is angry with you, I will speak to him. Aji opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from further protest. After all, she was the mistress. Where could a mere servant prevent her from going wherever she wished? He could only hope the young master would go easy on him. Jiang Si's intention to stroll by the willow embankment was certainly not as simple as it appeared. She was there to gather herbs, though she had no medical expertise. She had learned some peculiar prescriptions from the elder of the Wumyu tribe, each possessing remarkable uses, requiring an array of bizarre herbs. This time, she sought an herb known as bai jiao, which grew beneath a century-old willow tree. Bai jiao resembled ordinary grass, and whether ingested alone by humans or animals, it bore no adverse effects. However, when properly prepared, it held significant benefits. The only way to identify this herb was through its aroma. By the Jinshui River, lush greenery abounded, and century-old willow trees were not uncommon. It was early summer, and many people were strolling along the willow embankment, young and old alike. Occasionally, a group of mischievous children would dash past Jiang Si and her companions, leaving behind a trail of laughter like silver bells. At such moments, Aji would widen his eyes and shout, "You little rascals, be careful. If you bump into someone, you won't get off lightly." "Enough. Why are you arguing with the children?" a man retorted, annoyed that Aji's loud exclamations spoiled the ambience. Aji, slightly disgruntled, replied, "I'm just worried they might bump into the young lady. She has me to protect her." Yes, a man is the most capable. As the servant and maid exchanged banter, Jiang Si had already moved ahead. "Miss, wait for me." A man hurried to catch up. Jiang Si paused by a green willow and asked a man, her delicate fingers tracing the willow branches, "Can you weave flower baskets?" A man chuckled, "I can gather flowers." I can weave baskets." Aji chimed in eagerly. A man scoffed, "What are you boasting about? Even if you can weave flowers, you still cannot be the young lady's personal maid." "Well, if Aji weaves a flower basket and I gather some fresh flowers, it would be nice to bring them back to the manor to display," a man suggested, and both Aji and a man promptly set to work. Seeing them busy, Jiang Si quietly moved around to the back of the willow tree, crouched down, and took a deep breath. After finding the bai jiao, she carefully wrapped it in a handkerchief. By the time the flower basket was completed and filled with fresh blooms, she had gathered enough bai jiao. "Let us head back." Suddenly, a crowd surged towards one direction along the willow embankment, gasps echoing, "Oh no, someone has jumped into the river." "Miss?" A man looked at Jiang Si. "Let us go take a look." Aji quickly intervened. "Fourth miss, there are too many people by the river and the path is slippery. We should not go over. There's nothing worth seeing in a river incident." Heaven forbid. If it were the young master instead of the fourth miss, he would likely run even faster. Jiang Si smiled. "I merely wish to see what has happened." She understood the importance of acting within her limits. In a public space with all eyes upon her, could she truly strip off her clothes and jump into the river to save someone? Hearing that there was excitement to behold without worrying about Jiang Si's safety, Aji cheered up and dashed forward. The riverbank was already crowded with people. Aji, with his thick skin and agile figure, squeezed his way in and, after some time amidst the crowd's curses, emerged to report to Jiang Si. "Fourth miss, the one who jumped into the river is a woman who has just been rescued. She is now sitting by the riverbank, crying." The woman's wails pierced through the crowd, reaching Jiang Si's ears. "I can't find my Nyunyo. I don't want to live anymore." Aji relayed the gossip he had overheard. "They say the woman who jumped is a tofu seller, known as Tofu Shisher. She lost her husband early on and raised her daughter alone. No one expected her daughter to go missing just a few days ago. How tragic. Has no one reported to the authorities?" A man asked impulsively. "They have, but who can keep track of every woman and child that goes missing every year? The authorities are overwhelmed." Aji sighed, seizing the opportunity to advise Jiang Si. "Fourth miss, I've told you the outside world is dangerous. Let us hurry back to the manor." The woman's cries grew louder. "My daughter is only 14. While other children play, mine has never left my side, spending all day grinding tofu. She has never enjoyed a day of carefree happiness." "Nyonyo, where are you? Come back." "Fourth miss, let us go back." A man felt a weight in her heart, as if a stone were pressing down on her. The woman was supported by others as she staggered out of the crowd. Or rather, she was being dragged along. Her body sagged, leaving long trails on the ground, yet despite her disheveled state, traces of her youthful beauty remained on her desperate face. Suddenly, the woman's dazed eyes sparkled with an astonishing light as she broke free from her supporters and rushed towards Jiang Si. A man reacted swiftly. stepping in front of Jiang Si. The woman rushed past them like a gust of wind, and Jiang Si caught a faint, sour scent. Nuno, Nuno. The woman ran at great speed, grabbing the sleeve of a girl in blue. The cries of maids and matrons echoed. You mad woman, let go of our young lady. Get away. Bring my Nuno back to me. The woman, in a frenzy, endured punches and kicks from the maids, her grip on the girl's sleeve unwavering. Nuno, it's your mother. Just look at me. The girl turned her head, slightly furrowing her brow. Auntie, please let go. You've mistaken me for someone else. Upon seeing the girl's face clearly, the woman's grip slackened in a daze. Jiang Si observed the light in the woman's eyes extinguish rapidly, replaced by a cold, gray emptiness. Madam, you should return. Perhaps Nuno has already gone home. Someone nearby kindly advised as the woman had startled a noble. Nuno, I must go home to find my Nuno. The woman, in a frenzied state, dashed forward. The girl pursed her lips, and as she turned her head, her gaze met Jiang Si's. You are Jiang Si, the fourth miss? Jiang Si raised her eyebrows in surprise. What a coincidence that she would encounter a young lady from the AnGuo Duke's residence while out gathering herbs. Chapter 22 Encounter the young lady, Ji Fenghua, is the only daughter of the second branch of the AnGuo family. Due to her singular status, she is cherished by her elders and has developed a vivacious and cheerful disposition. During her time in the AnGuo residence, Jiang Si felt as if she were ensnared in a cage. Ji Chongyi ignored her, and the lady of the house was far from affectionate, leaving her to endure each day in a stifling atmosphere. In retrospect, the rare moments of conversation she had were with Ji Fenghua, who occasionally came to visit her. Despite her disdain for the AnGuo family, Jiang Si held no ill will toward Ji Fenghua and smiled in response. Indeed, Ji Fenghua's heart raced with uncertainty. I wonder if Sister Jiang still remembers me? We met at the Lotus viewing banquet last summer. Of course I remember, Jiang Si replied. Ji Fenghua glanced around. It's rather inconvenient to converse here. Would you accompany me for a stroll over there? Jiang Si was somewhat taken aback, but composed herself. The two walked along the willow-lined path. You all can wait here. I will take Jiang lady for a leisurely walk. Ji Fenghua instructed her maids to refrain from following. Jiang Si signaled for A-Man and A-G to stay behind and continued forward with Ji Fenghua. By the riverside, the green willows danced gently, shrouded in a mist of melancholy. Ji Fenghua paused beside a willow tree, and Jiang Si halted as well. She could not fathom what Ji Fenghua might wish to discuss, especially after their families had severed ties. Ji Fenghua fidgeted with her handkerchief and suddenly bowed to Jiang Si. Why the formality, Miss Ji? Jiang Si stepped aside slightly to avoid the gesture. I feel I owe you an apology regarding my brother, Ji Fenghua said, her cheeks flushing as she feared mentioning Ji Chongyi would incite Jiang Si's anger, her gaze tense. Jiang Si smiled gently. Miss Ji need not apologize. I harbor no grievances. Even if she did, she could not place the blame on Ji Fenghua. She was too indifferent to care for Ji Chongyi's apology for her. It was far better for the lovers to remain distant. I know an apology holds little weight, but I simply wanted to express that my brother is quite a good person. Jiang Si interrupted her with a smile. I appreciate your sentiment, Miss Ji, but please, let us not speak of others. I truly do not mind in the least. Jiang Si's reply caught Ji Fenghua off guard. She had braced herself for resentment, expecting to be blamed, yet the response was unexpectedly mild. Gazing at the serene expression on Jiang Si's exquisitely beautiful face, Ji Fenghua sighed inwardly. My brother truly is confused. Miss Ji, I must return soon. My family will worry. Forgive my abrupt departure. Take care, Sister Jiang. Ji Fenghua watched Jiang Si walk away, remaining still beneath the willow tree. She had ventured out to clear her mind, but instead of solace, she found herself more troubled. In the AnGuo residence, where elders were usually kind and siblings harmonious, everything had changed since the incident involving her brother. Even from the second branch, she had overheard disputes between her uncle and aunt, creating an atmosphere of profound oppression that stifled her breath. Thus, she had hastily left with her maids for a breath of fresh air, not expecting to encounter Jiang Si. However, meeting Jiang Si only deepened her vexation. The more she compared, the more she felt her brother had been blinded by folly. Miss, we should head back, one of the maids reminded her. Yes, Ji Fenghua nodded, surrounded by her attendants as they approached the azure-draped carriage parked nearby. The willow path soon returned to tranquility, countless strands brushing against the water's surface, disrupting the reflections of the graceful figures above. As Ji Fenghua returned to the AnGuo residence, her heart remained tumultuous. After much contemplation, she made her way to Ji Chongyi. Ji Chongyi, having caught a chill from falling into the water, had not yet fully recovered. The moment Ji Fenghua entered, a smile spread across his face. In the AnGuo family, she was the sole girl in both branches, and despite their cousinship, Ji Chongyi treated her as his own sister. "Is your health improving, brother?" Ji Fenghua inquired, unreserved as she took a seat across from him. "Much better," Ji Chongyi replied, pushing a platter of candied sunflower seeds toward her. "Sister, try these. The green plum is quite tasty." Ji Fenghua picked up a piece, her mind elsewhere. Sister seems troubled. Ji Chongyi observed her unusual demeanor with concern. She glanced at him, wrestling with her thoughts before finally asking, "Brother, are you truly set on marrying Xiaonyang?" Ji Chongyi was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. "Xiaonyang and I share mutual affection, and now, with our parents' approval, why do you ask? But brother, do you not think Xiaonyang is beneath our family standing?" "Sister, Xiaonyang is a good girl. Her humble origins are not her fault. Soon, she will be your sister-in-law, and I hope you can treat her kindly, rather than look down upon her background." Ji Fenghua pouted in grievance. "Brother, how can you say that? The disparity in our backgrounds is an unchangeable fact. Does my silence render it non-existent? What does this have to do with my regard for others?" "Enough, sister, I do not wish to discuss this matter with you," Ji Chongyi said, feeling a wave of irritation. He had already borne too much pressure from the elders to be with Xiaonyang and had no energy left to contend with anyone else. "But I met Jiang Si today." Ji Chongyi's frown deepened. "Did you hear idle gossip from Jiang Si?" Ji Fenghua tossed the plum back into the dish and stood up. "Brother, do not jump to conclusions." Jiang Si said nothing. "I simply believe she is a good person." "Where did you encounter Jiang Si?" Ji Chongyi asked, displeasure evident in his tone. "While strolling by the willow path," she replied. Ji Chongyi scoffed. "Sister, you were quite naive. Think carefully, what are the chances of such coincidences?" Ji Fenghua's temper flared, and she retorted, "Brother, are you perhaps muddled by your illness? You have already severed ties with Jiang Si. Do you think our family holds royal succession to orchestrate such encounters?" "Fenghua, you have lost your mind to say such things," Ji Chongyi exclaimed in frustration, coughing as he spoke. Ji Fenghua, seeing his distress, quelled her desire to argue, stamping her foot in exasperation. "Fine, brother. You are blinded by infatuation and will not awaken any time soon. I can only hope you do not regret this in the future." With that, she lifted her skirts and hurried away, leaving Ji Chongyi to pound the table in frustration. All he wanted was to be with the one he loved. Why was it so difficult? Upon returning to her residence, Jiang Si noticed that a Qiao appeared somewhat unsettled. "A Qiao, what has transpired in my absence?" Chapter 23. The colors from the second Madame Chi's eyes flickered with anger as she placed a food box before Jiang Si. "Miss, behold. This is the meal freshly delivered from the grand kitchen." In the mansion, mealtimes adhered to a certain protocol. The young lady's main courses consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a dessert. Chi meticulously arranged the contents of the box: a dish of mushroom braised chicken, a serving of kung pao rabbit, a plate of stir-fried bok choy, and a cold dish of shredded wood ear mushrooms, with a 3-flavor soup and a rue roll for dessert. "What is this? Why are there only 2 chicken heads in the mushroom braised chicken?" A man's face darkened in fury as she pointed at the dish. After washing her hands, Jiang Si paused for a moment, picked up her chopsticks, and slowly began to eat the rue roll, leaving the 4 dishes and soup untouched. "Miss, while you cannot eat the mushroom braised chicken, the other 3 dishes look quite appealing. You should try a little," Chi suggested. "The 3-flavor soup is too salty. The kung pao rabbit is excessively sweet, and the stir-fried bok choy is undercooked. As for the cold wood ear mushrooms," Jiang Si delicately prodded the evenly sliced mushrooms with her chopsticks and remarked, "They added too much mustard. 1 bite, and I would be in tears." "How do you know this, Mississippi?" Chi gazed at the beautifully presented dishes in bewilderment. A man, being impulsive, immediately grabbed her chopsticks to taste each dish. Upon reaching the cold wood ear mushrooms, she spat it out in haste, tears brimming in her eyes. "Just as you said, Miss, has the kitchen perhaps changed cooks today?" Jiang Si set down her chopsticks and smiled. "It's not that the cook has changed, but rather that we at Haiyang residence have received special treatment from the kitchen." "Are you implying they did this intentionally?" Jiang Si chuckled softly. Having offended Jiang Qian, the meals had suddenly become a source of ridicule, a rather uninspired tactic. "How outrageous. I shall confront the cook." A man stormed towards the door. Chi caught her arm. "Do not act rashly. The cook likely lacks the audacity for such actions." She glanced anxiously at Jiang Si. "Miss, Could it be that the second young lady has returned, and the second madam has heard some idle gossip? Jiang Si nodded approvingly. Our Chi is indeed astute. Chi's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Miss, how can you jest at a time like this? The second madam has been in charge for many years. All the servants in the house seek to curry favor with her. If she intends to make things difficult for you, your future will be troublesome. A man was already fuming. I will inform the master. He dotes on you, miss, and will surely seek justice for you. Those heartless individuals, if the first madam were still around, the second madam would not have the authority to act as she pleases. Now they dare to bully us just because we have lost our mother. Chi abruptly pulled a man back. A man, hold your tongue. Is it worth discussing such trivial matters? Jiang Si smiled gently, her tone devoid of any anger. Miss, should we truly endure this? A man stamped her foot in frustration. My father once said, a horse that is too gentle will be ridden, and a kind person will be bullied. If we endure now, we will have to endure forever. If we become submissive, no one will care. Jiang Si chuckled softly. Indeed, Uncle Jiang's words may be coarse, but they hold truth. Seeing Jiang Si's nonchalant demeanor, a man glanced around and suddenly lowered her voice. Why not let me capture the cook and give her a good beating? I assure you, no one will catch a whiff of it. A man's father was a close aide to Jiang Anqing and was quite skilled in martial arts. Since childhood, a man had trained under her father, easily capable of handling 2 or 3 ordinary men with her skills. That only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Jiang Si patted a man's arm and smiled. Chi, gather up the dishes that remain untouched and do not discard them just yet. A man, there are some items I need you to purchase this afternoon. I will write a list for you shortly. A man was about to protest further when Chi pulled her out. Standing under the eaves, a man said, Are we truly to let this slide? Chi glanced at the door and whispered, What is the hurry? The miss surely has a plan. A man paused. Recalling the day when Jiang Si had suddenly found determination in her eyes and had resolutely declared, I shall break off the engagement. A man, assist me. She nodded vigorously, albeit with some trepidation. Yet now, Jiang Si had successfully severed the engagement without allowing the AnGuo Duke's residents to have their way. You are right. The miss must have a way. A man finally managed to smile. Jiang Si retreated to her study, taking up her pen to write a list. Once she procured the items on the list, she could begin to prepare her medicines, which would form the foundation of her future security. As for the second madam's petty schemes, she would not let them weigh on her heart, nor would she waste a moment's thought on them. Certainly, while dismissing them as trivial was one thing, she had no intention of allowing anyone to trample upon her dignity. The entire afternoon passed as Jiang Si busied herself with the white-horned grass she had gathered, and the light filtering through the window gradually transformed into a gentle orange hue. Chi brought dinner from the grand kitchen, which, as per usual, consisted of 4 dishes, a soup, and a dessert. This time, however, the presentation was less than appealing. One dish of lotus balls was mostly burnt. Jiang Si, with her keen sense of smell, detected a strong burnt scent. Those scoundrels, do they plan to serve Miss leftover scraps tomorrow? A man was fuming, pacing back and forth in agitation. Pack these into the food box and bring along the leftovers from noon. I will visit the Compassion Hall to pay my respects to the elder madam, Jiang Si resolved, determined not to subject her stomach to further mistreatment. Old Madame Feng relished the visits from her grandchildren, yet her advanced age rendered her somewhat weary of the twice-daily rituals. Thus, she exempted the evening visit. Upon hearing that the 4th young lady had come to pay her respects, she initially hesitated but was inexplicably reminded of the dream she shared with Jiang Si, prompting her to nod for entry. Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother. I wonder if grandmother enjoyed her dinner? Jiang Si performed her greetings with utmost decorum, her demeanor impeccable. At my age, no matter how delightful the meal, I find little appetite, unlike you young folks, old Madame Feng sighed, gently rubbing her left eye. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Jiang Si, she was reminded of that dream. And with the thought of it, a pain seemed to throb in her left eye. During this visit, granddaughter wishes to discuss a matter with grandmother. Could it not wait until tomorrow morning? Jiang Si smiled. Granddaughter cannot wait until tomorrow. Oh, old Madame Feng narrowed her eyes, becoming serious. Granddaughter recalls that after mother's passing, the dowry left behind was halved when eldest sister married off, correct? Old Madame Feng's gaze sharpened, fixing on Jiang Si. The 3 children of the first house, according to her wishes, were to split Su's dowry, with Jiang Zhan receiving half and the other half divided between the 2 granddaughters. However, the eldest son disagreed, insisting that a man should not take his mother's dowry, and firmly divided it equally between the two daughters. This had caused her considerable displeasure for several days. What does the fourth girl mean by bringing this up? Granddaughter is now of age and wishes to learn how to manage her own dowry, Jiang Si boldly stated, ignoring old Madame Feng's piercing gaze. Chapter 24. Dowry. Although old Madame Feng concealed her feelings well, Jiang Si still noticed a fleeting stiffness in her expression after she mentioned the dowry. Jiang Si's mother, Su Shi, had passed away many years ago, and the key to the dowry had always been in the hands of old Madame Feng. Despite old Madame Feng's earlier proclamations that she would present the dowry when the three children of the main branch married, Jiang Si understood that asking for it prematurely was akin to demanding a piece of flesh from her. Su Shi, being the legitimate daughter of the Duke of AnGuo, possessed a considerable dowry. While the profits from the shops and estates were recorded, converting them into cold, hard cash was rather straightforward. Naturally, any earnings derived from that wealth would not be accounted for as part of Su Shi's dowry. The destination of those funds was glaringly obvious. Though Jiang Si had reached the age of maturity, she lacked the skills of a steward. Managing a dowry was no trivial matter. Her words caught old Madame Feng off guard, causing her tone to grow increasingly frosty. Jiang Si, however, maintained her cheerful demeanor, asserting that it was precisely because managing a dowry was challenging that she wished to begin learning immediately. Previously, Jiang Si had been betrothed to the third son of the Duke of AnGuo. As the youngest son, the household matters were not overly burdensome. However, now that the engagement had fallen through, one could not predict to whom she might be wed in the future. Jiang Si continued. Undeterred, what if I were to marry the eldest son of a family and lacked even the slightest ability to manage household affairs? It would surely invite ridicule. While being laughed at as trivial, being accused of neglecting the upbringing of a girl from our esteemed family would reflect poorly upon me. Old Madame Feng listened intently, her expression shifting. This was the first time she had recognized that her granddaughter possessed such eloquence, and yet, her arguments held a degree of validity. However, with the engagement to the Duke of AnGuo having been called off, Jiang Si's prospects of marrying within the next couple of years appeared bleak. With such a lengthy interval, and a substantial dowry entrusted to Jiang Si, old Madame Feng was reluctant to part with it. After a moment's contemplation, old Madame Feng replied, "It is commendable that you think this way, but one must take things step by step. One cannot expect to achieve everything at once. Here is the plan. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany your second aunt to observe how she manages the household. After 10 days or so, I will have her assign you a task. As for managing the dowry, you must first familiarize yourself with these responsibilities." Familiarizing herself with the sewing room, purchasing goods, and understanding social interactions, Jiang Si had much to learn. By the time she mastered all these aspects, a year or two would likely have passed. If, after a year or two, Jiang Si were to marry successfully, she certainly could not bear the stigma of embezzling her mother's dowry. The entirety of it would be delivered to Jiang Si without fail. Upon hearing old Madame Feng's words, Jiang Si's face reflected a struggle, yet ultimately, she shook her head. "I want the dowry left by my mother." Old Madame Feng's expression darkened. "Fourth girl, I have made my stance abundantly clear. Have you not understood? Do you think your grandmother would misappropriate your mother's possessions?" Jiang Si certainly did not believe such a thing. Old Madame Feng's demeanor softened. "That is settled then. You shall follow your grandmother's guidance. I would never wish you harm. But I need the money." Jiang Si insisted. "Cosmetics and seasonal garments are provided by the household, and you still receive a monthly allowance. Is that not sufficient? I wish to have a small kitchen to cook for myself in the future." Preposterous. Old Madame Feng's temper flared upon hearing this. It seemed this girl had been causing a ruckus merely out of whimsy. Madame Feng, standing beside old Madame Feng, secretly rolled her eyes. The entire estate only had a small kitchen in the compassion hall. Even the second lady's side did not have one. Yet here was the fourth girl, clamoring for a small kitchen. It was evident that a girl without a mother lacked proper guidance. The headmaid, a she, exchanged glances with a Fu, sensing that the fourth girl was in for a tough time. Jiang Si remained unfazed by old Madame Feng's anger, calmly stating, "I wouldn't dare act recklessly. It's just that if I don't get a small kitchen, I'll starve to death. I had no choice but to come to plead with my grandmother. What nonsense is this? To speak of life and death over a small kitchen, what will others think if they hear it?" Old Madame Feng rebuked. "A man, a Chiao, bring in the food boxes." Moments later, the beaded curtain lifted, and a man and a Chiao entered, one after the other, each carrying a food box. They knelt before old Madame Feng and bowed. Old Madame Feng, disinterested in exchanging pleasantries with the maids, fixed her cold gaze upon Jiang Si. Take out the dishes for the old lady to inspect. A man and a chow swiftly removed the dishes from the food boxes, filling the table. This is for lunch, and this is for dinner. Grandmother may taste them and see if they are palatable. Jiang Si finally wiped the smile from her lips and spoke coldly. Old Madame Feng glanced over, lingering on the evening's fare for a moment before frowning. Though the presentation is lacking, it is hardly inedible. I see these dishes have not been touched. If they haven't been touched, how would Jiang Si know they were inedible? Jiang Si chuckled lightly. It is precisely because they are unpalatable that no one has touched them. If grandmother does not believe me, she may have someone taste them. Old Madame Feng gestured to a she. A she was reluctant, as the head maid. Her meals were no less than the young lady's, and who would wish to eat this cold food? Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken as she promptly complied, picking up a clean pair of chopsticks and eyeing the dishes on the table. Perhaps I should try the cold dishes. At least they were meant to be served cold. And the flavor wouldn't have changed much. As she picked up a piece of cold wood ear mushroom and placed it in her mouth. But as soon as she tasted it, she hurriedly spat it into her handkerchief, coughing. What is the matter? Old Madame Feng asked sternly. A she, tears welling in her eyes from choking, replied. It seems they added too much mustard. A foo, go and taste something else. By this time, old Madame Feng had already formed her own conclusions. A foo sampled several dishes. While his reaction was not as dramatic as a she's, his expression was equally grim as he reported to old Madame Feng. The taste is somewhat lacking. The kitchen staff has become increasingly lazy. Jiang Si laughed. In the past, the food was quite good, yet today, both meals are like this. Grandmother, why not summon the second aunt and ask her? Perhaps she has changed cooks without informing you? Old Madame Feng did not immediately respond to Jiang Si's words, her gaze fixed deeply upon her. The young woman's delicately sculpted chin lifted slightly, allowing old Madame Feng to scrutinize her. Their eyes met. And old Madame Feng found no hint of retreat in those luminous orbs. Old Madame Feng withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and instructed a foo. Go invite the second lady here. Jiang Si couldn't help but smile. Once, a scoundrel had advised her that to have someone agree to a small request, one should first propose a condition that they would vehemently oppose. In that case, the smaller request would be easily granted. This was the principle of asking for a sky-high price only to settle for a bargain. It seemed he was indeed correct. Chapter 25, digging a pit and ignoring it. Madame Xiao, filled with confusion, hurriedly arrived from Yaxingyuan and immediately spotted Jiang Si. Though dusk had not fully settled, the room was lit, albeit dimly. The young girl turned her gaze, slightly lifting the corners of her lips, instantly illuminating the entire room. A wave of bitterness surged within Madame Xiao. Her husband held the esteemed position of the minister of the imperial household, a proper fourth-rank official, far superior to those noble offspring who drew salaries without wielding real power. This was the reason her daughter could marry into the marquisate. The Longxing marquisate valued not the pedigree of the daughter of the duke, but the capabilities and future potential of her husband. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered in Madame Xiao's heart. 2 years prior, the fifth prince, the current emperor's son, was selecting a consort. The chosen princess hailed from an unremarkable family, yet possessed extraordinary beauty. At that time, Qin had also participated in the selection banquet. Had she possessed Jiang Si's looks, perhaps she would have been the chosen one as the prince's wife. The Longxing marquisate, no matter how splendid, could not compare to the title of a princess. Of course, Madame Xiao dared only to entertain such thoughts in private. Jiang Qian's marriage was a matter of pride. If others were to learn of her regret regarding her daughter's marriage into the Longxing marquisate, ridicule would surely ensue. The old matriarch had yet to rest. Madame Xiao greeted old Madame Feng with a smile. Jiang Si rose slightly and curtsied to Madame Xiao, addressing her as second aunt. Has the fourth young lady come to pay her respects to the old matriarch? Madame Xiao feigned kindness, thinking that Li and Pei ought to learn from the fourth young lady, as the two girls had been spoiled by her, lacking any sense of propriety. A fleeting, mocking smile vanished from Jiang Si's lips. Li and Pei were the fifth and sixth young ladies respectively, both daughters of the second branch. Yet they were illegitimate. Madame Xiao could easily criticize them, showcasing her love for her legitimate daughters over the illegitimate ones. Old Madame Feng coughed lightly. Glancing at the dishes on the table, Madame Xiao was taken aback, suppressing her surprise and laughing. Did she imply something to Lu, the kitchen matron, this morning? Has Jiang Si come to complain to the old matriarch tonight? Madame Xiao couldn't help but glance at Jiang Si. The young girl's expression remained calm. Her lips slightly curved. Madame Xiao could hardly believe it. She had always managed the household. while Jiang Si was merely a girl without a mother's protection and had recently been jilted. How dare she act so boldly? Under normal circumstances, a young girl ought to be more subservient. Once she faced a few hardships and understood her worth, she would undoubtedly convey to Lu that no further tricks should be played. Madame Xiao's demeanor clearly pleased Jiang Si, causing her smile to widen further. In her previous life, Jiang Si had been one who sought to excel, deeply caring about her reputation. Had Madame Xiao acted this way back then, she would have hesitated to seek help from her family, not wanting her grandmother to think less of her. Most likely, she would have endured and sought a more suitable solution. However, now, if reputation could not afford her comfort, it was worthless. No one could disturb her peace. To inform you, second aunt, this is the lunch and dinner sent to Haiting Courtyard. Jiang Si stated coldly. What is wrong with the food? Madame Xiao feigned ignorance. It is difficult to swallow, Jiang Si replied bluntly. After you and Axie have both tasted it, if second aunt doesn't believe me, you may try it personally. Madame Xiao's expression shifted. Your words truly hurt me, fourth young lady. If you haven't eaten well, just tell your aunt, and I shall ensure the kitchen maid is well reprimanded to vent your grievances. How does second aunt plan to reprimand the kitchen maid? Jiang Si asked with a smile. I recall that Lu, the kitchen matron, oversees the kitchen, correct? Madame Xiao's earlier change of expression had merely been pretense, but now, she truly paled, maintaining her friendly smile while responding. What does the fourth young lady wish for me to do? By lowering herself so much as an elder. If Jiang Si were to be aggressive, she would not fare well in front of the old matriarch, and the household servants would perceive her as harsh towards her niece. Jiang Si pointed at the table of dishes with a cold smile. If one dish is poorly prepared, it could be a mistake. However, when all 4 dishes and the soup are inedible, it raises suspicion. If an entire meal is poorly prepared, it might be due to the cook's negligence. Yet both meals are the same. Jiang Si's smile held a hint of mockery as she regarded Madame Xiao. If misunderstandings arise, one might think that second aunt spoke ill of the kitchen staff, prompting them to serve such unpalatable food to their niece. Madame Xiao could no longer maintain her composure. Fourth young lady, your words sadden me. I have been managing this household for years. Am I truly such a person? Why the rush, second aunt? I merely stated that only an unjust person would create such misunderstandings. Does second aunt truly think her niece is unjust? Of course not. Madame Xiao forced a smile. Jiang Si continued to bombard her with questions, each more direct than the last, leaving Madame Xiao, accustomed to subtlety, feeling overwhelmed. Jiang Si's expression turned serious. If second aunt is unaware of the kitchen affairs, then it must be that Lu is deceiving both above and below. Seeking to impose her authority over someone like me, who has lost her mother since childhood. How does second aunt believe such a servant should be punished to serve as a warning to others? Madame Xiao hesitated. If Lu was indeed derelict in her duties, then she should be relieved of her kitchen position and sent to the sewing room. Lu acted under her orders, and transferring her to the sewing room was a significant demotion. If the punishment were any harsher, it would dishearten those who worked for her. To merely send a servant who had bullied her master to the sewing room, Madame Xiao is indeed quite benevolent. But what if Lu had bullied her second daughter? Jiang Si bluntly asked. Madame Xiao had never anticipated that Jiang Si would dare to confront her so openly. Forcing herself to respond. Lu has been diligent in her duties for many years. Even if your second sister faced this issue, we cannot leave the old maid with no means of support, as that would dishearten people. Well. Qian'er is already married and thus would never face such a situation, Jiang Si remarked, furrowing her brow. Second aunt is correct. Someone who has managed the kitchen well for years, how could they suddenly become incompetent? It seems there is more to this than mere bullying. Madame Xiao's complexion darkened further upon hearing this. It must be the bullying, otherwise, it would imply she had instigated the situation. As Madame Xiao's expression shifted, Jiang Si curtsied to old Madame Feng. Grandmother, you are the wisest. Perhaps you could enlighten me on the reason behind Lu's sudden outburst? What else could it be but that old servant's heart has been clouded? Madame Xiao interjected hastily, deciding to abandon Lu as her pawn. The fourth young lady is correct. A servant who bullies their master cannot be tolerated. Let her family toil in the suburbs for their sustenance. How does the fourth young lady find that? Jiang Si nodded reluctantly. Since second aunt has said so, I shall not pursue the matter further. After all, Lu has a family to support. Madame Xiao could only manage a hollow laugh. Isn't it you who leaves others without a means to survive? You sharp-tongued girl. Jiang Si gracefully bowed to old Madame Feng. Grandmother, I shall not disturb your rest any longer." With a slight nod, a man and a Qiao immediately cleared the table. Seeing Jiang Si no longer mention the dowry, old Madame Feng was eager for her to depart and nodded. "You may go." Jiang Si walked briskly to the door. Seemingly recalling something, turned back with a smile. "Today, second sister returned. I hear she did not visit second aunt. Do not be upset. Perhaps she will come again in a few days." With that, she departed. Old Madame Feng cast a cold glance at Madame Xiao, her expression unfriendly. Madame Xiao's heart sank. That wretched girl Jiang Si had left her a pit to fall into as she departed. Chapter 26. Embarrassment. Lady Feng observed her daughter-in-law, Mrs. Xiao, with a countenance that shifted between anger and disdain. Had this daughter-in-law, having managed the household for so long, forgotten who truly held authority within the Feng residence? How dare she extend her reach into the Cixin Hall? The words spoken by Jiang Si upon her departure ignited a fury within Lady Feng that was impossible to suppress. Why must Jiang Si be subjected to hardship in the kitchen, especially on the day when Jiang Qian returned? Clearly, news of Jiang Si's disdainful treatment of Jiang Qian had reached Mrs. Xiao, prompting her to confront Jiang Si. As a woman of experience, Lady Feng was not easily perturbed by the machinations of the inner quarters, but when such schemes were directed at her, she found them intolerable. Jiang Qian had not even visited Yaxing Courtyard, yet Mrs. Xiao sought out Jiang Si, indicating that she was fully aware of the events that transpired in Cixin Hall. For a woman like Lady Feng, who possessed an unwavering desire for control, such a situation was utterly unacceptable. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. In a sudden fit of rage, she splashed tea onto Mrs. Zhao's face, hissing through gritted teeth, "I am still alive." The tea, having cooled to a lukewarm temperature, was not scalding, yet for an older woman like Mrs. Xiao, the tea flowed down her face, leaves clinging to her hair, igniting a sense of humiliation akin to flames licking at her skin. "Esteemed matriarch, your words leave me utterly mortified. I cannot fathom what I have done to provoke such ire." As Lady Feng regained her composure, she glanced at the disheveled Mrs. Xiao. Although some of her anger had dissipated, a twinge of regret crept in. Perhaps she had overstepped. After all, Mrs. Xiao had overseen the household for years. And even if Lady Feng wished to disregard her, she ought to consider the dignity of her two grandsons. "Enough. Return to your quarters. Tomorrow morning. Instruct Lu Posey's family to leave the estate. Do not add to my vexation." Lady Feng softened her tone. "Rest well, matriarch. I shall take my leave," Mrs. Xiao replied, retreating in disgrace. Once she departed, Cixin Hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lady Feng surveyed Feng Mama and the others, her silence thickening the oppressive atmosphere. The tension rendered Feng Mama and the others unable to lift their heads, sweat seeping through their garments. Feng Mama was the first to kneel, followed closely by a Fu and a Shi. The other maids and servants remained outside, unworthy of entry. "Speak. Who was it that spoke out of turn?" Lady Feng extended her hand, reaching for tea, only to remember that it had been thrown at Mrs. Xiao. Her expression darkened further. A Fu, emboldened by the moment, rose to replace the cup with a fresh one before returning to her place, kneeling once more. Lady Feng sipped the tea, her fury still simmering, yet she acknowledged a Fu's keen perception with a hint of satisfaction. Is no one willing to confess? After another sip, her tone betrayed no emotion. However, the more she remained composed, the colder the hearts of those kneeling became. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, as she finally blurted out, "It was I. I spoke out of turn," seeing that it was one of her trusted maids. Lady Feng's lips tightened as she gazed down at a Shi, who was fervently knocking her head against the floor in desperation. In a matter of moments, a Shi's hair became disheveled. After second aunt left, a maid from Yaxing Courtyard came to speak with me. I, believing that second aunt harbored a maternal affection for her, could not help but share a few words. "I acknowledge my wrongdoing, matriarch. Had I known my words would cause such a ruckus, I would not have dared to utter them," as she continued to plead, her forehead turning bruised from repeated blows. "I truly understand my fault and beseech the matriarch for forgiveness. I shall never speak out of turn again. That is enough." Lady Feng uttered these two words, and as she immediately froze, fear evident in her gaze. "From tomorrow onward, you shall work in the sewing room." Observing a Shi's bloodied forehead, Lady Feng's heart softened somewhat, and she abandoned the notion of expelling her from the estate. Thank you, matriarch," as she slumped onto the floor, utterly despondent. From the esteemed maid of Cixin Hall to a mere servant in the sewing room, The blow to her dignity was so profound that she wished for nothing more than to vanish. Noticing Ashi's distress, a Fu, recalling their childhood bond, hurriedly said, "Matriarch, I will take Ashi to tidy herself." "Go on," Lady Feng replied coldly. After the tumult, she too was weary. "Feng Mama, you shall handle these matters. Any further indiscretions will result in expulsion from the estate." That night, the servants of Cixin Hall seemed to collectively mute their voices, not daring to breathe. Meanwhile, Yaxing Courtyard was no better. Mrs. Xiao returned, disheveled, and upon entering her quarters, she overturned a table, causing teapots and cups to shatter on the floor. Porcelain shards scattering everywhere. "What has happened?" The second master Jiang happened to enter, finding no space to step without treading on debris, and frowned. Mrs. Xiao, feeling both embarrassed and wronged, dismissed the servants and explained the situation. "Foolishness." The second master Jiang reprimanded immediately. "As an aunt, why would you take such petty grievances against your niece? Does this reflect well on you?" Mrs. Xiao felt a burning humiliation, seething. Who knew Jiang Si would disregard her dignity and openly challenge me? In other households, stepmothers have no qualms in making life difficult for their stepdaughters or the daughters of the main wife. Who dares to voice their grievances? Why is it that she is exempt from this treatment? Do not be so insistent. Do you believe the fourth miss is easy to deal with? She once had an excellent match, naturally valuing her reputation, but now it is different. In what way is it different? She has nothing left to lose. Mentioning Jiang Si dampened the second master Jiang's mood as well. He had not forgotten the humiliation he endured when his niece had outwitted him in the storeroom. Mrs. Xiao trembled in indignation, yet the second master Jiang coldly interjected, "In any case, that girl is now fearless, so keep your distance." Having delivered his admonition, he glanced at his wife, whose visage was more sallow than the tea leaves clinging to her hair. He had no desire to linger and stepped towards the western courtyard. Mrs. Xiao, receiving no comfort from her husband but only reproaches, watched helplessly as he retreated to the embrace of his concubine. Enraged, she summoned a trusted maid and whispered her instructions. The maid nodded and stealthily departed. Upon returning to Haitang residence, Jiang Si was met with a curious "Amen, miss. How did you know that the old matriarch and Mrs. Xiao would not dare to make things difficult for you?" Jiang Si smiled faintly. "It is simple. One who desires nothing stands firm. With no personal stakes, she could easily counter her grandmother's exorbitant demands with her mother's dowry. Lady Feng could not bear to relinquish the profits from her mother's dowry. Thus, when she turned her ire toward the second aunt, she could only observe passively. As for the second aunt, she merely assumed Jiang Si was a defenseless girl without maternal protection, believing she would resort to subtle methods for resolution. However, by the time she took action, the kitchen would likely have already ceased its operations, leaving her to suffer in silence. Unfortunately, the second aunt was unaware that long ago. Jiang Si had comprehended the distinction between face and dignity. Face is not as crucial as living freely, and to live freely, dignity must not be sacrificed. Rest now. Tomorrow will bring further excitement. Jiang Si signaled to a man and a Qiao to assist her with her evening rituals. A man and a Qiao exchanged knowing glances, both contemplating what kind of excitement awaited them the following day. Chapter 27. The Farsaman and Qiao were eagerly anticipating the lively events of the following day, restless throughout the night, resulting in their eyes appearing darkened by fatigue. In contrast, Jiang Si awoke with a refreshing clarity, having tidied herself meticulously before visiting Cixin Hall to pay her respects. Similarly, old Lady Feng had not enjoyed a restful night. As one ages, sleep naturally becomes more elusive. Coupled with the weight of worries, it becomes even more so, especially since the unsettling dream she had left her with a lingering ache in her left eye. Upon seeing Jiang Si, whose cheeks glowed like dew-kissed roses, old Lady Feng felt a pang of discomfort. Had it not been for the commotion caused by that girl the previous night, she would not have spent the night tossing and turning like a pancake. Here was a mere girl, already negotiating terms with her dowry. What might she do in the future? Old Lady Feng contemplated imparting a lesson to Jiang Si, but maintained a facade of composure. Madame Xiao, the second wife, accompanied by her two illegitimate daughters, arrived even earlier than Jiang Si. The sight of Jiang Si's radiant beauty only fueled her displeasure. Yet the thought of the message she had sent to Lu Posey the night before caused her lips to curl into a smirk. Soon, there would be a spectacle to behold, and she was eager to witness how Jiang Si would navigate her downfall. Enough, everyone disperse. Old Lady Feng commanded as she served tea. Madame Xiao, along with her daughters Jiang Li and Jiang Pei, rose to take their leave, followed by the third wife, Madame Guo, and her daughter Jiang Xiao. As the group made their way out, Jiang Si, being the younger generation of the family, naturally brought up the rear. Suddenly, the girl walking beside Madame Guo turned her head and raised an eyebrow at Jiang Si, exuding a hint of provocation. Jiang Si gazed at Jiang Xiao, reflecting on their history. The Dongping Marquis' residence was divided into 3 households. The third master, a concubine-born son, generally kept a low profile. Madame Guo, as a concubine daughter-in-law, also spoke little in public, yet their daughter Jiang Xiao was vivacious and loquacious. This was understandable, as Jiang San Lao Yi, despite being a son of a concubine, had only 1 son and 1 daughter, and Jiang Xiao had been raised in a proverbial honey jar. Yet, despite her sweet upbringing, Jiang Xiao had never gotten along with Jiang Si. Among the 6 daughters of the Marquis, they were of similar ages, with Jiang Xiao being a few months older than Jiang Si. The tension between them stemmed from the marriage proposal involving the Duke of AnGuo. When calamity struck, the Duke was saved by Jiang Anqing and Jiang San Lao Yi, and later sought to marry a daughter from the Dongping Marquis' household, with Jiang Si being the chosen one. Jiang Xiao, being older, naturally felt discontent, especially since Jiang Si, who was more receptive to soft words than harsh ones, had once retorted during a quarrel, "Who told you your father isn't a marquis?" This remark shattered the facade of cordiality between them. However, Jiang Si had long been prepared for Jiang Xiao's mockery, having endured countless whispers of pity since becoming a widow less than a year after her marriage to the Duke. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Xiao embraced her. Reflecting on this moment, Jiang Si offered Jiang Xiao a bright smile, leaving her momentarily stunned. Was it possible that the aloof Jiang Si was genuinely smiling at her? Not a sneer, nor a mocking grin, but a sincere smile? Surely, there must be a scheme at play. Jiang Xiao's expression hardened, and she quickly averted her gaze, unwilling to lose her composure as she marched proudly behind Madame Guo. The group exited Cixin Hall with great pomp when suddenly, a figure dashed towards them. The commotion took everyone by surprise, and they momentarily froze in place. The figure was rushing towards Jiang Si, and Amon, standing behind her, swiftly kicked out a leg. Landing gracefully, the figure collapsed at Jiang Si's feet, pleading with a face pressed against the ground. "Fourth miss, I implore your mercy. Grant my family a chance to live. I bow to you." It was then that everyone recognized the figure as Lu Posey. With the third household present, the gazes directed at Jiang Si shifted subtly. In a world where secrets seldom remain hidden, the uproar caused by Jiang Si the previous night had reached every corner of the estate. Jiang Si regarded Lu Posey, kneeling and begging at her feet, with a cold stare, and remained silent. "Fourth miss, it was foolishness that led me to offend you. I beseech your forgiveness. Treat my offense as inconsequential," Lu Posey continued, striking her own face with both hands, quickly transforming her visage into a swollen mass. Aside from the onlookers who had just exited Cixin Hall, several passing servants paused to witness the spectacle, whispering among themselves. Some felt a tinge of sympathy for Lu Posey. Indeed, although she had erred, banishing her entire family to the countryside was a harsh punishment. The servants, as a collective, naturally empathized with her plight, regardless of Lu Posey's usual demeanor. "Speak ill again, and I shall tear your mouths apart," Amon shouted angrily. Madame Zhao's fleeting glimmer of amusement vanished, as the pent-up frustration of the night was finally released. With Lu Posey's outburst, no matter the justification, Jiang Si's reputation among the servants would undoubtedly suffer. And once word spread, her prospects for a good marriage would be dashed. What could serve as a more effective retaliation than severing a woman's marriage prospects? Lu Posey's cries echoed, drawing the attention of even the maids peeking from Cixin Hall. "What is all this ruckus?" Old Lady Feng, who had been resting her eyes, suddenly inquired, her curiosity piqued. A servant hurried outside to inquire, returning shortly with the report. Lu Posey has inexplicably come forward, weeping and pleading with the 4th Mississippi. After a moment of contemplation, Old Lady Feng extended her hand. "Assist me in seeing this." "Madam, the old lady has emerged," a servant discreetly informed Madame Xiao, who subtly raised an eyebrow. The old lady's arrival was timely. Witnessing this farce would surely deepen her disdain for that wretched girl, Jiang Si. Lu Posey, upon noticing Old Lady Feng's presence, quickly glanced at Madame Xiao, who gave a barely perceptible nod. Suddenly, Lu Posey stood, exclaiming, "If 4th Miss cannot forgive me, then I shall atone with my life. I only hope you will spare my family." With that, she lowered her head and hurled herself towards the courtyard wall. Gasps filled the air as many closed their eyes, expecting a horrific cry that never came, replaced instead by an eerie silence. As the crowd opened their eyes, they found Almond had stepped on Lu Posi's skirt, leaving her in an undignified position on the ground, exposing her torn undergarments. After a moment of shocking silence, laughter erupted, with someone remarking, "Lu Posi certainly knows how to save." The laughter grew louder. Almond continued to keep her foot planted, looking down at Lu Posi with a cold smirk. "If you wish to die, couldn't you find a crooked tree to do it on? You'd better take responsibility for frightening our miss." This old wretch. No wonder the miss had instructed her to keep a close watch on her. She was indeed stirring up trouble. Chapter 28. Just don't let me hear it. In the midst of a bustling crowd, a woman's skirt was torn away, revealing undergarments with holes. Even Lu Posi, whose skin was thicker than city walls, could not withstand the humiliation and hurriedly reached to snatch the skirt from a man's feet. A man, with a stern expression, refused to lift her foot, and with a sharp rip, the earth-toned skirt was torn in two. Laughter erupted immediately. What a disgrace! Old Lady Feng's face darkened with anger. Jiang Si did not even glance at Lu Posi. Instead, she stepped over her and approached Second Aunt Xiao, her demeanor serious. If Second Aunt cannot even manage such a troublesome servant, perhaps she should reconsider her role as the housekeeper. What did you say? Xiao was taken aback by Jiang Si's directness, momentarily speechless. The laughter immediately ceased, and all eyes turned to Jiang Si. It was Second Aunt who had suggested sending Lu Posi's family to the estate in front of grandmother, and now, despite the situation, Lu Posi had the audacity to cause a scene here. Had they not already paid their respects to grandmother? If they had arrived even earlier, would Lu Posi have barged into the compassion hall? Jiang Si cast a glance at Old Lady Feng, a cold smile playing on her lips. Just now, Lu Posi threatened to take her own life. Had she entered the compassion hall, and my maid failed to intervene in time, would we not have seen bloodshed there? Would grandmother still be able to reside in the compassion hall afterward? Old Lady Feng's expression grew increasingly grim upon hearing this. Xiao was nearly breathless with indignation. Jiang Si was so sharp-tongued, showing no regard for her dignity in front of so many people. Second Aunt, you have managed the household for many years. To have allowed such a situation to arise, I can only assume you have been too lenient with troublesome servants, leading them to treat your commands as mere whispers in the wind. That is not the case, Xiao attempted to explain, but Jiang Si did not give her the opportunity. She knelt before Old Lady Feng, saying, "Grandmother, if in the future the servants imitate this behavior, running to their masters to threaten self-harm when dissatisfied with punishments, would the estate not descend into chaos? Today, Lu Posi could threaten me. Tomorrow, Zhang Posi or Wang Posi could do the same to other sisters, even to Second Aunt, Third Aunt, or grandmother. What reputation would our family have left?" The maiden's voice rang clear, like pearls falling on a jade plate, her words causing Old Lady Feng's face to pale and her gaze toward Xiao to grow increasingly hostile. "Old lady, what did I say yesterday? Xiao, are you so incompetent as to handle this matter? Should I be forced to expel her myself?" Old Lady Feng pointed at Lu Posi. Xiao's heart sank, realizing Jiang Si had seized the upper hand. It was not wise to escalate matters further, so she immediately shouted at Lu Posi, "You old servant. What are you still doing here? Hurry back to the estate." Lu Posi, terrified, bowed her head and quickly grabbed the torn skirt, preparing to flee this place of contention. "Wait," Jiang Si said coldly. "Does Fourth Miss have something to say?" Xiao's scalp prickled at Jiang Si's words. The threat of self-harm without consequence was alarming. It was no wonder she could not control such a troublesome servant. Jiang Si foresaw that once Lu Posi left the estate, she would not hesitate to tarnish her reputation without fear. I wonder who would dare? Old Lady Feng's voice cut through the tension like a knife, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Anyone caught in her sight instinctively lowered their heads. "Lu Posi, listen carefully. If you utter even a word about the estate when you reach the estate, your family need not remain there any longer." Lu Posi fell to her knees. I dare not. She bowed her head in apology, inwardly resenting Second Aunt Xiao. Second Aunt had assured her that today's commotion would ruin Fourth Miss's reputation and offer her considerable benefits at the estate. Yet now, with Old Lady Feng's decree, not only could she not speak ill of Fourth Miss outside, but she also had to remain vigilant, lest others gossip and bring her misfortune. Had she known this would happen, she might as well have gone quietly to the estate. And you all, anyone who discusses this matter in the future will be dealt with severely. Old Lady Feng commanded. The servants dare not. Everyone disperse. Jiang Si, stay. The crowd, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly exited. Jiang Xiao turned back, casting a curious glance at Jiang Si. Compared to their usual banter, Jiang Si's boldness in confronting second aunt today was quite impressive. Chower, let us go. Third Aunt Gui gently pulled Jiang Xiao away. What instructions does grandmother have? Jiang Si asked calmly. Old Lady Feng scrutinized Jiang Si from head to toe, her expression stern. Jiang Si, remember, a young lady who is too quick-witted may not be well regarded. She was not deaf nor blind. It was evident that her granddaughter had clashed with Xiao. She did not mind Jiang Si's outspokenness. A girl who had already been rejected in marriage had limited prospects, but if she tarnished the reputation of other granddaughters, that would not do at all. Rest assured, grandmother, your granddaughter understands, Jiang Si replied, seemingly oblivious to Old Lady Feng's discontent, offering her a sweet smile. Leave. Old Lady Feng found Jiang Si's smile irksome and waved her hand impatiently. A granddaughter who had become a liability was not worth her concern, and as for Xiao, it was time someone taught her a lesson after managing the household for so long. Granddaughter takes her leave. Jiang Si gracefully departed, encountering Xiao waiting by the roadside on her way back to Haiting Courtyard. Second aunt, Jiang Si greeted with a smile, as if her earlier confrontational demeanor had never existed. Xiao gritted her teeth in frustration. This girl had such a thick skin, she was truly admirable. Does fourth miss have grievances against second aunt? Second aunt thinks too much. My niece is merely addressing the matter at hand. How could I harbor grievances against my elder? How very matter of fact. Standing outside, Xiao maintained a gentle smile. But her words were not pleasant. Eldest sister passed away early, as your aunt. I cannot stand by and watch fourth miss stray from the right path without a word. Allow me to kindly remind you, words can be treacherous. The hardest thing to silence in this world is the human tongue. Though old lady has commanded the servants to refrain from gossip, is there really such a thing as a wall that does not let the wind through? When the time comes, will old lady really dismiss all the servants? This was clearly impossible. Jiang Si smiled sweetly at Xiao. I understand the principle that the law does not penalize the many. However, it is of little concern. I am resolute in one thing. I will seek you out when the time comes. After saying this, she elegantly curtsied to Xiao. Second aunt may enjoy the scenery. I shall take my leave first. Xiao stood by the flowering tree, glaring at the slender figure of the girl as she walked away, her heart filled with anger. This insolent girl would eventually receive her due punishment. My lady, second aunt is certainly cursing you in her heart, a man remarked, glancing back. No matter. Just don't let me hear it, Jiang Si replied indifferently. Chapter 29. The swing. Jiang Si returned to Haiting residence, immersing herself in the herbs. The white-horned grass gathered from the willow bank needed to be dried and ground into a fine powder. Taking advantage of the pleasant sunshine, a Qiao and a man meticulously spread it out in the courtyard. Jiang Zhan entered, carrying a bundle of items. And upon seeing a man and a Qiao in the yard, he cheerfully inquired, Where's your young lady? A Qiao promptly set aside her work, saying, The young lady is inside. I shall inform her at once. Jiang Zhan glanced at the items in his arms and quickly interjected, No need. Let me finish this first. Then I will call her out. A man and a Qiao, filled with curiosity, gathered around. Oh, a swing! A Qiao exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Jiang Zhan surveyed the area and selected 2 suitably distanced crabapple trees. In a mirti's worth of time, he assembled the swing, wrapping colorful ribbons tightly around the ropes. And chuckled as he worked, these ribbons not only look charming but are gentle on the hands as well. Now, who wants to give it a try? A man and a Qiao were taken aback, and despite their eagerness, they hesitated, saying, But the young lady has tried it yet. How can we go first? If I say you can try, then just do it. No need for so many words. Jiang Zhan replied with mild impatience, thinking that of course they needed to test its sturdiness before letting his sister play. Well, a man is quite agile. Let her go. Come on, a man. Jiang Zhan encouraged, patting the swing frame with a smile. A man stepped onto the platform, exerting a slight push with her feet, and soon she was soaring high. A man, be careful. A Qiao exclaimed, watching as a man swung higher, her heart racing as she soared above the wall. Unfazed, a man suddenly performed a backflip at the peak, executing a graceful somersault before landing steadily back on the swing. A Qiao gasped, covering her eyes. Jiang Si, hearing the commotion, stepped out onto the corridor to observe the scene. Young lady, swinging is truly delightful. A man exclaimed, jumping off the swing, her cheeks flushed with excitement. However, Jiang Zhan's complexion paled slightly as he hurried to untie the newly secured ropes, suddenly recalling that this swing was borrowed. He should return it. Sister, I was just joking. I've never heard of needing to borrow a swing, Jiang Si said, hastening over. What if fourth sister catches a chill from swinging in the wind? Better to take it down. Oh dear, fourth sister's maid is too reckless, planning to soar to the heavens on a swing. What if she teaches my sister bad habits? Jiang Zhan thought anxiously, quickening his movements at the thought of Jiang Si potentially falling. Jiang Si grasped the colorful ribbons tied to the swing and smiled. Second brother, I truly like this swing. Jiang Zhan paused, meeting the sparkling eyes of the young lady, and after a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. Since fourth sister likes it, let us keep it. But I must insist, you cannot swing like a man. We must avoid any accidents. Fourth sister has just ended her engagement and must feel despondent. Having a swing to play on would surely lighten her spirits. Understood, second brother. Rest assured. I must take my leave now. I have to go out shortly. Second brother is going out? Perfect timing. I need to buy some things as well. Let us go together, Jiang Si suggested, recalling a missing herb. Jiang Zhan naturally would not refuse, patiently waiting for Jiang Si to change into her outdoor attire before they exited together. Second young master, fourth young lady. They encountered a maid along the way, who hurriedly bowed. Fourth young lady, second young master, she greeted. After a few more steps, another matron rushed to pay her respects. Jiang Zhan gradually sensed something amiss and quietly remarked to Jiang Si, fourth sister, have you noticed how unusually attentive these servants are today? He had expected them to look down on her after her recent engagement ended, but their awareness was surprisingly high. Is that so? I didn't notice. Jiang Si replied innocently. This conversation was overheard by the matron who had just bowed. She rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, why are we being so attentive? Does she not know? After acknowledging their greetings, she scurried away, no longer blocking their path. Fearing the consequences of attracting fourth young lady's ire, she was known to make the second madam speechless. Jiang Zhan stroked his finely contoured chin, bewildered. I've never seen them fear me like this. Judging by that matroness expression, one might think I'm a monster. Second brother is overthinking. Let us hurry and leave the manor. Once outside Yuqian Alley, they entered the bustling street, where vendors called out their wares. What does fourth sister wish to buy? Jiang Zhan casually summoned a vendor and purchased a few candied hawthorns, handing the finest piece to Jiang Si, while distributing the rest to the attendant AG. AG, perceptively, offered one to a man, attempting to curry favor, and asked Jiang Zhan, young master, aren't you having any? What business does a grown man have with candied hawthorns? Jiang Zhan shot at Ji a glare, noticing that Jiang Si held hers without eating. He then asked, fourth sister, do you not like them? Jiang Si pointed to the veil atop her head, saying, it's inconvenient. That's true, Jiang Zhan sighed regretfully, but then added, you should still wear it. You look too lovely for those rascals to see. Upon reaching the capital's largest apothecary, Jiang Si entered with a man to purchase herbs, while Jiang Zhan stayed outside, finding the medicinal scents overwhelming. Give me one. Jiang Zhan reached out. Young master, didn't you just say grown men don't eat candied hawthorns? A Ji replied. Jiang Zhan playfully slapped a Ji on the shoulder, declaring, in front of my sister. I am a grown man. In front of you, I am a master. Do you have a problem with me wanting a candied hawthorn? A Ji stuck out his tongue, quickly handing a piece to Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan bit into the red fruit, squinting as he scanned the bustling crowd. The youth was strikingly handsome, and even while casually leaning against a wall, he drew the attention of passers-by. A group approached, and one of them, clad in splendid robes and holding a folding fan, grinned maliciously. Oh, if it isn't Jiang Air. Last time you ran off quickly, this time it won't be so easy. Jiang Zhan's expression shifted slightly. The ostentatiously dressed individual was Cui Yi, son of Princess Rongyang and General Cui Su, who had always sought to provoke him since their first meeting. Jiang Zhan, known for his temper, could hardly endure repeated provocations. After finally retaliating, he had thoroughly offended Cui Yi, though he was unafraid of a scuffle. His concern for fourth sister being inside the apothecary made him wary of a confrontation. As the crowd closed in, Jiang Zhan sneered, Cui Gongzi, with so many people around. A fight would surely attract the authorities in no time. I suspect you wouldn't want that, would you? If you wish to fight, let us choose a more suitable location. Cui raised his thumb at Jiang Zhan, saying, you've got guts, then follow me. Jiang Zhan silently exhaled, relieved. Let us go. Just then, a gentle voice from behind called, where is second brother going? Chapter 30, I have finished my shopping. Upon hearing Jiang Si's voice, Jiang Zhan's handsome face darkened instantly. He strode back, positioning himself protectively in front of her, and in a low, frantic tone, demanded, "What are you doing out here?" "I have finished my shopping," Jiang Si replied innocently, seemingly oblivious to the chaos outside. "Oh, who do we have here? A sweetheart?" A mocking voice chimed in. Jiang Si looked through the gauzy fabric at the speaker, her gaze frosty. In her past life, her second brother's demise had implicated all these individuals as accomplices. At that time, her relationship with her brother was distant. She paid little attention to his friendships or enemies. Only once did she overhear a conversation about how their father had severely reprimanded her second brother for associating with Yang Shinkai, the grandson of the Minister of Rights. Her brother had stubbornly defended Yang, claiming he had once aided him and that he could not betray a friend. This was something Jiang Si could not comprehend. The son of Princess Rongyang, Cui Yi, had a good rapport with Yang Shinkai, yet it was evident that her brother and Cui Yi had a falling out. How had they ended up in the same circle again? Her brother was unwilling to forsake his friend, not realizing that the very friend he trusted had cost him his life. "Don't speak nonsense." Jiang Zhan pulled Jiang Si behind him, glaring at the approaching Cui Yi like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, itching for a fight, but restraining himself for another day. As long as it was not today. Cui Yi, fanning himself with a gilded folding fan, laughed. "What? Afraid of scaring this little beauty? I never expected Jiang Ergongzi to be so tender-hearted. Mind your words." Jiang Zhan's anger was palpable, his temples throbbing. And although he was mindful of Jiang Si's presence beside him, he dared not unleash his fury. He was acutely aware of these individuals' unscrupulousness. They would indeed tease respectable women. While they might not resort to outright abduction of a lady from a noble house, their words could easily escalate. Or a scuffle might occur that could put Jiang Si at risk. Never had Jiang Zhan felt such frustration. If only he possessed the skills of his brother Qi. No. Even the capabilities of that wretched dog would suffice. "Are we not fighting?" The soft voice of the young lady resonated once more. The air fell silent, and several onlookers began to question if they had misheard. What did this young lady just say? "Fourth sister, be quiet." Jiang Zhan rarely spoke sternly to Jiang Si. He could hardly believe that his sister was putting him in such a predicament. "Haha, Jiang did you hear that? Your sister is eagerly awaiting a fight." Cui Yi's gaze remained fixated on the graceful figure of the young lady, laughing heartily while tapping the fan's handle. The onlookers erupted into laughter. "Jiang are we fighting or not? Why are you dawdling like a woman? Stop saying such things. The young lady beside you is still waiting," someone chimed in. "Yes, Jiang is even less manly than a woman now. When did he learn to act submissively?" Jiang Zhan clenched his fists tightly, fighting the impulse to smash the mouths of these insolent men. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Say what you will. I have no intention of fighting today. Make way." "Don't go, Jiang You want to leave, but your sister is not ready to go," Cui Yi teased, waving the fan and giving Jiang Si a self-satisfied smile. "Isn't that right, little lady?" "Of course not," Jiang Si replied coldly. Cui Yi's smile faltered, and he momentarily forgot to fan himself. What was happening? This girl changed her demeanor quickly. A man shot a disdainful glance at Cui Yi, sneering. Was he a fool? Of course, the young lady would support Jiang Ergongzi. One of the young maidservants discreetly scanned the crowd, silently counting heads. There were 5 of them, and she could certainly handle 3 or 4 on her own, leaving one for Jiang to deal with, as long as Aji did not cause any trouble. "We are in a hurry to return home. If you are not going to fight with my second brother, we shall leave." Jiang Si gently tugged at Jiang Zhan's sleeve. Jiang Zhan snapped out of his daze. "Yes, we should leave." Cui Yi stroked his chin, pondering. Something felt amiss. "Wait, when did I say you could leave? Who granted you the right to choose?" He sneered, blocking the siblings' way. "Can we please get on with the fighting? We really are in a hurry," Jiang Si urged, releasing Jiang Zhan's sleeve. "Ah, today has truly broadened my horizons." Cui Yi gazed at Jiang Si, suddenly revealing a grin. "What are you waiting for? Go and beat Jiang Once you've dealt with him, this little lady will be ours." "Aji, man, protect the lady and get her out of here." Jiang Zhan abruptly pushed Jiang Si behind him and swung his fist forward. "Let us go, fourth young lady." Aji, pale-faced, glanced at Jiang Zhan, who was being besieged by several men, and urged Jiang Si in a voice tinged with panic. A man remained composed, asking, "What should we do, young lady?" Jiang Si did not respond to A man, but instead asked Aji, with the second young master S skills, "How long do you think he can hold out?" Aji was on the verge of tears. 15 minutes, at most. He would last a bit longer if he could. But he had to ensure the 4th young lady's safe escape. If the second young master were beaten to a pulp, it would only be a matter of flesh wounds. But if they took advantage of the fourth young lady, it would be disastrous. 10 minutes will suffice, Jiang Si murmured. What? Ji did not catch what Jiang Si had said. Jiang Si's eyes were fixed on the familiar figure amidst the chaos, silently counting. 1, 2, 3. When she mentally reached 10, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted from all directions. The onlookers began to look around in confusion, with someone exclaiming, "Why are there so many dogs?" A total of 7 or 8 dogs, varying in size, charged in from seemingly nowhere, inciting a chorus of screams. Chui, who had been leisurely observing from the curb, was suddenly bitten on the backside by a large dog. Ah! Chui yelped, instinctively smashing the dog on the head with his fan. The dog merely glanced at him, growling and biting harder. Oddly enough, these dogs paid no attention to the crowd and instead focused solely on Chui, who was soon encircled in an instant. At that moment, Chui and Jiangzhan found themselves in strikingly similar predicaments, Jiangzhan surrounded by people and Chui by dogs. Chui was on the brink of tears. His situation was far worse than Jiang Er's. People could be reasoned with, but dogs were merciless. What are you all doing? Get these beasts away from me. Chui screamed hoarsely. Jiangzhan, having missed his kick and nearly twisted his waist, looked around in bewilderment, finding that everyone had vanished. Second brother, once we finish fighting, let us go home. What is happening? Jiangzhan gazed in astonishment at Chui, who was being harried by a pack of dogs. I don't know. I never expected so many stray dogs on the street. Jiangzhan chuckled. It seems even the dogs can't stand his arrogance. Wait. There's one dog that looks quite familiar. Chapter 31. The encounter as Jiangzhan spoke. Jiang Shi could not help but focus her attention on the several dogs surrounding Chui. These dogs had been lured by the powder she had previously scattered. Taking advantage of a moment during her conversation with Chui, she had stealthily flicked the powder onto him. This substance was known to drive dogs into a frenzy, quickly attracting others within a certain radius. She regarded these frenzied canines as mere tools to deal with Chui, paying little mind to their appearance. However, upon Jiangzhan's reminder, Jiang Shi felt a jolt of apprehension, her gaze fixating on one particular large, yellowish-gray dog, its lips pale. That dog looked familiar. A wave of unease washed over Jiang Shi as she suddenly turned to Jiangzhan. That was Uchiga's dog. Jiangzhan, realizing the implication, hastily pulled Jiang Shi aside. Fourth sister, we must leave this place at once. Jiang Shi was engulfed in turmoil, yet clearly, this was not the moment for inquiries. She hurriedly followed Jiangzhan away. As they approached the East Pingbo mansion, Jiangzhan paused beneath a tree, exhaling a sigh of relief. Jiang Shi glared at him, her demeanor frosty. Believing her anger stemmed from their earlier troubles, Jiangzhan attempted to placate her. It's all my fault. I've implicated you, fourth sister. In the future, you should refrain from accompanying me. What does second brother know of Uchiga's appearance? Jiang Shi suddenly inquired. Jiangzhan was taken aback by the question, stammering. Well, he has 2 eyes and a mouth, and he is rather tall, resembling a bamboo pole. Struggling to fabricate a more convincing description, he chuckled awkwardly. Why the sudden curiosity, fourth sister? Jiang Shi nearly laughed in exasperation at her foolish brother. Didn't you say Uchiga was robust? There is quite a difference between being robust and resembling a bamboo pole. Is there? Jiangzhan feigned ignorance, suddenly recalling his engagement to drink with Uchiga that day. You should head back first, fourth sister. Jiang Shi smiled. Actually, I would like to meet Uchiga to express my gratitude for his saving second brother. That is unnecessary. Second brother has already conveyed his thanks. It would be inappropriate for you, a young lady, to do so. Jiangzhan quickly declined. Thankfully, Uchiga's family was not closely related to the Bo mansion, providing ample justification to prevent their meeting. Then you may go. I shall return first. Jiang Shi agreed nonchalantly. Yet she resolutely decided to follow him discreetly to ascertain the truth. Jiangzhan secretly sighed in relief. His sister was indeed obedient. At that moment, a large dog came bounding over, carrying an exquisitely crafted sapphire blue pouch in its mouth. Thank you, AnGuo, for today, Jiangzhan exclaimed upon recognizing Uchiga's limping dog, bowing in gratitude. Although the dog often troubled him, it proved loyal in critical times. The large dog cast a disdainful glance at Jiangzhan before ignoring him and prancing over to Jiang Shi, wagging its tail joyfully as it presented the pouch to her. Jiang Shi grasped the pouch. Her heart stirred as she gazed at the eager dog. She recognized this dog as AnGuo and knew its leg was injured while saving that scoundrel. AnGuo had accompanied her for a long time. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was half its owner. She had never encountered a dog as understanding as AnGuo, which would often bring her treasures to seek her approval. However, as she looked down at the expectant dog, a sense of confusion washed over her. In this life, she had never interacted with AnGuo. Why did its affectionate gaze seem so familiar? The large dog emitted a muffled sound, clearly urging her. Jiang Si instinctively smiled, but was abruptly pulled behind Jiang Zhan. "Don't frighten my sister," he warned, glaring at AnGuo. The large dog bared its teeth and barked, then tilted its head, whining affectionately at Jiang Si. Jiang Zhan nearly exploded in frustration. This was no ordinary dog. It behaved like a lecher, treating them with stark favoritism. Encouraged by the large dog's hopeful gaze, Jiang Si opened the sapphire blue pouch. Inside were several golden leaves and about 10 round pearls. Jiang Zhan's voice tinged with jealousy. "That brat Shui Yi is quite well off. Look at this, golden leaves and pearls. Meanwhile, I have to borrow money from father just to buy dumplings for my sister." Jiang Si stuffed the golden leaves and pearls into Jiang Zhan's hands. "You keep them, second brother." Jiang Zhan, not one for outdated notions, grinned and nodded. "I've been a bit short on funds lately, but these golden leaves will suffice. The pearls are for you to enjoy, fourth sister." Jiang Si smiled and declined. "They belong to someone else. I do not wish to take them." Jiang Zhan conceded, understanding her point, and pocketed the golden leaves and pearls. "Jiang Si tossed the sapphire blue pouch to a man. Dispose of it in the fire when we return." The large dog, seeing Jiang Si handle the pouch, barked twice, gently tugging at her skirt. Jiang Zhan erupted, "You little beast, let go." The large dog shot him a look of disdain before lifting its lip. Jiang Zhan's heart raced. With such a formidable mouth and sharp teeth, what if this beast lost control and injured his sister? "You, calm down," Jiang Zhan said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet Jiang Si appeared relaxed. "Are you trying to lead me somewhere?" The large dog moved its head, placing its front legs on the ground, pulling Jiang Si outward. "I ought to return home," she sighed. Sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting a golden hue upon the dog, transforming its grayish fur into strands of gold. Jiang Si gazed down at AnGuo, her eyes filled with warmth. Yet she resolutely withdrew her skirt. She thought to herself that confirmation was no longer necessary. Her current priority was to distance herself from that scoundrel, ensuring their paths would never cross again. The large dog looked at Jiang Si in confusion before suddenly turning and sprinting away. Jiang Zhan's astonished voice rang out, "Yuchiga, what brings you here?" Not far off, beneath a magnolia tree, a young man in a green robe gently patted the large dog's head, his deep gaze drifting past Jiang Zhan to rest upon the girl in the white shirt and red skirt. Jiang Si felt as though she were under a spell, unable to move an inch. AnGuo went wild, and I came to find it, Yuchiga explained to Jiang Zhan with a smile, then looked at Jiang Si. At that moment, Jiang Zhan could no longer feign ignorance and introduced, "This is my younger sister. Fourth sister, this is Yuchiga, the one who saved second brother." Looking at Jiang Si, who was wearing a veil, Jiang Zhan silently felt relieved that his sister's face was hidden, alleviating his worries. The large dog tilted its head, suddenly leaping up to snatch Jiang Si's veil away. Jiang Si felt a chill on her face, the sudden brightness momentarily blinding her, preventing her from seeing the young man's features. The large dog wagged its tail, seeking praise from Yuchiga. Jiang Zhan thought to himself, "He is going to kill this wretched dog." Chapter 32. The prelude. Beneath the lush canopy of a grand tree stood a young girl clad in a white silk shirt and a red skirt. Though the resplendent sunlight was filtered through the leaves, it still managed to envelop her in a delicate halo. She was a vision of beauty, ethereal and captivating. The young man across from her found himself transfixed, forgetting to blink, as if the fleeting presence of such a person could vanish in an instant. Jiang Zhan coughed heavily, reminding himself of his existence. What were these two doing? Yuchi cast a glance at Jiang Zhan, his eyes, dark and lustrous like fine jade, concealing the flickering flames within. Jiang Zhan could not help but sigh. It was far too easy for this fellow, with such striking looks, to charm an innocent young girl. Yuchi nodded respectfully to Jiang Si. "Greetings, Miss Jiang." Jiang Si lowered her gaze to mask her emotions and slightly curtsied, addressing Jiang Zhan in a cool tone. "Since my elder brother's friend has arrived, I shall not intrude on your reunion. I will take my leave now." "Very well, fourth sister, do return safely." Noticing Jiang Si's distant demeanor, Jiang Zhan felt a twinge of awkwardness. As he watched her walk toward the Dongpingbo mansion, he turned to Yuchi and said, "Brother Yu, please don't take offense. My fourth sister is rather reserved around strangers." "That is how a young lady should behave," Yuchi replied. But before he could finish, A large dog darted out like a gust of wind, seizing the hem of Jiang Si's skirt and refusing to let go. Jiang Si tugged at her skirt in exasperation, scolding, "Let go." The dog reluctantly released its grip, turning back to Yu Qi with a bark. "Ernyo, come back," Yu Qi called, clearly taken aback by the dog's actions. Jiang Si shot him a glance, her expression suddenly cold. "Miss Jiang, I apologize. It is my failure to train him properly," Yu Qi said earnestly, then added with emphasis, "Ernyo, return at once." The large dog let out a long howl directed at Yu Qi, its eyes reflecting a hint of frustration. Jiang Zhan, barely able to contain his irritation, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Stop barking. If you don't behave, I'll let brother Yu stew you for dinner." The dog shot Jiang Zhan a disdainful look, as if to say, "What could you possibly do to me?" Jiang Zhan immediately sought to complain to Yu Qi, "Brother Yu, you must discipline your Ernyo. Don't frighten my sister." "Ernyo." Yu Qi's expression darkened. The dog, sensing its owner's genuine displeasure, paused for a moment before suddenly leaping to bite the pouch tied at Jiang Si's waist, then turned to flee. For a brief moment, everyone stood in stunned silence. Eventually, a breeze rustled through, scattering fallen magnolia petals onto Jiang Zhan's face. Awakened from his reverie, he hurried to Jiang Si's side, asking anxiously, "Did it bite you?" Jiang Si shook her head, casting a frosty glare at Yu Qi. Such a poorly trained dog reflects poorly on its master. Elder brother should be more discerning in his friendships. With that, she turned to leave, letting out a deep sigh. She had grown fond of Ernyo, but wished to distance herself from Yu Qi. In her previous life, she had escaped the clutches of the Jiangqian couple, but had not returned to the AnGuo mansion. Instead, she found herself unexpectedly in the southern wilderness, becoming the granddaughter of a chief of the Wu Miao tribe, living under the guise of the deceased Wu Miao saintess, a Sang. She secretly reveled in her newfound life. In a place where customs starkly contrasted with those of the capital, where no one knew her past, and where she could even choose a man she liked to marry. It was during this time that Yu Qi entered her life, an old acquaintance of the Wu Miao elder, appearing time and again before her. She did not realize when she had quietly developed feelings. After experiencing a marriage with the third young master of the AnGuo mansion, she had come to understand that power, status, and vanity were not synonymous with happiness. A woman who surrendered herself for such things often brewed her own bitter fate. It had nothing to do with birth or wealth. A youth as handsome and gentle as Jade, who treated her with kindness. Who could resist such allure? On a day when the sun shone brightly over vast fields of sunflowers, painting the world in gold, the young man asked her, "Will you marry me?" She nodded in agreement. Little did she know, that rogue was not Yu Qi but the seventh son of the current emperor, Yu Qi. When she discovered his true identity, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her. Her first reaction was to slap that scoundrel. She had once been the widow of a man who had died under the Jiang family's curse. Now, as a Wu Miao girl thousands of miles from the capital, how could she marry a prince? In that moment, she felt no joy, only the anger of being deceived, because she had truly fallen for him. That anger grew more intense, and she struck her own hand until it ached. The man, now a bruised mess, solemnly informed her that since she had nodded, she could not back out. He intended to formally marry her. She merely scoffed, challenging him to present an imperial decree of marriage first, or else he should not show his face again. Having lost everything, she could at least retain her last shred of dignity and not become a concubine. Even now, as she recalled these events, Jiang Si could not help but marvel at the twist of fate. As the Wu Miao tribe had aided the Zhou army against the southern lawn, earning the emperor's favor to wed the seventh prince to the Wu Miao saintess. Before she could fully grasp the situation, she was draped in the phoenix robe, becoming the seventh prince's consort. Only later did she discover that Yu Qi had always cherished the Wu Miao saintess as Sang, not her. Their resemblance had led to the subsequent convoluted interactions. 2 marriages, one where she was blatantly overlooked and another where she served as a mere substitute, left Jiang Si feeling utterly frustrated. However, she realized the truth too late. By then, she had genuinely become Yu Qi's wife, with no escape left. Although those days were not entirely devoid of kindness from Yu Qi, the 15-year-old Jiang Si could only wish to distance herself from Ji Chongyi, from scoundrels, from Yu Qi, from rogues. Seeing the young girl storm away in anger, the young man in the blue robe looked helplessly at Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered a faint smile to Yu Qi. "I apologize, brother Yu. My sister might be feeling unwell today. She is not usually like this. I will check on her. Let us meet again another day." Yu Qi nodded gently as he watched Jiang Zhan hurry after Jiang Si, his gaze lingering on the retreating figure of the girl. She seemed truly upset. Jiang caught up with Jiang Si, perplexed. Fourth sister, what is the matter? Nothing. Jiang Si raised her chin slightly, concealing the glimmer of tears in her eyes. You have misunderstood brother you, even though we met near a brothel. Jiang abruptly stopped, realizing he had misspoken. But brother you was not there for that reason. Do not explain. Jiang Si interjected. Explanation is merely a guise. I cannot help but feel he is not a true friend. Elder brother should be cautious in his associations moving forward. That scoundrel was exceptionally patient. Who could know his true intentions in getting close to elder brother? She refused to believe it was mere coincidence. But he saved elder brother's life. Fourth sister. You cannot allow elder brother to be ungrateful, Jiang pressed, feeling the weight of the situation. Chapter 33. The purse. Jiang Si felt a sudden deflation. Her elder brother's greatest virtue was his loyalty, and even if she attempted to intervene, it would likely be in vain. Well, her second brother was a man. That scoundrel could not possibly deceive him into taking on the role of a bride. As for her, Jiang Si meticulously recalled the recent events. Though Yuqi had cast her a few lingering glances upon their meeting, nothing particularly noteworthy had transpired. Today, she had deliberately spoken harshly and given his esteemed status. It was unlikely they would have any further interactions. With a long sigh of relief, Jiang Si smiled at Jiang. I was just too agitated. It was merely that man's dog that snatched my purse, and I couldn't help but direct my ire towards its owner. Jiang displayed a look of shared indignation. Sister, you cannot fathom how infuriating that dog is. I've longed to teach it a lesson. It was merely a moment of confusion when I mistook it for a horse. Yet it gazes at me with such disdain each time we meet. It's utterly intolerable. Jiang Si chuckled at the recollection of the dog's formidable presence and queried, Are you certain you can best it, second brother? Instantly, Jiang's mind conjured the image of the large dog lunging at him. He chuckled dryly in response to his sister's question. The pair had reached the entrance of the Earl of Dongping's residence. Jiang Si paused. Second brother, please retrieve my purse. It would be unfortunate if someone else were to find it. Very well, I shall seek out brother Yuqi at once. Do not worry. I will certainly recover your purse, Jiang assured her. Nodding, Jiang Si entered the estate alongside a man. The Earl of Dongping's residence, located near Yuqian Alley, was in close proximity to KZ Alley. As Jiang Si and her brother parted ways after their conversation, Yuqi had already returned to the courtyard of a residence marked by a crooked jujube tree. Ernyo, come forth. Yuqi called out into the empty yard. The tall and elegant silk tree swayed gently in the breeze, its leaves rustling softly. Yuqi raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged, and uttered two words, cold shadow. Instantaneously, a figure seemed to materialize from thin air, kneeling on one knee. What are your orders, master? Rise and speak. The figure promptly stood. He appeared to be around 20. With well-defined features and an air of respect. Ernyo has not returned? No, he has not. Yuqi's gaze deepened. Master, I shall seek out Ernyo. Another individual leaped down from the tree. This young man possessed a cherubic face, appearing to be of a similar age to Yuqi. Unlike the serious and respectful Long Ying, this youthful figure maintained a cheerful countenance even in Yuqi's presence. Yuqi nodded. Go then, Long Dan. The cherubic boy stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. As he steadied himself, he shot a resentful glare at the impassive Cold Shadow. Why must it be this way? Why is it that he is called Cold Shadow while I am simply Long Dan? With a dejected expression, Long Dan leaped over the wall. Shortly after, a person and a dog bounded through the entrance. Upon spotting the large dog, Yuqi's expression darkened. Come here. Ernyo looked at Long Dan with an innocent gaze. Long Dan rolled his eyes. Do not feign ignorance. The master is calling for you. The dog seemed to have developed a cleverness, evading capture with its antics. With drooping ears, Ernyo slowly approached Yuqi. Yuqi extended his hand. Where's the item? Instantly, the large dog perked up, dashed outside, and soon returned with the purse in its mouth, wagging its tail enthusiastically in Yuqi's direction. Yuqi took the purse. Noticing the delicate lilac pouch was damp at the edges, evidently wet from Ernyo's saliva. Unable to resist, he lightly tapped the dog's forehead. The dog let out a plaintive whine, then resumed wagging its tail, emitting low whines towards the purse. You must not behave like this in the future. What if you frighten the young lady? Yuqi chided sternly. The dog, as if understanding human speech, grew despondent upon receiving admonishment instead of praise for retrieving the purse. Its spirit visibly deflated as it swept its tail along the ground. Mind your manners, Yuqi said, petting the dog's head before tucking the purse into his own cloak. Brother Yuqi, are you at home? Jiang Zhan's voice rang out from the entrance. No sooner had the words left his lips than Cold Shadow and Long Dan sprang into action, silently leaping into the trees. AnGuo followed suit, but halfway through remembered he need not hide and settled back down on the ground. Please, show the guest in, Yuqi instructed, patting AnGuo's back. Before long, AnGuo returned with Jiang Zhan. Upon seeing Yuqi, Jiang Zhan bore a hint of embarrassment. Brother Yuqi, I apologize. My sister spoke too harshly today. Yuqi interrupted with a smile. Do not say such things, Brother Jiang. It is I who should be apologizing. AnGuo has been spoiled by me and has become increasingly unruly. Jiang Zhan shot a disapproving glance at the large dog, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Brother Yuqi should discipline AnGuo. A young lady's purse is not a piece of meat to be snatched away. AnGuo disdainfully curled its lip, revealing its white teeth. Indeed, Brother Jiang is right. It is time for a proper reprimand. After glaring at AnGuo, Jiang Zhan shifted to more serious matters. Brother Yuqi, where has AnGuo taken my sister's purse? You understand, a young lady's purse cannot be left unattended. It truly should not be. It is entirely AnGuo's fault, Yuqi thought, feeling a sense of shame. AnGuo, where on earth have you hidden the purse? AnGuo let out a drawn-out whine. Where could the purse have gone? Surely you must know. Perched in the tree, Long Dan could not resist stroking his chin. Could it be that our master has been impersonated today? He tugged at Cold Shadow's sleeve. Cold Shadow shot him a disdainful look, his voice low. There must be a profound reason for the master's actions. What? Have you lost it? Yuqi's voice rose slightly. AnGuo whined again, lying on the ground and thumping its tail against the earth, causing dust to rise and coat Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan grit his teeth in patience. Yuqi spoke with regret. Brother Jiang, it appears that AnGuo has truly misplaced the purse. If so, feel free to take your frustrations out on him. I shall not stand in your way. Jiang Zhan glared at AnGuo, who defiantly bared its teeth. Clenching and unclenching his fists, Jiang Zhan sighed. Forget it. One cannot reason with a beast. Brother Yuqi, I must take my leave. My sister is awaiting my return. Yuqi accompanied Jiang Zhan to the crooked jujube tree, his voice flowing like clear spring water. Please explain the situation to your sister thoroughly. Otherwise, I shall personally apologize to her another day. There is no need. My sister is not so petty. I shall explain it well when I return. Yuqi escorted Jiang Zhan to the tree before turning back. As the courtyard gate closed, Long Dan and Cold Shadow leaped down. Master, there must be a treasure map within that purse, right? Long Dan inquired with a grin. Chapter 34. Jiang Si returned to Haiting residence, where a Chow presented her with 2 items. Miss, this is from the eldest young lady, a Chow said as she handed over a blue cloth bundle. The bundle appeared ordinary, yet it was tied with a delicate knot, which Jiang Si recognized as the handiwork of her elder sister, Jiang Yi. Inside, she found a pair of exquisitely crafted embroidered shoes, 2 pairs of insoles, several pairs of silk stockings, and a pair of auspicious peace knots. In addition to these feminine crafts, there was also a redwood box. Jiang Si's gaze lingered on the box for a moment before she opened it, revealing a golden hairpin adorned with emeralds, a white jade hairpin clustered with 8 treasures, and several finely crafted silk flowers. Beneath these ornaments lay a plain note. As Jiang Si picked it up, the elegant script caught her attention. She could almost envision her elder sister, with a gentle smile, encouraging her to let go of her burdens and not to be distressed over unworthy individuals, assuring her that she would eventually marry someone better. The note concluded with a cautious and apologetic explanation for her absence, asking her not to take offense. Tears streamed down Jiang Si's cheeks. Her elder sister, who excelled in needlework, who was gentle and kind, who was humble and fragile, had passed away at merely 20 years of age. All her siblings, including herself, were short-lived souls who never reached the age of 20. In her past life, her elder sister had been dismissed for an illicit affair and, shortly after returning to her maternal home, had hanged herself. When the news reached the Duke of AnGuo's residence, her first reaction was disbelief. Her elder sister was timid and gentle, like a forsythia in early spring. She would rather believe in her own indiscretions than accept that her elder sister could commit such an act. She wanted to demand an explanation from the Zhu family, but was stopped by her grandmother. Ultimately, all she could do was weep helplessly. Jiang Si's reaction left a man and a Chow at a loss. A man tentatively called out to her, while a Chow fetched a warm handkerchief. Jiang Si accepted the damp cloth to dab at her eyes, instructing a Chow to organize the items sent by her elder sister. She then picked up another invitation card. This card was from the second young lady, Jiang Qian, inviting her to stay at the Chongqing Marquis's residence for a couple of days to unwind, suggesting that other sisters from the Marquis's household join as well. Jiang Si unconsciously gripped the edges of the card, crumpling the corners. The invitation from Jiang Qian had indeed arrived swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, she headed to the west side chamber. The west side chamber had been arranged as a study, furnished with a writing desk and a qin stand. Since her rebirth, Jiang Si had lost her leisure for playing the qin, and the strings were already gathering dust. Noticing Jiang Si approaching the writing desk, a Qiao quickly began to grind ink. Jiang Si swiftly composed a note, sealing it and handing it to a Qiao. Deliver this to the Chongqing Marquis's residence. Are you going to visit the Chongqing Marquis's residence, miss? A Qiao inquired. Jiang Si shook her head with a smile. Grandmother is unwell. How can a granddaughter go out to play? This letter was her polite refusal to Jiang Qian's invitation. The Chongqing Marquis's residence was a thorn embedded in her heart, poisoned and festering. She must extract this thorn, or her heart would inevitably become riddled with sores. She intended to investigate the Marquis's residence, but not at this moment. As she had written in her letter, her grandmother was indeed unwell. Jiang Si was certain that Jiang Qian, feeling neglected after their last encounter at Xixin Hall, would return to visit her grandmother the following morning in an effort to regain favor. In truth, her grandmother's eyesight had already begun to falter, and by tomorrow, she would be completely blind in her left eye. Jiang Si had previously mentioned a dream and had associated the dream's events with Jiang Qian. Although her grandmother had scolded her for it, the seed of suspicion had already been sown. After Jiang Qian's visit, her grandmother's subsequent blindness would surely lead her to make connections, and Jiang Si knew her grandmother did not place her affection for her granddaughter as a priority. Jiang Si felt no guilt over her schemes against Jiang Qian, setting aside the grievances from her past life. Where Jiang Qian's actions had stirred the wrath of gods and men alike, it was worth noting that after her grandmother's eyesight began to fail, the fortune teller she consulted pointed directly at her second brother, Jiang Zhan, suggesting foul play from his family. In her previous life, her uncle had gained merit by saving the emperor, coinciding with a scandal involving her father's drunken escapades in a brothel that led to a death case. Her father was stripped of his title and expelled from the family, while her uncle naturally inherited the title, which was secured due to his service. Her grandmother's greatest wish had finally been fulfilled, and she had little thought for her eldest son's fate. When Jiang Si returned to the capital as the seventh prince's consort, over a year had passed since these events, and she found it hard to believe such coincidences existed. She had requested Yu Qi to conduct a discreet investigation. Unfortunately, just as he began to uncover some leads, she met her tragic demise and was reborn. Jiang Si cared not for the presence of evidence. She resolved to treat her uncle's family with the same indifference one might reserve for fallen leaves swept away by autumn winds. Send this letter to my elder sister, Jiang Si instructed, penning another letter for a Qiao before stepping out of the study and into the courtyard, where she sat on a swing, lost in thought. Suddenly, the swing was given a gentle push, and her crimson skirt fluttered in the breeze. Jiang Si looked up abruptly, her striking features breaking into a faint smile. My brother has returned. She used her toes to halt the swing's motion and extended her hand. Where's my pouch? Jiang Zhan chuckled awkwardly. Didn't he get it back? Jiang Si's brows furrowed in surprise. In this life, she had no acquaintance with Yu Qi, and she did not perceive him as the frivolous sort who would steal a stranger's pouch. Her earlier anger was merely a means to prevent any further connection between Yu Qi and her due to her brother. The dog must have taken it, thinking it was a bone. Jiang Zhan exclaimed indignantly. Jiang Si's frown deepened. In the past, you were never this thoughtless. Does the fourth sister's pouch contain something important? Jiang Zhan pondered, feeling an inkling of guilt for not retrieving it. Is there anything crucial inside? Nothing of particular importance, Jiang Si replied. Is there a special mark on the pouch? None at all. Jiang Zhan exhaled in relief. Then it is of little concern. A pouch bitten by a dog is unlikely to be picked up by anyone, and even if it were, they wouldn't know it belonged to my sister. Given the circumstances, Jiang Si could only accept her misfortune. After Jiang Zhan left, she returned to her chamber and rummaged through the bottom of her trunk to retrieve a pair of gold bangles. These bangles had been left by the Su family, given to her by Jiang Yi as she prepared to leave her home. At that time, Jiang Si had just turned 10, a period marked by her youthful pretensions, and she had deemed the bangles too gaudy, stowing them away. However, for the current Jiang Si, these bangles held significant value. Hollow and separated by jade beads, they were perfectly suited for storing the various medicinal powders she had concocted. Having lived two lives, Jiang Si understood all too well that, regardless of her status as a young lady of the Marquis's household or the protection offered by maids and servants, there were moments when such status felt utterly powerless. Only skills that could not be taken away by others would serve as her true strength. Thus, the day passed uneventfully, and as expected, on the following day, Jiang Qian arrived with numerous gifts to visit old Madame Feng. In Cixin Hall, old Madame Feng gazed at her second granddaughter, Jiang Qian, who wore a faint smile, and sensed her left eye twitching more violently. Why has that Jin chicken come again? Chapter 35. Fulfillment. A sudden thought arose in the mind of the old matriarch, Lady Feng, prompting her to chuckle inwardly at her own sensitivity. She redirected her gaze towards Jiang Qian, her expression softening with maternal affection. However, Jiang Qian felt an unsettling jolt within her. She understood well that her grandmother's love had always been conditional. Her father had achieved more than her uncle, and as the sole legitimate daughter, she had received more affection than her siblings since childhood. After her marriage into the Chongqing Marquis household, her grandmother's regard for her had only increased, a fact evident from her demeanor during Jiang Qian's visits home. Yet, recently, there had been something amiss in her grandmother's behavior. Jiang Qian discreetly glanced at second Madame Xiao, who wore a perfectly poised smile, revealing no hint of concern. Her gaze then traveled past several people to rest on Jiang Si, the quiet young woman seated in the corner. Jiang Si wore a slightly worn, light green blouse, her hair styled in a conventional double bun adorned with simple pearl flowers. Her delicate features were shrouded in an air of indifferent detachment. Despite this, she radiated a beauty that seemed to illuminate the room, evoking feelings of unfairness among those who beheld her. Jiang Qian's suspicions deepened. Among the 6 young women of the Marquis household, the eldest was inherently timid, the third was a daughter of a concubine, while the 5th and 6th were also of lesser birth. Jiang Si, the most competitive among them, was acutely aware of her own beauty, always presenting herself meticulously even within the confines of her home. When did she begin to change? Jiang Qian recalled that just a couple of days ago, during her visit home, Jiang Si had dressed rather casually. At that time, she had been too incensed by Jiang Si's inexplicable provocation to notice. Jiang Qian was not foolish. Although lacking concrete evidence, she was convinced that the subtle shift in Lady Feng's demeanor was somehow linked to Jiang Si. Qianer, now that you are married, you should refrain from visiting home so frequently to avoid raising suspicions at the Marquis household. Lady Feng gently rubbed her left temple. Jiang Qian nodded obediently. Granddaughter understands. I merely returned to check on you, as I was worried about your health the other day. Jiang Si discreetly curled her lips into a smile. In her desire to demonstrate filial piety, Jiang Qian had indeed avoided mentioning her letter, instead attributing her visit to concern for her grandmother's well-being. You are truly considerate. My dear, at your grandmother's age, what concern is there for health? I am already half in the grave, Lady Feng remarked, her expression visibly brightening with Jiang Qian's words. Jiang Qian chuckled. Grandmother, you speak incorrectly. With your constitution and fortune, you are destined to live to 100. Indeed, by the time my grandson Jiang Tsang marries and has children, your great-grandson will be waiting for you to help him choose a bride. Second Madame Xiao chimed in. Jiang Tsang, the eldest grandson, was a twin to Jiang Qian and had yet to marry. Unlike the early marriages of noble families, scholars pursuing the imperial examinations often wed later, as their success could significantly elevate their future bride's family status. Many scholars of the Great Zhou married in their 30s after enduring years of hardship for their degrees, and Jiang Tsang was still not yet 20. Lady Feng appeared unperturbed by Jiang Tsang's unmarried status, laughing at the conversation. However, her laughter was abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain in her left eye, as if a needle had pierced through. Instantly, she closed her eyes, her complexion turning pallid. The harmonious atmosphere in the room stilled. Second Madame Xiao and Jiang Qian exchanged puzzled glances. After a few moments, Lady Feng slowly reopened her eyes. Old Madam, she raised her hand, halting Second Madame Xiao's words, and said softly, I am feeling a bit fatigued. You all may disperse. The sudden shift in atmosphere left Jiang Qian feeling quite dissatisfied. Lady Feng cast a profound look at Jiang Qian, suppressing her complex emotions. Since you are here, stay and have a meal with your mother before you return. Upon hearing this, Second Madame Xiao felt her face flush. She could easily discern that Lady Feng was still irked about her inquiries regarding the Cixin Hall. Unaware of these undercurrents, Jiang Qian felt compelled to withdraw along with the others. Watching Jiang Si elegantly depart, Jiang Qian's lips moved as if to call out. But second Madame Xiao gently cleared her throat. Jiang Qian turned to her mother. Let us go to the Yaxin courtyard. Once they returned to Yaxin courtyard and dismissed the servants, Jiang Qian eagerly inquired, surely something significant has transpired in the household? I sensed a peculiar change in grandmother's demeanor. Second Madame Xiao, suppressing her embarrassment, recounted the situation to Jiang Qian. Your grandmother is indeed too impatient. With her assertive nature, how could she tolerate anyone probing into Cixin Hall's affairs? If you had bided your time before acting, Jiang Si could not have implicated your grandmother. A junior like her could not withstand your grandmother's ire. I initially thought that showing some displeasure would make that girl behave more modestly in the future. Yet who would have thought she would turn out to be so shamelessly audacious? The mere thought of being embarrassed by a junior left second Madame Xiao fuming. That's not right. Jiang Qian furrowed her delicate brows. What do you mean, China? It is not your fault that grandmother's attitude has turned strange since you sent someone to inquire about Cixin Hall's matters, Jiang Qian replied, her keen mind piecing together the clues. Moments later, her frown relaxed, and she spoke with conviction. It was that dream. Jiang Si mentioned having a dream the other day, and that is when grandmother's demeanor began to change. Jiang Si dreamed of 2 golden pheasants seizing her eyes? Second Madame Xiao, not dull in this regard, pondered briefly before her expression shifted dramatically. I understand now. Your grandmother must have associated those 2 golden pheasants with you. Jiang Qian felt perplexed. What does this have to do with me? Second Madame Xiao's eyes gleamed with intensity. Did Jiang Si not ask your grandmother if she had a nightmare? It is entirely possible that her claim of dreaming was false, but your grandmother's dream must be true. That wretched girl must have caught wind of something. Qianer, think about it. Among the young women of the Marquis household, you are the second in line, and you are the one born in the year of the rooster. Does grandmother still believe in such things? Jiang Qian's face darkened. How could Jiang Si, who had always looked down on her cousins, suddenly become so favored? Had her grandmother, who had cherished her for so many years, truly turned against her over a nonsensical dream? Qianer, you are still young. When you reach your mother's age, you will understand. As one grows older, they become increasingly protective of their lives, and thus, more inclined to believe in such superstitions. Jiang Qian nodded slowly, her expression suddenly clouding over, murmuring, I was once reluctant. Qianer, what are you saying? Jiang Qian snapped back to reality. It is nothing. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a maid's voice. Madam, there has been an incident at Cixin Hall. Second Madame Xiao immediately summoned the maid inside. What has occurred? The old madam has suddenly lost sight in one eye. What? Second Madame Xiao involuntarily took a step back, her complexion paling as she glanced at Jiang Qian. Recalling the earlier speculations. Chapter 36. Scheming Jiang Qian's expression was no better, standing motionless for a while, unable to respond. The matriarch of the Xiao family was growing anxious. The old lady was still upset with her. If her eyesight worsened, her temper would undoubtedly escalate. It was one thing for Jiang Qian to suffer, but if the old lady harbored resentment towards her daughter, it would spell trouble. A married daughter relies on her maternal family's support to bolster her confidence. And this was especially true for a daughter-in-law like Jiang Qian, who had married into a prominent family. At that moment, Jiang Qian had regained her composure and sternly instructed her maid. You may leave. The maid, trembling, retreated. Jiang Qian took a deep breath and grasped Zhao's hand, saying, Mother, do not panic. We must devise a strategy before we go to the Cixin Hall. Indeed, it was imperative to formulate a plan. Zhao was not one to lose her composure easily. Her initial anxiety in front of her daughter was only a reflection of her true feelings. As her thoughts raced, an idea struck her. With a gleam in her eye, she declared, Since someone has manipulated the situation through dreams, we shall return the favor. What do you plan to do, mother? Zhao leaned in to whisper a few words to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian hesitated. Is that feasible? Zhao scoffed. Why wouldn't it be? If your grandmother believes in such things, we shall play along. It's merely a matter of 2 golden pheasants. There are more who rank second among the younger generation of the Duke's household than just you. Jiang Qian's twin brother, Jiang Zhan, also fits that description. But Jiang Zhan is not a rooster, Jiang Qian pointed out. Who says a golden pheasant must correspond to the zodiac? Zhao replied dismissively. We can fabricate any rationale. The crux lies in whether the sorceress we invite can earn your grandmother's trust. With this thought, Zhao's earlier panic dissipated, replaced by a newfound determination. Rest assured, Mother knows a somewhat renowned sorceress. Your maternal family had connections with her in the past. Once I invite her, this matter will surely be resolved. Thank you for your concern, Jiang Qian replied, her tense demeanor relaxing at Zhao's words. What are you saying? You emerged from my womb. Who else should I worry about? Xiao affectionately squeezed Jiang Qian's hand. Jiang Qian's lips moved as if she had recalled something, subtly withdrawing her hand and linking her arm with Xiao's. Mother. Let us hurry over. The news of old Lady Feng's blindness struck the Duke's residence like a thunderclap, prompting the heads of various households to flock to the scene. When Jiang Si arrived at Cixin Hall, many had already gathered, and she blended into the crowd of sisters, quietly observing. Her second aunt and Jiang Qian had yet to arrive. Noticing this, Jiang Si couldn't help but smirk. She never believed that the Jiang Qian of her past life, who had managed to charm her into sisterly affection, was foolish. Their exchange surely raised suspicions. Their tardiness must indicate they were formulating a countermeasure. With these thoughts, Jiang Si's smile deepened. She feared not their inaction, but rather that they would remain passive, missing the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. As Jiang Si pondered, she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Looking up, she caught the third sister, Jiang Qiao, rolling her eyes at her. True to her name, Jiang Qiao was a lively young lady, and from an observer's perspective, her eye-rolling was endearingly playful. Jiang Si smiled in response. Jiang Qiao was taken aback and hissed in a hushed tone, "Grandmother is ill, and you still dare to laugh. I merely noticed that third sister looks particularly lovely today." I couldn't help but smile, Jiang Si replied, shamelessly. Jiang Qiao's face flushed, and she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? If grandmother sees you laughing, you'll be in for it." Jiang Si feigned realization. So third sister is worried about me. Stop being so self-important. Jiang Qiao rolled her eyes again, turning away to ignore Jiang Si. Just then, Xiao and Jiang Qian hurried over. Upon seeing Xiao, old Lady Feng hurled a teacup at her, exclaiming, "Why didn't you wait until I was dead to come?" Xiao had been managing the household. Her late arrival following the old lady's misfortune was indeed unseemly. Third Madame Guo's eyes glimmered with schadenfreude. As a concubine, she had never contemplated challenging Xiao. But Zhao's domineering nature often left her feeling slighted in matters of resources and social interactions. Guo was astute enough to realize that causing a scene before the old lady would yield no benefits. Thus, she swallowed her grievances. Yet, enduring such slights for too long could turn even a bodhisattva into a fierce warrior, and Guo was no exception. Jiang Qian stepped in front of Xiao, allowing the teacup to shatter against her. "Qian, are you all right?" Xiao exclaimed, filled with concern. Jiang Qian shook her head and quickly approached old Lady Feng, speaking gently, "Grandmother, it was I who took mother to the garden to talk. The maid was delayed in finding us. The fault lies entirely with me. Please do not let it anger you. Have you not returned yet?" Old Lady Feng's words drew the attention of all present to Jiang Qian's face. Jiang Qian felt their gazes pierce her like invisible daggers, igniting a burning sensation across her cheeks. This was a level of humiliation she had never faced in the Duke's residence. In that moment, Jiang Qian felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, her conversation with her mother had unveiled the source of her grandmother's distress. Otherwise, she would have been utterly bewildered and unfairly burdened with shame. At that moment, Jiang Qian was unfazed. As long as her mother suggested, they could deflect the blame onto Jiang Zhan. The worse her grandmother treated her now, the more guilt she would feel later, leading to greater compensation. If she could ultimately emerge victorious, what did it matter if she endured some indignities now? "Your granddaughter is worried about you, grandmother," Jiang Qian said, displaying a perfectly measured expression of grievance. "You are not a doctor. Staying here is of no use." "You should return quickly," old Lady Feng said, her temper barely restrained, as if a wild horse had been released. She refrained from telling Jiang Qian to leave outright. "How can I leave when my grandmother is in such a state?" "I shall remain until we receive the doctor's verdict," Jiang Qian insisted. "The doctor has arrived." The head maid, a Fu, rushed in, breathless. "Everyone, please leave." Old Lady Feng, unable to vent her frustration on Jiang Qian, ordered everyone out. In an instant, the courtyard of Cixin Hall was filled with people. Although the old lady had commanded them to leave, they could not. The tall, straight Chinese tune trees offered little shade for the crowd, releasing a subtle fragrance that wafted into Jiang Si's nostrils, feeling particularly intense, evoking a sensation of midsummer. As the hourglass trickled through the anxious waiting, beads of sweat began to form on everyone's brow. Jiang Qian and Xiao exchanged furtive glances several times. Finally, the doctor emerged, accompanied by a Fu, his medical box in tow. Xiao rushed forward. "Doctor, how is the old lady?" The doctor shook his head. There are no apparent abnormalities with the old lady's eyes. It may be due to excessive internal heat. I have prescribed a remedy to clear heat and detoxify. If there is no improvement after 2 doses, your household should seek another renowned physician. Once the doctor departed, Shao promptly vowed to spare no effort in seeking the best physicians to treat the old lady's eyes. Jiang Si observed the commotion around her with a cold gaze, her mind already calculating her next move. Chapter 37. The alley. Although the Magu Alley in Dongqing is situated in a chaotic area, it is nonetheless a place that commands a certain reverence from all walks of life. It is home to a renowned immortal, said to possess the ability to communicate with spirits, and even affluent families discreetly seek her assistance when faced with perplexing dilemmas. A youthful lad, with delicate features, curiously surveyed his surroundings. The low, dilapidated houses, cluttered corners, the flowing sewage, and the intermittent sounds of children's laughter and cries all struck him as novel and intriguing. However, this sense of wonder was tempered by caution. The idle men sitting idly by the walls cast their gazes upon him, prompting him to tread carefully. This was uncharted territory for him, a realm of sights he had never encountered before. Yet, upon reaching a fork in the road, the youth hesitated, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. After a brief pause, he approached a woman carrying a laundry basin and inquired, "Excuse me, ma'am. Could you please tell me the way to Magu Alley?" The woman glanced at him, noting his clean and handsome visage, but his attire was remarkably plain. Her expression shifted subtly, and with a slight gesture, she replied, "Just go that way." The boy thanked her and proceeded in the direction indicated. The woman tightened her grip on the basin, her gaze lingering on the boy's retreating figure, as if she wished to say something, but ultimately shook her head and hurried home. Having walked a mere 10 paces, a young man in his 20s spat out a piece of grass he had been chewing and stepped in front of the boy, grinning in a way that did not reach his eyes. "Where are you off to, little brother? Stay and play with your elder brother for a while." The youth frowned instantly. The girl had advised him to don male attire when venturing into such places, lest he attract trouble. Could it be that this man was blind, wanting him, a mere boy, to stay for amusement? The lad was, in fact, Amon, disguised as a boy, tall and in his teens. He appeared entirely at ease in his male garb. The girl had also mentioned that if trouble arose despite his disguise, he should simply pay to avert disaster. Amon, remembering her words, retrieved a few copper coins from his pocket and offered them to the young man. The young man was taken aback, then picked up one of the coins, blowing on it with a laugh. "Little brother, you're quite perceptive, but I'm not really here for the money." "Then perhaps you're just greedy for more?" Amon retorted, producing another handful of coins and placing them in the young man's hand. Though he felt a pang of regret, it was unfortunate that the girl had repeatedly cautioned him to avoid trouble. After all, he could effortlessly toss this weakling against the wall. The young man, clearly unprepared for the ordinary-looking boy to possess such wealth, fixed his eyes on Amon's pouch hanging at his waist and reached out without hesitation to snatch it. Amon clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and said, "I've given you all my money. May I pass now?" The young man chuckled. "Don't rush, little brother. I assure you, I'm not here just for the money, but I do want it." "What do you desire then?" Amon asked, noticing several idle men nearby observing intently. "I want you, little brother. The moment I saw you, I was intrigued." The young man's growing audacity was evident, spurred by Amon's continuous retreat. Amon regarded him coldly and raised 3 fingers. "What does that mean?" "My master says, 3 strikes and you're out," Amon replied expressionlessly, stepping closer to reduce the distance between them. The young man felt something pierce into him, a sensation both peculiar and profound. He sensed the resistance of flesh against the object, yet felt no pain. Looking down, he discovered a golden hairpin embedded in his abdomen, the shaft protruding slightly, while the delicate magnolia flower adorning its head seemed almost fragrant. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. If he were to run now, would the hairpin be his? Yet, for an inexplicable reason, his legs remained firmly planted, unmoving. "Not painful, is it?" Amon's voice was icy, echoing eerily in the young man's ears. Suddenly, the young man felt a ringing in his head, cold sweat saturating his back. "It doesn't hurt," he stammered. "It's good that it doesn't hurt. By midnight tonight, however, it will ache, and it will increasingly torment you each day at that hour." Amon's voice lowered, tightening around the young man's throat like an invisible cord, making it difficult to breathe. "You are just a coward," Amon thought, filled with disdain. "I truly wonder what my lady sees in such a person." His voice dropped to a whisper. "If you wish to avoid suffering and death, Remember to bring this hairpin to the second private room on the second floor of the Wufu tea house 3 days hence. The young man only awakened from his trance when Amon turned into the alley ahead. Ah Fei, why are you standing there like a fool? His companions, who often loitered with him, approached. It's nothing, he quickly replied, shoving one of them aside and bolting away. Regardless of the veracity of the strange boy's words, he could not allow anyone to see the hairpin. Is Ah Fei unwell? One of the pushed individuals grumbled. Look, another exclaimed, pointing to the ground with excitement. The group gazed down to see scattered droplets of blood, their expressions shifting in alarm. Goodness, has Ah Fei gotten himself into trouble? They had long suspected that his hot temper would lead to misfortune. They dispersed, returning to their idle demeanor by the wall. Amon entered Magoo Alley and paused before a residence adorned with a jade rabbit lantern. The building, though aged, appeared intact, yet the wooden door bore deep, weathered marks. Approaching. He knocked, and a young girl promptly opened the door. I'm here to see the immortal, he stated. The girl, evidently accustomed to such visitors, pulled the door wide and said, Come in. As Amon entered, he was enveloped in fragrant smoke. A middle-aged woman, her hair styled in an intricate bun, sat cross-legged with her eyes gently closed, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom. Upon hearing the commotion, she opened her eyes, inquiring, What do you seek? Are you Lu Xianggu? Amon asked, calmly stepping before the woman. Chapter 38. Conditions. Lu Xianggu nodded with restraint. Our master has matters to discuss and requests your assistance. Esteemed immortal, this invitation for tea is merely a euphemism. A man retrieved a silver note from her sleeve and placed it before Lu Xianggu. The latter quickly glanced at the note, its denomination of 50 taels eliciting a quiet satisfaction within her. The invitation for tea was indeed a subtle way of indicating that with a deposit of 50 taels, the reward upon completion of the task would undoubtedly be substantial. Lu Xianggu was quite renowned, yet opportunities to serve affluent families were rare. More often, she performed exorcisms for common folk, earning a modest reputation. May I inquire what troubles your master has encountered? Recognizing the significance of her visitors, Lu Xianggu's tone softened considerably. A man, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Lu Xianggu, exclaiming, You saw through me? Having trained in martial arts since childhood, her stature was taller than that of ordinary women, and when donned in male attire, even the ladies found it difficult to discern her gender. A man mused, It appears this person possesses genuine skill. No wonder the young lady sent for her. Lu Xianggu, adept at reading people, discerned A man's thoughts and offered an inscrutable smile. She had certainly noticed the piercings in the girl's earlobes. Your master has not disclosed the specifics to me, but she awaits your arrival at the Tianxiang tea house for a more detailed discussion. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Xianggu agreed. In front of common folk, she was a revered figure, but she dared not overstep her bounds with the affluent. The wealthier one was. The more capable individuals they encountered, she was merely one among many. As Lu Xianggu prepared to depart, A man waved her hand to halt her. There is no need to hurry, esteemed immortal. My master, Shen Chu, is waiting for you at the tea house. Very well, I shall make my way there shortly. Lu Xianggu increasingly perceived her visitor as a significant patron. She was well aware of the tendencies of wealthy families. They often sought her services for unusual matters while simultaneously desiring discretion. In contrast, the respect shown to her by ordinary folk was genuine, yet they lacked the financial means to afford her services. I shall take my leave now. A man exited the Magoo Alley, feeling out of place amidst her surroundings, prompting her to quicken her pace. As she turned into a narrow alleyway, a hand suddenly reached out. You little brat, dare to plot against your grandfather. A man deftly twisted her body to evade the ambush, and upon recognizing her assailant, her eyes widened in shock. It was none other than the young man, A Fei, whom she had pricked with a gold hairpin not long ago. A Fei, evidently shaken off the previous strange atmosphere, now stared at A man with a predatory glare, akin to that of a ravenous wolf. He clutched the very gold pin in his hand, its tip stained with his dried blood. You were quite audacious earlier, weren't you? Planning to stab me with this? Now, I shall use it to mar that delicate face of yours. A Fei's words trailed off into a wail. A man retracted her fist aimed at A Fei's abdomen, swiftly unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down upon his midsection. A Fei doubled over in agony. A man then delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, before mercilessly striking him several more times, finally pausing to shake out her hands, gazing down at the curled-up A Fei with a cold smile. You talk too much. Why you? You'll pay for this. I won't wait. A man kicked him a few more times for good measure. Stop. Please, stop. A Fei rolled on the ground, finally pleading for mercy. If only you had said so earlier. A Man cast a disdainful glance at A Fei before nonchalantly walking away. A Fei struggled to rise, leaning against the wall, his lips trembling as he watched A Man's retreating figure. The fear he had felt earlier was compounded by the realization that he could not let others discover he possessed a gold hairpin. Such wealth was foreign to people like him. His earlier escape was driven by self-preservation, but he couldn't swallow the humiliation leading to this attempt at ambush. Unfortunately, the ambush had failed, and A Fei, who had grown up on the streets, was engulfed by a profound dread. This time, he had truly faltered. The words of that girl were not mere threats. A Man's arrival in Magu Alley was akin to a stone cast into a still pond, creating no ripples except for the anxious anticipation of a young man named A Fei, who awaited the midnight hour. As the sun began its descent, golden rays filtered through the lush canopy in front of the Tianxiang tea house, casting a serene glow upon the azure banners, lending the establishment an air of tranquility. My lady, are you not concerned that the immortal may abscond with our deposit without appearing? Now restored to her maidservant attire, A Man surveyed the outside world with a hint of worry. Jiang Si smiled lightly. She will come. But she doesn't know your identity. Precisely, that is why she will come, regardless of Lu Xiangu's reputation at her core. She is merely a fortune teller, and her motivations will always revolve around profit. The more mysterious she appears, the more enticing the opportunity seems to her. With 50 taels as bait, there is no fish too large to resist. As the appointed hour of Shun Chu approached, A Man felt a sense of urgency. 50 taels was no trivial sum, and if it were to go to waste, she would undoubtedly seek to reclaim it. Jiang Si made no attempt to hinder her. Merely nodding in agreement, A Man hastened towards the door, and upon pulling it open, she found Lu Xinggu accompanied by a young girl standing outside. We meet again. Lu Xinggu greeted A Man with a smile. A Man forced a look of feigned surprise. My lady sent me to open the door for you. You truly have an uncanny knack for anticipation. I cannot allow my lady's prestige to diminish. Hearing A Man's words, Lu Xinggu's expression subtly shifted, signaling the girl to remain outside while she followed A Man inside. My lady, the immortal has arrived. The young woman sat gracefully at the window-facing table, nodding in acknowledgement to Lu Xinggu. Lu Xinggu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It seemed the young lady did not rise to greet her, which felt somewhat dismissive. The more she observed, the more curious she became about the young lady's identity and intentions, making her reluctant to leave abruptly. She was merely a practitioner of the obscure arts. Offending a noble could jeopardize her standing in the capital. Please, take a seat, Jiang Si invited. Lu Xinggu seated herself opposite Jiang Si, surreptitiously assessing her over a cup of tea. The young lady's youth and beauty surprised Lu Xinggu, deepening her intrigue regarding her visitor's identity and purpose. What matter brings you to seek my assistance? Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Xinggu maintained an impassive facade. She was certain of one thing. Her visitor had come with a request, and she could not afford to show any sign of weakness. This was the foundation of her livelihood. You have accepted the commission from the second madam of the Dongping Marquis household, have you not? Jiang Si inquired directly. Lu Xinggu's expression shifted visibly as she rose to leave. I know not what you speak of. Chapter 39. The handle as Lu Xinggu approached the door. She was intercepted by a man. What does the young lady mean? Lu Xinggu turned around, her expression dark, staring at Jiang Si. Upon hearing Jiang Si mention the Dongping Bo mansion, Lu Xinggu felt a sense of clarity. Since the other party was connected to the Dongping Bo mansion, their background likely would not surpass that of the mansion, although she resided in a poor neighborhood. Her dealings with affluent families over the years had allowed her to cultivate some connections and reputation. Even if the young lady before her was from a noble family, it would be rather premature to attempt to manipulate her. Jiang Si maintained a gentle smile. Since the esteemed lady has come all this way, wouldn't it be a pity not to enjoy a cup of tea? I am not accustomed to the tea here, Lu Xinggu replied calmly. Jiang Si reined in her smile, her deep gaze meeting Lu Xinggu's. Then, does the esteemed lady insist on aiding the second madam of the Dongping Bo mansion in her unscrupulous deeds? Who exactly are you? Why come to me with such accusations? I am the fourth daughter of the Dongping Bo mansion, and the second madam is my second aunt. The person she wishes to scheme against is my biological brother. Jiang Si candidly revealed her identity. As she spoke, Lu Xinggu's initial surprise transformed into a look of incredulity. Did this fourth daughter of the Dongping Bo mansion possess some sort of mental deficiency to approach her with unfounded claims? Setting aside the fact that she could easily offend her, with her current reputation, a mere word from her could plunge the fourth daughter into a dire predicament. Even if she chose to ignore this matter and inform the second madam, the young lady's future would be bleak. From where did you hear these rumors? While I am no sage, I have alleviated the troubles of many families. I cannot accept such baseless accusations from you, Lu Xingyu said. Her gaze towards Jiang Si laced with disdain. This naive girl, devoid of guile, would shout indiscriminately when faced with issues, revealing her utter lack of capability, a type Lu Xingyu had encountered many times before. You should return home early, lest your family grows anxious, Lu Xingyu said, attempting to bypass a man as she reached for the door. A man blocked the entrance, cheerfully asserting, "Our young lady hasn't dismissed you yet." Lu Xingyu turned calmly, her voice rising slightly. "Are you truly trying to keep me here?" A child's voice came from outside. "Esteemed lady, are you well?" Just as Lu Xingyu was about to respond, Jiang Si interjected, "Perhaps the esteemed lady should take a seat. If you have no interest in discussing matters concerning the Dongpingbo mansion, what do we talk about the Yin family in the suburbs?" Lu Xingyu's expression changed drastically, panic flickering in her eyes. "Esteemed lady, are you all right?" The child's voice called from outside. Lu Xingyu felt as if a heavy hammer had struck her, leaving her disoriented and dizzy. How could anyone possibly know about the Yin family? Observing Lu Xingyu's loss of composure, Jiang Si was not surprised. In the Bai Lu town of the suburbs, there was a wealthy gentleman by the name of Yin who had a singular daughter, beautiful and graceful, attracting suitors even before her coming-of-age ceremony. However, misfortune struck when the Yin girl fell ill that year, her condition worsening from mere fatigue to rarely being awake throughout the day. With only one beloved daughter, Mr. Yin's hair turned white with worry. Despite seeking renowned doctors from the capital, no remedy was found. Rumors began to circulate that the Yin girl had lost her soul and could not awaken. As a result, shamans and fortune-tellers began to appear, including Lu Xingyu, who had only recently arrived in Bai Lu town. At that time, Lu Xingyu was not yet known by that name, instead referring to herself as Lu Pu. She claimed to Mr. Yin that his daughter had lost her soul during a spring outing and needed the company of a pure maiden to help retrieve it in dreams. Lu Xingyu's daughter was the pure maiden in question. Without hesitation, Mr. Yin, desperate for a solution, agreed. Thus, Lu Xingyu's daughter accompanied the Yin girl for 7 days and nights, and astonishingly, the Yin girl began to recover. Mr. Yin was overjoyed and rewarded Lu Xingyu handsomely, establishing her reputation in Bai Lu town, leading many to seek her for cures of strange ailments. Once the Yin girl had recovered, Mr. Yin began arranging marriages for his daughter, only to face an unexpected turn of events. The Yin girl vehemently refused any suitors, finally revealing that she had secretly pledged her heart to a man named Qian Lang in her dreams, declaring she would marry no one else. Mr. Yin was horrified, believing that his daughter's lost soul had been ensnared by a wandering spirit, and hastily summoned Lu Xingyu once more. Lu Xingyu calculated and reassured Mr. Yin that Qian Lang was not a wandering spirit but a real person, destined to be with his daughter. If they could not unite, further strange occurrences would ensue. At that moment, the Yin girl revealed Qian Lang's whereabouts, prompting Mr. Yin to send someone to find him. Indeed, they discovered a young man who was an orphan living with distant relatives, lacking any fortune or skills, prompting Mr. Yin's immediate refusal to accept him. The Yin girl wept and protested for over a month, and then an extraordinary incident occurred. She became pregnant. At this point, Mr. Yin was left with no choice. After confirming Qian Lang's willingness to marry, he hastily arranged the union. Outside the door, the child began to knock. All is well. Lu Xingyu suddenly snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed intently on the girl sitting by the window. The girl sat upright, the sunlight filtering through the intricately carved window frames, casting a soft and tranquil glow upon her, creating a serene tableau. Yet, this tranquility sent shivers down Lu Xingyu's spine. The events surrounding the Yin family had transpired over a decade ago, far removed from the capital, and given the young lady's background and age, it seemed implausible for her to possess knowledge of such secrets. Lu Xingyu raised a hand to smooth her hair, forcing herself to appear composed. What Yin family? What Wang family? I have visited many households over the years. I can't recall which is which. Jiang Si fixed her gaze on Lu Xingyu for a moment before breaking into a smile. Surely you jest, esteemed lady. While you may forget other families, how could you possibly forget your in-laws? Lu Xingyu's pupils constricted suddenly, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at Jiang Si. A man, standing at the door, looked on with curiosity. "A man, step outside for a moment. It will ease the worries of the young lady waiting outside," Jiang Si instructed. Despite her burning curiosity, a man complied with Jiang Si's request and quietly exited, leaving only Jiang Si and Lu Xiangu within the room. Lu Xiangu's gaze bore into Jiang Si. An eerie silence enveloping them. Jiang Si, with a light smile gracing her lips, remarked that Qian Lang must be your daughter, esteemed lady. Lu Xiangu instinctively retreated 2 steps, her back colliding with the door, producing a dull thud. The beautiful girl opposite her, brimming with a radiant smile, added, "Or perhaps he is your son." Chapter 40. The human heart. Lu Xiangu trembled all over. The young girl's words struck her like an invisible hand, ruthlessly tearing open the secret hidden deep within her heart, leaving her bleeding and nearly unable to stand. At that moment, Lu Xiangu was convinced that the girl before her had unraveled her deepest secrets. And what terrified her more was how such a young girl could possibly know them. The girl's tone was casual yet gentle, slowly reaching Lu Xiangu's ears. "Your husband has indeed passed away, but it was not your son who died later, but your daughter. By then, you had already had the opportunity to traverse the opulent halls of wealthy households, thus witnessing the chance to escape your impoverished beginnings. This chance was the exchange of identities between your children." Jiang Si fixed her gaze on Lu Xiangu, capturing every trace of panic and shock on her face. A wave of nausea washed over her. She had already experienced the depths of human malice in her previous life, yet she could not help but feel a chill within her heart. This woman, in her relentless pursuit to secure her son's future, was willing to swap the identities of her children, enabling her son to prey upon the sheltered daughters of affluent families. Such a malevolent and selfish heart deserved to be annihilated. After years of deception, Lu Xiangu gradually regained her composure following the initial shock. Responding to the girl's soothing voice, "Your story is truly intriguing. I am quite eager to hear more." Jiang Si, with a knowing smile, replied, "There is no rush. I shall continue. After your daughter's death, you publicly claimed it was your son who had passed. And then you left your hometown with your son disguised as a daughter, leading those you interacted with to believe that the two of you were inseparable. The illness afflicting young Master Yan's beloved daughter was orchestrated by you, designed to lead him to unwittingly invite danger into his home, allowing your son to harm the young lady. As fate would have it, your son spent 7 nights with Miss Yan, who not only fell deeply in love with her dream suitor, but also became pregnant." Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily crept across Lu Xiangu's lips. Indeed, she had not anticipated their fortune would be so great. Within a mere 7 nights, Miss Yan had conceived. At that time, she believed it was heaven's assistance. And everything proceeded smoothly thereafter. Lu Xiangu's pride ignited a flame of indignation within Jiang Si. This woman showed no signs of remorse, only satisfaction at her success. Lu Xiangu had no doubt that, given the slightest opportunity in the future, this woman would commit even more heinous acts. Reflecting on this, Jiang Si could not help but chuckle to herself. There was no need to wait for the future. This woman was on the verge of bringing calamity upon her second brother. Lu Xiangu was indeed fortunate with this turn of events. How could Master Yin possibly reject a son-in-law who was an orphan residing with distant relatives? He would hastily arrange the marriage to conceal his daughter's shameful predicament of being pregnant before wedlock. For a considerable time, Master Yin might even feel guilt towards the impoverished son-in-law willing to take on the role of a father. Hearing this, Lu Xiangu laughed. "Your tale is indeed fascinating, though perhaps a bit too far-fetched." She had to admit that the young girl's southward struck remarkably close to the truth. There was indeed a period when Master Yin treated her son with utmost caution, fearing that her son might discover his daughter's peculiar condition and create a scandal. Jiang Si, unfazed by Lu Xiangu's response, toyed with the jade-like teacup, smiling. "But Master Yin is not a fool. Surely he must have figured it out eventually? And if he does, what of it? Whether he understands or not is irrelevant," Lu Xiangu retorted impatiently, her voice icy. Jiang Si scrutinized her, her gaze frosty, mistress. "At this juncture, if you continue to deny it, you only diminish your own worth." Lu Xiangu laughed, her tone unexpectedly aggressive. "Where is your evidence? You have said so much. What proof do you possess?" Jiang Si placed the teacup down on the table, producing a soft sound. She languidly leaned back in her chair, her half-closed eyes sparkling like crystal in the sunlight, while the woman before her appeared to have transformed into a mere jester. Lu Xiangu's laughter faltered. "Returning to one's roots, the dead must be buried. Your daughter was laid to rest in the ancestral grave as a son. Therefore, a simple examination of the corpse will reveal the truth." The girl's words were utterly absurd. Who would agree to exhume their own family graves based solely on the words of a stranger? Lu Xinggu was resolute in this belief, feeling emboldened, and no longer wished to engage in circles with the girl. As for Master Yin, even if he discovers the truth, what then? Would he dare to publicize his family's disgrace? You are still young, and perhaps do not comprehend that in such matters, the involved parties strive to conceal the truth. Having said this, she smiled at Jiang Si, eagerly awaiting her flustered reaction. Jiang Si responded with a charming smile. So, does this mean you are acknowledging it? Lu Xinggu slightly closed her eyes, choosing not to reply. As someone who dealt with spirits, did she not understand that unmarried daughters could not be buried in ancestral graves? Oh, according to your kind, such an act would disturb the feng shui. If I were to hire a wandering Taoist to inform the Qian family that their long-standing misfortune was due to a misplaced grave of a younger generation, you can imagine whether the Qian family would dig it up to investigate. Lu Xinggu suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze at Jiang Si brimming with indignation. She could not bear the idea of anyone exhuming her daughter's remains for public display. Moreover, if the Qian family were to discover that she had buried her daughter in their ancestral grave, it was likely that even her husband would be expelled from it. Lu Xinggu was correct. Even if Master Yin uncovered the truth, he would have to swallow his pride. But let us not forget, words carry weight. The townsfolk lived their lives without turbulence, and they were most eager for gossip. I need not send a wandering Taoist. I could simply invite a few idle men to speak a few words, and those neighbors would require no evidence. By then, the mere excitement in everyone's eyes would be enough to intimidate Master Yin and his family, including his son, from stepping outside. You. Lu Xinggu trembled. Her face drained of color. Was this truly just a girl of merely a few years? How could she not recognize that Miss Yin now had 2 sons and a daughter, and that her family was harmonious? Did she not fear retribution for driving Miss Yin's family to the brink? Jiang Si scoffed. I act on behalf of justice. If retribution were to exist, it would never first befall me. This world was indeed absurd. The victim and the perpetrator had become a family, the festering wounds concealed beneath fine garments. Why must Lu Xinggu oppose me? I simply did not wish for anyone to harm my second brother. Whoever dares to touch him shall face my relentless wrath. The girl then smiled. Surely the silver my second aunt provided is not enough to compel you to sacrifice your life, is it? Lu Xinggu paused, then suddenly understood. Indeed, while it was possible to earn a bit of silver easily, selling one's life was absolutely out of the question. Chapter 41. Filial piety and reputation. Interests and risks always coexist. When the risks far outweigh the benefits, relinquishment becomes inevitable. I shall return the silver I have received and refrain from meddling in your esteemed household's affairs. Lu Xinggu tempered her temper, making a promise to the young lady before her. This young lady, if not of noble birth, could easily usurp her position, a threat she could not afford to provoke. Jiang Si shook her head. Why waste words on such trivialities? The girl, her delicate features illuminated by a radiant smile, addressed Lu Xinggu. Have you perhaps forgotten that you accepted my tea payment? Lu Xinggu paused, hastily retrieving the neatly folded silver note from her bosom and presenting it. Jiang Si shook her head once more. You may not understand me, but I never reclaim what I have given. Lu Xinggu tightened her grip on the note. Of course, this money is my meager savings from my monthly allowance. If I were to give it away without a word, it would indeed pain me, the girl sighed. Jiang Si spoke truthfully. Her mother's dowry remained with her grandmother, and her father's salary was deposited into the family account, meaning her savings were indeed reliant on her monthly stipend. The 50 taels she so readily offered caused distress among her 2 maidservants. What shall the young lady do? An ominous premonition suddenly took root in Lu Xinggu's heart. Quite simply, you need not return the money my second aunt gave you. Just continue to perform your rituals at the Bo residence as usual, Jiang Si asserted, her expression turning serious. Yet, the infamy that my second brother should bear, I shall pass to another. This is unacceptable. Lu Xinggu vehemently rejected the notion. Such actions would tarnish her reputation. Jiang Si, unfazed, coolly reminded her, digging graves, spreading gossip. Lu Xinggu's lips quivered. A threat. It was undeniably a blatant threat. Jiang Si shot Lu Xinggu a cold glance, picking up the teapot to refill her cup and savoring a sip of the fragrant tea. She relished the sensation of holding the upper hand, while her opponent found herself powerless to retaliate. Why must you be so conflicted, Xinggu? Do you truly believe that in my second aunt's eyes, you are merely a charlatan? Regardless of whether it was a provocation, Jiang Si's words ignited Lu Xinggu's fury. Of course not. I have been in this profession for many years, relying on genuine skill. Jiang Si smiled faintly, believing this to be true. One who can astonish numerous noble women must possess some talent. Thus, since Lu Xinggu was seen as a figure of great ability in the eyes of her second aunt, a slight deviation in the outcomes of her rituals could hardly lead to her downfall. Confronted with the girl's enigmatic smile, Lu Xinggu felt a headache brewing. How had she entangled herself with this calamity? In any case, I trust that you will navigate this situation successfully. And you ought to believe in your own capabilities as well, Jiang Si urged sincerely. Lu Xinggu opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. All she could do was trust in herself. Jiang Si pushed her teacup forward, raising her cup in salute. Let us toast with tea in celebration of our collaboration. After a moment of silence, Lu Xinggu lifted her cup, lightly clinking it against the one in Jiang Si's hand. News of the elderly Lady Fang's eye ailment swiftly spread among acquaintances, owing much to the efforts of the second lady of the Dongping Bo, Madame Xiao. Within a few short days, Madame Xiao had summoned esteemed physicians, even inviting a couple of court doctors from the Imperial Medical Department. Such commotion naturally reached the ears of those familiar with the Bo residence. Now, whenever the Dongping Bo residence was mentioned, people would commend the filial piety of the second daughter-in-law of the elderly Lady Feng. One morning, Jiang Si, donned in her best attire, set off for Cixin Hall to pay her respects to Lady Feng. Upon exiting the gate of Haitang Courtyard, she encountered her father, Jiang Anqing. Is father not going out today? Jiang Si inquired with a graceful bow. I just came from your grandmother's side and was about to head out, Jiang Anqing replied, scrutinizing his daughter as he spoke. Today, Jiang Si wore a white short jacket adorned with pink flowers and a vibrant red skirt, resembling a blooming begonia, radiant and captivating. Jiang Anqing exhaled a sigh of relief, praising, You look particularly spirited today, seer. Jiang Si's lips twitched. Does father truly not know how to speak? What harm is there in complimenting a daughter on her beauty? Aware that his words seemed awkward, Jiang Anqing hesitated before adding, Your grandmother is in poor spirits today. Dressing brightly might uplift her mood. He had already been scolded by his wife for wearing a plain belt and did not wish for his daughter to suffer an undeserved reprimand. Thank you for your reminder. Father, Jiang Si replied with a charming smile. Jiang Anqing awkwardly touched his nose, attempting to maintain a nonchalant demeanor. You should go pay your respects to Cixin Hall. I must be off. Watching her father's tall figure hurry away, warmth flooded Jiang Si's heart. Her father, a grown man, had come here just to ensure she was appropriately attired and wouldn't inadvertently provoke her grandmother's ire. Jiang Si tilted her head, catching sight of the sun peeking through the clouds, casting a vibrant orange hue across the sky, mirroring her current mood. What are you looking at, fourth sister? A voice infused with unspoken meaning interrupted her thoughts. Turning to the sound, Jiang Si saw two young ladies approaching along the stone path, Jiang Pei, the sixth daughter, in the lead, followed by Jiang Li, the fifth daughter. Although both were born of concubines, Jiang Pei's mother was a maid accompanying the second Lady Xiao, while Jiang Li's mother had been a servant to the second master Jiang in her youth, thus granting Jiang Pei more favor in the eyes of their legitimate mother. It was Jiang Pei who had just spoken. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Jiang Si. Jiang Pei scrutinized Jiang Si from head to toe, exclaiming, Fourth sister, you are particularly bright today. Young and beautiful should indeed be adorned brightly, Jiang Si replied with an indifferent tone. Ever since their status had fallen to the second household, Jiang Pei had flattered Madame Xiao to secure a good match, living off the fortunes of the first household. And seeing such individuals naturally dampened Jiang Si's spirits. At Jiang Si's words, Jiang Pei's face flushed crimson. Being 2 years younger than Jiang Si, she had chosen a modest outfit for visiting their grandmother in light of her poor eyesight, and Jiang Si's comment felt like a direct insult to her appearance. While grandmother is unwell, fourth sister still has the leisure to dress up. Where is your filial piety? My filial piety is not something for you to concern yourself with. Sixth sister. However, your manner of speaking to your elder sister raises questions about your own decorum, Jiang Si retorted, leaving Jiang Pei momentarily speechless and nearly dropping the box she held. Turning away, Jiang Si departed. Now you recognize the rules? How did you end up quarreling with mother that day? Jiang Pei muttered under her breath. Jiang Li tugged at Jiang Pei's sleeve, saying, Sixth sister, best not to speak so much. Mind your own business. Jiang Pei shot Jiang Li a glare before hastening towards Cixin Hall. Inside Cixin Hall, the air was thick with the scent of medicine. A Fu reported, Old Madam, fourth miss, fifth miss, and sixth miss have arrived. Let them in, Lady Feng commanded. The three sisters entered in succession. Lady Feng, with her left eye rendered blind, struggled to open her remaining eye. quickly spotting the modestly dressed Jiang Pei. "Get out," she barked, her visible eye seeming to prick with pain. Jiang Pei cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Si. She had known that Jiang Si, dressed like a flamboyant butterfly, would soon encounter misfortune. Chapter 42. The sudden loss of vision had rendered the venerable Lady Feng increasingly irritable by the day. Particularly after receiving treatment from the esteemed physicians without any improvement, her rationality began to succumb to her temper. For someone with a strong desire for control, the abrupt onset of blindness in one eye brought forth an indescribable panic of impending darkness. She felt an urgent need to assert her unassailable authority. Facing Lady Feng's sudden outburst, Jiang Si remained composed. With her father's reminder from earlier that day and the repeated validations from her past life, she felt more adept at discerning her grandmother's thoughts than those around her, at least more so than her younger sister, Jiang Pei. Jiang Pei, irritated by Jiang Si's inscrutable gaze, lowered her voice and feigned sympathy. "Fourth sister, grandmother is unwell. You should heed her wishes and leave promptly." Jiang Si, with a subtle smile, gracefully knelt before Lady Feng. "Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother. I shall take my leave." Upon finishing her words, she averted her gaze and retreated towards the door, unable to suppress a smirk that tugged at Jiang Pei's lips. "Sixth girl, are you deaf?" Lady Feng's impatient voice rang out. A laugh escaped Jiang Qiao, the third young lady, who had arrived ahead of Jiang Si, standing behind Madame Guo. Lady Feng cast a frosty glance in her direction, prompting Jiang Qiao to instantly adopt a demure demeanor, no longer daring to breathe freely. Jiang Pei was utterly taken aback. What was grandmother saying? Had she misheard? Noticing Jiang Pei's stunned silence, Jiang Li kindly nudged her. "Sixth sister, grandmother is speaking of you." Jiang Pei blinked rapidly, her complexion draining of color, only to flush a vivid red as if doused with oil on dying embers. For someone accustomed to flattering her elders, being publicly reprimanded by Lady Feng left her utterly mortified. What was worse, she had no idea why it had happened. "Granddaughter takes her leave." Jiang Pei hastily bowed to Lady Feng and fled, covering her face. Jiang Si merely smiled, her expression serene as she stepped outside. A few individuals approached from the front, led by Madame Xiao and Jiang Qian, with Madame Xiao conversing animatedly with those beside her. A glimmer of amusement lit Jiang Si's eyes. Madame Xiao and her daughter had brought none other than Liu Xianggu, the renowned fortune-teller. Jiang Si could hardly contain her mirth. What could be more entertaining than this spectacle? She believed that when the curtain fell, both her second aunt and cousin would find it unforgettable. "Fourth sister has come to pay respects to grandmother." Jiang Qian initiated the conversation as they drew closer. Madame Xiao cast an astonished glance at Jiang Qian. She was aware of Jiang Si's disdain, and given that Jiang Qian had often borne the brunt of the younger girl's antics, it puzzled her why Jiang Qian was now so courteous. Seemingly oblivious to her mother's gaze, Jiang Qian maintained a gentle smile. Jiang Si offered a slight bow, her eyes locking meaningfully with Jiang Qian. "Second sister, you have been visiting the residence quite frequently. Did grandmother not ask you to remain at the to attend to your in-laws?" Jiang Qian instinctively bit her lip. Her hands clenched within her sleeves. She understood perfectly the sarcasm embedded in Jiang Si's words. It baffled her why Jiang Si was so antagonistic, especially since she was unable to confront her directly due to their current circumstances. As the wife of the heir to the Longxing Marquis, she had no need to extend pleasantries to a cousin who had been previously rejected. "Grandmother speaks out of concern for me, but we, as granddaughters, should not only think of ourselves. Grandmother's eyesight has yet to improve, and I have been restless." Upon hearing that a fortune-teller was summoned, I could not resist coming. Jiang Qian explained softly. How could she miss such an intriguing display? She needed to witness the downfall of the main family to relieve the pent-up frustration she felt from Jiang Si's provocations. On one side stood the gentle and respectful Jiang Qian, while on the other, the sharp-witted Jiang Si could hardly contain her own spirit. The maids and servants trailing behind Madame Xiao dared not voice their opinions, well aware of the repercussions of inciting Jiang Si's wrath. "Second aunt, is this the fortune-teller?" Jiang Si inquired, glancing at Liu Xianggu with curiosity. Liu Xianggu's lips twitched. This girl was undoubtedly a handful. "Yes," Madame Xiao replied nonchalantly, then turned to Liu Xianggu with courtesy. "Please, enter. Our matriarch has been awaiting your arrival." With a slight nod, Liu Xianggu entered gracefully, her presence exuding an ethereal quality. Jiang Si paused for a moment before turning, only to see Madame Guo and Jiang Chao emerging, followed closely by Jiang Qian and Jiang Li. It was evident that Lady Feng had dismissed the others, leaving only Madame Xiao and Lu Xinggu to discuss matters. The courtyard of Cixin Hall was spacious, and everyone stood in tacit understanding. Even Jiang Pei, who had just fled in disgrace, had quietly returned. Curiosity abounded regarding whether the fortune-teller could indeed remedy the matriarch's ailment. Jiang Si naturally remained. After approximately half an hour, Afu emerged from Cixin Hall, instructing a young maid to relay a message to the front courtyard. Jiang Qian seized the opportunity to inquire about the situation. Afu replied, "The matriarch has summoned all 3 masters and young lords. The fortune-teller requires the presence of the household's heads." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian cast a glance at Jiang Si, a glimmer of delight in her eyes. This was splendid. The fire could be directed at Jiang Zhan in front of everyone, ensuring the main family would not easily lift their heads for a long time, and Lady Feng's grievances against her would be resolved. As for Jiang Zhan, despite being the legitimate grandson of the main family, he was inherently disappointing. Once he further alienated Lady Feng, he could not compare to the promising future of his elder brother. At this moment, Jiang Eryi was at the yamen, while Jiang Anqing and Jiang Sanyi had gone out to manage the family estate. Jiang Zhan and the younger generation were studying at different academies, and upon receiving the news, they gradually returned to the residence. When Jiang Anqing and Jiang Sanyi arrived at Cixin Hall, the courtyard had already been prepared with an offering table, complete with incense and tea. "What is all this?" Jiang Anqing exclaimed, his head spinning at the sight. "A ritual." Lady Feng glanced at her eldest son. "The fortune-teller informed me that my sudden blindness is not due to illness, but rather a malevolent force. Only by exorcising this evil can my eyesight be restored." "Mother, how can you believe this?" Lady Feng's expression darkened. "Otherwise, can you cure my eyes?" Though she had been skeptical of the fortune-teller summoned by her second daughter-in-law, the fortune-teller's words struck uncanny similarities to her dreams, leaving her no choice but to believe. Deep down, Lady Feng wished to believe, for it offered her a glimmer of hope for her eyesight. Jiang Anqing was momentarily at a loss for words before he finally managed, "As long as mother is happy, let this witch perform her ritual quickly. The farce should end sooner rather than later." At this moment, Lu Xianggu spoke up. "Matriarch, are all the masters present?" Lady Feng turned to Afu. Afu promptly replied, "The second master has yet to arrive." "Where is he?" "The second brother has skipped class. The messenger could not find him," Zhang Yuan chimed in. Lu Xianggu's expression turned serious. "If we miss the auspicious timing today, the next ritual will have to wait for 7 days. What a troublesome child." Lady Feng scolded in frustration, just as the troublesome child dashed into the courtyard. "Isn't today the day for offering to the ancestors?" "The setting seems off," Jiang Zhan remarked, bewildered by the incense table set up in the courtyard. "Everyone else?" "A few words before the official launch. The new book is set to launch tomorrow. To be frank, regardless of how many books I have written or the achievements I have attained, each new work represents a fresh beginning for me. From the first page release to the first day of pre-orders, anxiety and unease have accompanied me throughout. Tomorrow marks the moment of truth for the examination of results. Here, Liu earnestly requests all book enthusiasts, even if many may choose alternative paths after the release of like Brocade due to its subscription fee or its brevity, to kindly consider subscribing to the first chapter. The initial subscription of a book signifies its potential and directly influences subsequent recommendations, which is of great importance to Lu Yi. The new book will have a singular opportunity to appear on the monthly ticket ranking, and Lu Yi aspires to attain a commendable position on this list. I humbly implore everyone to extend their support in March as much as possible. I am aware that there are numerous captivating books and beloved authors, and monthly tickets hold immense value for both you and the authors. In my heart, the votes you cast for me represent not merely monthly tickets, but also your unwavering support and affection. This heartfelt gesture is etched in my memory, compelling me to strive even harder in return. Additionally, there is an event on the website upon the new book's release, which requires certain quotas for monthly tickets, rewards, and reading lists to be unlocked. While rewards are an additional request, I can only humbly beseech those willing to contribute to do so during the event period. Of course, this is by no means obligatory. Please contribute within your means. Once again, I bow in gratitude. Chapter 43. The sound of bells. Jiang Zhan's words ignited an intense fury in the old matriarch. But with Lu Xinggu present, she managed to suppress her anger and shot a fierce glare at Jiang Anqing. Jiang Anqing merely touched his nose, unconcerned, as he did not know this unfortunate child. "Xinggu, please begin," the old matriarch commanded in a low tone. Lu Xinggu nodded, glanced at the incense burner, and closed her eyes, walking around the incense altar. The audience held their breath. listening intently to the indistinct words from Lu Xiangu's lips mingling with the sound of wind rustling through the fragrant leaves. Lu Xiangu circled the altar repeatedly, her voluminous robe billowing as she moved. Her seemingly erratic steps subtly revealed a certain rhythm, instilling a sense of solemnity in those who observed her. Jiang Zhan quietly tugged at Jiang Shi's sleeve. This sorceress is making me dizzy. Are you all right, fourth sister? As the younger generation stood together, Jiang Zhan's words drew the attention of Jiang Tsang and the others, who turned to look at them in unison. I'm fine, Jiang Shi replied, her lips curling slightly, as an impulse to give her brother a good beating surged within her. Suddenly, a sharp command rang out, followed by a series of clear chimes, drawing everyone's gaze. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Shi stepped on Jiang Zhan's foot and scolded, Second brother, can't you be quiet? Is it forbidden to speak? Jiang Zhan muttered under his breath. Because the quiet, handsome youth is more likable. He cleared his throat, lightly tapping his fist against his lips. Fourth sister, you may not know, but I am quite a person of few words. Just then, an exclamation of surprise erupted. Jiang Shi no longer paid attention to Jiang Zhan and focused on Lu Xingu's ritual. Unbeknownst to them, incense had already been inserted into the altar, and with the fluctuating chimes, the white smoke from the lit incense suddenly turned black. Why would the smoke change color? Lu Xingu shook the bell in her hand more vigorously, and the urgent ringing combined with the black smoke made everyone instinctively tense. At that moment, the ringing abruptly ceased, causing the hearts of those present to skip a beat. Look, Jiang Qiao pointed ahead, her voice trembling. The black smoke above the long incense altar seemed to come alive, coalescing into a beam directed toward their direction. The younger generation felt a sudden chill sweep over them. No one was foolish enough to ignore the ominous sign. Jiang Shi nodded inwardly. She had to admit, Lu Xiangu was quite skilled. Lu Xiangu turned to the old matriarch, who understood and spoke in a grave tone. There are no outsiders present, Xiangu. Speak your mind. Lu Xiangu's lips trembled slightly. Old matriarch, the malevolent spirit has attached itself to one among these individuals. Except for Jiang Shi, whose expression remained impassive, the others displayed looks of shock, with Jiang Zhan unable to restrain himself, shouting, Do not speak nonsense. Among the grandchildren, Jiang Zhan was the most straightforward and thus had never been favored by the old matriarch. Silence. The old matriarch wished she could cast Jiang Zhan out. Silence is silence. How absurd. Noticing Jiang Shi gently tugging at him, Jiang Zhan muttered quietly, refraining from further outbursts. The old matriarch's penetrating gaze swept over Jiang Shi and the others, lingering a moment longer on Jiang Qian. Such a moment was exceedingly sensitive, causing Jiang Qian's cheeks to flush, sensing the change in the way others looked at her. Stay calm. Jiang Qian took a deep breath. With that dream preceding this moment, her grandmother's suspicions were understandable. She subtly tilted her head toward Xiao Shi, who nodded reassuringly. Jiang Qian felt her anxiety dissipate, maintaining her composure. Lu Xingu had been invited by her mother, and all matters had been arranged. Once Lu Xingu identified Jiang Zhan, her role would conclude. Jiang Qian's gaze shifted to Jiang Zhan, finding amusement in his disdainful expression. She was eager to witness the look on his face upon discovering he was the culprit. It would surely be entertaining. Can Xingu identify who the spirit has attached itself to? The old matriarch inquired, each word deliberate. Regardless of who it may be, even if it were her cherished granddaughter Jiang Qian, she would not permit it. Lu Xingu slowly approached Jiang Shi and the others, her gaze scanning each face. Those who met her eyes involuntarily tensed, particularly the timid fifth Miss Jiang Li, who trembled uncontrollably, resembling a dry leaf hanging from a branch in autumn's chill. To determine who the spirit has attached itself to, I will need a few young gentlemen and ladies to step forward individually for verification. Lu Xingu stated with an air of a reclusive master. Please proceed, Xingu. It is imperative we identify and exorcise the spirit. The old matriarch's tone brooked no dissent. Then I must beg your pardon. Lu Xingu bowed slightly to Jiang Shi and the others. Her bow was directed precisely at Jiang Shi. Though no one noticed at that moment, Jiang Shi regarded Lu Xingu with curiosity. They had merely reached an agreement. She desired Jiang Qian's misfortune, but the means of achieving it were beyond her understanding, so she left it to the expertise of the sorceress. What would Lu Xingu do to reveal Jiang Qian? As Jiang Shi pondered this, Lu Xingu raised the bell in her hand. The bell, made of copper and aged, bore ancient patterns that exuded an air of mystery. With a gentle shake, the bell produced a clear sound that resonated in the spacious courtyard, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves to accompany it. Lu Xingu cherished the bell momentarily, I wonder if the old matriarch has heard of the bell that is rung for the living. If it encounters spirits or malevolent entities, it will emit no sound. The old matriarch nodded slowly. There is such a saying in the old tales. Lu Xinggu smiled. This bell of mine is precisely that kind, known as the soul-settling bell. At the mention of the soul-settling bell, a gust of wind swept through, raising goosebumps on the exposed skin of the crowd. Then, I shall begin. Lu Xinggu pointed at the outermost Jiang Li. Let us start with this young lady. Jiang Li's face turned pale, and under the gaze of everyone, she dared not utter a word. Stepping forward slowly to Lu Xinggu, Lu Xinggu raised her hand, gently shaking the bell before Jiang Li's forehead, and the clear sound immediately rang out. Jiang Li exhaled deeply, retreating 2 steps, as if utterly drained. Lu Xinggu passed by Jiang Li and approached the next individual. The bell rang intermittently until it was Jiang Zhan's turn. Please expedite the process, Jiang Zhan said irritably. The bell began to chime. Ding-ling-ling. Lu Xinggu maintained a calm demeanor as she walked past Jiang Zhan. Jiang Qian could hardly conceal her astonishment as she looked toward Xiao Shi, who wore a similar expression. The mother and daughter exchanged hurried glances, and before they could ponder further, Lu Xinggu had arrived before Jiang Qian, raising the bell and giving it a gentle shake. In that instant, the world fell silent. The sound of the bell did not resonate. Chapter 44. The mute eating bitter herbs in the courtyard. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard, and all eyes were fixed upon Jiang Qian. To her surprise, old Madame Feng felt a sense of relief in her heart. Indeed, the dreamt of golden rooster referred to the second girl. A gentle breeze lifted the stray strands of hair from Jiang Qian's forehead, revealing a pallid face. How could this be? Jiang Qian murmured, staring blankly at Madame Xiao. At that moment, her mind was a void, her senses numbed, echoing only one thought. Wasn't Lu Xinggu bribed by my mother? Why then had she become the vessel for that malevolent spirit? Had the Xinggu made an error? Madame Xiao, her face ashen, stepped forward, emphasizing the words made in error. Lu Xinggu maintained her composure, replying, Madam, that is a jest. While humans can err, the soul-determining bell does not. Yet, her gaze fell upon the bell in Lu Xinggu's hand, her brow furrowed, her tone laden with significance. Is it possible that the bell is faulty? Lu Xinggu smiled lightly, taking a few steps forward and shaking the bell before the 6th girl, Jiang Pei. The clear, ringing sound resonated once more. She stepped back and shook the bell again toward Jiang Qian. However, the bell seemed to fall silent, producing not the slightest sound. The atmosphere grew quiet again, filled with an indescribable awkwardness and an awe of the unknown. It cannot be Qianer. Madame Xiao clenched her fists, the veins on the back of her hands prominently visible. The term Xinggu biting her tongue heavily. Lu Xinggu bowed respectfully to Madame Xiao, stating, Madam, one cannot go against heavenly will. This is beyond my control. This was indeed a candid admission. Had she been able to determine the outcome, would she have caused so much trouble? Since the Xinggu has identified the malevolent spirit, please perform the exorcism, urged old Madame Feng. Enough. Old Madame Feng interrupted Madame Xiao coldly. The Xinggu is your invitation. Do you not acknowledge this result? Madame Xiao's lips trembled, rendered speechless. At that moment, she was horrified to realize that she had truly shot herself in the foot. The person she had invited was now implicating her daughter in harming old Madame Feng. She could not possibly claim that Lu Xinggu had accepted bribes from her. For the first time, Madame Xiao tasted the bitterness of her own making, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Lu Xinggu. Then please, Xinggu, hasten to perform the ritual so that the old madam may recover swiftly. Lu Xinggu possessed undeniable abilities. Yet she doubted that old Madame Feng's affliction could be alleviated merely through a ritual. Should that occur, she would be accused of lacking true prowess and would have to bring in another practitioner. Of course, if Lu Xinggu could reveal Jiang Zhan as previously agreed, and old Madame Feng showed no signs of improvement thereafter, that would be a different matter altogether. I shall begin, Lu Xinggu declared, tucking the bell into her robes, her hands swiftly moving as she circled around Jiang Qian. The onlookers instinctively shifted aside. Jiang Qian stood alone, listening to Lu Xinggu's incantations, her delicate face shifting from pale to flushed, then back to pallid, akin to a painter's palette. Go. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lu Xinggu suddenly raised her hand, flames erupting from her palm. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. The fiery hand descended upon Jiang Qian's shoulder. Ah! Jiang Qian screamed uncontrollably. Surprisingly, the flames extinguished just as quickly, leaving her garments unscathed. What was that? Old Madame Feng's gaze narrowed. A patch of red gradually revealed itself on Jiang Qian's shoulder, growing increasingly vivid, evoking thoughts of blood. Moments later, the crimson hue faded away, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. The malevolent spirit has been vanquished. Old Madame's affliction will improve within 3 days, Lu Xinggu stated, taking a slight breath and smiling at old Madame Feng. Is it true? Old Madame Feng inquired eagerly. Lu Xinggu wore an enigmatic smile, nodding while casting a furtive glance at Jiang Si among the crowd. How could she know whether it would truly improve? That was what the young lady had claimed. On that day at Tianshang Tea House, the young lady had asserted that as long as she followed her instructions, old Madame Feng's ailment would resolve within 3 days, promising her both fame and fortune. Coercion and temptation left her little choice but to acquiesce. Xinggu, you have worked hard. Old Madame Feng expressed sincerely, signaling to a Fu, who promptly presented a bulging purse. I am fatigued. Madame Xiao, take good care of Xinggu in the coming days. Do not neglect your civility, old Madame Feng instructed. Since Lu Xinggu dared to publicly declare that old Madame Feng's affliction would improve within 3 days, she had already placed 5 parts of her faith in her words. However, given the stakes involved, it was prudent to have Lu Xinggu stay in the residence for 3 days. Stay longer? Lu Xinggu was taken aback, nearly revealing her true feelings had it not been for years of practiced composure. She cast a barely perceptible glance at Jiang Si, who stood among her sisters. Radiant as a blossoming begonia, her expression impassive as she made a gesture indicating 6. Digging up ancestors' graves, spreading gossip. Lu Xinggu. Then I shall impose. Lu Xinggu bowed to Madame Xiao. You are too courteous, and should there be any inadequacies in my reception, I hope for your understanding. Madame Xiao nearly ground her teeth. Her gaze toward Lu Xinggu icy. Old Madame Feng, displeased, remarked, then ensure a proper reception. Madame Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Meanwhile, third Madame Guo could hardly contain her laughter. It had been ages since she witnessed second sister-in-law in such a predicament. The last instance was due to fourth girl. Could this be a new norm? The thought alone brought her joy. Your daughter is aware, old Madame Feng nodded, finally turning her attention to Jiang Qian. At this moment, Jiang Qian had yet to recover from her shock, murmuring, Grandmother. Old Madame Feng's disdain was evident, her tone cool as she replied, Second girl. I have long stated that you are now a married woman. Refrain from returning to your parental home without cause, lest the Ho residence speaks ill of your conduct as a wife. Jiang Qian swayed slightly, biting her lip. Granddaughter understands. What mistake had occurred between her mother and Lu Xinggu? This humiliation would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. Mother Feng, assist me in entering the house. Let this place be tidied up. After old Madame Feng retreated indoors, the onlookers in the courtyard dispersed silently, casting lingering glances at Jiang Qian. Henceforth, Jiang Qian had fallen from favor in old Madame Feng's eyes. Jiang Zhan accompanied Jiang Si as they made their exit, faintly hearing a voice behind them. Second sister. Are you all right? It was the eldest son, Jiang Tsang, Jiang Qian's twin brother. Jiang Qian muttered something inaudible. A belated response. Noticing Jiang Si's gaze upon him, Jiang Zhan pouted. Had that shameless fortune-teller dared to claim it was you, I would have knocked her senseless on the spot, proving her fraud. Jiang Si smiled playfully. I know second brother is the strongest. Jiang Zhan had not anticipated such direct praise from Jiang Si, his ears flushed with embarrassment as he hastily changed the subject. Fourth sister wouldn't Ti believe that fortune-teller's nonsense, would she? The girl, with an innocent expression, replied, I do believe. What? Jiang Zhan nearly slipped and fell. Chapter 45. Aftermath. The spirit beast eggs of Tianyu and Tianyue. Amidst the peculiar gazes from the household, Jiang Qian, despite her heart brimming with questions and grievances, could not linger any longer at the Bo residence. With a fleeting exchange of glances with Mrs. Xiao, she hurriedly took her leave. Mrs. Xiao was tasked with hosting Lu Xinggu, and soon found herself alone with the opportunity to confront her. Unable to contain her impatience, she immediately inquired, Xinggu, what on earth is happening? Lu Xinggu remained unperturbed as a mountain. The outcome has indeed taken me by surprise. What does that mean? Mrs. Xiao pressed, frustration simmering within her. This is not what we had previously agreed upon. Seeing Lu Xinggu's evasive demeanor only fueled her anger further. Could it be that Xinggu finds the remuneration insufficient? Madam, you misunderstand. Lu Xinggu sighed deeply. It is truly a matter of fate that cannot be defied. What fate cannot be defied? Mrs. Xiao retorted, her complexion turning ashen. Wasn't the claim regarding the old lady being troubled by malevolent spirits our prior arrangement? Suddenly, Lu Xinggu grasped Mrs. Xiao's hand with utmost seriousness. There truly is a malevolent spirit attached to the young lady. Mrs. Xiao recoiled in shock, her face paling. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Xinggu smirked coldly. Do you truly believe I am but a charlatan? With her expression devoid of any mirth. Lu Xinggu lost all semblance of ethereal grace. Her high cheekbones and sharp chin, paired with her icy, profound gaze, rendered her countenance somewhat sinister. Mrs. Xiao felt a jolt of realization. How could she forget that her sister-in-law was acquainted with Lu Xinggu because the latter had once performed a soul retrieval for her nephew? Indeed, Lu Xinggu possessed genuine abilities. Yet, she had initially claimed the old lady was afflicted by malevolent spirits merely as a decoy. How could it be that a spirit truly attached itself to Qian'er? Mrs. Xiao's thoughts spiraled into dread as she gazed at Lu Xinggu. With a heavy sigh, Lu Xinggu remarked, "It seems that fate has already been predetermined. How could I dare defy it for mere material gain? Will the old lady's eyesight truly recover within 3 days?" Lu Xinggu hesitated. Mrs. Xiao, perceptive as always, responded with a sardonic smile. "Then I shall await the miraculous spectacle you will display in 3 days." With that, she stormed out in anger. Lu Xinggu plopped down onto a cushioned chair, pouring herself a cup of tea, taking several swigs, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over her. She feared that girl might end up driving her to her demise. "Xinggu, should we pack up our belongings?" A young girl stood at the door, clutching a small bundle. "Pack what? Just leave it be," Lu Xinggu gestured dismissively. She needed to prepare for the possibility of being cast out at any moment. There was little to tidy up. The next 3 days would indeed feel like an eternity. Mrs. Xiao, skeptical of Lu Xinggu's claims, took it upon herself to write 2 letters, one to Jiang Si to offer reassurance, and another to her sister-in-law. Soon after, her sister-in-law arrived at the Bo residence under the pretense of visiting the old lady, granting the 2 women a chance for a private conversation. "Sister-in-law, do enlighten me. How capable is Lu Xinggu?" Having already heard of the events at the Bo residence, Mrs. Xiao's sister-in-law felt a tinge of awkwardness. "Well, she is quite effective at performing soul retrievals for frightened children. Can her rituals truly cure the old lady's eyesight?" Mrs. Xiao's sister-in-law chuckled nervously. "That's hard to say. The old lady's condition appeared quite suddenly, and the cause remains uncertain." Mrs. Xiao closed her eyes, growing increasingly resentful. "I can't shake the feeling that I've been deceived by Lu Xinggu." Yet, there was still something she couldn't fathom. She had previously promised Lu Xinggu a substantial reward upon success. Why was Lu Xinggu now seemingly opposed to the money? Opening her eyes, a glint of determination sparkled within them. It was Lu Xinggu who dealt with spirits, not her. Whether it was fate or human dealings, she had invited this person in only to be bitten back. Once this storm passed, she would settle the score. There remained an opportunity to restore the old lady's favor towards Qian'er. Mrs. Xiao turned her gaze towards her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law instinctively glanced towards the door. Lowering her voice, "What if the old lady's eyesight does not improve within 3 days? Are you suggesting that if the old lady's eyesight does not recover, it would render Lu Xinggu a fraud, thus invalidating the claim of Qian'er being possessed?" Mrs. Xiao fell into a contemplative silence. Though she managed the Bo residence, the old lady's provisions were handled elsewhere, making it difficult for her to intervene. The recent incident where she had been doused with tea leaves while seeking news from Zixin Hall was still fresh in her memory. "Madam, the master has arrived," a maid announced from outside. Moments later, the door swung open, and Zhang Erlao entered with a stern expression. "Your sister-in-law has come," he acknowledged Mrs. Xiao's sister-in-law with minimal enthusiasm. Mrs. Xiao's sister-in-law stood. "There are many matters at home. I must take my leave." Jiang Erlao, indifferent to her tact, wore a frosty expression once she departed. "Look at the trouble you've caused. When have we ever needed to invite a fortune-teller into our home? Now, a bucket of murky water has been thrown onto Qian'er's reputation, and how will she face her in-laws? I did not anticipate it would turn out like this." Mrs. Xiao stammered, feeling the weight of embarrassment. Ignoring her discomfort, Jiang Erlao coldly remarked, "That Lu Xinggu was recommended by your sister-in-law, correct? Limit your interactions with her moving forward." Mrs. Xiao's face flushed crimson. Coming from an ordinary background, her dignity was derived from her husband and children. Jiang Erlao's words were akin to a slap to the face. "We must ensure our servants are well disciplined. This matter must not be allowed to circulate. As for Qian'er, swiftly write to her, instructing her to remain inconspicuous at the Ho residence. Your mother-in-law is pragmatic. After this incident, regardless of her feelings towards Qian'er, She will consider Qian's standing in the Ho family. Mrs. Xiao nodded repeatedly. Suffering self-inflicted wounds was painful and infuriating. Yet the immediate priority was to mitigate the repercussions of this incident, ensuring that Qian's position in the Ho family remained unscathed. The following day arrived, and as Mrs. Xiao and her entourage visited Xixin Hall to pay their respects, they were met with the absence of the old lady. Mrs. Xiao turned to the management hall to attend to household matters when a maid rushed in. "Second madam, something has happened." "What is it?" Mrs. Zhao's heart sank at the ominous tone, rising to her throat. "The news of yesterday's ritual has spread. Now, there are gambling houses placing bets on whether the old lady's eyesight will improve within 3 days." "What?" Mrs. Xiao's vision darkened, and she fainted. Chapter 46. Business what? Lu Xinggu, equally unable to withstand the blow, sat on the bed, clutching her chest, her complexion pale. She had initially hoped that if the old lady from the Dongping Bo family showed any signs of recovery within 3 days, she could fabricate some excuse to evade the situation. Now, however, with the capital's gambling houses embroiled in this scheme, not only was it improbable for her to navigate this crisis, but her past misdeeds might also be exposed under the public scrutiny. The people of the Great Zhou were fervent gamblers, wagering on everything from the minutiae of daily life to grand estates and carriages. Anything could serve as stakes in their fervor. Lu Xinggu could vividly envision the uproar that her recent ritual had incited over the past few days. She resolved that she could no longer remain in the Bo residence, for staying would spell her doom. Thoughts of fleeing the capital began to swirl in her mind, prompting her to instruct a young girl to inform Madame Xiao that she needed to step out. Madame Xiao, still reeling from the recent shock, reflexively declined the request upon hearing the young girl's message. When the girl returned with this news, Lu Xinggu decided to confront Madame Xiao directly. The lady had just fainted and was still feeling lightheaded, having barely settled down to rest. If Xinggu had business to discuss, it could wait until later, said Madame Xiao's head maid, blocking Lu Xinggu's path. Then let the lady rest well. I shall speak with the old lady, Lu Xinggu replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor despite being rebuffed twice. The sound of coughing from within prompted a call for Lu Xinggu to enter. She stepped inside steadily. Madame Xiao, propped up by her maid, reclined against a cushion, her expression far from welcoming. "What do you wish to discuss with the old lady?" she asked, struggling to mask her disdain for Lu Xinggu. If it were possible, she would gladly cast this sorceress into the flames. Of course, she had already sent word to her elder sister at her family home, for she doubted this sorceress possessed any true power, given her past failed exorcisms. "I wish to purchase some talisman paper to burn as talisman water for the old lady to consume," Lu Xinggu replied coolly, having already torn the veil of civility. She was determined to uphold her facade of an otherworldly sage. "Surely you can send one of your disciples for such trivial items," Madame Xiao stated. "That will not suffice," Lu Xinggu insisted earnestly. "The quality of the talisman paper and the hue of the cinnabar can vary subtly. A slight misstep could greatly diminish the efficacy of the talisman water, thus jeopardizing the old lady's recovery. Therefore, these items must be selected by me personally," she concluded, casting a meaningful glance at Madame Xiao. "Surely you are hoping for the old lady's swift recovery?" "Of course," Madame Xiao replied, momentarily caught off guard. After a brief contemplation, she nodded to a nearby servant. "Very well, let 2 people accompany the sorceress." "Understood," Lu Xinggu thought to herself, cursing internally while maintaining her smile. Talisman paper and cinnabar were lightweight items. There was no need for such an entourage. Madame Xiao, with a strained smile, insisted. "The old lady's recovery hinges entirely on the sorceress's capabilities. I must ensure her safety." Lu Xinggu merely tightened her lips, choosing to say no more. She had successfully evaded scrutiny before, having mastered the art of escape when her exorcism had gone awry. Lu Xinggu exited the Bo residence with the young girl, unperturbed by the 2 robust women following closely behind, heading straight to her usual shop. The establishment, a quaint 2-story building facing the street, proudly displayed a large red character on a fluttering white flag. "Ah, it's the sorceress." A familiar voice greeted her from the shopkeeper. "The usual," Lu Xinggu replied impassively. "Right this way, sorceress," the shopkeeper said, leading her upstairs while casting a curious glance at the unfamiliar women trailing behind. Lu Xinggu was a regular patron, usually accompanied by her female disciples, but these 2 women were clearly strangers. By the way, those 2 women must belong to the Dongping Bo family. The tale of how the second wife had summoned Lu Xinggu for an exorcism, only to inadvertently drive her own daughter away, had become common gossip. Sorceress, will the old lady's eyesight improve? The shopkeeper inquired discreetly, glancing back. Lu Xiangyu shot him a sidelong glance, her tone reserved. Do you doubt my abilities? Of course not. He replied, a broad smile plastered on his face. As long as you say so, that is enough for me. To be honest, I even placed 10 copper coins on your victory at the Tianlong casino. 10 copper coins? Lu Xiangyu frowned. Was her reputation only worth such a paltry sum? Ah. I'll wager a silver tael next time. As long as the old lady's eyesight improves, I'll multiply my winnings fivefold, he exclaimed, realizing his slip too late. Please. Sorceress, do come in. Lu Xiangyu entered, her expression darkening. A 5-to-1 payout was utterly insulting. Thankfully, she would soon be leaving the capital. Let them do as they pleased. The shopkeeper hurriedly presented an array of talisman papers and cinnabar for her selection, assuring her that her disciples could fetch anything she required. As the door closed, the temperature in the room seemed to rise. Lu Xiangyu ignored the two women, fully engrossed in her selection. Under the watchful eyes of the two women, who had been instructed by Madame Xia to observe Lu Xiangyu closely, they gradually began to feel drowsy. About a quarter of an hour later, they fell asleep. Lu Xiangyu placed her selections on the table and stood up, quietly instructing the young girl, I will exit through the adjoining clean room. You stay here for a quarter of an hour before coming down the stairs to meet me at our usual spot. Do you understand? The girl nodded vigorously. Lu Xiangyu smirked coldly at the two slumbering women before boldly pushing open the door and departing. At the end of the corridor was the clean room. Hastily, Lu Xiangyu made her way there when suddenly, the door to the adjacent room swung open, revealing a handsome young man with a charming smile. Where are you going, sorceress? Upon recognizing the young man's face, Lu Xiangyu's expression shifted dramatically. It was that mischievous maid, a man. Without pausing, Lu Xiangyu quickened her pace. A man hurled her shoe at Lu Xiangyu, striking her on the back of the head. Lu Xiangyu staggered but quickly steadied herself, only to find A man standing directly in front of her. If you wish to go to the clean room, you must wait a moment. Our young lady is inside. Awaiting you, A man said, slipping on her shoes and pointing towards the door. Resigned, Lu Xiangyu entered, where she was greeted by the sight of a radiant young lady sitting by the window, smiling at her as if they were old friends. A shiver ran down Lu Xiangyu's spine. The first time they met, she had been deceived by this enchantress. What scheme did she have in store this time? Are you planning to leave the capital, sorceress? The young lady inquired, her dark, glimmering eyes filled with playful amusement, as though they were merely catching up with an old friend. Lu Xiangyu, feeling cornered, sank into the seat across from Jiang Si. What more do you want from me? I have a business proposition, and I believe we could collaborate, Jiang Si suggested, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Lu Xiangyu felt an uneasy tension rise within her, her instinct screaming that this was a bad omen. This business is closely related to you, Jiang Si continued, her smile widening. Lu Xiangyu's heart sank further. What should she do now that she felt even more anxious? Chapter 47. Borrowing money. Do not be anxious, Fairy Lu. It is likely that those two will awaken soon. Let us proceed with our discussion, Jiang Si urged. Fairy Lu's gaze towards Jiang Si was indescribable. When one feels utterly scrutinized with each step they take, even a delicate girl appears as a fearsome creature in the eyes of the observer. At this moment, Jiang Si embodied that fearsome creature in Fairy Lu's perception. Let us talk business, the girl suggested with a smile. I am not adept at business, Fairy Lu protested, wishing only to escape without hindrance. Jiang Si chuckled softly. Have you considered, dear fairy, that the commotion surrounding your ritual has, in fact, presented you with at least 2 advantages? What advantages? Fairy Lu queried, her heart racing at Jiang Si's gesture as she extended her finger. Fairy Lu instinctively quivered at the sight. Is it another ominous sign? She wondered. Aside from digging up graves and spreading gossip, what further threats could there be? This time, Jiang Si extended 2 fingers and said nonchalantly, first, you have become the focal point of attention in the capital, which significantly enhances your safety. At this, Jiang Si glanced at Fairy Lu and inquired with a smile, surely, you do not believe my second aunt is made of clay and will allow you to leave the capital unscathed? Fairy Lu forced a smile. That is precisely why I plan to slip away. For your information, my second aunt's brother holds a position within the 5 cities military commission. While his rank may not be prominent, it is not difficult for him to obstruct someone. Fairy Lu's lips trembled. She realized she was trapped in a predicament from which she could not escape. The situation has changed. The entire capital is watching. My second aunt would not dare confront you openly, but she may resort to spreading rumors to tarnish your reputation. If my reputation is ruined, it would be catastrophic. Fairy Lu stated numbly. If the eyes of the Dowager Countess of Dongping do not improve, my second aunt could easily slander her, and you may end up in prison, which would be no better than enduring physical torment. Why would the fairy's reputation suffer? My grandmother's eyes are sure to heal, Fairy Lu asserted, taking a deep breath. Her voice laced with urgency. Do you truly believe the Dowager's eyes will improve? I do not speak without conviction. This is the second advantage of the situation. As skepticism regarding your abilities grows, the moment my grandmother's eyesight is restored, admiration for you will flourish. At that time, you shall reap both fame and fortune. If that is indeed the case, I owe you my gratitude. Let us set aside this topic for the moment. We must discuss business, Jiang Si insisted. What business? Are the major gambling houses not capitalizing on this event? We should join the fray. Fairy Lu's expression stiffened, uncertain of Jiang Si's intent. I have heard that the odds at the gambling houses are around 5 to 1. We could wager that you will restore my grandmother's eyesight, transforming 1 tael of silver into 5. Is this not an extraordinarily profitable venture? While the arithmetic appears sound, what if we lose? Fairy Lu was beginning to succumb to Jiang Si's persuasion, entering the mindset of an ordinary person. We will not lose, Jiang Si stated resolutely. Fairy Lu hesitated, wanting to argue, but facing someone who might dig up her ancestors' graves had robbed her of her courage. After a moment, she asked, why us? Jiang Si spread her hands and replied confidently, I am without funds. Fairy Lu's lips twitched as she gritted her teeth, retrieving a banknote from her bosom and offering it to Jiang Si. This is what you previously gave me. If you have no money, take it for your use. As for gambling, I shall abstain. If the Dowager's eyes do not improve, Fairy Lu would at least retain some savings for herself. In that case, I shall not pressure you, but do lend me another 200 taels. What? Fairy Lu was taken aback for quite some time. The depth of the girl's gaze ultimately compelled her to relent. She rummaged through her pocket and, after unwrapping a cloth pouch, produced 2 banknotes. Jiang Si accepted them without hesitation, smiling slightly. She knew that someone like Fairy Lu lacked a sense of security and always carried a sum of money wherever she went. Rest assured, once I win the wager, I shall return your principal, Jiang Si assured her. Fairy Lu closed her eyes, reluctant to say she need not be reimbursed. Instead, she nodded absently, stating, I shall take my leave. Those 2 women will awaken soon. Safe travels, Fairy. Shortly after, a man entered, whispering in Jiang Si's ear. Fairy Lu has departed. Jiang Si nodded slightly. She could still sense the lingering fragrance of Fairy Lu, indicating she had returned to the adjacent room. Miss, do you truly believe that Fairy Lu, having committed such an unforgivable act, will attain both fame and fortune? A man questioned. Jiang Si smiled as she gazed out the window. What of it? Justice will be served in due time. Let us wait and see. A man scratched her head, skeptical of whether fate was indeed so meticulous as to monitor every villain, yet she had faith in her mistress. Let us go to the Tianxiang Tea House. The private room at Tianxiang Tea House had been reserved in advance, and the individual Jiang Si sought had been waiting there for some time. Upon entering with a man, the person immediately rose to greet them. Jiang Si removed her veil and placed it casually on the table. The young man lowered his head, inquiring, what instructions do you have for me, miss? He could not forget the first time he encountered this ethereal girl. Having been caught off guard and nearly knocked unconscious by her male-disguised companion for failing to divert his gaze, this young man was none other than A Fei, the street ruffian whom A Man had previously stabbed. You handled the previous matter well, Jiang Si remarked coolly. Her second uncle's family intended to bury the truth, but she would not allow them to succeed. The rapid spread of gossip was largely due to A Fei's efforts. The citizens of the capital were quite affluent. This locale was fertile ground for gossip, where a mere spark could ignite a conflagration. I am unworthy of such praise, miss, A Fei stammered, quickly averting his gaze. When faced with such unparalleled beauty, one's life was certainly of greater importance. He had merely intended to tease the beautiful youth, but had inadvertently entangled himself with this pair. There is another matter that requires your attention, Jiang Si said, giving a slight nod to A Man. A Man hesitated briefly before handing over a plain pouch. Here, A Fei reached out to take it, but A Man stubbornly refused to release her grip. A Fei glanced at Jiang Si, increasing his grip. What is going on? Is the pouch not meant for me? Have I misinterpreted? A Man, Jiang Si called out, exasperated. Only then did A Man relent, issuing a warning. If you lose it, I will ensure your demise. The girl was far too trusting. How could she entrust such a sum to this scoundrel? Open it and take a look, a man urged. Fei lowered his head to open the pouch, and upon seeing the banknotes inside, his complexion instantly paled. Miss, you shall use this to wager, betting on the Dowager Countess of Dongping's recovery, Jiang Si instructed. Fei's lips turned white. This. The girl was indeed audacious, entrusting him with such a significant sum without fear of him absconding. Chapter 48. A reunion with AnGuo, he sure by extra. Jiang Si sat gracefully with her hands folded in front of her, her demeanor casual yet elegant. Her voice calm and soothing. Money is only meaningful when you have life to spend it. Fei shuddered, instantly recalling the excruciating pain he had endured at midnight. Although that agony had long since faded, his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and a wave of unending fear surged within him. He never wished to experience such torment again. Your pouch will be crushed if you keep squeezing it, a man reminded with concern. This is money the young lady borrowed from Lu Xinggu, and it wasn't easy for her to do so. There were countless casinos in the capital, and this sum was but a trifling amount. You could select 3 or 4 reputable casinos to place your bets, and upon success, I shall reward you with 100 taels of silver. There's no need for a reward, Fei hastily replied. Jiang Si smiled gently. It is only natural to receive compensation for one's efforts. Though you hail from the streets, you are a good citizen. We are not master and servant. We are partners in this endeavor. As such, you will, of course, receive your share once the task is accomplished. Then, thank you, young lady. Fei carefully tucked the pouch into his bosom, but after a moment of hesitation, he took it out again, retreating to a corner to remove his shoes and conceal the pouch in his shoe. A man rolled her eyes in disdain. Are you really going to take off your shoes in front of the young lady? Have you no shame? This is safer, Fei chuckled. After so many years in the world, he understood well that in this life, there were far more important things than face. At least, this silver was one of them. As Fei reached the door, Jiang Si called out softly, Fei. Her voice, gentle and clear, flowed through the early summer tea room like a spring brook, calming the restless hearts within. Fei paused, turned his head down, and asked, Does the young lady have further instructions? I merely wish to say, if you do not want to be a worthless wretch cast aside in the streets for life, then you must work diligently. Fei trembled at her words, unable to suppress the urge to look up at Jiang Si. The young lady remained seated by the window, her dark eyes deep and sincere, evoking a sense of earnestness in her statement. A warmth surged within him, and he nodded hurriedly before rushing out. Jiang Si took a sip of her tea. Young lady, can you truly trust Fei? What if he runs off with the money? He won't, she replied. Rather than saying he won't, it is more accurate to say he dares not. Jiang Si did not believe that one who had tasted the bitterness of Duanhuan San would possess the courage to seek it out again. As she had just told Fei, money is only worth having when one has life to spend. Duanhuan San was exceedingly potent, and she had only concocted a small amount recently, all of which she had directed towards Fei, having been reborn. She had many tasks to undertake and many hands to employ, yet she would never exploit the innocent with her knowledge. This was her bottom line in seeking vengeance against those who wronged her in her previous life, for she never wished to become like them. Since Fei had taken the initiative to tease a man that day, he was hardly innocent. It was fitting to temporarily enlist him as her errand boy. After sipping her tea for a while, Fei had already hurried out of the tea house. With all the wealth he had accumulated in his lifetime, he felt that the amount in his pouch was barely a fraction, leaving him bewildered about which foot to step out with first. Stay calm, stay calm. Fei repeated to himself, his nerves taut as he exited the tea house. Just a few steps outside, a large dog suddenly pounced from nowhere. Woof. The dog barked at Fei, its tone warning. Fei nearly jumped out of his skin, glaring at the imposing dog as if it were a formidable enemy. I warn you, I eat dog meat. If you dare come closer, I will not hold back. The dog lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Fei's backside. Yow! Fei cried out in agony. From the window of the tea room, a man stifled her laughter. Young lady, Fei has been bitten by a dog. Jiang Si glanced outside, momentarily stunned. The large dog resembled AnGuo. Hey, young lady. This dog seems to be the one that delivered money to you that day, a man noted, clearly remembering the dog that had brought money to her mistress. Young lady. Quick, look. What is it doing now? The dog, having released Fei's backside, lowered its nose and eventually clamped onto Fei's shoe, refusing to let go. Fei, in a panic, kicked and struggled. You little beast, let go. Could it be that the dog is trying to retrieve the pouch we gave Fei and bring it back to you? a man realized suddenly. It was this very dog that had previously brought the pouch from the man who had tried to harm the second young master, which contained gold leaves and pearls. However, the thought of the dog attempting to do the same now soured a man's mood. What should we do, young lady? At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the tea house. And if the dog were to extract the pouch from a Fei's shoe in front of all those onlookers and present it to Jiang Si, it would surely become a spectacle. Jiang Si was momentarily at a loss. She had many methods to deal with people, but when it came to AnGuo, even if she had a plan, she could not bring herself to act. In desperation, she softly called out, AnGuo. After uttering the name, Jiang Si shook her head. Perhaps the special bond they once shared made her unconsciously believe that AnGuo would still heed her call, yet the reality was far from that. To AnGuo, she was merely a stranger who piqued its interest for some reason. The large dog below, still holding onto a Fei, suddenly paused and looked up at the window, suspicious. Seizing the moment, a Fei covered his backside and dashed away, running several paces before daring to glance back, trembling in fear. Had that cursed dog followed him? Seeing the dog remain seated, a Fei sighed in relief and quickly vanished from sight. The dog, feeling wronged, let out a whimper as it watched a Fei leave, raising its head to look at the tea house. Jiang Si's figure had already disappeared from the window. A man peered outside anxiously. Young lady, do you think that dog will come looking for you? Jiang Si shook her head. At this moment, she truly did not understand what was happening. Did AnGuo really stop because it heard her call? The large dog looked up, pitifully barking once more. Jiang Si's heart softened a little. Should she go down to check? However, if she were to maintain contact with AnGuo, she could not avoid that scoundrel. Jiang Si recalled her relationship with Yu Qi. Still feeling a pang of regret. He had intruded into her life nonchalantly while concealing his identity as the seventh prince, claiming to be a commoner from the borderlands. Only revealing his true identity after she had consented to the marriage, forbidding her from retracting her agreement. Had she known he was the seventh prince, she would have kept her distance, and she would not have met such a tragic end. That beast that bit me that day, kill it. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed from outside. Chapter 49. The dog of others. A commotion erupted in the street. Jiang Si hurried to the window and peered down. Several rough-looking men surrounded AnGuo, cautiously inching closer, each wielding a hefty wooden club. Not far away, two figures stood side by side. One donned a brocade robe and held a folding fan, while the other wore a moon-white straightcoat. Jiang Si recognized both of them. The one in the brocade robe was Princess Rongyang and the son of General Cui Su, Cui Yi, who had recently been bitten by AnGuo on the street. The other was Yang Shenkai, the grandson of the Minister of Rights. Jiang Si's gaze lingered on Yang Shinsai's face for a moment. He appeared to be little older than her brother, handsome in an almost unearthly way, yet he was the one responsible for her brother's death. She only knew that her second brother's demise was somehow linked to Yang Shenkai, but the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Miss, that dog will be beaten to death by them. Should I go down to help? A man leaned out, her face etched with concern. Jiang Si pursed her lips as she observed the scene below. Let us wait for now. Based on my understanding of AnGuo, those men may not be his match. Miss, seeing that dog surrounded makes me quite anxious. A man tightened her grip on the windowsill. It's called AnGuo, Jiang Si replied with a smile. How do you know? A man asked, puzzled. I heard its owner call it that day, Jiang Si responded, a bit taken aback. A man's eyes brightened as she recalled the youth who was even more striking than Jiang Zhan, exclaiming, Isn't he that handsome scoundrel? Jiang Si's face flushed, then darkened. What a description. Just because he looks good, does that justify being called a scoundrel? A man blinked innocently. I think it's quite fitting. Enough of that. Jiang Si said with a faint reprimand, her attention drawn back to the uproar below. One of the thugs let out a roar and swung his club at AnGuo. The dog nimbly dodged, then leaped, sinking his teeth into the man's wrist. The man screamed in agony, dropping his club to the ground. The others, seeing this, immediately rushed in with their clubs. AnGuo clung to his victim, while his powerful hind legs kicked another assailant in the face and he swiftly darted among the thugs. By the time the onlookers comprehended the situation, several thugs lay on the ground, clutching their wounds and howling in pain. People couldn't help but rub their eyes. That dog is incredible. The large dog barked loudly and walked towards Cui Yi and Yang Shenkai, stepping over the face of a fallen thug without a glance. The crowd felt a mix of dread and admiration. Not only was the dog formidable, but it also had an air of arrogance. Whose dog could this possibly be? Miss, do you think AnGuo just barked at you? Jiang Si remained silent, her gaze following the large dog. She sensed a comforting message in AnGuo's bark. Did he fear for her worry? Don't come closer. Cui Yi, clearly overshadowed by psychological fear, retreated step by step, his face pale. Cui Yi, your men are pathetic. Several of them can't even handle a dog, Yang Xinkai mocked, stroking his chin. Cui Cheng, Cui Gong, are you both dead? Hurry up and come out. Cui Yi shouted. Two figures almost simultaneously emerged before Cui Yi. He relaxed slightly, waving his folding fan. Fortunately, he had foreseen the need for reliable assistance after being besieged by a pack of dogs previously, and had managed to secure two seasoned veterans from the battlefield. These two experienced soldiers were unfazed by bloodshed, easily capable of handling a limping dog. Jiang Si, who had been merely observing, felt a weight of seriousness. She sensed a battle-hardened aura emanating from the two men. Miss, should we go down? I feel those two are formidable, a man voiced her growing anxiety. No, we cannot help by going down. It's better to maintain our vantage point for a strategic response, Jiang Si contemplated for a moment, dismissing her impulsive urge. She had learned a few cunning moves from Yu Qi, which were adequate against ordinary individuals, but against such seasoned fighters, they would be insufficient. As for a man, her skills would merely be ornamental before the two unassuming middle-aged men. AnGuo, acutely aware of the two men's presence, bristled and emitted a low growl. The three soon clashed. The onlookers held their breath, witnessing a scene reminiscent of brutal warfare. One of the men had a chunk of flesh bitten from his calf, blood streaming down, while AnGuo, panting heavily, lost the composure he had displayed against the thugs. The injury to his leg had indeed hindered his speed. Miss, it seems AnGuo is at a disadvantage. A man could no longer sit still as the situation escalated below. Jiang Si handed a man a teacup. Hold on to this. If AnGuo cannot hold on, throw it at the man in the brocade robe. She referred to Cui Yi, although she harbored more resentment towards Yang Xinkai. The two middle-aged men were clearly aligned with Cui Yi, making his safety a priority. Beast, let us see how arrogant you are now. Frustrated by the chaos caused by a limping dog, one thug suddenly drew a gleaming dagger from his leg and lunged at AnGuo. Kill it. We'll feast on dog meat today. Cui Yi shouted excitedly. It should have been skinned long ago. Those old fools are so stubborn. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, ordinary citizens were prohibited from carrying weapons, yet Cui Yi, as a privileged class, was evidently exempt from such restrictions. The dagger glinted menacingly in the sunlight, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat. Without hesitation, a man hurled the teacup with all her might. The blue teacup arced gracefully through the air, striking Cui Yi squarely on the forehead. He let out a pained scream, collapsing backward. The two men, embroiled in combat with AnGuo, rushed toward Cui Yi's position. However, a black and yellow figure was quicker, arriving there first. The massive dog pressed its paw firmly on Cui Yi's bleeding forehead, wagging its tail leisurely as it regarded the approaching men. Cui Yi was so frightened that he could hardly feel the pain on his forehead, stammering, "Quick, save me. Beast, get away." One of the middle-aged men shouted. AnGuo cast a glance at him, causing the man to pause, bewildered by a fleeting sense of disdain emanating from the dog's eyes. Surely, it must have been a trick of the light. Then, to their astonishment, the great dog lifted its paw, leisurely pressing it against Cui Yi's throat. The crowd fell into a hushed silence. This dog must have become a spirit. Chapter 50. The official arrives, please. Don't act impulsively, whatever you do, stammered Cui Yi, pinned helplessly to the ground by a large dog. The beast was far more terrifying than any human, while people could be coerced or bribed. A dog adhered to no such logic. The mere thought of its claws raking across his throat sent shivers down his spine. As he realized he could meet an untimely demise at any moment, the more he pondered, the more his fear escalated. And he could distinctly feel the dog's hot breath on his face, occasionally punctuated by droplets of saliva. The pampered young master, who had been sheltered from hardship, could no longer bear the pressure and began to weep openly. Suddenly, the previously tense atmosphere shifted to one of awkwardness. Many onlookers mused to themselves, this dandy, who usually strutted about causing trouble, turned out to be such a coward under the paw of a dog. Perhaps the creature should simply rid the world of him. Two middle-aged men observed him with undisguised disdain, realizing they had pledged loyalty to such a coward. Nevertheless, they understood that should anything happen to Cui Yi under their watch, they would be held responsible. One discreetly produced a hidden crossbow from his sleeve, a forbidden item that could escalate matters considerably if discovered. Jiang Si, possessing a vantage point that far exceeded that of the spectators, immediately spotted the concealed weapon. The threat posed by such a long-range weapon to AnGuo was significant. Unable to maintain his composure, Jiang Si turned to descend, only to hear a familiar voice ring out. "What do you intend to do to my dog?" The voice was clear and melodious, devoid of any hint of commonality, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Even Cui instinctively lifted his head to locate the source. Erniu, with a paw firmly on Cui's face, affectionately barked at the newcomer. Yuqi approached with purposeful strides, his gaze frosty. "What do you intend to do to my dog?" Cui, struggling beneath the paw, gritted his teeth and retorted, "You should see clearly who is doing what to whom." Woof. Erniu issued a warning bark towards Cui, who was immediately petrified into silence, desperately signaling to his companion Yang Shenkai for assistance. Yang Shenkai, feeling equally conflicted, thought to himself how ferocious this dog was compared to the gentle creatures he was accustomed to. He cast a jealous glance at the dog's owner, his eyes widening in awe upon realizing the striking beauty before him. "Is this your dog?" he asked, his initially haughty tone softening unexpectedly. Cui, under the duress of the dog's paw, felt an overwhelming urge to kick Yang Shenkai for reverting to his old habits upon encountering someone attractive. "You, make your dog move away," Cui pleaded, aware that he could not count on his companion and dared not provoke the large dog. Yuqi had now reached Cui, looking down at him with an expression that conveyed icy indifference. In that moment, Cui felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation wash over him. Once the immediate crisis was resolved, he vowed to make this young man pay dearly. "Apologize to my dog," Yuqi commanded. "What?" Cui thought he must have misheard. Yang Shenkai, recovering from his initial shock, interjected, "Surely you jest, sir. It was your lack of control that allowed this beast to attack my friend, and now my friend is being held down by it. You expect him to apologize?" Yuqi regarded Yang Shenkai with astonishment. "Isn't the responsibility of discipline yours to bear? What concern is it of mine? Discipline me? Your words are rather nonsensical," Yang Shenkai retorted, prompting laughter from some spectators who had caught on to the exchange. As laughter erupted, Yang Shenkai finally comprehended the insult directed at him. "How dare you humiliate me?" he shouted, indignant. Yang Shenkai was no ordinary youth. His grandfather was the Minister of Rights, and his sister was the Crown Princess. Being publicly ridiculed as an insignificant wretch was intolerable. He drew a steel whip from his waist and aimed it at Yuqi. Erniu, witnessing the assault on his master, remained steadfast, lowering its head to affectionately lick Cui's face. As Cui's vision darkened, he realized, to his dismay, that his true ire was not aimed at Yuqi or the dog, but rather at Yang Shenkai. That rascal was leading him to his doom. He lashed the whip toward Yuqi with fierce intent. Yuqi merely smiled, effortlessly catching the whip with his hand. "Release me," Yang Shenkai shouted, exasperated. "What is going on here?" A squad of officers finally arrived on the scene. The crowd parted, casting sympathetic glances at the strikingly handsome young man, fearing for his fate should he be taken away by the authorities. Yang Shenkai, now emboldened, said with feigned outrage, "Is the five-city garrison merely lounging about? A vicious dog attacks a man and wrongdoers roam free. Is this how you maintain law and order in the capital?" The leading officer raised his blade towards Yuqi, commanding, "Let him go." Yuqi shot Yang Shenkai a scornful smile, applying more pressure to the whip. Yang Shenkai, aflame with anger, could hardly believe the audacity displayed before the officials. He instinctively yanked the whip back, only for Yuqi to release his grip. The sudden motion sent Yang Shenkai stumbling backward, crashing into the old soldier who had concealed the crossbow. The soldier, realizing the peril, had no time to retract the weapon before a swift, yellow and black whirlwind lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his wrist. In pain, he lost his grip, and the crossbow fell to the ground. Erniu seized the crossbow and sprinted to Yuqi's side, who merely cast a casual glance at the leading officer. Understanding his master's silent command, Erniu dropped the crossbow at the officer's feet. The officer stood frozen, aghast. Possessing a crossbow was a serious offense. "What are you waiting for? Seize that man and his dog," Cui shouted as he scrambled to his feet. The officer's lips twitched as he hesitated, eyeing the damning weapon at his feet. With so many witnesses present, he realized that turning a blind eye would not be as simple as he had imagined. Following the officer's gaze, Cui scoffed, "This is merely a weapon my bodyguard uses to protect me. What is so noteworthy about it? Why don't you arrest someone already? Indeed, why has the officer taken action?" Yuqi mused, his eyes fixed on the crossbow on the ground. Surely, there was no law in Dezhou permitting a scholar's servant to possess such a weapon. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the officer's forehead. If it had been a dagger or something less lethal, matters might have been simpler, but a crossbow was a different matter entirely. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the officer discreetly signaled to Cui, "My apologies, young Master Cui. I must take these two into custody." Turning to Yu Qi, he coldly declared, "Allowing a dog to attack is a public nuisance. Take this man away and put his dog down." Chapter 51. The wealth-bringing dog. Standing before the window on the second floor, a man tugged at Jiang Si's sleeve with urgency. "Miss, did you hear? Those officials intend to kill AnGuo. Is there no way for its master to intervene?" Ever since Yu Qi's appearance, Jiang Si had lost her previous composure, her grip tightening until her knuckles turned pale. "What?" a man exclaimed, pressing her forehead. "My lady, how can you be so distracted? AnGuo is about to be beaten to death by those officials." "It won't happen," Jiang Si murmured softly. A man's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can it not? A pair of fists cannot withstand multiple hands, especially since AnGuo is merely a dog. It cannot escape such a crowd of officials." Gradually, Jiang Si regained her calmness. "Just wait and see. Its master should have a way." Unlike other princes, Yu Qi had lived outside the palace for special reasons and later journeyed to the southern lands. This year marked his return to the capital after a long absence, and not long after, this obscure seventh prince vanished from the capital like a fleeting flower. At this moment in her past life, she and Yu Qi were strangers. However, she learned of this information after her wedding. Yu Qi's mother, the virtuous consort, hailed from the Duke of AnGuo's household and was the paternal aunt of Ji Chongyi. Therefore, she would refer to Yu Qi as her cousin alongside Ji Chongyi. On the day of her wedding, although she was veiled and oblivious to the outside world, she later overheard gossip from the maids about Yu Qi's attendance at the ceremony. The virtuous consort had two sons, the fourth and seventh princes. Though she could not return home for her nephew's wedding, the fourth prince certainly attended. However, the seventh prince had rarely appeared publicly after returning from the south and had never participated in any banquets. People secretly whispered that this prince was cold and eccentric. So his appearance at the Duke of AnGuo's wedding piqued everyone's curiosity. It was said that on that day, the seventh prince was in high spirits and drank too much. Jiang Si reminisced while hiding behind the window, observing the refined young man on the street below. Yu Qi had just returned to the capital, and the officers of the Wuqing Bing Ma Si were surely unaware of his true identity. Yet he was never one to be trifled with. It would not be easy for anyone to harm AnGuo in his presence. With this thought, Jiang Si felt increasingly composed and was intrigued to see how Yu Qi would extricate himself from this predicament. She leaned slightly out from behind the intricately carved window frame. The young man below, resembling a towering pine, seemed to sense something and glanced in her direction. In that fleeting moment, he felt his heart race, and a faint blush adorned his pale, jade-like face. "Take them away," the leading officer commanded, oblivious to the undercurrents. With a wave of his hand, many officers surrounded Yu Qi and the large dog. "Is this dog vicious?" Yu Qi's expression remained unperturbed, his slightly raised phoenix eyes radiating a casual smile. "You just arrived." "Which I saw my dog acting viciously." The leading officer scoffed. "We are not blind. Just moments ago, we witnessed your dog knock down young Master Cui. Is that not the act of a ferocious beast? To ensure the safety of the common folk, such a vicious creature must be put down." Upon hearing this, the bystanders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the large dog was intimidating, and while it was satisfying to see it wreak havoc on these young rascals, what if it went mad and bit someone else? Yu Qi gently stroked the dog's head, smiling lightly. "You are mistaken, sir. My dog would never bite without reason. It was acting in self-defense." At this point, Yu Qi's demeanor shifted, his voice turning cold. "These two ruffians intended to harm a court official. Might I inquire what crime that entails?" "A court official?" The leading officer's expression changed, and his tone became respectful. "May I ask who you are?" In this capital, officials were abundant. One could easily find a fifth-rank official by simply dropping a tile on the street. To survive in this place, one had to be astute. Yu Qi ignored the leading officer, instead gripping the thick fur at AnGuo's neck. AnGuo stood up, shaking off the dust from its coat, then suddenly placed its front legs on the leading officer's shoulders. The officer was taken aback. "Do not panic, sir. Look at the collar around its neck," Yu Qi gently reminded. The officer's pale face turned toward the dog's neck, where he discovered that the dog indeed wore a collar. However, due to its lush fur, the collar, which matched the color of its coat, was easily overlooked. Seeing the officer's lack of reaction, AnGuo impatiently shook its head, sending a flurry of dog hair into the air, revealing a small copper tag that fell from the collar. The leading officer reached out to examine the tag, which read, "Bestowed by the Emperor, 5th rank Howling General." Startled, the officer's hand trembled, causing the tag to slip from his grasp. AnGuo let out a disdainful bark. The officer stared at the large dog, his expression beyond words, rendered speechless for a long moment. By the heavens! This wretched dog holds a higher rank than I. Cui Yi, covered in blood, was seething with rage. What in the world is happening? Are we not arresting anyone? The leading officer, recovering from his shock, waved his hand decisively. Arrest these 2 individuals harboring a dangerous weapon. What? Cui Yi was taken aback. This situation is turning absurd. As several officers began to apprehend people, Cui Yi grasped the leading officer's sleeve and lowered his voice. I say, did you take the wrong medicine today? You intend to arrest my people? For Cui Yi and Yang Si, who were among the most prominent rascals, they were well acquainted with these officers and had never been treated with such disrespect before. The leading officer sighed, young Master Cui, with so many commoners watching. We must put on a show, otherwise my position would be at risk, and those censors would likely cause trouble for the Grand General. If such a troublesome son were his own, he would have drowned him in the toilet long ago. Very well, you may take my people away. But this dog must be killed, Cui insisted. That's unacceptable. Why is it unacceptable? Even if this lad is a court official, his dog cannot ascend to the heavens alongside him. You cannot act like a sycophant. The leading officer, slightly perturbed, replied coolly, young Master Cui. Do not make it difficult for me. The official is indeed this esteemed dog. What? Cui Yi was utterly befuddled. The leading officer, fearing complications, stepped closer and whispered a few words in Cui Yi's ear. Cui Yi's eyes widened in surprise, not at the dog, but at Yu Qi. For there was only one person's dog that could possibly hold the rank of a 5th rank official. The identity of the individual before him was now glaringly apparent. As a rogue who had thrived in a life of indulgence, what was most essential? Naturally, it was having access to valuable information. Cui Yi stammered, suddenly offering a sheepish smile to the large dog. I apologize for any offense today. Please forgive me. Cui Yi, have you lost your mind? Yang Si gasped in disbelief. Cui Yi wiped the dried blood from his face and pulled Yang Si away. You all carry on. I must escort this fool away. Are you itching for trouble? The 2 soon distanced themselves, leaving behind a flurry of retreating officers and 2 old bodyguards who could only weep in despair. To be under such a foolish master was truly a stroke of bad luck. The leading officer opened his mouth to speak. Yu Qi discreetly shook his head and patted AnGuo's head. Let us go, AnGuo. My lady, AnGuo is unharmed. Everyone has left, a man sighed in relief. Her curiosity piqued. Is AnGuo's master truly a court official at such a young age? Moments ago, the conversation below had been intentionally muted, making it difficult for others to overhear. Contemplating the possibilities, Jiang Si smiled. Perhaps so. Let us depart as well. Once the crowd began to disperse, the pair descended the stairs at a leisurely pace toward the East Pingbo mansion. The journey from Tianxiang Tea House to the East Pingbo mansion involved traversing several streets. As they approached the vicinity of KZ Alley, they suddenly heard a familiar bark. Jiang Si paused in her steps. A man watched in delight as a large dog, proudly carrying a cerulean pouch, bounded toward them. My lady, AnGuo has come to bring you money again. Chapter 52. Selling oneself to repay a debt. AnGuo swiftly bounded to Jiang Si's side, wagging his tail and nudging her hand with his large snout. Seeing the eager anticipation in the dog's eyes, Jiang Si couldn't help but smile. Is this for me? AnGuo emitted a soft whimper, resembling a plea, as he placed a pouch into Jiang Si's hand. Unable to dismiss the dog's heartfelt gesture, she opened the pouch, laughed, and handed it to Amon. Take this home and properly store the golden leaves and silver coins. Burn the pouch in the brazier. Amon responded cheerfully, peering into the pouch with wide eyes. Miss, there seems to be even more this time than last. Are we keeping it for ourselves? She recalled how Jiang Si had previously disdainfully given all the contents to the second young master, which had secretly pained her. Let us keep it. One learns from experience. There's no need to be at odds with money. The gentle sound of footsteps approached, and AnGuo suddenly turned his head, barking twice, as if urging her. Noticing the new arrival, Jiang Si frowned. She should have anticipated that where AnGuo was, he wouldn't be far behind. Amon, let us go. Without waiting for Yu Qi to approach, Jiang Si turned to leave, only to find her hem caught. Looking down, she saw AnGuo's large, innocent eyes gazing up at her, tail wagging. AnGuo, let go, Jiang Si said helplessly. She began to suspect that Ernie had returned to life alongside her. Otherwise, how could one explain the dog's unusual affection? After all, Ernie had been a battle-hardened dog, not one of those pampered pets seeking to please. Ernie merely wagged his tail, feigning ignorance. Speak as you wish. He would not let go. Even Amon could not help but roll her eyes, thinking, why does it feel like this dog is more cunning than she is? By this time, Yuchi had already stood before Jiang Si, the distance between them no more than a few paces. At this moment, Jiang Si regained her composure, wearing a detached smile as she nodded slightly to Yuchi. Mr. Yu, what a coincidence. Yuchi gazed at the girl so close to him and smiled broadly. I specifically came to find Miss Jiang. Jiang Si's smile faded. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Yu? Yuchi suddenly bowed deeply to Jiang Si. Thank you for saving Ernie today. Jiang Si sidestepped to avoid Yuchi's gesture, responding coolly, Mr. Yu is joking. I did nothing remarkable. Woof. Ernie suddenly barked at Jiang Si. Nonsense. It was indeed saved by her. Master, hurry and repay the favor. Yuchi smiled with amusement. Miss Jiang, even Ernie acknowledges it. The big dog eagerly nodded in agreement. Yet Jiang Si remained steadfast, refusing to concede. I truly do not know what Mr. Yu is referring to. It is getting late. I must return home. Woof. Ernie called out, diverting attention as he dashed to the wall and began to dig. Amon whispered in surprise. Could it be that Ernie has another pouch hidden here? Jiang Si shot her a glare. When did her maid become so obsessed with money? Amon quickly fell silent. Before long, Ernie returned with an object in his mouth, placing it on the ground before Jiang Si. Oh, it's that teacup, Amon exclaimed, glancing at it. It was indeed a sturdy teacup, having survived the fall after striking Cui Yi, with only a few minor cracks to show for it. Ernie barked at Jiang Si, clearly indicating, with both dog and material evidence, will you still deny it? Jiang Si couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Ernie's penchant for hiding things remained unchanged. It was with this very teacup that Jiang Si had cleverly managed to turn the tables during a crisis. Yuchi observed the flustered girl with gentle eyes. His little lady had blossomed into an exceptionally graceful young woman. Yet she had long forgotten their fleeting encounter and held little regard for him. Yuchi pondered this, his heart heavy. How does one win a girl's favor? He had no experience. How does one win the favor of a girl who holds no affection for him? He had even less experience. Regardless, he resolved to persist in his pursuit. Jiang Si averted her gaze, stating coolly, even so, Mr. Yu need not be so polite. It was merely a matter of affinity with Ernie, a trivial effort on my part. Yuchi replied earnestly, Miss Jiang does not understand the bond between Ernie and me. What seems trivial to you is, in fact, a life-saving grace to me. Jiang Si furrowed her brow, suddenly feeling that this scoundrel might utter something shameless. Coughing lightly, the handsome youth, with cheeks flushed, seemed unable to meet Jiang Si's gaze. It is said that a life-saving favor cannot be repaid. If Miss Jiang has any requests, I will certainly do my utmost. Jiang Si's heart skipped a beat. Yuchi had revealed his true name so early in this life. But no, he still bore the surname Yu in her presence. Realizing this, the turbulent emotions within her settled once again. At this moment, the sacred maiden Sang was no longer present. And he had met her in the capital, encountering a version of herself that strikingly resembled the sacred maiden. Nothing had changed from the past. He still approached her under the guise of Yuchi, hoping to win her heart and have her willingly become the substitute for his beloved. Fortunately, with the lessons learned from her previous life, she would not be foolish again. Thankfully, she was still the fourth young lady of the Dongpingbo Manor. Rejected from a marriage, rather than living under the identity of the sacred maiden of the Wumiao clan. Even if Yuchi harbored ulterior motives, they could never become husband and wife again. With this realization, Jiang Si's tense demeanor relaxed, her smile growing more composed. I seek nothing further, mister. You can simply forget today's events. Yuchi felt a pang of bitterness. The girl appeared delicate as a willow, yet she had erected walls of steel before him, leaving him unable to breach her heart. Woof! Ernie swished his tail against Yuchi's feet in disdain, barking once more. He had already offered the betrothal gifts twice. His master's ineptitude was quite distressing. Did she not know that a dog could lose its fur from overthinking? A drop of water's grace should be repaid with a fountain. How much more so a life-saving favor? If Yuchi were to forget, would he not become an ungrateful person? Yuchi maintained a calm facade, yet his heart raced. The conversation had reached such a point. He had nearly implied an offering of himself in return. Surely she would not continue to keep him at arm's length. He had heard from the guards that he appeared fairly handsome in the girl's eyes. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could elicit a hint of affection from her? Jiang Si took a deep breath, smiling lightly. If that is the case, then please provide me with the payment. Huh. Yu Qi's expression momentarily contorted, as he raised a hand to touch his nose. He must have misheard her. Miss, what are you saying? Amon exclaimed, nearly in tears. This charming scoundrel, with his status and a money-fetching dog, could she not maintain some decorum? If Mr. Yu feels compelled to repay me, then simply providing payment would suffice. That way. You can feel at ease, Jiang Si stated matter-of-factly. Surely with such a greedy and lazy demeanor, he would keep his distance? How much does Miss Jiang think is appropriate? Yu Qi quickly recovered, asking with a light chuckle. His laughter resembled the sudden uncorking of aged wine, releasing an intoxicating aroma. Jiang Si felt an unexpected warmth rise to her cheeks, mentally chiding herself, then justifying her reaction. It wasn't her lack of composure. It was simply that this scoundrel was exceptionally handsome. A natural inclination toward beauty is a shared human trait. Jiang Si held up a finger. Since Mr. Yu values you so highly, losing him must weigh heavily on you. Thus, 1,000 taels would be fair. 1,000 taels? Not too much. Yu Qi replied with a smile. Indeed, Jiang Si awaited his response. But I have no money. It seems I can only sell myself to repay the debt. What? Chapter 53. A bustling scene at the doorstep. Jiang Si was acutely aware of her own limitations and intelligence, yet never had she felt so bewildered. How had the situation devolved into her selling herself to pay off debts? Hadn't they just been discussing gratitude and reciprocity? The girl's inner turmoil elicited a faint smile from Eugene, though his demeanor remained solemn. I must express my embarrassment. I possess little more than sheer strength. Perhaps I could run errands for Miss Jiang instead. A modest fee for my services could be recorded. Once it totals 1,000 taels of silver, the debt would be considered settled. At this juncture, Eugene spoke with an unusual seriousness, urging, Miss Jiang, please do not inflate the fee out of regard for Jiang Erdi. That would compromise my intention of repaying your kindness, and I would feel even more guilty. Jiang Si's striking eyes widened in disbelief. Selling herself to repay a debt, not as a renowned courtesan, but merely as a runner, and he expected to be compensated at market rates? Was he planning to cling to her for life? The audacity of a prince deceiving her under the pretense of financial hardship was disconcerting. That shameless rogue. There are distinctions between genders. I do not require a runner, she declared coldly. However, wasn't the man who had just exited the Tianxiang tea house merely running errands for Miss Jiang? Eugene's tone carried a hint of grievance. A man? Jiang Si pondered for a moment before her irritation flared. Are you suggesting that young Master Yu has been following me? It was no coincidence that Ah Fei had been bitten by Ernyo just as he left the tea house. With this thought, Jiang Si's gaze shifted to Ernyo, her expression a mixture of confusion and annoyance. On both occasions she had encountered Ernyo, it had bitten someone else. She had previously realized this peculiar inclination. Recalling how, in a past life, Ernyo would often affectionately lick her palm, Jiang Si felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This was a habit that needed correction. Though Ernyo remained unaware of Jiang Si's thoughts, it seemed to sense its owner's disdain, whimpering and wagging its tail vigorously. Eugene stroked the fluffy head of the large dog, chuckling, Miss Jiang has misunderstood. I was merely taking Ernyo for a casual stroll. However, Ernyo. He hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge more. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jiang Si pressed. What about Ernyo? With newfound confidence, Eugene continued. Ernyo detected your scent on that man, which is why it would not let him go. Fuming, Jiang Si thought, why on earth would that man carry her scent? Rationality reminded Eugene that the man's attire and demeanor suggested he was merely a street thug. It was unlikely Jiang Si would have any significant dealings with him. Nevertheless, her anger was undeniable. The seventh prince, on the verge of exploding with emotion, maintained a facade of calmness, concealing his true feelings from the girl before him. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Si's cheeks flushed, wishing she could kick Eugene. Wang Wang. Ernyo barked, seemingly echoing its mistress's sentiments. With a faint smile, Eugene remarked, hence, I surmise that man was merely running errands for you. You must have encountered him at the Tianxiang tea house. And so? Jiang Si shot him a sidelong glance. Eugene's expression grew earnest. I believe I would excel at running errands compared to him. Moreover, while you would need to pay that man, I am offering my services in the spirit of repaying a debt, free of charge. Jiang Si scoffed. But I find it more convenient to employ that man. Besides, young Master Yu is a close friend of my brother. If I were to treat you as merely a runner, my brother would be the first to object. Taking a step back, her expression returned to calmness. She added, "Young master you, please refrain from speaking such impractical words. If you have the means to repay the 1,000 taels, do so. If not, it is of no consequence. We are not related. There is a distinction between genders, and it would be prudent to maintain our distance." Miss Jiang makes a valid point, Eugene conceded. Lowering his gaze, his long lashes casting shadows upon his cheeks, revealing an air of profound melancholy. Those who are blessed with beauty often reap advantages. Even a man, who had remained silent, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. The girl seemed rather heartless. Quickly regaining his composure, Eugene smiled. "In that case, I shall strive to save money. In the moment I have sufficient funds, I will repay you, Miss Jiang." Without waiting for her response, he clasped his fists in salute and patted Ernyo. "Ernyo, let us depart." Knowing when to retreat is wisdom, he would return another time. Eugene left with the large dog, leaving Jiang Si to ponder for a while before grasping the implications. Had that scoundrel truly ensnared her again? What did he mean by "when I have money"? "My lady, he has already left." Are we not going? The girl seemed to hesitate. "Let us go." The pair walked for about 15 minutes before catching sight of the grand entrance of the Dongpingbo mansion. The usually quiet entrance was now teeming with people. "My lady, has something occurred at our residence?" Jiang Si stopped in her tracks. She had subtly orchestrated a public spectacle between Lu Xinggu and Shan. And Shan would certainly not sit idly by. Lu Xinggu's troubles were likely imminent. "Fourth sister, so this is where you are." Jiang Zhan approached briskly, a smug smile adorning his face. The charlatan had finally been confronted. Jiang Si rubbed her temples in exasperation, asking, "Does second brother take pleasure in Lu Xinggu's misfortune?" "Of course. Though I am not particularly fond of second sister, we are family." That so-called priestess claimed second sister was possessed, causing her great embarrassment. How could I look upon her with favor? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Second sister was already married and favored by their grandmother. This situation was distressing enough. What if that priestess had targeted fourth sister instead? Without a mother to protect her, and having already turned down a marriage proposal, she might find it difficult to remain in the Bo mansion. Jiang Si observed her brother in silence. "What is it? Am I wrong?" Jiang Zhan noticed her unusual demeanor and rubbed his nose. "No, second brother speaks the truth." Jiang Si stood on her toes to brush a fallen leaf from Jiang Zhan's shoulder. Though her brother lacked exceptional talent or insight, his innocent heart was unparalleled. Jiang Zhan grinned, pulling Jiang Si along. "Come, second brother will take you to see the commotion." Jiang Si was led to a large tree in front of the Dongpingbo mansion. "Look, that woman in the blue dress. Her child died after drinking Lu Xinggu's talisman water." Jiang Zhan explained, handing Jiang Si a small box. Jiang Si glanced down to find it filled with glutinous rice cakes. "Fourth sister, try this." The glutinous rice cakes sold by Zhang the Lame on North Street are the sweetest. Jiang Si chuckled softly, holding the box of glutinous rice cakes. Watching the spectacle while enjoying a treat was a quintessential experience for the residents of the capital. At the stone steps in front of the Dongpingbo mansion, the steward addressed the woman in blue with a bow. "We merely invited Lu Xinggu for a ritual. We had no idea she had caused harm. If Lu Xinggu has indeed harmed your child, we shall not protect her." Chapter 54. Mutual Understanding. Jiang Si pressed a glutinous rice flour into a man's hand, urging, "Second brother, let us enter the manor." Jiang Zhan grasped Jiang Si's arm, cautioning, "Do not proceed through the main entrance. You might be jostled." Shaking her head, Jiang Si insisted, "No, we shall go through the front." Seeing her already stepping forward, Jiang Zhan hurried to catch up. With such a crowd, it would be disastrous if someone carelessly bumped into his sister. "Make way, make way." As Jiang Zhan forged a path for Jiang Si, she swiftly approached the Vermilion Gate. The steward, upon noticing Jiang Si's arrival, momentarily froze before greeting her. "Fourth young lady has returned." "Indeed," Jiang Si replied with a modest nod, momentarily pausing. At that moment, unexpectedly, a woman in blue seized Jiang Si's wrist, sharply demanding, "Are you the mistress of this residence? Let go." Jiang Zhan rushed over, aiming to strike the woman. "Second brother, do not act impulsively," Jiang Si gently interjected, prompting Jiang Zhan to halt and angrily admonish the woman. "You may have grievances with Lu Xinggu, but why do you drag my sister into this?" With Jiang Si's attire and the steward's earlier words, it was evident to discerning eyes that she was a young lady of the manor, a truth that could not be concealed. The onlookers began to murmur. While sympathy for the woman's lost child was natural, there was no justification for her holding onto a young lady, particularly from a prestigious family, even in lesser households. Such behavior would incite ire from fathers and brothers. Please release her, sister-in-law. If our young lady is frightened, the head of the household will surely be displeased. The steward thought to himself, secretly resenting Jiang Si for her boldness in approaching such a crowd. The woman tightened her grip on Jiang Si, declaring loudly, I do not care. Since I cannot see your other masters, I will claim her. Jiang Zhan's anger surged, yet he noticed Jiang Si subtly shaking her head. Ever since she had confidently proclaimed that Ji Chongyi could not marry into a distinguished family after their engagement was broken, Jiang Zhan had admired his sister's intellect. Now, observing her composed demeanor, he gradually regained his calm, fixing a steely gaze on the woman. Jiang Si caught a glimpse of the steward's face, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth beneath her veil. This woman had indeed not disappointed her. By approaching the main entrance, she had been promptly intercepted. Though the atmosphere in the Great Zhao was progressively liberal, with women increasingly liberated, it was still unusual for a young lady from a noble family to engage in public disputes with an agitated individual. Jiang Si was indifferent to public opinion but preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict when possible. Are you pulling me to demand an explanation? The veiled young woman asked gently. The woman paused, seemingly taken aback by the calmness of her counterpart, which made her appear increasingly rude in the eyes of the onlookers. I want to see Lu Xiangu and take her to the authorities. Why does my sister-in-law want to bring Lu Xiangu to the authorities? Upon hearing Jiang Si's inquiry, the woman burst into tears. She caused my child's death. Jiang Si patiently allowed the woman to recount the circumstances of her child's demise before responding. I sympathize with your plight, but may I ask when your child passed away? The woman faltered, her sharp tone betraying her sudden panic. Last year. Why do you ask? Jiang Si sighed. The citizens of the capital were known for their integrity when witnessing a spectacle, and as soon as the crucial details emerged, silence enveloped the crowd, their ears attentively poised to hear. What could this noble young lady be sighing about? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Jiang Si continued, to inform you, my grandmother became blind just a few days ago, which is why my second aunt invited Lu Xingu to perform a ritual. Lu Xingu has expelled the malevolent spirits and assured us that my grandmother's eyesight will return within 3 days. At this, Jiang Si turned to the bystanders. Surely, you have all heard of this? Of course. Who hasn't? The crowd replied, chuckling. Jiang Si then addressed the woman sternly. Since your child's incident occurred last year, why did you not seek Lu Xiangu's accountability then, instead of waiting until now? The woman, her eyes darting, cried, how could you, a young lady, understand the struggles of common folk? To you, Lu Xiangu is a figure to summon at will, but for us, she is someone we cannot dare to confront. She caused my child's death, yet refuses to acknowledge it, and drove my family out of the capital. We were sick and frail, and it has taken us this long to recover. Her outburst ignited sympathy among the surrounding crowd. I see, Jiang Si nodded. Then I kindly ask you to wait just one more day. Lu Xingu has guaranteed that my grandmother's affliction will improve by tomorrow, which is the final day. But your steward just claimed he would never shelter Lu Xingu. Jiang Si smiled gently. That is indeed true. After tomorrow, Lu Xingu will surely depart from the manor. At that point, whether you bring her to the authorities or settle matters privately, the manor will remain uninvolved. Absolutely not. The woman began to panic. What if Lu Xiangu sneaks away after tomorrow? Where will I find her? I must take her to the authorities now. Jiang Si slowly withdrew her hand from the woman's grasp. If you cannot wait a single day, it raises my suspicions. Are you intentionally trying to disrupt my grandmother's treatment? How could the young lady accuse me unjustly? I fear Lu Xiangu may flee. Jiang Si chuckled lightly, raising her voice to the crowd. May I ask, does anyone believe Lu Xiangu could secretly leave the manor after tomorrow? The crowd erupted in laughter. Of course not. The woman's face paled as she looked around in confusion. Someone kindly explained, Sister, are you not aware? We are all invested in this outcome. If the old lady's sight is restored, we will all want to see the divine Lu Xiangu. If not, well, we would be eager to confront her. Thus, whether Lu Xiangu proved to be a genuine healer or a fraud, the townsfolk had a vested interest in her presence. Rest assured, Sister, we are all keeping a watchful eye around this manor. Unless she can fly, there is no way she will escape. The woman was momentarily dumbfounded. She had not anticipated such difficulties. Sister-in-law, do you understand now? With so many concerned neighbors watching, Lu Xiangu cannot flee. If you wait just one more day, it will not hinder my grandmother's treatment, and the manor will be grateful for your understanding. At this point, Jiang Si offered a slight bow to the woman. You speak wisely, Miss Jiang. We guarantee that Lu Xiangu will not escape. The crowd chimed in unison. The woman turned to the steward, seeking support. Seeing the situation unravel, the steward discreetly retreated, preparing to inform his superiors. Wang, why not prepare some tea and refreshments for this sister-in-law? She has shown us understanding. We ought to extend the same courtesy, Jiang Si remarked calmly. Chapter 55. The revelation approaches. Jiang Si detained the steward with a single remark and strode into the mansion. The steward hurriedly instructed the doorman to prepare refreshments for the lady before swiftly following her. Jiang Zhan placed a hand on the steward's shoulder and inquired, "Why the haste?" Previously, the steward held little regard for this seemingly unambitious second young master, but Jiang Si's recent reprimand of the kitchen maid still loomed in their minds. Prompting a measure of caution, the second master has decided to dismiss Lu Xinggu, but the fourth young lady has insisted on retaining her. I must report this to the second master. Jiang Zhan shot the steward a stern glance, cautioning, "Mind your words." Shortly after, Jiang Si encountered Lu Xinggu, escorted by a maid, with a young girl carrying a small bundle behind her. "Is the immortal departing?" Jiang Si queried. "Fourth young lady, I am indeed leaving the mansion," Lu Xinggu replied, maintaining a demeanor of aloofness. Jiang Si frowned. "If my memory serves me right, grandmother instructed second aunt to host you for 3 days. It is only the second day. Why do you wish to leave?" The fourth young lady may not be aware, but this immortal is entangled in a matter of life and death. Such individuals cannot be retained within our household. The second master has decreed that I may converse with the immortal without the need for Aunt Xiao's intervention. Immediately, Aunt Xiao blushed and retorted, "This is the second master's wish." Jiang Si cast a cold glance at her. "Are you implying that my second uncle holds authority in this house?" Aunt Xiao, caught off guard, fell silent, her heart mocking the situation. Everyone knew that under the current generation, the mansion could no longer be deemed as such. The eldest young master was quite promising, paving a bright future for the family with the second master as assistants. Eventually, the Jiang family would belong to the second branch. "Humph, I am not in a position to make decisions. Do you intend to take charge, Xia?" A voice, neither warm nor cold, interrupted, revealing Zhang Lao Yi standing before Jiang Si. The steward, positioned behind him, had evidently seized the moment while Jiang Si conversed with Lu Xinggu to inform Zhang Lao Yi. Jiang Si slightly inclined her body, acknowledging Zhang Lao Yi. "Uncle, such words are disparaging to your niece. I believe matters concerning grandmother's eye ailment are significant enough that grandmother should decide." Zhang Lao Yi's expression remained impassive. "The decision to send Lu Xinggu away was sanctioned by your grandmother." Jiang Si's face registered dismay. "Grandmother approved? I acted rashly, thinking Lu Xinggu was departing early, so I insisted she remain. You may not have known before, but do spend more time with Lear and the others, and refrain from meddling in adult affairs." Jiang Lao Yi shot a glance at Aunt Xiao. "Why haven't you escorted her away yet?" Jiang Si stepped forward to block Aunt Xiao's path. "Lu Xinggu cannot leave at this moment. Seer, do not be willful." Jiang Si smiled. "Niece would never dare to act willfully before my uncle. It is simply that I have already publicly requested Lu Xinggu to stay for another day. Should she leave now, would it not leave our mansion with a reputation for inconsistency?" Jiang Lao Yi's expression grew darker. Ignoring his discontent, Jiang Si continued, "Moreover, if we hastily comply with a common woman's request, others will perceive our household as weak and easily bullied, leading to future complications." "Well said." Jiang Anqing approached. "Brother, since Seer has already retained her, let her stay for another day." Zhang Lao Yi's face darkened further. "Eldest brother, you agreed to Lu Xinggu's departure in the Compassion Hall. Times change. I find Seer's reasoning quite sound." "Eldest brother." Zhang Lao Yi was taken aback. Such shameless words had escaped his lips. Jiang Anqing expressed his irritation. "Is this truly such a matter? Seer has spoken. Must we embarrass her before outsiders? A young lady's sensibilities differ from a boy's. Her pride is delicate. Besides, inviting Lu Xinggu was your decision. Now you wish to send her away? What is the purpose of this?" Zhang Lao Yi's lips twitched in frustration. Inviting a charlatan was never his idea. It was concocted by that foolish woman. "Enough. Let her stay. After tomorrow, she may depart as she wishes. I shall speak with mother about this. Father, I will accompany you." Jiang Si smiled as she hurried to catch up. Jiang Zhan exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Si and whispered, "Shouldn't we express gratitude to elder brother for his timely intervention? Perhaps I shall craft a pouch for him." Jiang Si appeared quite pleased. Zhang Lao Yi watched the first branch of the family merrily proceed toward the Compassion Hall, instructing a maid to escort Lu Xinggu back to the guest room before hastening after them. This is a secret remedy passed down through my family for eye ailments. The old lady should take one each morning and evening for 7 days, and her condition should improve. In the compassion hall, a middle-aged man with a goatee presented a small white porcelain jar. The maid, a foo, accepted it. Rest assured, old lady, Mr. Jiang is quite renowned locally for treating eye ailments. Had my daughter-in-law not just heard of him, we would have summoned him sooner and not fallen prey to a charlatan's tricks, remarked the second lady, Madame Xiao, with a tone of shame. Madame Feng nodded sternly. Since Lu Xiangu's talismans have allegedly caused death, whether true or false, this talisman must not be ingested again. As for the renowned doctor, let us give it a try. A foo, fetch some water to assist the old lady with her medication, Xiao instructed. Wait a moment, Jiang Si interjected as she entered. Upon seeing Jiang Si, Madame Xiao instinctively frowned. Why has this troublesome girl returned to meddle? Once the old lady ingests the remedy, the matter concerning Lu Xiangu would be settled. If the old lady's eyesight improves, it would be credited to the remedy. If not, it would hardly matter, as restoring sight to the blind is a formidable challenge. Jiang Si approached Madame Feng. Grandmother, you cannot take this remedy just yet. What? Madame Feng, who had transitioned from initial agitation to a subdued calmness after losing sight in one eye, listened intently. Lu Xiangu claimed your eyesight would improve within 3 days. If you take the remedy now, and it conflicts with your recovery, what then? Fourth young lady, Lu Xiangu is a fraud. We cannot risk the old lady's treatment based on her words. Jiang Si suddenly smiled. Second aunt, you personally invited Lu Xiangu, did you not? Madame Xiao faltered, suppressing her embarrassment. At that time, I only heard of Lu Xiangu's reputation, unaware of her lethal history. Can second aunt guarantee that Mr. Zhang is devoid of any dubious matters? Preposterous. If the young lady asserts this, I shall take my leave. Mr. Zhang attempted to exit quickly. Madame Xiao hastily retained him. Her expression icy. Fourth young lady, Mr. Zhang is a prestigious physician. Jiang Si responded without hesitation. Lu Xiangu is also a well-known medium. Enough. If you wish to argue, kindly exit. Jiang Si promptly resumed her demure demeanor. Grandmother, both Lu Xiangu and Mr. Zhang were invited by second aunt. Though Lu Xiangu was sought after, I believe both she and Mr. Zhang possess unique skills due to their esteemed reputations. To be prudent, let us wait one more day. If Lu Xiangu's ritual yields no results, we may then proceed with Mr. Zhang's remedy without issue. Madame Feng pondered momentarily before silently nodding. One day is hardly a burden. I can wait. Madame Zhao's lips quivered in frustration. When did Jiang Si become so articulate, managing to sway the old lady's decision? However, based on information from her maternal family, it was evident that Lu Xiangu was a fraud. She doubted a miracle could occur within a single day. The following day, news of Lu Xiangu's alleged fatality spread, and the odds at various gambling houses regarding the old lady's recovery were set at 10 to 1. After much contemplation, a fay discreetly took out a handful of coins, betting on the old lady's continued affliction. This is indeed the savings he has amassed over the years for his wife. Although this venture may not yield substantial profits, it is certainly preferable to the young lady's complete financial loss. As the sun descends towards the horizon, a multitude of eager eyes await outside the gates of the East Ping Duke's residence. With darkness approaching, it is surely time for a resolution to emerge. Chapter 56. Restoration of Sight. The Spirit Beast Egg of Wintergrass 1125. As dusk approached, it was time to personally request Lu Xiangu to depart. The compassion hall had remained silent, and Mrs. Zhao's heart finally felt a sense of relief as she led her maid and servants to Lu Xiangu's location. Xiangu, please. The young girl cast a glance at Lu Xiangu and silently picked up the small bundle she had prepared the previous day. Lu Xiangu took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the overwhelming emotions threatening to consume her. She had indeed boarded the pirate ship of Miss Jiang Si and could not escape. Now, the ship had capsized, and she found herself in a dire predicament on the verge of drowning, while her companion seemed to swim effortlessly. Noticing Lu Xiangu's tense expression, Mrs. Xiao laughed heartily. If you wish to have dinner before leaving, that can be arranged. No, it is unnecessary. Lu Xiangu closed her eyes, her expression numb as she walked outside. Leaving aside the possibility of the grieving mother seeking justice against her, she was certain that once she stepped out of the Earl's residence, the onlookers would devour her alive. All reputation would be lost forever. With each step, Lu Xiangu felt as though her legs were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Mrs. Xiao halted, watching Lu Xiangu's despondent figure as she trudged toward the main gate. The side door beside the main entrance had been opened, and the gatekeeper regarded Lu Xiangu with disdain. Xiangu, Mind the steps. Do not fall. Lu Xinggu paused, the gatekeeper's words further draining her color. She had emerged, but outside loomed a dark crowd. And upon finally spotting Lu Xinggu's silhouette, excited voices erupted. Has the old lady's eyesight truly improved? Clearly, it had not. Did they not notice Lu Xinggu's mournful demeanor? Ah, I anticipated this outcome. How disappointing. Even if we win, the profit is scant. Well, consider it a free meal at least. As the sun began its descent, casting a gentle orange hue across the western horizon, Lu Xinggu gazed outside, her vision darkening, lacking the courage to take another step. She was finished, truly finished. Bah! A deceitful fraud. A woman cradling a child spat. This outburst ignited the crowd's fury, and a barrage of rotten eggs and vegetable scraps rained down upon Lu Xinggu. With a loud splat, a foul egg struck her, the putrid liquid streaming down her cheek. Having lost all hope, she remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper grew frantic. Do not throw, do not throw. You are making a mess that I must clean. Quickly leave. As the chaos unfolded before the earl's residence, the gatekeeper scowled, urging the crowd to disperse. Xinggu, let us depart. The young girl clutching the bundle was on the verge of tears, her clothing now stained with vegetable scraps. Go. Lu Xinggu uttered with effort, stepping forward. A woman in blue dashed over, gripping Lu Xinggu. You deceitful wretch, return my child's life. Lu Xinggu's expression remained vacant, enduring the woman's relentless shaking. The head maid, a Fu, hurried after them, shouting, Stop her. This cry revitalized the onlookers, each brimming with curiosity. What happened? Did the old lady's sight truly improve? Could there be a twist? In an instant, a Fu reached the gatekeeper and urgently exclaimed, Do not let Lu Xinggu leave. The old lady's eyes are bleeding. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper immediately blocked Lu Xinggu's path. You cannot leave. Our old lady's eyes are bleeding. What? Lu Xinggu's eyes flickered. What was happening? The talisman water she had given the old lady was merely meant to cleanse her intestines. How could it lead to such dire consequences? Seize her. Take her to the compassion hall to await the master's judgment. A Fu cast a cold glance at Lu Xinggu, her eyes devoid of compassion. Soon, two maids seized Lu Xinggu, dragging her back inside. In the midst of the chaos, Lu Xinggu brushed past Jiang Si, who stood in the courtyard of the compassion hall. Sensing impending doom, Lu Xinggu instinctively glanced at Jiang Si. Jiang Si's lips moved silently, forming a single word. Her expression remained calm, exuding an air of assuredness, as though she were the true victor in this turmoil. A victor? In a moment of despair, Lu Xinggu suddenly felt a spark of clarity. She and Jiang Si had secretly struck a deal. If she were to fail, Jiang Si's plans would also be thwarted. What then was the source of Jiang Si's confidence? In the depths of despair, Lu Xinggu's mind began to clear, and she desperately focused on Jiang Si's lips. What was that one word Jiang Si had uttered? Lu Xinggu. What exactly did you give to the old lady? Speak the truth. Within the compassion hall, chaos ensued as the various masters crowded inside. Upon seeing Lu Xinggu, Zhang Ye's voice boomed. It is one thing for my mother to have lost sight in one eye. If anything worse occurs, the first to suffer will be me. According to the unspoken rules of the Great Show, officials were to mourn for 3 years upon the death of their parents. In the prime of his life, this would be a devastating setback for his career. Yet, under Zhang Ye's imposing presence, Lu Xinggu instinctively began to respond, only to abruptly halt mid-sentence. Water. The very word Jiang Si had just said was indeed water. Lu Xinggu quickly turned her gaze to old lady Feng. Blood was seeping from her left eye. An alarming sight. Unlike other injuries, the maid stood helplessly, not knowing how to assist, their tears flowing freely. Water. Lu Xinggu blurted out. The room turned to her. At this moment, Lu Xinggu threw caution to the wind, urgently insisting, quickly, fetch cool boiled water to wash the old lady's eyes. Enough. The old lady has suffered enough from your actions. Do you wish to continue harming her? Mrs. Xiao shouted angrily. A Fu, fetch water for my grandmother's eyes. Jiang Si interjected unexpectedly. Fourth miss, this is no time for your reckless commands. Second aunt, even if we do not heed Lu Xinggu, my grandmother's eyes must still be washed. Jiang Si shot a glance at a Fu. A Fu, hurry, grandmother is in distress. After a moment of hesitation, a Fu nodded and swiftly began to clean old lady Feng's eyes with a soft cloth soaked in clear water. With the master's command, the maids regained their composure and busied themselves efficiently. Buckets of murky water were carried out, and finally, the blood ceased to flow from old lady Feng's left eye. Mother, how do you feel? Jiang Anqing and the others inquired anxiously. Old Lady Feng's closed eyelids trembled before slowly opening. After a moment of silence, she quavered. It seems I can see from my left eye. Chapter 57. Prosperity has arrived. Can the eyes truly see? The room fell silent as a pin could be heard dropping. Old Madame Feng struggled to blink. Is that the fourth girl? Jiang Si stood in a position where old Madame Feng could see her clearly. The young lady smiled radiantly and bowed to old Madame Feng. Congratulations on your recovery, grandmother. She had originally been in the courtyard, confident that old Madame Feng's eyesight would improve, but still felt uneasy without witnessing it firsthand. Seizing the moment of chaos, she slipped inside. With her naturally bright and captivating demeanor, complemented by a smile as fresh as spring blossoms, old Madame Feng's somewhat clouded vision instantly brightened. She could see. She truly could see. The entire room awakened from a dreamlike state, showering old Madame Feng with congratulations. Among them, second Madame Xiao wore a smile that masked her inner turmoil, wishing she could bang her head against a wall. This was it. With this revelation, the reputation of Qianer being possessed by an evil spirit was sealed. Jiang Qian was the wife of the heir to the Marquis of Chongqing, a genuine noblewoman, and this stigma would undoubtedly bring her endless distress in the future. Old Madame Feng's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Those who have not experienced darkness can scarcely comprehend the maddening agony it brings. The immortal? Yes, the immortal. Where's the immortal? Old Madame Feng glanced around anxiously and finally spotted Lu Xiangu in a corner. Lu Xiangu appeared disheveled, remnants of dried, foul-smelling duck egg juice still staining her face. Old Madame Feng gasped. What has become of the immortal? Xiao, how did you treat the immortal? Her words drew attention, and several gazes converged on Lu Xiangu. Regardless of her true abilities, Lu Xiangu was an expert in theatrics, quickly recovering from shock and donning an air of poise, resembling a transcendent figure. Jiang Anqing and his brothers were skeptical of such matters, their predominant emotions being astonishment and confusion. Meanwhile, the expressions of Xiao and the others shifted as they regarded Lu Xiangu. Indeed, old Madame Feng's eyesight had miraculously improved within 3 days. Did this not imply that Lu Xiangu possessed extraordinary powers? At this moment, Zhao's feelings towards Lu Xiangu became complex, and she hurried to greet her with a smile. My apologies for any discomfort, immortal. After speaking, she shot a look at her maid. Hurry, take the immortal to bathe and change. Old Madame Feng interjected. Treat the immortal well. We must not be negligent. Immortal, please. Several maids bowed in unison to Lu Xiangu. The immortal walked out, her steps light as if treading on cotton. Goodness! How did Jiang Si know that old Madame Feng's eyesight would be restored within 3 days, considering Jiang Si had preemptively sought her out? Clearly aware of Zhao's intentions to harm Jiang Ergongzi and had also uncovered her secret, Jiang Si became increasingly enigmatic in Lu Xiangu's eyes. Could it be that Jiang Si was the true conduit to the supernatural? Lu Xiangu couldn't help but glance towards Jiang Si. The poised young lady lowered her gaze. Appearing obedient, Lu Xiangu shivered, quickly averting her eyes. No more thoughts of this. It would be best to keep a distance from such a prodigy. The thought of this prodigy brought a smile to Lu Xiangu's lips. After this encounter, she would gain unmatched prestige in the capital, reaping both fame and fortune, and everyone would respectfully address her as the immortal. Lu Xiangu floated out, leaving the room in an instant silence. Old Madame Feng's eyesight had indeed improved. Yet the others still felt a sense of unreality. What are you waiting for? Help me bathe and change. And be sure to set off some firecrackers outside to dispel the ill fortune. Old Madame Feng exclaimed joyfully. A throng of people still gathered outside the gates of the East Ping Marquis' residence, now debating whether old Madame Feng's life was in danger. Suddenly, several servants emerged, setting up trays of firecrackers wrapped in red paper, which were soon ignited with a series of loud pops. The children among the spectators shrieked, laughing while covering their ears. People exchanged glances, and one bold soul asked, "Why are there firecrackers being set off?" A servant replied cheerfully, "Our old Madame's eyesight has returned." What? Old Madame Feng's eyesight has returned? The crowd erupted in astonished cries, drowning out the sound of the firecrackers, followed by a wail, "It's over, it's over. I've lost my entire fortune." This lament triggered a wave of despair among the onlookers. The commotion was so loud that even old Madame Feng, who was in the midst of bathing and changing, heard it, feeling a pang of irritation. What is all this wailing about outside? Ah Fu chuckled. I suppose it's those who lost their bets lamenting their misfortune. Old Madame Feng pondered briefly and realized the situation, scoffing. They deserve it. That day, The entire capital was engulfed in cries of despair, with people outside the major gambling houses running wild, some crashing into trees, while others prepared to gorge on buns to choke themselves. Fei received the last of the gambling funds and felt an urge to join the frenzied crowd. 250 taels, a tenfold loss, my, how much is that? A man who lived like a mouse in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone, now held over 2,000 taels in silver notes? Remain calm, remain calm. This fortune is not truly mine, considering I've lost my own stake. Fei stumbled out of the gambling den, appearing no different from the others who had suffered losses, attracting no attention whatsoever. The long night finally passed, and the Tianqiang tea house buzzed with even more activity than usual. Miss, do you think Fei has absconded with the fortune? A man asked, clutching her chest. She could scarcely entertain such a thought, as it brought her pain. Jiang Si sighed in resignation. Man, this is the 6th time you've asked. The maid couldn't help but fret. That is over 2,000 taels. Have you calculated it correctly? The two entered a private room, where Fei approached, clearly having been waiting for some time. Man exhaled a sigh of relief. This boy still has some sense. Miss, this is your money, Fei said, trembling as he presented an oiled paper bundle from his chest. Man accepted it and opened it, counting 3 times before breaking into a smile. Miss, it's correct. Jiang Si slightly raised her chin. Man understood and reluctantly retrieved 100-tael silver note, handing it over. Here, as promised. How could I accept this? Fei quickly took the silver note. Give Fei another 100 taels. Miss. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. Man, feeling defeated, produced another 100-tael note. This time, Fei did not accept it. Miss, we agreed on just 100 taels. That was a 5-fold return. Your timing was impeccable, allowing me to earn significantly more. This 100 taels is a reward. Fei, who had long since developed a thick skin from his life on the streets, was elated by Jiang Si's words and eagerly accepted the silver note. He tugged at it, but found it stuck. Fei glanced at Man, reminding her, Sister Man, be careful not to tear the note. Chapter 58, The Cycle of Justice. Once Fei departed, Man was still overwhelmed with heartache, grumbling. It was agreed upon to give 100 taels, yet he turned around and handed over 200. A hen lays an egg faster than this. Jiang Si reached out and tapped Man's forehead lightly, saying, I never realized you were such a money grubber. Man covered her forehead and pouted, thinking to herself that the young lady used to be poor as well. She had no means to indulge in avarice. Do not dwell solely on this. While silver is significant, it is not our foremost priority. We require funds to accomplish our tasks. Yet what we truly lack are capable individuals to execute them. If there were alternatives, would I resort to using a street ruffian like Fei, someone I had never encountered before? Fortunately, her luck was favorable. Fei was clever and not easily deceived, making him somewhat dependable. You should give these 200 taels to Lu Xinggu, returning her funds. Has the young lady not seen Lu Xinggu? She has not. There is no need for further encounters. Debts must be repaid, and from now on, we shall have no ties. It is high time that Lu Xinggu faced the consequences of her misdeeds. In her previous life, Lu Xinggu had basked in glory for an extended period, until she married Eugene and returned to the capital, continuing her splendid life. However, one fateful day, the once flourishing Lu Xinggu was brutally murdered at home, and the perpetrator evaded capture for a long time. She happened to know who the killer was. From the moment the noble title fell upon her second uncle's household, she began to suspect the initial invitation extended by her second aunt for Lu Xinggu to perform exorcisms in their home. While requesting Eugene to discreetly investigate her second uncle, she also took the opportunity to look into Lu Xinggu. Many truths can be uncovered if one is willing to invest time and effort without regard for cost. The most repulsive incident was Lu Xinggu's son masquerading as a woman to prey upon the daughters of wealthy families. This very act ultimately led to Lu Xinggu's demise. Of course, the killer had no connection to Yin Yuanwai's family. Lu Xinggu's heinous scheme did not only target the Yin family, but there were girls of resilient character who did not succumb to despair and demand to marry a poor boy after enduring those 7 harrowing nights. Some parents genuinely cared for their daughters and forcefully prevented them from making foolish choices. According to the investigations conducted by Eugene's dispatched agents, at least 4 or 5 young women had suffered from the peculiar affliction that plagued Miss Yin. Lu Xinggu's methods were meticulous, and all these young women were only children, residing in different towns, separated by a distance of at least 100 miles. Moreover, the impoverished boy they dreamt of, supposedly a distant relative, was different each time. Lu Xinggu cast her net far and wide, sparing no effort. Among them was a girl named Do, renowned for her beauty and cherished by her parents. However, she possessed a fiery temperament. After being victimized by Lu Xinggu's son, she quickly grasped the truth and tragically took her own life, leaving her parents with no explanation. Lu Xinggu's son disguised as a woman was utterly convincing. Dou's parents were oblivious to the fact that a man had been sleeping beside their daughter every night, leaving them dumbfounded in the wake of her death, unable to fathom the reason behind it. Seeing that a life had been lost, Lu Xinggu hastily fled the scene. Dou had a fiancé, a childhood friend who later became a military officer stationed in Lin City. During a civil unrest, he was dispatched to quell the rebellion. And upon his return, he learned of his fiancée's death, nearly driving him to madness. Dou's parents, faced with their future son-in-law's inquiries, could only weep helplessly. The death of his fiancée became an indelible anguish for this man. He could not believe that she would take her own life over a trivial matter. Something must have transpired that was unbearable for her. His gaze turned toward Lu Xinggu, who had appeared in Dou's family. However, communication was difficult at that time. And Lu Xinggu vanished like a drop of water in the ocean, leaving no trace behind. The families of those affected by Lu Xinggu, even upon realizing the truth, had no choice but to remain silent. Outwardly, they not only refrained from uttering Lu Xinggu's name, but also begrudgingly praised her supposed talents. When the victims actively concealed the perpetrator, it became nearly impossible for outsiders to uncover the truth. Years slipped by, a span of over a decade. Eventually, the man pieced together the truth through deduction and investigation, and in a fit of rage, he severed Lu Xinggu's son's lineage before stealthily infiltrating Lu Xinggu's home in the capital and, under the cover of night, brutally murdered her. By the time the family that had invited Lu Xinggu to perform rituals sought her out, the man had already departed the capital and returned to the town where his fiancée had resided. Such cases are notoriously difficult to unravel. Even if the authorities were to investigate those with grievances against Lu Xinggu, they would not think to look back over a decade. Moreover, Lu Xinggu was not of noble birth. She was merely a mountain woman, navigating among the elite by virtue of her reputation. Her death rendered her a forgotten figure, gradually transforming her into a cold case. Eugene, entrusted by Jiang Si, had long since begun investigating Lu Xinggu, which allowed him to uncover so much about the man. The man's fate left Jiang Si pondering for quite some time. After ensuring his parents were well cared for by his brothers, he took his own life at his fiancée's grave. This incident caused quite a stir in the local community. The townsfolk remarked on his profound devotion, noting how he had yearned for his fiancée for over a decade and could not bear to be apart from her even in death. No one connected this man's demise to the death of a soothsayer in the faraway capital, for Lu Xinggu had long been forgotten by those here, and news from the distant capital could hardly reach them. Jiang Si still recalled how, when she expressed admiration for the man's unwavering loyalty to his fiancée, Eugene had looked displeased. She cast him a sidelong glance, asserting that such men were rare in the world. Eugene retorted, "It took him over a decade to exact vengeance and seek his fiancée. By now, she would have long since reincarnated. What is there to envy in such a foolish man?" The two exchanged light-hearted banter before setting the matter aside. Before the appointed time to meet Lu Xinggu, Jiang Si left ahead with Ah Man. When Lu Xinggu arrived punctually and did not see Jiang Si present, she breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "I shall forego the silver and must thank the fourth miss for her assistance." "That will not do. Our young lady insists that debts must be repaid. Please take this." Lu Xinggu was more than willing to accept, happily pocketing the 200 taels of silver notes. A few days later, a young man arrived in a small town several hundred miles from the capital. In his 20s, he was fairly handsome, though his gait suggested a hint of frivolity. The appearance of such a young man in a small town was hardly remarkable. He paused in front of an inn, stroking his chin and murmuring, "Is the man the young lady spoke of the one who frequents this inn?" Just then, a patron exited, and the young man seized him, slipping a few coins into his hand. "Brother, has General Qin come to drink?" The patron gestured toward the inn, mumbling, "He-s inside, drinking." "Thank you." The young man entered the inn. Chapter 59. Retribution. The taverns of the small town, though lacking the elegance of those in the capital, were bustling with life. The young man in question was a fey. Upon entering the tavern, he ordered some drinks and dishes, settling into a corner as he quietly sought his target. At a bench by the window sat a robust man, drinking heartily with only a plate of peanuts before him. The man was indulging in cheap liquor. A fey approached him with a fine drink and a dish of marinated donkey meat. Placing them on the table with a smile, drinking alone is rather dull. I feel a kinship with you. Shall we share a toast? The man glanced at Fei with the bloodshot veins and hazy gaze. Fei deduced that the man had already consumed a fair amount of alcohol. A toast it is, the man replied, readily raising his glass to clink with Fei's. Downing the drink before grabbing a piece of the marinated meat. He savored the fragrant donkey meat, chewing it vigorously before exclaiming, "Delicious. It's been ages since I've had this." Once a distinguished military officer, he fell into despair after his fiancée's abrupt suicide, quickly losing his position. Now, people merely referred to him as General Qin, often with a hint of mockery. Not everyone admired a man's unwavering devotion to his deceased fiancée. Such sentiments often resonated more with women. While most men scoffed at the notion, the man and Fei continued to clink glasses, consuming the plate of marinated donkey meat with gusto. After wiping his mouth, the man stood up, declaring, "I'm full, thanks." As he staggered towards the exit, Fei remained silent, waiting a moment before settling the bill and following him out. "Why are you following me?" The man suddenly seized Fei's arm, pressing him against the wall. Fei winced in pain but remained silent. After enduring the pain inflicted by a man's earlier blow, he found that this discomfort seemed trivial in comparison. "Who are you?" The man glared at Fei, his eyes regaining clarity. This young man did not resemble the typical spineless ruffian. Some individuals drink not merely to exceed their limits, but rather to seek intoxication. This man exemplified that. Fei met his gaze and suddenly laughed, posing a peculiar question, "Can you read?" The man paused, then nodded. "That's good," Fei said, producing a letter from his bosom and handing it over. The man regarded Fei for a moment before taking the letter and inspecting it against the light. Upon reading it, the man's expression changed dramatically. Trembling, he clutched Fei's collar, demanding, "Who are you really?" Fei coughed a few times. "You're choking me, brother." The man slightly loosened his grip, his lips still quivering. Witnessing such a reaction from the man filled Fei with an overwhelming fear. He had no doubt that this man was capable of murder. Indeed, acquiring funds from Zhang's lady is no easy task, Fei thought, feeling despondent. He silently consoled himself. "Having already lost my capital, how can I survive without earning some silver? Now tell me, who are you?" The man pressed again, pushing Fei against the wall. The surface cold and hard against his back. "I'm merely a messenger," Fei replied. "Then what about this letter? Who wrote it?" Fei shook his head. "I cannot disclose that, and aside from counting money, I cannot read. However, the writer has a message for you." "What does it say?" The man began to grow agitated, demanding to know more. The truths revealed in the letter could drive a man, who had sought answers for years, to madness. Coughing, Fei continued, she said, "Believe it or not, after so many years, she possesses no evidence. If you seek proof, you must pry the truth from the key figures yourself." After uttering those words, Fei felt close to tears, thinking that delivering such a message was akin to courting death. The truth was, he could not read. Even if he had dared to glimpse the letter, he would not have understood its contents. "Then how do you know?" Fei rolled his eyes. "How would I know? If I had such abilities, I wouldn't be the messenger, would I?" She merely stated that she is uninvolved in this matter and learned of it by coincidence. The man lowered his head, scrutinizing the letter word by word, before suddenly crumpling it and swallowing it whole. Fei's jaw dropped in shock. "Come with me." The man seized Fei and led him deeper into the alley. Though humble, the man's home was surprisingly tidy. "Regardless of your benefactor's intentions, I assume you wish to see a result before departing?" "Of course," Fei replied without hesitation. The man shut his eyes briefly. "Make yourself at home. I won't provide any meals." After saying this, he pushed Fei aside and dashed out, leaving the door wide open. Fei sat for a moment, dusting himself off before standing up. This man was indeed straightforward. He had his own matters to attend to. Yet how did the Lady Jiang know that this man would not harm him? Fei had no answers. A man who had obsessively pursued the truth behind his fiancée's death for over a decade, upon learning the truth, would care little for others. Eager only to verify the claims made in the letter, even if he ultimately failed to extract the truth from either the victim or the perpetrator. The letter's detailed descriptions had already instilled in him an unshakable belief. The fate of Lu Xinggu was sealed at that very moment. In the past half-month, if one were to inquire who had garnered the most admiration, 8 out of 10 citizens in the capital would undoubtedly name Lu Xinggu, who had cured the dowager of Dongpingbo's eye ailment. Invitations from high-ranking families were already scheduled a month in advance for her. On this day, it was her turn to visit the residence of the Earl of Yongchang, situated next to the Dongpingbo's estate. The two families were closely acquainted, and the eldest daughter of Yongchangbo, Xie and Jiang Si, being of similar age, were quite close friends. When the servant from Yongchangbo's estate came to fetch Lu Xinggu, the attendants at Dongping Bo's could easily discern the flower adorning her head. Due to their proximity, any stirrings at one household were quickly known by the other. Thus, when the servant from Yongchangbo's estate returned, terrified and in disarray, the news reached Dongping Bo's estate swiftly. The divine Lu Xinggu had been brutally murdered in her bed, blood soaking the sheets, her life extinguished. After just half a month of glory, Lu Xinggu met such a tragic end. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in Haitang courtyard as a man rushed in, exclaiming, "Miss, a horrifying incident has occurred." Jiang Si looked at a man with a calm demeanor and suddenly smiled. "What has happened? Pray tell." "Lu Xinggu has been killed." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Si sighed softly. "That is indeed alarming." Chapter 60. The troubles of the neighbors. A man wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed. It is said that intestines were strewn everywhere, and the maid sent by the Duke of Yongchang was so frightened that she wet herself. However, I think this can be considered a form of retribution. At this point, a man suddenly fell silent, her almond-shaped eyes wide with shock. "What's wrong?" Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. A man stammered, "Miss, you once said that evildoers have their comeuppance. Could it be?" She took a breath. "Could it be that you already sensed that Lu Xinggu's fate was nearing its end?" Coughing slightly, Jiang Si could not help but choke. A Qiao hurriedly patted her back, shooting a disapproving glance at A Man. "What nonsense are you spouting? Our Lady is not one of those fortune-tellers." Jiang Si, however, was unfazed and smiled. "No need for divination. Those who frequently tread by the river will inevitably get their feet wet. After committing numerous misdeeds, even if heaven does not take notice, someone will eventually come to collect." A Man sat on a small stool, resting her chin on her hands. "But which hero has committed such a deed? Enough. Go to your work. Why frighten the young lady with such chilling tales?" A Qiao pulled A Man away. Moments later, a Qiao returned, holding an invitation. "Miss, this is an invitation from Miss Xie Yao of the Duke of Yongchang's residence." Xie Yao had fallen ill after enduring humiliation at a banquet hosted by Jiang Si over a month ago, and subsequently withdrew from her engagement to the Duke of AnGuo's family. She had visited Jiang Si twice since, becoming a rare confidant. Jiang Si accepted the invitation with a smile, recognizing that Xie Yao loved to indulge in gossip. She picked up a brush to compose a reply, which she entrusted to A Qiao for delivery. The Duke of Yongchang's residence was adjacent to the Duke of Dongping's, and in no time, Xie Yao arrived. Xie Yao, who appeared to be of similar age to Jiang Si, had a round face adorned with dimples that deepened as she smiled before even speaking. "Ah Si, I'm here." Jiang Si, seated at the tea table, had already prepared a pot of fragrant tea, with several plates of pastries arranged on the table. Xie Yu sat down opposite her without a hint of reservation. The young lady's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling, and Jiang Si knew her friend was bursting with words she could no longer contain. "Let's have some tea to wet our throats first." She pushed a cup of tea towards Xie Yao. Xie Yao took a few sips and leaned in conspiratorially. Lowering her voice, "Something terrifying happened today." A man, who was standing nearby, could not help but laugh out loud. Xie Yao shot a puzzled glance at her. A man quickly lowered her head, adopting an innocent expression. Knowing that Jiang Si's maid was not particularly sharp, Xie Yao did not pursue it further and leaned forward. Resting her hands on the table, "The Lu Xinggu who came to your house to exorcise evil was murdered last night." Seeing Jiang Si's lack of reaction, Xie Yao gave her a gentle shove. "Are you surprised? Is it frightening? Please show some response." "Surprised indeed. Frightening." Jiang Si nodded seriously. Xie Yao stared at Jiang Si for a long moment before deflating. "This is just how you are. Even if you were scared half to death, you would still suppress it." As a child, she had not particularly liked Jiang Si, always feeling that the beautifully dressed girl with a perfectly curved smile was not of her kind. Until one day, while pestering her brother to go out and play, she was abandoned after sneaking out. Standing foolishly on the street with a candied hawthorn, she was surrounded by a group of unruly children who tugged at her skirt and hair. It was Jiang Si who commanded A Man, who was taller than their peers, to rescue her. From that moment on, she became attached to Jiang Si. Jiang Si felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. In the past, her pride had been excessive. Having lost her mother at a young age and with her father's title not passing to the next generation, she had faced many strange looks in this circle, whether pitying or disdainful, neither was what she desired. She felt she had to appear indifferent, aloof, as if that would prevent her from being looked down upon. However, after experiencing life and death matters, she had matured rapidly and awakened. After all, without having witnessed it firsthand, it was hard to say she was truly afraid. Jiang Si offered a piece of rose pastry. The delicately crafted dessert shaped like a rose looked exquisite. Xie Yao tasted a piece and sighed. Ah Qiao is indeed a treasure. These pastries are becoming increasingly delicious. After finishing a piece of rose pastry, Xie Yao wiped her mouth and lamented, Lu Xiangu was so skilled that even my mother regarded her as a living deity. Who would have thought she would meet such an end? Was it my mother who invited Lu Xiangu? Xie Yao and Jiang Si shared everything. With nothing to hide, yes, but my mother hasn't revealed a word about why she sought Lu Xiangu. Today, upon hearing of Lu Xiangu's untimely death, my mother sat in silence for a long time and even shed tears. I couldn't help but come to you to inquire. Was Lu Xiangu truly so powerful? Could she cure my grandmother's eye ailment? Surely she possessed some genuine abilities. Jiang Si replied nonchalantly. She promised to bring both fame and fortune, and she did not go back on her word. It is just that Lu Xiangu lacked the fate to enjoy it. Jiang Si could not muster any sympathy for Lu Xiangu's actions towards the innocent young ladies and brothers. Her death was not worthy of lament. Moreover, given Lu Xiangu's current reputation, if she were to commit evil, it would certainly be of a considerable scale. Thus, the blame for pushing Lu Xiangu to this point lay heavily on Jiang Si's shoulders. From the moment she sent a man to seek out Lu Xiangu, she had effectively nudged Lu Xiangu onto the path of demise. That makes me even more worried, Xie Yao said with a furrowed brow. My mother wept upon hearing of Lu Xiangu's violent death, which indicates she had high hopes for whatever it was she sought Lu Xiangu for. What troubles could my mother be facing? Jiang Si pondered carefully. At this time in her previous life, her marriage had been hastily arranged, leaving her unable to attend to external matters. There was indeed one incident that had circulated about the Duke of AnGuo's residence. For reasons unknown, the Duke had been found asleep in a pig pen at a household on the street, discovered by the family early in the morning due to the raucous sounds of pigs. Naturally, the incident of the Duke sleeping with pigs quickly rose to the top of the annual gossip chart in the capital, providing great amusement to those who reveled in scandal. Aside from the embarrassment, the incident directly affected the engagement negotiations between the Duke of AnGuo's heir, Xiaoyin Lu, and the other party, which ultimately fell through. With a mentally unstable father, who knew whether his son might also go mad and sleep with a pig, Jiang Si recalled that Xiaoyin Lu, who could be considered her childhood betrothed, remained unmarried until the year of her death. Generally speaking, if a woman encountered a perplexing matter, it was most likely related to her husband. Jiang Si cautiously suggested, after all, she is an elder of a friend. I cannot directly say that soon your father will find himself in a pig's embrace, and your brother's engagement will be doomed. Suddenly, Xie Yao slapped the table. Could it be that my father has taken a mistress outside? Chapter 61. The infatuated after speaking. Upon seeing Jiang Si's astonished expression, Xie Yao's face flushed crimson. Oh no! In a moment of excitement, she inadvertently revealed her father's secret. Although her mother had said nothing, she had appeared increasingly troubled in recent days. She was no naive girl. She had already pondered the reasons behind her mother's distress. After much contemplation, the likelihood of her father maintaining a mistress outside was quite high. No, her father must indeed be keeping a mistress. Xie Yao stood up. I see. Since we share the same thoughts, I shall return to remind my mother. Wait, when did I say we were on the same wavelength? Jiang Si was a bit bewildered. Didn't you just suggest that this matter is likely related to my father? Jiang Si was both amused and exasperated, quickly pulling Xie Yao back to sit down. Why do you jump to conclusions? What I meant was that perhaps uncle is unwell, and is merely concerned for his health. The incident involving Uncle Yongchang and the pig had been the subject of laughter among the residents of the capital for quite some time. Years later, it would still be mentioned. Yet the truth was rather simple. After consulting renowned physicians, it was discovered that Uncle Yongchang's peculiar behavior was due to a rare condition known as somnambulism or sleepwalking. Unfortunately, by that time, the joke had already spread. Now, the dilemma for Jiang Si was how to subtly alert her dear friend. Health issues? Xie Yao shook her head without a second thought. That cannot be it. If my father were truly unwell, my mother would have called for a doctor long ago. Why consult Lu Xiangu? If uncle truly has a mistress, what use is it for aunt to consult Lu Xiangu? Jiang Si retorted. Xia Qingyao lowered her voice. I once read some notes about Nanlan, where certain women employ secret arts to win back the hearts of fickle men. Jiang Si was momentarily speechless. Xia Qingyao, vexed, placed her hand on her forehead. She had inadvertently compromised her mother again. Qingyao, I believe you are overthinking this. What is Aunt's status? Even if uncle were to keep a mistress or even father a child with her, would Aunt stoop to such actions? What then could be the issue? Alas, why did Lu Xiangu have to die at this very moment? Xia Qingyao sighed in frustration. Do not frown so. Since Aunt is unwilling to speak, do not press her directly. Instead, approach the matter indirectly or inquire with Aunt's sisters. Pay closer attention to Uncle S' movements, and perhaps the truth will reveal itself. Uncle Yang Chang's somnambulism had progressed to the point of sleepwalking to the pig, indicating that this had not occurred just once or twice. Lady Yongchang must have noticed her husband's odd behavior, leading her to seek out spiritual assistance from Lu Xingu. Lu Xingu's sudden death left Lady Yongchang in turmoil. If Xie Qingyao were attentive, uncovering the root of her mother's worries should not prove too difficult. Very well, I shall investigate. By the way, Si, have you ever spoken to Lu Xingu? For someone as young as Xie Qingyao, curiosity about the mysterious Lu Xingu, who had met such an untimely demise at the height of her fame, was only natural. Jiang Si smiled softly. I did exchange pleasantries with her, after all. She stayed at our home for 2 days. I heard that Lu Xingu's case has attracted the attention of the 3 law offices, and the officials of Shuntian Prefecture are also quite busy. Si, do you think they will catch her murderer? I think it unlikely. Why is that? Jiang Si took a sip of her tea, contemplating, because good people often receive just rewards. She was being cryptic again. Jiang Si smiled gently. It is not a riddle. A person like Lu Xiangu has interacted with far too many people from all walks of life, and her connections are tangled and chaotic. To locate the murderer would be akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. At this moment, discussions about the true culprit behind Lu Xingu's death extended beyond just Jiang Si and her friend. It had become a hot topic throughout the city. Meanwhile, the murderer had already departed the capital, returning to a small town hundreds of miles away. The man, with a calm demeanor, strolled leisurely towards his home. General Qin, it has been a while since I last saw you at the tavern. A passerby greeted him. I'll be heading there shortly, the man replied with a smile. Compared to his previous sullen demeanor, he now appeared lighter, as if reinvigorated. Yet, upon closer inspection, this sense of ease was unsettling. The man resembled a flame, bright, yet capable of incinerating himself to ashes. Before him stood a modest dwelling. He pushed the door open and surveyed the interior. Finding no trace of the young man he sought, he returned to the yard, lifted the lid of the water vat, scooped a cup of water, and drank deeply. Then leapt in for a refreshing wash, donning a new set of clothes. These garments had been lovingly crafted by his fiancé over a decade ago. The fabric was of fine quality, still vibrant after all these years. Yet, as time had passed, the once spirited young military officer had transformed into a disheveled, wine-loving idler, rendering the elegant attire somewhat incongruous. He cherished the fabric, tugging at the hem before striding out of his home with purpose. The damp country paths felt cool beneath his feet, and amidst the lush crops, he occasionally spotted mounds of earth graves. His fiancée rested in such a place, having awaited him for far too long. In the distance, a grave mound appeared, distinguishable by the thatched cottage nearby. This hut had been constructed by the man himself. During times of despair, he would retreat here for solace. However, this time he did not enter the cottage but instead sat before the grave, tenderly brushing his fingers over the emerging grass. The green mound concealed fragrant bones, and the thought alone pierced his heart. He was unaware of how long he sat there. Even the birds resting on the branches grew weary and took flight. He lowered his head and pulled a hairpin from his pocket. This pin had aged as well. Its sharp tip had been intended as a gift he never had the chance to present. He held the pin to his heart, contemplating deeply. With a bit of effort, it should yield results quickly. With a sudden clatter, the man jumped to his feet, gripping the golden pin tightly as he turned towards the source of the sound. The young man who had irrevocably altered his life stood nearby, his expression peculiar, with 2 fish joyfully flopping at his feet. What brings you here? The man approached, still holding the golden pin. Fei licked his lips. Don't be agitated. I've been waiting for you. Is gold so devalued these days that it has become a weapon? The man glanced down at the lively fish. Fei quickly raised both hands. Please don't be upset. The fish are innocent. I've been waiting in this shabby hut for so long. What's wrong with wanting to eat some grilled fish? Leave, the man replied calmly. Fei bit his tongue, genuinely frightened. This man had just contemplated taking his own life if he did not care for his own existence. What if he sought a drinking companion in his final moments? If fear had struck, why not leave quickly? Actually, the person who wrote to you has more to say. Not necessary. The man dismissed Ah Fei and returned to the grave. Ah Fei steeled himself and called out. She said your fiancé he has been gone for over 10 years. She has already been reincarnated. Even if you were to seek her out now, you would find nothing. Chapter 62. Do not act this way. A man rushed forward, seizing Ah Fei by the collar and shouting hoarsely, he is lying. He is lying. Ah Fei was shaken like a noodle, nearly retching up his previous meal. Gradually, the man ceased his movements, crouching down and gripping his hair in apparent agony. Ah Fei glanced at him, then unexpectedly turned to leave. As he reached the end of the path, the man suddenly leaped up and blocked Ah Fei's way. Ah Fei's heart raced. What else did he say? Nothing more, he replied earnestly. She instructed me to wait here and said after I spoke those words to you, I could leave. Ah Fei's curiosity piqued. How did Miss Jiang come to know such a drifter from a distant town? She had even instructed him to guard this grave until the man departed. Ah Fei was no fool. Having navigated the streets from a young age had gifted him with a certain shrewdness. The more he pondered this matter, the more alarmed he became. Had Miss Jiang anticipated that this man would come here to end his own life? A chill crept over Ah Fei. How did she possess such knowledge? Was she truly clairvoyant? Reflecting on the unbearable pain he had endured in recent nights and the events that had transpired, a deep sense of dread enveloped him. This fear was not solely due to the volatile man before him, but also because of the beautiful girl in the capital, whose smile could brighten the darkest of days. Yet, amidst this fear, an inexplicable thrill began to stir within him. After all, he was a man, and despite his lowly origins and lack of education, what man would willingly accept a life of mediocrity? To those of noble birth, he was merely a commoner, a dreamer yearning for the favor of powerful officials, a foolish fantasy. Yet, Miss Jiang's extraordinary nature and the serendipitous connection he had with her might just be the fortune he had long sought. Seize this opportunity, a voice whispered within him. If Miss Jiang could generously offer an additional 100 taels after promising him 100 as a reward, it was a clear indication that as long as he performed his duties well on her behalf, future benefits would be forthcoming. Unbeknownst to Miss Jiang in the capital, Ah Fei had witnessed her insightful nature, igniting within him the ambitions that most men possess. The extra 100 taels became the foundation of his newfound aspirations. No one wishes to follow a ruthless master who is also miserly. Brother, I'm off. Ah Fei chuckled awkwardly, cautiously attempting to sidestep the man blocking his path. He aspired to rise above, and could not afford to be so easily dismissed. Noticing the man's lack of response, Ah Fei quietly exhaled and hastened forward. Footsteps echoed behind him, and he paused, turning to see the man following closely, expressionless. Why are you following me? Ah Fei nearly wept. I wish to see her. The man replied, tucking a gold hairpin into his robe, unwilling to consider death. If he could not be with his fiancée in life or death, then death lost its allure. Ah Fei's expression was conflicted. You cannot see her? She never said. Ah Fei, too, struggled to comprehend Miss Jiang's arrangement. If she cared not for the man's life, why had she insisted he guard the grave for so many days? Yet, if she did care, why leave behind only a single phrase without further instructions? In truth, Ah Fei was overthinking. Miss Jiang was aware of the man's tragic devotion and, as a mere observer, felt compelled to intervene. However, if a person has resolved to die, it would be unreasonable to expect Ah Fei to physically restrain him. Ultimately, the decision lay with the man himself. Seeing the man persistently trailing him, Ah Fei sighed. Fine, you may follow, but I must warn you, she is in the capital. The man's eyes narrowed, interrupting Ah Fei. The capital? Indeed, it is far. Do you truly wish to accompany me? The man's demeanor shifted to one of determination. I will go. Having just taken a life in the capital, he felt no trepidation about returning. Now that he had abandoned thoughts of suicide, he cared little for his own life. He simply wished to meet the one who had dispelled the fog of confusion for him. What will you do once you see her? Ah Fei inquired. The man had not considered this. Even if you reach the capital, she may not meet you. Ah Fei cautioned again. She is a woman of high status, and it is already a surprise that she would engage with you. Whether she wishes to see you is uncertain. The man fell silent, standing resolutely beside Ah Fei. Well then, I have spoken my piece, so do as you wish. Thus, an impetuous youth and a taciturn man set forth together on their journey. They had arrived in the capital, bringing warmth. Though it was not yet as oppressive as the heat of June or July, an ideal time for various gatherings to take place. However, The noble women of this circle gradually noticed that the wife of the Longxing Marquis had been absent from many events. This was hardly surprising. Being possessed by malevolent spirits while also causing harm to her maternal grandmother, anyone in her position would find it difficult to face society for some time. Yet, Jiang Qian's circumstances were more dire than others could imagine. In the bedroom of the Longxing Marquis and his wife, an intoxicating scent lingered in the air. Zhao Xingyu. The Marquis' heir donned his garments and fastened his belt, placing a foot upon Jiang Qian's chest, his expression devoid of emotion. When will you complete the task I assigned you? Jiang Qian, exposed without a shred of fabric for modesty, trembled slightly, biting her lip. I have recently found it difficult to return to the Bai estate. She was acutely aware of her grandmother's stature. The current atmosphere in the Marquis' household was one of ambivalence regarding her disgrace and her maternal family. If she returned only to be cast out, she would have no means to conceal her shame. At that point, a woman without family support and without children would be of no consequence to her in-laws. Who said you must return? Ever come here? Zhao Xingyu withdrew his foot, pinching Jiang Qian's chin. Jiang Qian recalled Jiang Si's cold, indifferent gaze and hesitated. What, cannot you summon her? Jiang Qian's heart quaked, and gritting her teeth, she replied, I will go fetch her. Wait a moment. Enough. Do not act as if you are on the brink of death. I only wish to observe her closely. I have no intention of harming your sister, Zhao Xingyu said. Satisfied with her promise and adjusting his attire as he prepared to leave, Jiang Qian gazed at the retreating figure of Zhao Xingyu, her expression profoundly complex. This man was a deviant, and she had become the wife of a deviant. It seemed there was no other path left for her. Chapter 63. Invitation. Before the maids entered to attend to her, Jiang Qian endured the aches in her body, dressed herself, and walked to the window, pushing it open. The gentle breeze wafted in, carrying a warm fragrance that mingled with the cloying atmosphere of the room, creating a nauseatingly sweet sensation. However, Jiang Qian was long accustomed to this, and stood by the window in a daze, gazing at a cluster of lush green banana plants outside. Having lost considerable face within the Duke's household, she had often perceived mockery in the glances of those around the Marquis' residence. She had initially thought to delay the matter of inviting Jiang Si over, but Zhao Xingyu could not wait. She dared not postpone any longer, for she understood better than anyone the unpredictable nature of Zhao Xingyu. When he became enraged, rationality was often cast aside. It was better to acquiesce to his desires and invite Jiang Si over for him to gaze upon at his leisure than to risk him creating a scandal that would ensnare her in its repercussions. Jiang Si, her cousin, was a proper young lady of the Duke's household, and for the time being, Zhao Xingyu was unlikely to act recklessly. At most, he would indulge in a fleeting glance. A maid's voice was heard from outside, calling for her. Jiang Qian responded, disregarding the stream of maids entering, and proceeded to her study. Given her current situation, it would not be easy to invite Jiang Si to the residence. In her grandmother's eyes, she was a harbinger of misfortune. Even if Jiang Si were willing to come, her grandmother would likely refuse. Jiang Qian meticulously pinned 2 letters and had them dispatched to the Earl of Dongping's residence. Upon receiving Jiang Qian's letter, Second Lady Xiao was moved to tears and hurried to the Cixin Hall, her eyes slightly red. The hall resonated with the melodious voices of performers. After regaining her eyesight, old Madame Feng had developed a fondness for watching plays. Given the Duke's financial standing, maintaining a troupe for an extended period was somewhat impractical, but fortunately, Zhang Erlao was a dutiful son and had purchased 2 girls just over 10 years old from the troupe to entertain the old lady. Old Madame, the second lady has arrived. This was not the time for formal greetings, and old Madame Feng did not stir, remaining with her eyes closed, tapping her fingers to the rhythm as she listened to the 2 young girls in costumes sing. Her indifference towards Xiao was unmistakable. Everyone in Cixin Hall understood that the old lady was still vexed over the incident involving the second aunt. It was no wonder old Madame Feng was upset. The incident with Lu Xinggu had inexplicably become a topic of great interest in the capital. To make matters worse, Lu Xinggu was murdered, leading to chaos among the officials of Shuntian Prefecture for many days, with no trace of the murderer found. What intrigues people the most in this world? It is not the past, but rather unresolved matters. As long as the murderer of Lu Xinggu remained at large, the fervor surrounding the incident would not wane, and the connection between Lu Xinggu and the Earl of Dongping's household would be endlessly dissected. A new rumor began to circulate, suggesting that because Lu Xinggu had pointed out that the wife of the heir to the Chongqing Marquis was possessed by an evil spirit, which resulted in a loss of life within the Chongqing residence, She had consequently invited her own demise. Of course, this assertion was utterly absurd. The nobility merely laughed it off, yet the common folk, ever eager for gossip, spread the tale with increasing fervor, embellishing it with each retelling. Thinking of these matters only fueled old Madame Feng's ire, rendering it perplexing that her attitude towards Xiao could be anything but cold. Xiao stood outside for a full quarter of an hour before being invited in. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Xiao, holding a small box, smiled and said, "This is a string of sandalwood prayer beads that Song Guer happened upon. Knowing your fondness for them, he hastened to send them back to you." Upon hearing Xiao mention her eldest grandson, old Madame Feng's expression softened slightly. She gestured for a Fu to take the box, and replied coolly, "What is the point of indulging in such trifles when he should be focusing on his studies?" Xiao immediately countered, "It is only natural to show filial piety to the old lady. How could that be considered a waste of effort?" Old Madame Feng closed her eyes slightly, stroking the palm-sized redwood box. While her displeasure was genuine, no matter how much she disapproved of her second daughter-in-law, it was unlikely that the household could be entrusted to the third daughter-in-law. Ultimately, she had to maintain a facade of respect for the second daughter-in-law. Opening her eyes, old Madame Feng said, "I am aware of your filial intentions." Xiao exhaled softly, her smile growing more pronounced as she cautiously added, "Today, Chinner sent a letter to the old lady." As she spoke, she produced the letter. Old Madame Feng's expression darkened instantly. Is she not constantly running to her maternal family or sending letters to them? Is life in the Marquis's residence so unbearable? Upon hearing this, Xiao wiped the corner of her eyes. "Old Madame, Chinner truly finds it hard to endure in the Marquis's residence. She was already from a prestigious family. After marrying, it has been 2 years without any sign of pregnancy. Her standing in the Marquis's household relies entirely on your affection, but now." Old Madame Feng remained unmoved. Xiao clenched her teeth in frustration, pleading, "Old Madame, you know that Chinner has always been sensible and would never disturb your peace. She merely wishes to invite her sisters to stay at the Marquis's residence for a couple of days, to prevent those opportunists in the Marquis's household from mocking her and our Duke's household." Zhao's implication was clear. Following the incident with Lu Xinggu, the Marquis's household believed that the Duke's family had completely disregarded the married daughter. If, at this moment, the young ladies of the Duke's household were willing to visit the Marquis's residence for a few days, such assumptions would be dispelled, alleviating Jiang Qian's predicament. Old Madame Feng listened expressionlessly to Zhao's words, her gaze fixed on the letter. The letter bore a row of delicate characters. "Granddaughter Chinner respectfully requests grandmother to read." Upon seeing the familiar handwriting, old Madame Feng's heart softened a little. From the very beginning, she had not favored her eldest daughter-in-law, and the eldest granddaughter, being somewhat dull-witted, was hardly endearing. In contrast, her second granddaughter, who was of a similar age, had always been clever and charming, earning her affection. The second granddaughter had begun her education in the Cixin Hall's green silk cupboard. After some contemplation, old Madame Feng opened the letter to read. Jiang Qian's eloquence shone through in her writing, and after finishing the letter, old Madame Feng's expression eased somewhat. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao made her request, "Old Madame, please show some compassion for Chinner. I heard from the maid who delivered the letter that she has grown alarmingly thin." "Very well. It is indeed a good season. Allowing them to go out for some fresh air would do them good." Old Madame Feng finally relented. Zhao's expression brightened. Old Madame Feng's tone shifted. "However, let it be known beforehand that if they cause trouble or bring embarrassment to the Marquis's household, Chinner, as their elder sister, shall bear the responsibility. Rest assured, old Madame, Chinner is most affectionate towards her sisters and will surely take good care of them." In hiding courtyard, Jiang Si glanced at Jiang Qian's invitation before casually tossing it onto her desk and instructed a Qiao, "Inquire whether the other young ladies have received invitations." Before long, a Qiao returned with news. "Third young lady, fifth young lady, and sixth young lady have all received their invitations." This outcome was as Jiang Si had expected, yet it elicited a sigh from her. 2 days later, the 4 young ladies of the Duke's household set off together in a carriage towards the Chongqing Marquis's residence. Chapter 64. A wager in the carriage. In recent days, the Dongping Marquis estate had been abuzz with activity, and with the added circumstance of Jiang Si's recent indisposition, such gatherings of the 4 sisters had become a rarity. However, within the confines of the modest carriage, the atmosphere was far from agreeable. "Some individuals possess an unparalleled audacity," remarked 6th Sister Jiang Pei, seated near the carriage door, scrutinizing her reflection in a hand mirror. Having just affronted an elder, they promptly gallivant about, Her words were unmistakably directed at Jiang Si. In the young lady's estimation, Jiang Si, having just engaged in a sharp exchange with Madame Xiao, had brazenly ventured to the Chongqing Marquis estate. Jiang Si cast a sardonic glance at Jiang Pei, who, unsettled by the look, tugged at fifth sister Jiang Li's sleeve, imploring, "Fifth sister, wouldn't you agree?" In her view, as fellow daughters of the second branch, they ought to present a united front, regardless of any personal discord. Fifth sister Jiang Li, keen to avoid offense, merely offered a non-committal smile. Jiang Pei, with a dismissive pout, turned to third sister Jiang Qiao, inquiring, "Third sister, do you recall our visit to the Marquis estate years ago? It seems it was earlier in the season than this." And the peonies in the Marquis' garden were in full, vibrant bloom. "I paid it little mind," Jiang Qiao replied, idly toying with a jade bead necklace. She harbored no interest in admiring flora or scenery, and her presence on this outing was merely a matter of placating her mother. In terms of sisterly relations, while she harbored a long-standing rivalry with Jiang Si, she held Jiang Pei in utter disdain, finding her to be insufferably loquacious. Lost in thought, Jiang Qiao glanced at Jiang Si, her countenance serene, and mused, "She's nothing more than a paper tiger. If it were me, I'd have slapped Jiang Pei senseless by now." Perhaps the carriage felt too cramped with 4 occupants, or perhaps the creaking of the wheels grew tiresome, but Jiang Pei, after a brief respite, once more turned her attention to Jiang Si, inquiring, "Fourth sister, are you not concerned about losing face at the Marquis estate?" Jiang Si, leaning against the carriage wall, her eyes closed, appeared oblivious to the remark. Jiang Pei, emboldened by Jiang Si's indifference, stowed away her mirror and quipped, "Indeed, one would not attend if they feared embarrassment. Such audacity, it is said, is hereditary." Jiang Pei's insinuation regarding heredity stemmed from the past. Jiang Si's mother, Madame Su, hailed from the Yining Marquis estate and was once renowned as a great beauty in the capital. However, this beauty had been betrothed from a young age. Madame Su and her fiancé had enjoyed a close, affectionate relationship, and it seemed improbable that she would ever marry Jiang Anqing. Alas, as their wedding day approached, Madame Su's fiancé was favored by Princess Rongyang. After some twists and turns, Madame Su's fiancé, Cui Su, became Princess Rongyang's consort. The dissolution of the marriage between the Cui and Su families initially seemed inconsequential to Madame Su. The Cui family was a leading military clan, and it was widely known that Cui Su's elevation to consort was facilitated by the powers that be. Madame Su was simply unlucky. The Yining Marquis estate initially shared this sentiment, intending to wait a year or so before arranging another marriage for Madame Su. However, rumors soon surfaced, alleging that Madame Su and Cui Su had been inseparable since childhood, their intimacy compromising her purity. These rumors irrevocably tarnished Madame Su's reputation. Despite her parents' affection, no family of comparable standing to the Chongqing Marquis estate would consider marrying Madame Su. Thus, she remained in her chambers for 2 more years until, during a visit to a temple, she encountered Jiang Anqing. Jiang Anqing was captivated by her beauty and, defying old Madame Feng's displeasure, insisted on proposing marriage to the Yining Marquis estate. The Yining Marquis couple, having grown weary of arranging Madame Su's marriage, discreetly inquired about Jiang Anqing upon the arrival of the Dongping Marquis estate's matchmaker. They found Jiang Anqing to be an exemplary candidate in terms of character and appearance. However, the Dongping Marquis estate's hereditary title, limited to 3 generations, was a significant drawback. Nevertheless, with their daughter's reputation tarnished, the Marquis estate could no longer afford to be selective. The Yining Marquis couple, concerned for their daughter's well-being, provided Madame Su with a generous dowry. This dowry silenced old Madame Feng's objections, though she secretly believed the rumors to be true, attributing the Yining Marquis estate's generosity to their sense of guilt. Consequently, old Madame Feng harbored no affection for Madame Su. Despite Jiang Anqing's repeated assertions that Madame Su was a virtuous woman, old Madame Feng grew increasingly resentful, convinced that Madame Su had bewitched her son with her beauty, leading him to defend her so ardently. Just as a tree that towers above the forest is vulnerable to the wind, Madame Su's brilliance in her youth only attracted more ridicule in later years. Jiang Pei's knowledge of these past events was clearly not based on mere conjecture. Jiang Si, initially disinclined to engage in a war of words with a spiteful young girl, could no longer tolerate the disrespect towards her late mother. "What's the matter? Is someone feeling guilty?" Jiang Pei giggled, confident that Jiang Si would not dare strike her in front of so many witnesses. And when it came to verbal sparring, she was more than capable. With this in mind, Jiang Pei twirled the jade bracelet on her wrist, a gift from her mother after hearing about her dispute with Jiang Si, signifying her approval. Jiang Si, her gaze icy, stared at Jiang Pei, showing no intention of resorting to violence. Some people never learn from their mistakes. It's a waste of energy to engage with such individuals. Jiang Qiao, observing Jiang Si's silence, rolled her eyes, thinking, she's always so capable with me. Why is she acting like a harmless rabbit now? Go on, hit her. Jiang Qiao was not necessarily siding with Jiang Si, but she found Jiang Pei's spitefulness unbearable. Regardless of any disputes among sisters, disrespecting each other's parents was unacceptable. It was a matter of principle, both within and outside the family. Fifth sister Jiang Li, sensing the undercurrent of tension, quietly edged closer to the corner. Losing face? Feeling guilty? Jiang Si retorted, a smile playing on her lips. Sixth sister, are you aware that it is second sister who should be feeling guilty? If I were not to attend, it is second sister who would lose face. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Si reached out, her slender fingers gently touching Jiang Pei's cheek, and said, do you believe that if I were to alight from this carriage now, your aunt would tear that new bracelet from your wrist? Jiang Pei instinctively recoiled. She wasn't foolish enough to believe that this trip to the Changxing Marquis estate was to support her second sister. If Jiang Si were to create a scene and insist on leaving, her aunt would undoubtedly skin her alive. Do you believe that upon seeing second sister, I could ask her to send you back to the Marquis estate for being too garrulous, and she would not utter a word of protest? I don't believe it, Jiang Pei retorted, her voice filled with confidence. How could that be possible? Second sister had extended invitations to all four of them. She and second sister shared the same father, and she had always been obedient to second sister. How could second sister possibly send her away based on Jiang Si's words? Then let us wager on it. Wager on what? Wager on whether second sister would do as I say. If second sister does not heed my words, then you shall be the victor. Conversely, you shall be the loser. And what are the stakes? Jiang Si shrugged, a carefree smile on her face. If you win, you may name your terms. If you lose, it is simple. In the presence of the three of us, you shall slap yourself 10 times and declare that you have consumed too much filth and that your mouth is foul. Do you dare to accept the wager? Chapter 65. Entering the Marquis's residence, did I truly win the right to propose the conditions? Jiang Pei's eyes sparkled, completely disregarding the consequences of losing. Her second sister was thorough in every aspect. How could she possibly send away the younger sister she had invited? In Jiang Pei's mind, such a scenario was utterly inconceivable. Thus the ramifications of losing were of no concern. You may propose as you wish. I desire that exquisite set of red gold and ruby headpieces. Jiang Si regarded Jiang Pei for a moment before breaking into a smile. After all, she was merely a young girl, preoccupied with trivial matters of consumption and adornment. Lacking deeper thoughts. Reluctant? You just stated that I could propose anything. Very well, Jiang Si replied with an agreeable nod. Jiang Pei's excitement surged. You mustn't go back on your word. I will not retract my promise. What about you? Jiang Si inquired with a gentle smile. Regardless of her youth, one must be held accountable for their indiscreet remarks. Her brother was merely a boy of not yet 17, and their uncles and aunts were hardly lenient towards him. Moreover, her second brother was innocent, while Jiang Pei had indeed spoken thoughtlessly. I certainly will not go back on my word, Jiang Pei asserted resolutely. Why would she retract? That was an entire set of red gold and ruby headpieces. After years of humility before her legitimate mother, it was improbable she would ever acquire such a splendid adornment upon her marriage. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, as if the headpieces were already in her possession. Sixth sister, perhaps you should reconsider the gamble. Jiang Li felt it was inappropriate and could not help but advise. Mind your own business. Jiang Pei shot an indignant glance at Jiang Li. She held little regard for this fifth sister, who was clearly older, yet so timid. Then it's settled. Jiang Pei extended her hand. Jiang Si smiled and clasped her hand for a cheerful agreement. The crisp sound of their hands meeting dispelled the somber atmosphere of the carriage ride. Jiang Li lifted a corner of the carriage curtain and softly announced, "We have arrived at the Marquis of Changxing's residence." The carriage came to a halt, and the four sisters disembarked one after another. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qiao tugged at Jiang Si, teasing, "Have you acquired too many treasures to store?" "No. I merely think someone is overdue for a mouthwash." Jiang Qiao released her grip, observing Jiang Si's composed profile, suddenly realizing how inscrutable this younger sister, only a few months her junior, had become. "Welcome, young ladies. The young mistress has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." A maid in a blue dress stood before the flower-laden gate, greeting Jiang Si and the others as they alighted the carriage. Jiang Pei, who had been brimming with exuberance, immediately composed herself, adopting the decorum of a proper young lady. The maid cast a surprised glance at Jiang Pei. While the girl's appearance was commendable, she seemed the youngest. Why had she stepped forward? Jiang Pei, tense since stepping out of the carriage, was acutely aware of the maid's scrutinizing gaze and quickly registered her earlier proximity to the carriage door, realizing her oversight. Jiang Pei halted, her face flushing with embarrassment. Fifth sister Jiang Li instinctively took Jiang Pei's arm, saying, "We wouldn't want to keep second sister waiting. Sixth sister is even more anxious than I." With that remark, the tension dissipated for Jiang Pei. Jiang Si regarded Jiang Li with newfound appreciation. The fifth sister, usually quiet and unassuming, had unexpectedly proven perceptive, though regrettably. Her past existence had been so inconspicuous that Jiang Si could not recall what had transpired later. The layout of the Marquis of Chongqing's residence was similar to that of the Earl of Dongping's, albeit more expansive and grandiose, with the gardens significantly surpassing those of the Earl's estate. Within the garden stood an artificial mountain 3 stories high, complete with a pavilion atop it, accessible by a stairway leading up to the cool heights, offering a splendid view of the flourishing gardens below. The area was lush with vibrant flora, particularly a striking cluster of peonies blooming in the eastern corner. The 4 sisters could not help but gaze at the splendid peonies. At this time of year, peonies were typically at the tail end of their bloom, yet here they flourished vibrantly, a rare and beautiful sight. The maid in blue, evidently proud of the peonies, led the sisters forward while cheerfully remarking, "You ladies have arrived just in time. If you had come a little later, the peonies would have wilted." The maid guided them swiftly to Jiang Qian's residence. Jiang Qian stood at the entrance, eagerly greeting them as they arrived. "Sisters, you have finally made it." Her gaze lingered on Jiang Si for a moment, revealing a smile of relief as if she had set down a heavy burden. "I hope I haven't kept second sister waiting." Jiang Pei affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Qian's. Jiang Qian instinctively frowned but quickly relaxed, leading her younger sisters into the house. Jiang Qian's quarters were among the most spacious and bright in the residence, second only to that of the Marquis and his wife. The room's decor exuded a blend of opulence and elegance, clearly arranged with care by the lady of the house. "After your arduous journey, please enjoy some tea. Do not stand on ceremony, consider it your home." Jiang Qian's warm demeanor made Jiang Pei feel increasingly at ease, causing her to observe Jiang Qian with misty eyes. "Second sister, you seem to have lost weight." A fleeting look of displeasure crossed Jiang Qian's face, but she replied coolly, "With grandmother's health in mind. And as the weather grows warmer, my appetite has diminished somewhat." Jiang Si subtly shook her head. Jiang Pei, being the younger sister, was somewhat naive and did not comprehend that Jiang Qian, despite her difficult circumstances, would prefer not to have her younger sisters express pity. Jiang Pei, feeling embarrassed from her misstep, fell silent. As the most talkative among them, her words had inadvertently created an awkward atmosphere, especially since Jiang Li was usually taciturn, and Jiang Si was distanced from Jiang Qiao. Realizing this was not the time for formalities, Jiang Qian was about to lighten the mood when Jiang Si interjected, "Second sister, may I ask for the maidservants to be dismissed? I have something to discuss." Jiang Qian was taken aback, but soon motioned for the maidservants to leave, gently inquiring, "What is it, fourth sister?" Jiang Si glanced at Jiang Pei before directly stating, "I do not wish to stay with sixth sister during our visit to the Marquis's residence. Please send her back." Jiang Qian's surprise was evident as she turned to Jiang Pei. "Has fourth sister and sixth sister had a falling out?" Jiang Si seemed rather skilled at creating misunderstandings. First, she had inexplicably put Jiang Pei in a tight spot, and now she was at odds with sixth sister. Was she intent on alienating all her siblings? Jiang Pei's jaw dropped in astonishment. She had anticipated that Jiang Si would employ some clever rhetoric to persuade their second sister to send her away, but instead, it was so blunt and simple. Good heavens! Had Jiang Si lost her senses, or did she believe Jiang Qian had gone mad? Jiang Qiao discreetly facepalmed. Previously, she had only perceived Jiang Si as proud and ambitious, but had not considered her to be foolish. "Fourth sister, if you are displeased, you should discuss it with second sister. We are all sisters in this household." Jiang Si slammed her teacup down onto the table and stood up. "If sixth sister does not leave, then I shall take my leave." Seeing Jiang Si resolutely turn to exit, Jiang Qian felt a pang of anxiety and quickly called out, "Fourth sister, please wait. I will have someone escort sixth sister back immediately." Chapter 66. Flower Appreciation. Jiang Si paused, gazing calmly at Jiang Pei. Jiang Pei appeared as if she had been struck by 100 slaps, utterly bewildered. I had initially thought that my younger sister, being so young, would find it difficult to adapt after leaving home. Jiang Pei murmured, her mind a blank canvas. How could she be unfit for this? She had visited before. All right, little sister, I shall send you back now. Later, elder sister will invite you to play, Jiang Qian said dismissively, offering a casual excuse, indifferent to Jiang Pei's feelings. One was a legitimate daughter married into nobility, while the other was a concubine's daughter desperate to curry favor with her stepmother for a decent marriage. Jiang Qian had never regarded her half-sister with any seriousness. Among the 6 sisters of the family, her sole interest lay with Jiang Si. Such beauty, even with a limited future, evoked a sense of rivalry among women. Jiang Pei, her complexion pale, stared at Jiang Qian, unable to fathom the situation. Yes, she was a concubine's daughter, but they both belonged to the second household, and Jiang Qian had extended the invitation first, only to turn around and send her back. Did she not care for even a scrap of dignity? Suddenly, Jiang Pei turned to Jiang Si. Jiang Si remained composed. Jiang Pei's heart sank. She felt as if she had fallen into a pit of her own making, left with only tears unshed. As Jiang Qian prepared to call for someone, Jiang Pei jolted back to her senses. Instead of pleading with Jiang Qian, she clutched Jiang Si's sleeve, her voice filled with desperation. Fourth sister, I was wrong. For a girl raised under the thumb of second Madame Xiao, humility was nothing extraordinary. Noticing Jiang Si's lack of response, Jiang Pei slapped her own face. I have been foolish, my words too harsh. I should not have angered you, fourth sister. Please forgive me. Having already lost significant face when expelled from the Cixin Hall by their grandmother, being sent back by her second sister would seal her fate, likely barring her from leaving the house again. The sounds of her self-inflicted slaps echoed, and Jiang Si watched the scene with cold detachment, finding herself at a loss for words. It seemed destined for a concubine's daughter to marry well, while she had wed twice. Once as a widow, and once to her demise. How different people could be. Fourth sister, look. Jiang Qian is pleased to see Jiang Pei and Jiang Si confront each other. The person she invited, forced to send Jiang Pei away, is no different than a slap in the face, yet she must accept it. The more Jiang Pei lowered herself, the more Jiang Si's unreasonable antics became apparent. Do you truly wish to return? Jiang Si suddenly inquired. Jiang Pei instinctively shook her head. I wish to return with my sisters. Since little sister has fulfilled the wager, do as you please. With Jiang Si relenting, Jiang Qian seized the opportunity, smiling. All right, we are all sisters. Are there any unresolved grievances? It is better to go together and return together. I have prepared a meal in the flower hall. Come dine with me, sisters. Elder sister, should we not pay our respects to the countess? Fifth Miss Jiang Li timidly asked. No need. The countess has many matters to attend to. I have already mentioned your visit, and she has said you may do as you wish, Jiang Qian replied. Jiang Li seemed to exhale in relief, lowering her gaze and falling silent. With her face still stinging from the slaps, Jiang Pei kept her head down as they proceeded to the flower hall. The dining table was set, and soon, maids entered with fruits and pastries. As the sisters sat, Jiang Qian appeared as if nothing had transpired, warmly entertaining everyone. However, the atmosphere had grown cold. The fresh fruits lacked flavor. Jiang Qian paid no heed to this. For her, Jiang Si's presence meant her objective was achieved. She had no intention of concerning herself with anything else. Footsteps echoed as a young man entered with a smile. Is dinner ready? I'm starving. Mid-sentence. He seemed to notice Jiang Si and the others, abruptly halting. Jiang Pei was the first to rise, brother-in-law. Jiang Si and the others followed suit, greeting the young man. This slender figure, with a somewhat pale complexion, was none other than Chao Xingyu, the heir of the Marquis of Chaoxing. As Jiang Si and the others bowed, Chao Xingyu remained silent, seizing the moment to gaze intently at Jiang Si. From the moment he first laid eyes on the strikingly beautiful sister-in-law at his wedding to Jiang Qian, he had been unable to forget her. At that time, she was in the bloom of youth, standing expressionless with her sisters, like a bud amidst the snowy peaks, a beauty that struck a chord within him. Observing Chao Xingyu's demeanor, Jiang Qian was infuriated. Having experienced what she had, she no longer cared what kind of woman this man desired. But that did not mean she could tolerate him acting foolishly in front of everyone. She had invited her sisters. Should anything untoward happen, their grandmother would surely be furious. I forgot to send someone to inform you that my sisters have arrived, Jiang Qian said, hastily approaching Chao Xingyu, discreetly pinching him through her sleeve. Only then did he snap back to reality, his expression brightening. I was unaware of my sister's visit. My apologies for the oversight. Jianer, please entertain your sisters well. I shall retreat to my study to eat. Jiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Take care, heir. With Chao Xingyu's arrival and departure, the atmosphere lightened. Elder sister, does brother-in-law dine with you every day? Indeed, Jiang Qian replied with a smile. Brother-in-law and elder sister are truly affectionate, Jiang Pei remarked, smiling. Jiang Qian tightened her grip on her chopsticks, her knuckles turning pale, yet her face maintained a smile. Do not jest about elder sister. The meal concluded in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Qian sipped her tea and suggested, the garden of the Marquis residence is truly beautiful. Sisters, do not be shy. Go and enjoy yourselves. Elder sister, are you not coming? Jiang Li inquired. Jiang Qian smiled gently. Of course, I shall accompany my sisters. Hearing that Jiang Qian would join, Jiang Li felt relieved. Perhaps due to her cautious nature, she always felt uneasy in unfamiliar surroundings. This rockery was transported from Nanhu. In the pavilion atop, it is called Bayan Pavilion. This season is perfect for a visit, Jiang Qian spoke softly, embodying the role of a caring elder sister. Jiang Qiao pointed excitedly. Elder sister, those peonies are blooming splendidly. Let us go admire them. Jiang Qian hesitated, then smiled. I am not accustomed to the scent of peonies. How about this? I shall rest in the pavilion while you all enjoy yourselves. Elder sister, I too wish to sit in the pavilion, Jiang Pei quickly added. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Adhering to the philosophy of avoiding trouble, Jiang Qiao, enchanted by the peonies, tugged at Jiang Si. Shall we go admire the flowers? Let us. Jiang Si replied readily. Jiang Qian watched as Jiang Si and Jiang Qiao made their way toward the peonies, her expression growing colder. It was indeed peculiar. Even at this hour, the peonies in the Marquis garden bloomed so vibrantly. Standing amidst the blossoms, Jiang Qiao inhaled deeply, then sighed. Such a vast expanse of peonies, though the fragrance is a bit overwhelming. Amidst the deep crimson and pale green, Jiang Si's face suddenly turned ashen. Within the rich, sweet scent, she detected the unmistakable aroma of death. Chapter 67. Beneath the blossoms, Jiang Si possessed an innate sensitivity in her sense of smell, a gift that had been amplified after learning secret arts from Elder Wu Miao, rendering her almost otherworldly in her perception. Even amidst the vibrant and fragrant peonies, she could not escape the insidious scent of decay that clawed its way into her nostrils. That odor was familiar to her. It was the stench of death. Her purpose in visiting the residence of the Longxing Marquis was deliberate. She sought to uncover the truth behind the incredulous actions of the Marquis's heir, Chao Xingyu, and Jiang Qian towards her. This was a knot in her heart that could not be untied. Until she confronted it and ensured that those who had wronged her faced justice, she would remain shackled by it. Some matters could be overlooked, but others demanded confrontation and resolution to liberate oneself from the grip of nightmares. Thus, she had willingly approached this place, drawing nearer to the couple in question. Yet, despite her preparations, she was unprepared for the morbid discovery that lay beneath the resplendent peony blossoms. Jiang Si instinctively pressed her toes into the soil. The putrid smell permeated the earth, seeping into the layers of petals that adorned the peonies. This scent could not have formed in just a day or two. It bore an eerie freshness, as if a corpse had only recently been interred, giving rise to the vibrant flowers above. Jiang Si's complexion paled further. At this moment, fear was not her companion, but the overwhelming stench incited nausea, making it difficult for her to restrain her urge to retch. Sister, are you unwell? Jiang Qiao noticed Jiang Si's discomfort, her gaze shifting from the alluring peonies. Jiang Si took a breath, forcing a smile. I am fine. Jiang Qiao frowned. Observing Jiang Si closely and absent-mindedly plucked a petal from a peony, rolling it between her fingers. The pale pink juice stained her ivory fingertips. Jiang Si's attention was drawn to her sister's hands. Jiang Qiao tossed the crushed petal into the breeze and, bending down to sniff her fingertip, remarked, It's peculiar. Although I adore peonies, I do not care for their scent. Sister, could it be that you find it disagreeable as well? Recalling the pervasive stench of decay and glancing at the faint red on her sister's fingers, Jiang Si bit her lip to suppress the urge to vomit. Managing a forced smile. There are many scents that I find disagreeable. Then let us depart. Had I known you were sensitive to it, I would not have insisted you come, Jiang Qiao said. Though they often quarreled with each other in the Marquis's residence, outside, they naturally drew closer together. As sisters in the same household, they were meant to look out for one another. Jiang Qiao was straightforward and perceptive. She had already sensed something unusual about Jiang Qian's behavior towards Jiang Si. Jiang Si stood still, her tone shifting. While I may find many scents unpleasant, the fragrance of peonies is tolerable. She needed to ascertain whether the bones buried beneath these peonies belonged to a human or perhaps a stray animal. If she was to discover the truth, she had to remain close to this spot and could not disclose to Jiang Qiao her aversion to the flower's scent. To do so would render her actions suspect. Sister, may I ask, what is the nature of your relationship with second sister? Jiang Qiao cast a glance towards Jiang Qian and the others atop the rockery, lowering her voice. When Jiang Si remained silent, Jiang Qiao scoffed. You allowed her to chase away sixth sister without even a word of protest. This is too strange. Do not tell me second sister treats you with more affection than a biological sister. I am not a fool. Jiang Si remained silent for a long moment, gazing at the blooming peonies with a sigh. Indeed, it is curious. Third sister should know that second sister invited me to the Marquis's residence long before our grandmother lost her sight. Jiang Qiao was taken aback, her curiosity piqued. They had all received invitations, yet she was unaware that Jiang Qian had extended an invitation to Jiang Si beforehand. Did this imply that Jiang Qian had intended for Jiang Si to be the guest all along? As this thought crossed Jiang Qiao's mind, she regarded Jiang Si with a probing gaze. Jiang Si smiled faintly. Thus, I wanted to test the sincerity of second sister's intentions, but unexpectedly, her sincerity was indeed profound. Yes, indeed, Jiang Qiao interjected. Her sincerity is remarkable. Jiang Si's lips curled into a sardonic smile. She was determined to unearth the clandestine dealings of Jiang Qian and her husband, so she did not mind allowing Jiang Qiao a glimpse of the truth. But what could be the reason behind it? Jiang Qiao mused, kicking at the fallen petals and blades of grass, her expression growing graver. Sister, let us stay close in the Marquis's residence for a few days before we hasten our return. Though Jiang Si understood Jiang Qiao's sharp tongue concealed a tender heart, she did not anticipate her sister's swift willingness to set aside past grievances for her sake. Moved, she declined. There is no need for that. I have come to visit the Marquis's residence with utmost propriety. Would second sister truly make things difficult for me? The task she intended to undertake was perilous, and while it was prudent for Jiang Qiao to sense something amiss, she did not wish to entangle her sister in danger just yet. Jiang Qiao, evidently annoyed by Jiang Si's response, poked her forehead playfully, exclaiming, Are you foolish? The young girl's skin was as delicate as porcelain. Jiang Qiao's touch left a red imprint on her smooth brow. Jiang Qiao opened her mouth in frustration, kicking at the grass beneath her feet. How had she not realized until now that Jiang Si was so fragile that a mere poke would leave a mark as though she were bullying her? Suddenly, Jiang Qiao bent down to pick something up from the ground. What is this? In her hand was a hairpin, its ancient hue glinting in the sunlight. What is this hairpin made of? It is neither gold nor silver. Jiang Qiao mused, studying the hairpin curiously. Jiang Si's expression turned icy. This is a copper hairpin. Copper hairpins were commonplace. Women from humble backgrounds cherished beauty just as much, but not every household could afford gold or silver hairpins. Thus, copper, wooden, or even bamboo hairpins became the alternative. However, where were they? This was the residence of the Longxing Marquis. Even the maids and servants who held some esteem were adorned with gold hairpins gifted by their masters, while those of lesser status would wear silver hairpins. The overworked maids would not deign to wear a copper hairpin, preferring exquisite flower adornments. Jiang Si's heart raced with a bold hypothesis. If there were indeed human remains buried beneath these peonies, could this copper hairpin belong to the victim? This appears to be a copper hairpin, Jiang Qiao observed, finally recognizing it. Just then, a voice laced with a chilling mirth broke through the tension. What are you two sisters up to? Jiang Si was startled, swiftly snatching the copper hairpin from Jiang Qiao's hand and concealing it within her sleeve. Not far off, Chao Xingyu, the heir of the Longxing Marquis, stood in a pale blue robe, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the two sisters. Chapter 68. Nightfall. Standing not far away, the heir of the Longxing Marquis, Chao Xingyu, wore a faint smile, his gaze deep and enigmatic. The peonies bloomed vibrantly, their fragrance rich and intoxicating, but Jiang Si felt a chill rising from the depths of her heart. Instinctively, Jiang Qiao stepped forward, shielding Jiang Si behind her. It is merely my brother-in-law. We were admiring the flowers. Chao Xingyu chuckled lightly, his eyes sparkling like fragments of gold in the sunlight, exuding an air of unexpected warmth. These peonies indeed flourish better than those elsewhere. Please, take your time to appreciate them. He approached step by step. The cold, hard copper hairpin pressed against the soft skin of the young girl. Jiang Si tightened her grip on the hairpin, casting a cold glance at Chao Xingyu as he drew near. Chao Xingyu, slender and delicate in his moon-white long robe, possessed a fragile beauty that stirred pity. Who would suspect such a person capable of committing unspeakable acts? The term beast in human clothing flashed through Jiang Si's mind, dissipating the fears rooted in her past and leaving only resolve. She was determined to strip this beast of his skin and prevent him from harming innocent women any further. Yet, as Chao Xingyu drew closer, he did not approach them directly but veered off in another direction, maintaining a distance from the peony bushes. Everything appeared to be an unremarkable coincidence. Chao Xingyu gradually moved away without turning back. Jiang Qiao gazed at the figure clad in moon-white for a moment, pursed her lips, and turned to Jiang Si. "Why did you throw the hairpin just now?" Jiang Si's expression had already returned to normal, and she smiled. "I was startled by the sudden appearance of the air and instinctively tossed the hairpin." "Tossed it? Where did it go?" Jiang Qiao surveyed the surroundings. Jiang Si casually pointed. "It seems to be over there." She gestured towards a cluster of bushes, but Jiang Qiao lost interest upon seeing it. "Forget it. Even if it were a golden or silver hairpin, I wouldn't want to keep something found like this." Chao Xingyu's unexpected arrival had evidently dampened Jiang Qiao's enthusiasm for the flowers. "Let's head to the pavilion on the rockery to find our second sister." "All right." At that moment, Jiang Si could not dig into the soil beneath the peonies to investigate, so she suppressed her curiosity and nodded. Jiang Qiao took a couple of steps forward, then paused as if speaking to herself. How curious that such a copper hairpin fell beside the peonies. Jiang Si, following behind, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Jiang Qiao, perceptive beneath her rough exterior, was indeed no fool. The Baiyin Pavilion atop the rockery featured stone tables and benches, making it an excellent place to escape the summer heat, while also providing a panoramic view of the Marquee Garden. The earlier encounter between Chao Xingyu and Jiang Si had not escaped the notice of others. Jiang Qian did not even lift her eyelids, savoring a cup of fragrant tea. Eager to curry favor with Jiang Qian, Jiang Pei leaned on the railing, coyly remarking, "Fourth sister is truly beautiful, standing amidst the peonies, truly a flower among flowers." The second brother-in-law was refined and elegant, holding a noble title as the heir of the Longxing Marquis. He was indeed a rare catch, and she could hardly believe that her second sister was not anxious. It was well known that with Jiang Si's appearance, not only men but even women couldn't help but steal a glance. Jiang Qian placed her teacup on the stone table, not looking at Jiang Si and the flower bushes, but instead fixing her gaze on Jiang Pei. Jiang Pei began to feel uneasy, uncertain of where she had gone awry. Suddenly, Jiang Qian smiled. "Indeed, not only among our sisters, but even throughout the capital, it would be difficult to find someone more beautiful than fourth sister." She casually cast a glance at Jiang Si, who was approaching. "With such a sister, one as beautiful as a goddess. I, as her elder sister, feel a sense of pride." She felt no guilt. Chao Xingyu was a perverse individual, and once he set his sights on a woman, he would stop at nothing to possess her. One could only blame Jiang Si for being too alluring, especially devoid of the backing of the AnGuo Duke's household. As Jiang Si and Jiang Chao climbed the steps to the pavilion, Jiang Pei forced a smile, refraining from speaking out of turn, while her dissatisfaction with Jiang Qian grew. The second sister had a good background, a fortunate marriage. It was easy for her to speak from a place of comfort. Everyone harbors a desire for beauty. She could not believe that her brother-in-law would remain unmoved by Jiang Si. When that time came, she would relish seeing how her second sister would react. Why are the two sisters not playing a little longer? Jiang Qiao entered first, casually sitting on a stone bench, enjoying the coolness from the height. The peonies are indeed lovely, but after a while, the fragrance becomes overwhelming. It's nice to come up for some fresh air. Jiang Qian cast a distant glance at the lush peonies, revealing a meaningful smile. Yes, even the most beautiful scenery can lose its charm with overexposure. But this patch of peonies is indeed worth a look. After a brief while in the Baiyin Pavilion, Jiang Qian led the others back to their quarters, instructing the maidservants to guide Jiang Si and her sisters to rest. The heir's quarters had remained unoccupied, and before the sisters arrived, she had already ordered the two courtyards to be tidied up. Third sister and fourth sister will stay in the eastern courtyard, while the fifth and sixth sisters will occupy the western courtyard. Does that suit you? Before anyone else could respond, Jiang Pei interjected, "We will follow second sister's arrangements." Jiang Qian merely smiled at Jiang Pei, instructing the maidservants to take the four down to rest. Jiang Pei felt increasingly awkward, her demeanor growing more uncomfortable. It was strange. She had reaped many rewards from her sweet tongue before her biological mother. Yet here with her second sister, she seemed to face constant setbacks. What she spoke of were, after all, matters of pride for women. Jiang Si observed Jiang Pei's turmoil, nearly bursting into laughter. Poor Jiang Pei, unaware of the underlying truth, blindly praised Jiang Qian and the Longxing marquise, not realizing that every word was striking Jiang Qian like a slap. The eastern courtyard of the heir's residence was not large but boasted tranquility and elegance. At this moment, a begonia tree in the courtyard had already passed its flowering period and was beginning to bear green fruit. The bedding and curtains in the eastern and western rooms had been replaced with new ones. "Which room would you two ladies prefer?" asked the smiling maidservant who had brought them over. "Which room does the third sister want?" To Jiang Si, the distinction between the eastern and western rooms mattered little. However, Jiang Qiao's response took Jiang Si by surprise. "Why go through the trouble? I'll just sleep with fourth sister." The maidservant paused, glancing at Jiang Si. "I'm used to sleeping alone." Jiang Qiao clung to Jiang Si's arm, eyes wide with a plea. "It's a bit unsettling to change places suddenly. I can only sleep soundly with someone familiar. Fourth sister, please let me sleep with you." Jiang Si, remembering Jiang Qiao's inadvertent protection in the garden, nearly nodded in agreement. But the thought of Jiang Qian and her husband made her heart turn cold. She shook her head. "I prefer to sleep alone. In that case, I shall take the eastern room." By day, all seemed calm, and soon it was time for the lamps to be lit. After washing up, Jiang Si donned her attire and reclined on the couch with a book, only to hear footsteps drawing closer, eventually stopping just outside the curtain. Chapter 69. Arrival. After a moment of tension in her body, Jiang Si relaxed her expression. Despite the embroidered curtain of blooming peonies separating them and a certain distance between them, the familiar fragrance revealed that Jiang Qiao was behind the curtain. The curtain was soon lifted, and Jiang Qiao entered, clutching a thin blanket, followed by two maids who appeared awkward. "Sister, I truly cannot sleep. Please let me share your bed for one night," Jiang Qiao implored softly as she approached Jiang Si. Jiang Si frowned. "Sister, would you really have the heart to let me spend the whole night awake?" While Jiang Si hesitated, Jiang Qiao had already unceremoniously removed her shoes and sat on the bed, evidently determined to stay. Jiang Si sighed. "Just for one night, tomorrow. Third sister will return to sleep. Let's decide on that tomorrow," Jiang Qiao replied with a triumphant smile, glancing at the two maids who had followed her. "All right, you may go rest outside." Since this was a short visit, Jiang Qian had specifically mentioned that only a few sisters should come, assuring that everything would be prepared. Thus, the four sisters did not bring their maids, and these two were assigned by Jiang Qian. Neither Jiang Qiao nor Jiang Si had the habit of sharing a room with unfamiliar maids. The two maids exchanged glances, momentarily frozen in place. "What is the matter?" Jiang Qiao's expression darkened. Only then did the two maids hurriedly kneel and withdraw. Jiang Qiao lay down, complaining, "It's just not as convenient as my own maid." Jiang Si chuckled lightly. "We'll manage. Even if we find them inconvenient, these maids were carefully selected by second sister." "Third sister, come sleep by the wall," Jiang Qiao suggested, pulling the quilt and shaking her head. "I prefer the outer side. I did not expect third sister to have such requirements for sleeping. Indeed, I am aware this is a flaw of mine, but I cannot change it." "Sister, why are you still in your outer garments?" "I am not accustomed to sleeping in just my inner clothes in an unfamiliar place." It seemed everyone had their own habits. "It's getting late. Let us sleep." Jiang Qiao chuckled softly and extinguished the lamp by the bedside. The room was initially enveloped in darkness, gradually illuminated by the moonlight spilling in through the window, casting a hazy silver glow over everything. "Sister, mm?" In the darkness, there was a moment of silence as Jiang Qiao turned, facing outward. "It's nothing. Sleep. Before long." The sound of even breathing filled the air, remarkably clear in the unfamiliar murky darkness. Jiang Si gazed up at the silver hooks of the canopy, letting out a silent sigh. She had taken risks for her own protection, but did not expect the ever-disagreeable Jiang Qiao to inexplicably cling to her. Jiang Qian and her husband had their sights set on her, and the constant presence of Jiang Qiao would undoubtedly increase the danger. She had no doubt about the couple's shamelessness. If they could target her, they would not hesitate to harm Jiang Qiao. Only for tonight, tomorrow. She must resolutely refuse Jiang Qiao's request to share her bed again. As for tonight, a cold light flickered in Jiang Si's eyes. If the night remained calm, so be it. But if that couple had any schemes, she would not allow them to harm the innocent. As the night deepened, Jiang Si closed her eyes, drowsiness enveloping her. Suddenly, she heard soft footsteps, causing her to snap her eyes open before closing them again. She had indeed underestimated the shamelessness and boldness of the heir of the Chongqing Marquis. It was only the first night, and he was already so impatient. Did he intend to act without restraint? This thought flashed through her mind, but Jiang Si silently dismissed it. After all, the heir of the Chongqing Marquis was no madman. Barging into his sister-in-law's quarters in the dead of night with ill intentions would at least be a crime worthy of exile. Of course, Jiang Si could not scream to confirm his guilt, for that would ruin her and Jiang Qiao's reputations entirely. As for her previous life, Jiang Si smiled slightly. In her past life, they had merely taken advantage of her as a recent widow, certain she would not dare to speak out. Desiring both face and the satisfaction of his unspeakable desires, the heir of the Chongqing Marquis was indeed calculating. The footsteps drew nearer and then halted. A corner of the veiled canopy being gently lifted. Jiang Si remained with her eyes closed, her hand beneath the quilt lightly stroking the gold bracelet on her wrist. Logically analyzing the situation, she believed the heir of the Chongqing Marquis would not dare to do anything tonight, yet she still had to be cautious of any sudden impulses. Having lived through a second chance at life, she had come to understand a fundamental truth. Relying on mountains means they may collapse. Relying on rivers means they may flow away. Only oneself is one's greatest support. The small room felt suffocating with the presence of a man, particularly one she despised. Jiang Si maintained her composure, quietly awaiting his next move. However, no further action came. The heir of the Chongqing Marquis simply stood still, his breathing growing increasingly rapid. To Jiang Si, this breathing sounded like thunder, yet it was insufficient to awaken someone in slumber. The sound of Jiang Qiao's steady, deep breaths brought Jiang Si some comfort. She could hardly imagine Jiang Qiao's reaction if she suddenly opened her eyes to find a man standing beside her bed. If such an unexpected event were to occur, she would have to incapacitate the heir of the Chongqing Marquis first. Jiang Si hoped that such a situation would not arise. It was far too easy to take a life, but it would entangle them in the affairs of the Chongqing Marquis' residence. What she desired was for the heir to suffer disgrace, even if it meant he would die reviled by the public. Chao Xingyu stood for quite a while, his eyes having adjusted to the darkness, greedily fixating on the sleeping visage of the young woman. He had long awaited this moment. So long that the past things that once excited him could no longer stir his impulses. Chao Xingyu swallowed hard, desperately clenching his fists to restrain the desire to reach out and touch her. His gaze shifted to Jiang Qiao. If not for this bothersome maid sleeping here, perhaps he could have touched that delicate face tonight. Yes, they were sleeping so soundly. It should be fine to touch her just a little. As this thought crossed his mind, Chao Xingyu's eyes suddenly glimmered with fervor. Jiang Si, even with her eyes closed, could sense the two burning gazes upon her. She gently tapped the bracelet on her wrist. Chao Xingyu licked his lips and extended his hand. This tension invigorated him entirely. Suddenly, Jiang Qiao, who had been sleeping soundly, turned over and mumbled a few incoherent words. Chao Xingyu quickly withdrew his hand, the excitement in his eyes gradually obscured by a haze of frustration. Now was not the time. He would bide his time, waiting until Jiang Si was married or even had children, rather than taking advantage of her when she was still a naive girl. Highborn young ladies were indeed troublesome. They were nothing like the girls from ordinary families, who could be quietly brought into the Marquis' residence. Chao Xingyu furrowed his brow in irritation, lingering for one last look at the girl as flawless, delicate features before quietly retreating. Jiang Si slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the slightly swaying curtain with a cold glimmer in her eyes. Since he was so eager, she decided not to wait any longer. She would investigate the garden tonight. Just then, the previously sleeping Jiang Qiao suddenly sat up. Chapter 70. A midnight visit to the garden. Jiang Qiao seemed to be exerting great effort to restrain her movements. Although her rise was abrupt, it produced little sound, merely heavy breaths escaping her lips, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Jiang Si's heart stirred. At this point, she could no longer doubt that Jiang Qiao had indeed awakened. The current state of Jiang Qiao clearly indicated that she had sensed the arrival of the young master of the Chongqing Marquis. Jiang Si instinctively closed her eyes, hearing the muffled sound of suppressed sobs. She sighed inwardly. Jiang Qiao was evidently terrified. It could be said that Jiang Qiao's reaction was commendable in the dead of night. When a man intrudes upon a lady's boudoir, most other women would have already lost control and screamed. The weeping was so faint that had Jiang Si not already been awake, she would have not heard it at all. After a moment, the sobbing ceased, and Jiang Si could sense Jiang Qiao turning her head, her gaze settling upon her. At that moment, Jiang Si hesitated, uncertain whether to continue feigning sleep or to confront Jiang Qiao directly. Just as she was deliberating, Jiang Qiao whispered, "Fourth sister, the young master of the Chongqing Marquis is indeed harboring ill intentions toward you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Si immediately opened her eyes. Jiang Qiao was startled, staring blankly at Jiang Si. Jiang Si then sat up. After a while, Jiang Qiao regained her composure, murmuring, "Fourth sister, how did you awaken?" Bathed in the dim moonlight filtering through the window, Jiang Si could discern the pallor of the girl's face and the hand she had raised unconsciously in tension. Jiang Qiao's hand trembled, tightly clutching a golden hairpin, evidently still haunted by the recent arrival of the young master. Yet, despite her fear, she battled to suppress her instinctive reactions, as if she feared to transmit her terror to Jiang Si. "Third sister, I have been awake for quite some time," Jiang Si expressed, feeling a wave of emotions and unwilling to keep Jiang Qiao in the dark any longer. She could not be all-encompassing, but she could at least empathize. Upon hearing Jiang Si's words, Jiang Qiao released her grip on the hairpin and suddenly embraced her, trembling like a withered leaf hanging from a branch in a brisk autumn wind. "Fourth sister, the young master of the Chongqing Marquis is a beast." However, Jiang Si did not respond to Jiang Qiao's exclamation. Instead, she inquired, "Did third sister suspect this all along?" Jiang Qiao loosened her embrace, wiping the tears from her eyes. After a moment of silence, she nodded. "I was uncertain, but I couldn't help but suspect. Earlier, when we dined in the flower hall, the young master came to join us. Second sister claimed to have forgotten to inform him, and at that moment, I felt something was amiss. What kind of person is second sister? How could she allow such an oversight with four sisters present?" Jiang Si was taken aback. She had not anticipated that third sister would have sensed something was off back then, which was entirely unlike her usual demeanor. Throughout her life, Jiang Qiao had always appeared to be sharp-tongued yet kind-hearted, an innocent girl without ulterior motives. Clearly, she did not know Jiang Qiao well enough. Then, it was in the garden. Although the young master of the Chongqing Marquis appeared to have stumbled upon them by chance, even merely exchanging greetings before departing, Jiang Qiao scoffed. "The peonies in the Marquis's garden are so alluring. If he were truly courteous, as the master of the Marquis's residence, wouldn't he have anticipated that we would likely go to admire the flowers at that time? Yet he chose to appear, and at that moment. I was certain he was intentional. Third sister insisted on sleeping with me to protect me, didn't she?" Jiang Si asked softly. Jiang Qiao blushed, bashfully admitting, "Fourth sister is exceptionally beautiful. I guess that if the young master had any wicked designs, they would inevitably fall upon you. I thought that if we remained together, he would not dare to act recklessly. Who would have known that a beast is indeed a beast?" At this point, Jiang Qiao could not continue, her body slightly trembling, clearly still shaken. "Fourth sister, we must return tomorrow." Jiang Qiao grasped Jiang Si's hand tightly. Jiang Si sighed. "Second sister will surely implore us to stay. Could she truly prevent us from leaving?" Jiang Qiao suddenly froze, as if struck by a thought, her expression shifting dramatically, her lips quivering. Fourth sister. Is second sister truly as I fear? If so, that is too dreadful and absurd." Jiang Qiao instinctively pressed her hand to her racing heart, unable to delve deeper into her thoughts. Jiang Si's expression remained as calm as water. "Second sister invited me over with genuine intentions." Jiang Qiao stared at Jiang Si in disbelief. "Fourth sister, you anticipated this all along?" Seeing Jiang Si nod gently, Jiang Qiao raised her hand, only to let it fall weakly, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? If you had already guessed, why come here? Isn't that willingly walking into a trap?" Jiang Si lowered her gaze, remaining silent. She had no words to offer. To others, it seemed like a self-imposed danger, but to her, this venture into the lion's den was unavoidable. Presently, the young master of the Chongqing Marquis was restrained by her unmarried status, but what about in the future? Should she place her hopes on his benevolence to spare her? Rather than wait passively for future peril, she would choose to confront this predatory man now. "I truly do not understand your thinking." Jiang Qiao poked Jiang Si's forehead with her finger, exasperated. "Third sister, do not be angry. I merely thought that there is no thief who can evade capture indefinitely. It is better to approach them directly and ascertain their intentions. But the one who suffers will still be you." Jiang Si smiled slightly. "Second sister has sent us invitations for now. She will not allow me to truly come to harm. And what do you plan to do? If that beast dares to sneak in tonight, he will dare to take further liberties tomorrow. When that time comes, you will have to swallow your grievances silently. Do you expect to cry out for help?" Jiang Qiao grasped Jiang Si's hand firmly. "Fourth sister, we must leave tomorrow. What do you say?" Jiang Si shook her head resolutely. "That cannot be. Currently, Jiang Qiao is perceived as an outsider by Jiang Qian and her husband, but if she insists on leaving tomorrow, having shared a room tonight and with the young master having visited, they may suspect that Jiang Qiao has discovered something. If that happens, Jiang Qiao could be in danger of being silenced. She still possesses the means to protect herself, yet even with her keen mind, she is merely a delicate girl. Her decision to enter the Chongqing Marquis's residence was to resolve the trouble entirely, not to leave behind endless complications. What do you intend to do then? Jiang Qiao exclaimed in frustration. Third sister, grant me a little time. I will handle him. You must not act recklessly. Jiang Si reassured her with a smile. Rest easy. Third sister, I understand the principle of not taking on tasks beyond one's capability. It was late now. Let us retire for the night. Jiang Qiao suddenly felt her eyelids grow heavy, mumbling in response, soon drifting into a deep sleep. Jiang Si gazed intently at Jiang Qiao for a moment, then slipped off the bed, donning her soft-soled embroidered shoes and quietly making her way outside. In the outer chamber lay a maid sent by Jiang Qian to attend to Jiang Si. Jiang Si moved lightly past her, discreetly flicking her fingernail, causing the powder concealed by darkness to disperse silently. The moon gate of the young master led directly to the back garden, and Jiang Si stepped lightly through, arriving at the patch of peony flowers within the garden. Chapter 71 New Dilemma. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a frost-like glow. The peony petals, slightly closed, resembled a charming maiden shedding her vibrant attire and succumbing to slumber. Jiang Si inhaled gently, her countenance immediately darkening. Without further hesitation, she retrieved the gardener's trowel, which had been left by the wall for an unknown duration, and began to carefully circle the peony bushes. She sought to identify the source of the overpowering stench of decay. Soon, Jiang Si halted at a spot, crouching down to scrutinize it under the moonlight. The soil appeared unusually loose, as if it had recently been disturbed. Jiang Si tightened her grip on the trowel, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. She had an inkling of what she might uncover beneath the blooming peonies, and to claim she felt unperturbed would be a deception. Nevertheless, she knew she must witness it with her own eyes to find any semblance of peace. With a swift thrust of the trowel, she unearthed a handful of earth. Lacking a light source, she relied solely on the moon's glow, unable to discern the soil's hue with precision. Clenching her teeth, she continued to dig, each scoop intensifying the foul odor that enveloped her senses. The earth on either side began to rise, and with another thrust, the trowel suddenly struck something solid. Jiang Si's heart raced as she paused, gazing intently at the object hidden within the dark, yellowish soil. As she steadied her nerves and leaned closer, clarity dawned upon her. What she beheld was a human hand. Jiang Si recoiled in shock, her heart pounding like thunder. She could confirm that it was indeed a human hand. Beneath the alluring peonies lay not a mere animal, but a human corpse. Yet, that was not sufficient. This was the rear garden of the Chongqing Marquis's residence. Even if the buried body were discovered, the Marquis's household could easily fabricate a scapegoat. Who could prove that the victim beneath the peonies had been slain by the heir of Chongqing Marquis? As long as the Marquis's household insisted that a servant had committed the act, they would surely concoct 100 ways to exonerate the heir, leaving the Marquis's reputation marred only by claims of lax oversight. She must not raise any alarms. The thought flashed through Jiang Si's mind, and she hastily began to refill the disturbed earth, disregarding her revulsion and fear. The moon retreated behind a veil of clouds, deepening the night's shadows. Just as the last scoop of soil was replaced, Jiang Si suddenly froze. She sensed the unmistakable scent of fresh blood, despite the absence of other sounds. The aroma was undeniable. To her astonishment, the metallic scent intensified, signaling that the source was drawing nearer. Jiang Si clenched the trowel tightly, swiftly crouching down to conceal herself amid the peony bushes, straining her eyes toward the direction from whence the scent emanated. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in shock. Two figures were approaching, one behind the other, carrying something toward her. At that moment, the moon emerged from the clouds, illuminating the scene, allowing Jiang Si to discern that the two were young men dressed as servants. Her gaze fixated on the object they bore between them. The pungent odor of blood assaulting her senses, and she could ascertain its nature. It was a corpse wrapped in sheets. In such a setting, accompanied by that acrid scent, she would be naive to believe that the person swathed in the fabric was still alive. Were they here to bury the body? Jiang Si's mind raced as she observed the two servants drawing ever closer. Though shocked, she remained composed. Two ordinary servants, in a moment of desperation, she could certainly handle. Naturally, for Jiang Si at this moment, remaining undetected was paramount. As the two young men approached, she found herself calming, even her thunderous heartbeat returning to normal. Danger often coexists with opportunity. Their unexpected presence, while presenting a risk of discovery, also afforded her the chance to glean more information. The two servants halted just short of the peony bushes and placed the body on the ground. One of them murmured, "Let us get to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return." The other grumbled, "I thought this young lady would last a few more days. Who would have thought she would meet her end at the hands of the heir today? What bad luck. I was planning to turn in early tonight." Jiang Si scrutinized the two servants through the gaps in the foliage, noting that they both wore soft cloth wrapped around their feet. Their faces devoid of any signs of tension as they spoke. A chill crept up her spine. Their awareness of how to muffle their steps, coupled with their apparent ease, indicated that they had become quite adept at burying bodies under the cover of night. This familiarity suggested that countless corpses had met the same fate. Perhaps we should complain a little less. The heir went out tonight, and when he returned, he appeared unwell. I suspect something must have gone awry, leading him to seek out this young lady. Unfortunately for her, her life was cut short today. Lucy, I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Do you think that engaging in such deeds will attract retribution? Jiang Si, concealed behind the foliage, bit her lip and smirked coldly. She vowed to ensure they faced consequences. It was clear without speculation that the heir of Longxing, having left her presence with unsatisfied malice, had turned his attention to the lifeless girl before him. From their conversation, it was evident that the deceased was not a maid from the household, but a woman of respectable standing from outside. Retribution? You truly believe in such things? Over the past 2 years, we must have buried at least 8 or 10 bodies for the heir. Tell me, which of them has returned as a vengeful spirit to claim our lives? The other servant scoffed, adding, "Besides, the heir was the one who killed her. We merely assisted in burying the body. We're providing her a peaceful resting place, so how could we be punished for that?" One thought that remained unspoken loomed heavily. If retribution were to come, the heir would surely bear the brunt of it. Jiang Si's countenance darkened further with each word she heard. It was indeed true. Her resolve to deal with the beast that was the heir of Longxing sooner rather than later was justified, for who knew how many more girls he would harm. That makes sense. All right then, let us get to work. The once worried servant headed toward Jiang Si's direction. Jiang Si gently turned her golden bracelet, her mind racing to devise the most suitable means to confront the two men. At that moment, the servant named Lucy called out, "Let us change locations." Wasn't there a body buried over there not too long ago? Oh right, that young lady's family seemed to run a tofu stall. The other servant sighed, in truth. That young lady was rather unfortunate. I saw her selling tofu with her mother. Lucy chuckled derisively. If the heir hadn't laid eyes on her, she wouldn't be here now. I say, Anzi, what has gotten into you today? You're sounding rather sentimental. Ah, I had a good night with Ziying today. Oh, you've tasted the sweetness of a woman. Now you know to cherish the gentle and fragrant. But if you keep dawdling, dawn will break. Let us get to work. Let us get to work. The two men left the corpse wrapped in sheets lying forlornly on the ground as they headed toward a corner of the wall. Hey, where did the trowel go? Chapter 72. Illusory fireflies. Jiang Si lowered her gaze to the flower spade in her hand, and a sudden realization dawned upon her. This was not merely a spade left by a lazy gardener at the foot of the wall. It was a tool conveniently placed for the two young servants to bury corpses at any moment. No wonder the spade felt so sturdy. As this thought flashed through her mind, she understood that waiting idly was no longer an option. No one was a fool. Those two young men were engaged in heinous acts, and regardless of how composed they appeared, the absence of a single spade would undoubtedly alert them. Her hiding place was far from discreet. It could hardly conceal her presence, merely relying on the cover of night. If the two young men decided to search, they would easily discover her, and her escape would inevitably provoke their suspicion. After making significant gains tonight, Jiang Si was determined to avoid such a scenario. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Si flipped her right hand, calming her thoughts. She noticed a faint glow emanating from her palm, which swiftly detached and flew toward the two young men. At first glance, the shimmering light resembled the fireflies commonly seen, yet it was considerably dimmer. Jiang Si had not anticipated using this so soon. This substance, known as illusory fireflies, was concocted from powdered white horn grass mixed with various herbal powders in precise proportions. Ignited with tallow to attract, and, once nourished with human blood, could lie dormant within a person's body, awaiting command. While illusory fireflies lacked lethal properties, they could induce hallucinations, albeit not under all circumstances. For instance, when a person was calm, it would be challenging for the fireflies to infiltrate their mind. In the current situation, Jiang Si felt no apprehension. In the midst of violent deeds, if a person maintained their composure without a hint of vulnerability, they were no longer human, but rather a malevolent spirit. Though illusory fireflies were peculiar, they were indeed a type of insect, referred to as gu among the Wumiao people. Jiang Si refrained from labeling them as such, as gu evoked notions of mystery and malevolence, whereas these were merely charming little creatures. Her affinity for these tiny beings was no different from others' affection for cats and dogs. The illusory fireflies reached the two young men, entering through their left ears and exiting from their right, ultimately returning to Jiang Si's palm, their glow dissipating into nothingness. This process occurred with remarkable swiftness, almost instantaneously. Did I forget to return it last time, leaving it among the flowers? Anzi pondered aloud. Lucy, gripping the flower spade, frowned. No, I distinctly remember placing it properly. It couldn't have been left behind. So what happened? Was it moved by someone? Lucy's tone suddenly turned tense. No way. The gardener tidied up once after we scolded him, but he hasn't dared to touch it since. What if it was someone else? Lucy spoke in an eerie tone. Anzi jumped in fright. Lucy, don't scare me. They were not anxious about burying a corpse in the dead of night due to familiarity. But that didn't mean they wouldn't panic if discovered. Suddenly, Lucy seemed to recall something and spun around. Anzi instinctively followed suit. Before them stood a woman. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, and in the moonlight, the bloody marks on her tattered clothing were starkly visible. In her hand, she wielded a flower spade. The two men's necks stiffened as they slowly turned to look at each other, each recognizing the suffocating terror reflected in the other's eyes. A ghost, a ghost. Anzi screamed, though the fear rendered his voice a mere whimper as he fled. Lucy fared little better. He stumbled and fell, scrambling up without daring to look back, desperately chasing after Anzi. As the two men disappeared from sight, Jiang Si emerged. She was unaware of what they had witnessed, but she could surmise that it was likely the sight of the female corpse. This was easy to deduce. While illusory fireflies could induce hallucinations, these were not arbitrary, but rather triggered by the individual's most intense emotions, be it joy, sorrow, or fear. The two young men, in their discussion about the missing spade, had subconsciously incorporated their fears regarding the female corpse, and the fireflies merely amplified that absurd suspicion within a specific context. Thus, when they turned around, they beheld the woman clutching the flower spade. Jiang Si approached the corpse and knelt beside it. Despite the thick darkness, the overwhelming stench of blood could not be concealed. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the sheet covering the corpse. She sought to glimpse the face of the deceased. The last person buried here must have been the daughter of the woman she encountered by the willow embankment, and knowing the identity of that unfortunate girl, Jiang Si did not believe it was mere coincidence. She preferred to think that fate had intertwined their paths, and justice would ultimately prevail. Perhaps from this corpse, she could uncover clues related to its identity. Jiang Si knew she needed to act swiftly. The two men had been frightened away by the illusion, and once they regained their composure, they would undoubtedly return. After all, a corpse lay here, and regardless of their fear, they would return to bury it. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences when dawn broke and the body was discovered. As she pulled back the blood-stained sheet, the face of the corpse was revealed. It was strikingly clean, with wide-open eyes that would never close again. The visage was remarkably beautiful, yet disturbingly youthful, appearing no older than 13 or 14. Jiang Si felt a sharp pang in her heart, nearly biting her lip until it bled. This was merely a child. How could such a monster commit such an atrocity? Overwhelmed by the torrent of rage surging within her, she quickly searched for clues on the corpse. A small silk pouch hung from the delicate neck, revealing a collarbone. Without hesitation, Jiang Si tore it off and tucked it into her satchel, continuing her inspection. The upper garment of the corpse was in tatters, and below, there was only a skirt hastily donned, suggesting a hurried attempt to cover her. Jiang Si could not bear to dwell on the implications. With no other discoveries, she placed the flower spade into the open palm of the corpse. Since the two young men would return, it would serve to further frighten them. When they saw the lifeless body holding the spade, they could no longer console themselves with claims of illusions. Suspicion breeds paranoia. After this night, the two young men would likely be plagued by restless nights. Jiang Si covered the corpse with the sheet, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the left hand of the deceased. Her action stalled. The right hand lay limp, yet the left hand was clenched tightly, as if grasping something. Intrigued, Jiang Si quickly grasped the girl's left hand. The unfortunate girl had clearly not perished long ago, as her hand remained soft. Jiang Si effortlessly pried open her tightly clenched fist, revealing what the girl had been holding. Chapter 73. Material evidence. It was a small, exquisite jade button adorned with a bat motif, a treasure of considerable value. Jiang Si could not possibly believe that this button had been ripped from the garments of two lowly servants. Thus, the conclusion was glaringly evident. This button had been torn from the attire of the murdered girl by her assailant, the young heir of the Chongqing marquis. An outfit embellished with jade buttons must have been crafted from fine materials, and the likelihood of discarding the entire garment due to the loss of a single button was minimal. What would happen to that clothing? It was highly probable that it would be placed in a box, awaiting the addition of a new jade button. Naturally, this was a logical deduction. However, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Should the garment become damaged, it would likely be discarded. Yet, this posed no concern, as even if the clothing were discarded, the remaining jade button would undoubtedly be kept safe. In other words, those jade bat-pattern buttons would surely remain at the residence of the Chongqing marquis heir. This would serve as the most direct evidence implicating him as the murderer. Suppressing her excitement, Jiang Si hurriedly repositioned the girl's left hand. She was aware that shortly after death, a body would become rigid, and at that point, it would be impossible to manipulate the girl's left hand without causing harm. This immensely significant jade bat-pattern button needed to remain in the girl's grasp as evidence for the forthcoming identification of the killer. Once she had completed this task, Jiang Si pulled the bloodstained sheet over the girl's body. As the sheet began to cover the girl's beautiful yet pallid face, she sighed softly, placing her hand over the girl's eyes, murmuring, "Sister, rest assured, I shall avenge you. When the time comes, you shall open your eyes and see that justice prevails in this world. If it does not, I shall confront the heavens for it." Withdrawing her hand, Jiang Si closed the girl's wide-open eyes. In that moment, a wave of emotion surged within her, as if a fierce fire ignited in her heart, stirring an impulse to weep. Yet, now was not the time for tears. She covered the corpse with the sheet, straightened up, and cast one last glance at the solitary figure lying on the ground before walking back gracefully under the moonlight. Before long, the two young servants, hand in hand, cautiously approached the peony bushes. Their interlocked fingers were not a sign of camaraderie, but rather a response to the terror that had nearly shattered their nerves. Having calmed down, they knew they had to return to deal with the corpse, yet neither wished to lead the way. Thus, they clasped hands, sharing the burden of their dread. "Luzi, do you think I truly imagined it?" Anzi trembled as he spoke, his calves quivering more than his voice. Luzi appeared somewhat steadier than Anzi, forcing a semblance of composure. What else could it be if not an illusion? There are no ghosts in this world. The young heiress victim could not possibly lie in the garden unattended. He had to reassure Anzi. If Anzi were truly frightened to the point of not returning, the task of burying the body would fall solely upon him. "But I really did see a female ghost. Luzi, didn't you see her?" Anzi insisted, still reluctant to move forward. Luzi rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Didn't he see her? If you hadn't suddenly screamed and run away, I wouldn't have fled alongside you." Of course, he had seen her, but he dared not disclose this to Anzi. Then, was it really just my imagination? Anzi questioned. What else could it be? Think about it. If there were truly vengeful spirits demanding lives, how come the bodies buried beneath the peonies made no sound? Now hurry up and bury the body so we can return to sleep. If we dawdle, it will be dawn. Anzi hesitated, but finally nodded in reluctant agreement. Arriving at the peony bushes, they found the girl's body lying as it had been, and both exhaled in relief. "Let us get to work." Luzi picked up the gardening spade he had dropped in his flight. Anzi, however, fell to the ground, pointing at the corpse, trembling violently and unable to utter a word. "What's wrong?" Luzi tightened his grip on the spade and followed Anzi's trembling finger. The hand. Anzi stammered, clearly terrified. Suddenly, Luzi caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. What had Anzi seen that had frightened him so badly? In the darkness, Luzi could not see clearly and stepped closer to inspect the position of the corpse's hands. A slender hand extended from beneath the sheet, clutching the very spade. Luzi felt a surge of dizziness as blood rushed to his head. At that moment, he could no longer deceive himself. They had truly encountered a ghost. Luzi stumbled backward, collapsing onto Anzi's lap. This display of panic was evidently the final straw for Anzi's sanity. He shoved Luzi forward and bolted away. "Forget it. I'd rather face the heiress' wrath than be taken by a ghost." Indeed, there is a ghost. Luzi found himself in a precarious position, having fallen onto the corpse's feet. After running a short distance and sensing no movement behind him, Anzi couldn't resist glancing back. Had the ghost not stirred? He halted, contemplating. Come back. Lucy called out, regaining his composure. Anzi stood frozen, feeling a chilling breeze between his legs. Are you really trying to drag me to my doom? Lucy cursed. Didn't you see that the corpse didn't react? Hurry up and come dig. Lucy. What if the ghost is deliberately luring me closer to ensnare us both? Anzi remained rooted in place, unwilling to budge. In that moment, Lucy resolved to be bold. Who was worse off than him, resting his chin on the corpse's foot and sitting in someone else's urine? The ghost might as well end him right then. With newfound courage born from despair, Lucy rose and began to dig a grave with the spade. Anzi stood nearby, trembling as he watched, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. After a while, noticing that the corpse remained motionless, he gradually calmed down. Are you going to stand there until dawn? Lucy shouted. Anzi hesitated but slowly moved closer. The two men worked together to dig the grave, both seasoned hands at the task, their speed significantly increasing. It wasn't long before they had excavated a pit. With the ghostly encounter fresh in their minds, they were too frightened to linger, hastily pushing the corpse into the grave and covering it up before fleeing the terrifying sight. Returning to their quarters, the two young servants collapsed onto their beds, gasping for breath. Often, the aftermath of an event can be more terrifying than the experience itself, morphing into an inescapable nightmare over time. Should we tell the heir about this? Anzi asked. What would we say? That we saw a ghost? Would he believe us? He might think we have ulterior motives. And we'd end up joining the ghost. Let us not mention it, they both agreed, staring blankly at the beams overhead until dawn broke. Meanwhile, Jiang Si moved stealthily through the shadowy garden, approaching a tree, when suddenly a dark figure lunged at her. Chapter 74. The bodyguard. The shadow moved swiftly, resting upon Jiang Si's arm. Jiang Si reached out to gently ruffle the shadow's head, sighing, "AnGuo, what brings you here?" The shadow was none other than AnGuo, whom she had not seen for some time. Observing AnGuo affectionately twitching his nose, Jiang Si felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Had it been any other girl, encountering a shadow in the garden at this hour would have likely sent her into a state of sheer terror. AnGuo let out a soft whimper. Come with me, Jiang Si said, patting AnGuo's head, aware that staying here was unwise, and continued onward. Passing through the moon gate, the heir's residence was enveloped in tranquility, with only the red lanterns along the corridor still aglow, casting a gentle orange light. The entire courtyard basked in this soft illumination, presenting a stark contrast to the earlier fright in the garden, as if it belonged to another realm altogether. The duo swiftly entered the eastern courtyard. With the secretive, mesmerizing powder at play, Jiang Si harbored no concerns about the two maidservants or Jiang Qiao suddenly awakening. Upon entering, she first washed her hands, then led AnGuo to the vacant eastern side chamber. This chamber was slightly larger and more spacious than its western counterpart, yet the layout remained identical. Jiang Si settled down, refraining from lighting a lamp, and studied AnGuo in the light filtering through the window. Woof, AnGuo barked. The large dog seemed acutely aware of the current circumstances, lowering his tone while eagerly beckoning Jiang Si to retrieve the small pouch around his neck. As Jiang Si stepped closer, she noticed the additional small silk pouch hanging alongside the official token already present on AnGuo's collar. No matter how clever AnGuo was, he could not have affixed the pouch himself. This meant that the pouch must belong to Yu Qi. Upon realizing this, Jiang Si momentarily froze. Woof woof. AnGuo wagged his tail, nudging Jiang Si insistently. Jiang Si hesitated, then took the pouch, a self-deprecating smile forming on her lips. How peculiar this night was. Acquiring two pouches in succession, one from the corpse and the other from AnGuo, neither originating from a conventional source. Inside the pouch was a folded square of paper, upon which was inscribed a simple warning. The heir of Chongqing Marquis is no good man. Depart swiftly. The signature was merely a single character, Jean. As expected, this was indeed a message from Yu Qi, relayed through AnGuo, though Jiang Si had resolved to distance herself from Eugene. Curiosity stirred within her upon reading the note. How did Yu Qi discern that the heir of Chongqing Marquis was a nefarious character? Had he witnessed the heir's misdeeds? This line of thought ignited a desire within Jiang Si to meet Eugene. If Yu Qi possessed evidence of the heir's wrongdoing, bringing him to justice would be considerably easier. After leaving the Chongqing Marquis' residence, she would arrange to meet Yu Qi. Firm in her decision, Jiang Si stroked AnGuo's thick fur, saying, I shall keep the pouch. Now you may return. AnGuo glanced at her, then plopped down onto the ground. Jiang Si was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Do not worry. Your master will understand that I have received the pouch. AnGuo simply lay down, lazily swatting his tail. Must you even send a reply? Jiang Si asked in surprise. The note contained only a warning. There was no need for a response. The large dog looked at her again, resting his head on the ground. Clearly, he had no intention of leaving. Jiang Si scrutinized AnGuo, pondering his meaning. It seemed AnGuo was displeased with her slow comprehension, as he swished his tail in annoyance before resting his face upon his front legs and closing his eyes. AnGuo, are you planning to stay? AnGuo barked twice in response. This simply won't do. You will be discovered here soon, Jiang Si frowned. Her irritation toward Yuqi deepening. It was undoubtedly that rascal's command. AnGuo strolled leisurely to the window, leaping effortlessly out. Moments later, two front paws perched on the window ledge, his furry head poking back inside. The message was unmistakable. He intended to settle beneath the window, remaining until Jiang Si departed. AnGuo, return quickly, Jiang Si urged in exasperation. AnGuo looked at her once more, then nestled beneath the nearby foliage, resting his head on the ground, his front paws obscuring his eyes. Ignoring her, he persisted in his refusal. Jiang Si sighed, contemplating a conversation with Yuqi about life. Abandoning her efforts to send AnGuo away, Jiang Si secured the window and returned to the western side chamber. Jiang Qiao remained deep in slumber, the effects of the mesmerizing powder ensuring her peaceful rest until dawn. Jiang Si settled into a chair and retrieved the pouch obtained from the corpse. The material of the pouch was neither particularly fine nor poor. A girl who possessed such a pouch would not likely come from destitution. Opening the pouch, a small safety talisman tumbled out. Jiang Si picked up the talisman, examining it closely. The front bore the words peace and auspiciousness, while the back was inscribed with Lingwu Temple. Jiang Si had never heard of Lingwu Temple. Ironically, this unfamiliarity kindled a flicker of hope within her. A lesser-known temple would imply that those seeking safety talismans likely resided nearby, thereby narrowing her search for the missing person. Much like the case of the tofu mistress, a daughter disappearing without a trace would not go unnoticed. The conversation between the two servants revealed that at least 7 or 8 girls had been buried beneath the peonies over the past 2 years. However, as time passed, these once vibrant lives faded into mere bones, making it difficult to unearth further clues. Thus, the connection between the tofu mistress's daughter and the girl who perished that night could be pivotal in exposing the heir of Chongqing Marquis. She needed to swiftly ascertain the identity of the girl who had died tonight and locate the tofu mistress's residence. With this information, there would be no need to remain at Chongqing Marquis' residence any longer. Initially, she had hesitated to act, fearing that Jiang Qiao's insistence on leaving would bring trouble. Now, however, given some time to connect with the families of the 2 girls, she could unveil the true nature of the Chongqing Marquis' heir, thus ensuring Jiang Qiao remained unharmed. With these plans in mind, Jiang Si changed her attire and lay down beside Jiang Qiao, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. As the moon slipped behind clouds, in a house graced by a crooked jujube tree at the entrance of Casey Alley, Eugene sat at a stone table beneath the tree, holding a white jade wine cup, lost in thought. Why had she gone to Chongqing Marquis' residence? She wondered if she would heed AnGuo's warning and leave that place soon. Reflecting on how the girl had consistently regarded him with evident wariness and detachment, Eugene let out a deep sigh. Perhaps she would not listen after all. Thankfully, he had anticipated this and instructed AnGuo to linger. AnGuo had a knack for tenacity, even more so than himself. With this thought, a smile finally graced Eugene's lips. Chapter 75. Lady Ho Jiang Qiao awoke to the gentle sound of chirping insects. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and suddenly found herself in a daze. Given the events of the previous night, how could she have slept so soundly? She quickly glanced beside her and was relieved to see Jiang Si still in a deep slumber. After a moment's thought, she reached out and gently nudged Jiang Si. Fourth sister, wake up. Jiang Si slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering. Third sister? Noticing the time, Jiang Qiao urged, it's getting late. We must rise. Jiang Si sat up, adjusting her clothing as she replied, I only dozed off in the latter half of the night, so I woke up late. Jiang Qiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. I don't know how I managed to sleep so deeply. It was not unusual. After a night of shock and fear, some found it hard to sleep, while others, exhausted, sank into a deeper slumber. Is that so? Jiang Qiao mused, feeling unlike her usual self, as the shadow of last night lingered heavily in her heart. Fourth sister, are we truly going to continue staying here? No. We shall return today. Did you not say that circumstances have changed? Jiang Si leaned closer, whispering in Jiang Xiao's ear. I have found a way to deal with that beast. There is no need to remain in the Ho residence. Jiang Xiao's eyes brightened, eager to respond. But a fleeting glance towards the door stilled her words. She firmly grasped Jiang Si's hand. That is wonderful. Once we see Jiang Qian, we shall bid her farewell. Jiang Si immediately sensed Jiang Qiao's subtle shift in attitude towards Jiang Qian. Although Jiang Qiao had never been particularly close to Jiang Qian, she had never referred to her so casually before. Do not worry. Leave this matter to me. If she dares to obstruct us, I shall make a scene. Jiang Qiao playfully winked at Jiang Si. Jiang Si smiled in return. Very well. As the two sisters conversed quietly, the embroidered curtain of peonies was suddenly lifted, and two maidservants in green rushed in, bowing as they carried soft towels and basins. Forgive us, young ladies, we are late. After a moment, Jiang Si replied calmly. It's no matter. Please assist us with our grooming. After some time spent freshening up, one of the maidservants said, Ladies, please follow me to the young master's wife for breakfast. Exchanging glances, Jiang Si and Jiang Qiao took each other's hands and followed the maidservant to Jiang Qian. The fifth sister, Jiang Li, and the sixth sister, Jiang Pei, had already arrived earlier. Upon their entrance, Jiang Pei remarked, Sisters, you have arrived quite late. I was about to go look for you. After being soundly rebuked by Jiang Si the previous day, Jiang Pei was noticeably more subdued. Jiang Qiao smiled slightly. Second sister arranged such a comfortable place for us that we simply lost track of time. Jiang Pei could not help but roll her eyes, thinking how brazen Jiang Qiao was to speak so openly about her laziness. Jiang Qian, however, chuckled softly. If my sisters are comfortable, then I am reassured. It is a rare occasion for you to visit. You must stay longer with me. Of course, second sister rarely returns home, so our visit is perfect for keeping her company, Jiang Pei flattered. Jiang Qian did not glance at Jiang Pei, but casually looked towards Jiang Si. Just as Jiang Qiao was about to speak, Jiang Si gently touched her hand, prompting Jiang Qiao to purse her lips and hold her tongue for the moment. Third sister, should we not pay our respects to Lady Ho today? Hearing Jiang Si's suggestion, Jiang Qiao agreed. Indeed, we might have gotten away with it yesterday, but if we do not show ourselves this morning, Lady Ho may think the young ladies of the Bo family lack decorum. Seeing both Jiang Si and Jiang Qiao in agreement, Jiang Qian replied with a smile, I was waiting for you both to come so we could go together. Ah, then are we not late? Jiang Qiao frowned. Jiang Li glanced at Jiang Qian, her expression somewhat anxious. It's not late. Lady Ho is understanding. The custom of the Ho residence is for each household to have breakfast before visiting. That is good to hear. Jiang Qiao appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Qian surveyed the four of them and smiled. Let us eat. Soon, the maidservants entered in succession, setting the breakfast table. Delicacies such as silver-threaded flour rolls, shrimp porridge, soup dumplings, pickled silver fish, and vinegar-dressed black fungus were artfully arranged, each portion modest but exquisitely presented. The sisters quietly enjoyed their breakfast, and afterwards, Jiang Qian led Jiang Si and the others to visit Lady Ho of Chongqing. At that moment, Lady Ho had just finished her breakfast, and, upon hearing the maidservant's announcement, invited the four of them in. Jiang Qian respectfully greeted, Yesterday, my sisters just arrived and did not wish to disturb your tranquility, so this morning, as your daughter-in-law, I brought them to pay my respects. A gentle voice responded, I have always said there is no need for such formalities. Feel free to be at ease. Jiang Pei could not help but steal a glance. Lady Ho of Chongqing was a beautiful woman in her 40s. At her age, many noble women would begin to gain weight. Yet Lady Ho retained her delicate, oval face and slender figure, exuding an aura of grace that gave her a somewhat fragile appearance. Jiang Pei lowered her eyes, filled with envy. Lady Ho seemed to possess a kind disposition. With such a mother-in-law and a husband like the young master of Chongqing, second sister was indeed fortunate. Reflecting on Jiang Qian's dismissive attitude towards her, Jiang Pei's envy turned to resentment as she thought, it's merely a matter of luck and birth. Had she been born of a legitimate wife, being a noble daughter of the Bo family with a father of high official rank, she might have fared even better than Jiang Qian. Lady Ho of Chongqing looked genuinely kind, her gaze sweeping over the Jiang sisters. Indeed, you are all like flowers, bringing joy to the eyes. Subsequently, Lady Ho gently inquired about the sisters' names and ages, eventually resting her gaze on Jiang Si. I have long heard that fourth Miss Jiang is a rare beauty. Seeing her now, I realize the rumors do not do her justice. Jiang Si smiled graciously. Your praise is unwarranted, Lady Ho. My appearance is a gift from my parents and not a result of my own efforts. I consider it insignificant. Lady Ho paused in surprise, then chuckled warmly. I did not expect fourth Miss Jiang to possess such insight at a young age. I truly like you from the bottom of my heart. Jiang Qian raised an eyebrow but quickly smiled brightly. If you do not mind, dear mother. Perhaps my sisters could accompany you for a few more days. Lady Ho laughed. That would be delightful. I wonder if you children are finding your stay comfortable? Second sister cares for us the most, and with such a kind lady like yourself, I feel more at ease here than at home, Jiang Pei said, covering her mouth with a smile. Jiang Li, always one to avoid the spotlight, remained quietly obedient in the background. However, Jiang Qiao suddenly interjected. It is our fortune that you enjoy our company, but I fear we may not be able to stay in your esteemed residence any longer. At this declaration, the room fell silent. Lady Ho, who had focused much of her attention on Jiang Si, looked at Jiang Qiao in astonishment, while Jiang Qian's eyes held a warning. Unfazed by any pressure, Jiang Qiao lightly rolled up her sleeves. Chapter 76, Escape even in the presence of solely women. The act of rolling up one's sleeves in public can be perceived as somewhat indecorous. However, Jiang Qiao remained unfazed, confidently displaying her bare arms for all to see. The young maiden's wrists were as pale as snow, yet adorned with numerous red spots. The Countess of Chongqing momentarily faltered in her smile. Little did she know. The younger generation's skin was inherently sensitive and prone to rashes when suddenly exposed to a different environment. Last night, I harbored this concern, and upon waking this morning, my fears were confirmed. Jiang Qiao furrowed her brow in distress, expressing that while the Count's residence was delightful, she could no longer stay, or else she would soon be overwhelmed by itching and sleeplessness. The Countess regained her composure and gently replied, if that is the case, it is indeed unwise to insist. She glanced at Jiang Qian, who understood the hint and promptly said, why didn't you mention this sooner, third sister? In a while, second sister will arrange for a carriage to take you home. Thank you, second sister, Jiang Qiao beamed, linking her arm with Jiang Si's. I will return with fourth sister. Jiang Qian's expression stiffened, and she took a moment before responding, you only just arrived yesterday. Third sister must leave due to discomfort. But fourth sister has only been here for a day. I wish for her to stay longer and keep me company. ISNT fifth sister and sixth sister here with you, second sister? Jiang Qiao retorted with a bright smile, tightening her hold on Jiang Si's arm, appearing unwilling to let go. If I leave after just one day, those who know will understand my skin condition. Those who don't might mistakenly think I have upset second sister. Thus, let fourth sister accompany me back. It will prevent any unnecessary gossip. Jiang Qiao's candidness bore a grain of truth, rendering Jiang Qian speechless. She shot a glance at Jiang Pei, who instantly grasped Jiang Qian's intentions. Second sister wished for her to accompany third sister back. Why her? Just because she was a concubine's daughter? Jiang Si had shown no particular fondness for second sister. Yet second sister was being so accommodating. What was the reasoning behind this? Contemplating these thoughts, Jiang Pei refrained from speaking up. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Jiang Qian finally stated, in that case, why not let sixth sister accompany you back? Jiang Qiao smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Let us not trouble two people for one matter. I have already made arrangements with fourth sister, and she has agreed. Moreover, sixth sister adores the Count's residence. It would not be right to have her accompany me back. Fourth sister seldom had the chance to visit, while sixth sister could come at any time. Jiang Qian was nearly exasperated enough to wish she could silence Jiang Qiao with a cloth. Being a concubine's daughter, Jiang Qiao, despite her boldness and eloquence, had previously gone unnoticed. Yet now, she seemed intent on sabotaging her plans. Jiang Qian knew without a doubt how furious Chao Xingyu would be if Jiang Si left like this. Jiang Qiao interrupted Jiang Qian without hesitation. I do not appreciate what you just said, second sister. Do you believe that because we are cousins and sixth sister is your biological sister, you can treat me and fourth sister with such disregard? People often exhibit rudeness towards those they are closest to while being courteous to those who are more distantly related. Jiang Qiao's words left Jiang Qian momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, she turned to the Countess of Chongqing and offered a respectful bow. Madam, fourth sister and I bid you farewell for now. We shall visit again when the opportunity arises. Very well, travel safely, the Countess replied warmly. Jiang, please make the necessary arrangements. After a brief moment, a maid returned with 2 gift boxes in hand. The Countess smiled and said, these are not valuable trinkets, but do take one each and enjoy them. Jiang Si and Jiang Qiao both bowed in unison. Thank you, madam, for your generosity. Jiang Qian forced a smile as she led the group out, while the Countess sighed softly, gazing at the swaying beaded curtain. Once outside the Countess's quarters, Jiang Qian's countenance turned slightly somber. Third sister, you should not have spoken so much in front of the countess. Jiang Qiao blinked innocently. But I didn't say much. I merely informed the countess that I am heading back. Could it be that second sister is upset with me for having fourth sister accompany me? Jiang Qian pursed her lips, staring at Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao burst into laughter. Second sister, you are quite peculiar. How is having fourth sister accompany me any different from having sixth sister do so? They are both my sisters. Do you favor fourth sister simply because she is more attractive? Jiang Qian felt as if she had been struck speechless, while Jiang Pei, caught in the crossfire, seethed with rage. How could she be called ugly when she had done nothing wrong? Meeting Jiang Qiao's bright, mischievous gaze, Jiang Qian's heart sank. Did Jiang Qiao discover something last night? It was hardly pleasant to know that her man had designs on her sister. To avoid any discomfort, she had ignored the disturbances from the eastern courtyard last night, even instructing the maids and servants to retire early. Yet, even without acknowledging it, given her understanding of Cao Xingyu, she could surmise that he would not miss the opportunity to sneak into her sister's chamber. Jiang Qian fixed her gaze on Jiang Qiao, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. Second sister? Jiang Qian snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. You jest, third sister. You are all my sisters. And my feelings for you are the same. She had to temper her desire for Jiang Si to remain longer. The younger sisters were growing more perceptive. That is reassuring. It seems I was overthinking. I owe second sister an apology. By the way, when will the carriage be ready? With a heavy heart, Jiang Qian saw Jiang Si and Jiang Qiao into the carriage, her irritation growing as she observed Jiang Pei's cheerful demeanor and Jiang Li's submissive attitude. Nothing had gone as it should. It was utterly frustrating. Where are you headed? Cao Xingyu, the heir of the Chongqing Marquis, returned from outside and inquired gently upon seeing the carriage parked at the door. Before Jiang Qian could respond, the carriage curtain was suddenly lifted, revealing Jiang Qiao's radiant face. Sister is feeling unwell and is returning to the Marquis's residence. Seeing Jiang Qiao, Cao Xingyu subtly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Then, third sister, be sure to see a doctor upon your return and inform your second sister of your condition to ease her worries. Rest assured, second brother-in-law, I will be well once I return to the Marquis's residence. Jiang Qiao smiled, inwardly cursing his hypocritical nature. Cao Xingyu's smile faltered slightly. Why did her words sound so awkward? Second brother-in-law, you should accompany second sister back now. Until we meet again. Jiang Qiao lowered the curtain. The coachman cracked the whip, and the carriage began to move slowly. Cao Xingyu withdrew his gaze, maintaining a demeanor of gentle elegance in front of others, and stepped forward to grasp Jiang Qian's hand. What is wrong with third sister? Nothing serious, Jiang Qian replied ambiguously. Cao Xingyu glanced at Jiang Li and Jiang Pei beside Jiang Qian, his eyes darkening. Where is fourth sister? Under such scrutiny, Jiang Qian forced a smile. Fourth sister has accompanied third sister back. Cao Xingyu abruptly turned to look at the departing carriage. The carriage bearing the Chongqing Marquis emblem had just rounded the corner and vanished from sight. Cao Xingyu turned back, fixing his gaze on Jiang Qian. After a long moment, he revealed a gentle smile. Let us return inside. Jiang Qian shivered slightly and nodded slowly. Inside the carriage, Jiang Qiao let out a sigh of relief. At last, we have left that wretched place. Yet suddenly, Jiang Si placed a hand to her forehead. Oh no, I left AnGuo behind. Chapter 77. The wedding procession. Noticing an unusual expression on Jiang Si's face, Jiang Qiao hurriedly inquired, What is it? Jiang Si regained her composure and replied, It's nothing. Given AnGuo's cleverness, if he could stealthily infiltrate the residence of the Duke of Chongqing, it was likely he could depart without issue as well. Third sister, what is that red rash on your arm? She found it hard to believe it was merely a coincidence. Jiang Qiao raised her hand, allowing her sleeve to slip down to her elbow, and cheerfully explained, Oh, that? This morning there was shrimp porridge, and I indulged a bit. Whenever I eat shrimp, this rash appears on my arm. Jiang Si suddenly recalled that the bowl of shrimp porridge placed before Jiang Qiao that morning had been completely devoured, and even a second bowl had been requested. She instinctively grasped Jiang Qiao's hand, saying, Thank you, third sister. She had heard of individuals developing rashes from certain foods, suffering not only from itching but, in severe cases, even fainting. She had resolved to leave the Duke of Chongqing's residence, and while she could have forced her way out, she had not anticipated Jiang Qiao would go to such lengths. Thank you for what? Jiang Qiao lowered her sleeve. It's nothing serious. It will subside by tomorrow. Just thinking about last night makes me uneasy. Leaving early is the wisest course. After saying this, she casually opened a gift box sent by the Duchess of Chongqing, revealing trinkets like hairpins and pearl flowers that young women often fancy. She sighed. The Duchess of Chongqing is truly a kind person, but it's a pity. Jiang Si felt a cold laughter rise within her. Was the Duchess truly a good person? In her previous life, after escaping the Duke of Chongqing's residence and drifting to the southern frontier, she had returned to the capital as the consort of the seventh prince, only to learn through a careful inquiry that the heir of the Duke of Chongqing had died long ago. The circumstances of his death were horrific. He had been dismembered and left naked in a bustling marketplace. The cases surrounding the death of the Duke's heir and the sudden demise of Liu Xiangu had become notorious unsolved mysteries, with the motives for the murders remaining elusive. Jiang Si could have patiently awaited 2 years for an unnamed hero to avenge the Duke's heir, but she was unwilling and unable to do so. She could not bear the thought of the atrocities committed by Cao Xingyu being buried alongside him, only for people to sigh in regret when recalling his name. More importantly, she could not endure the thought of how many innocent girls would suffer in the interim. As for the Duchess of Chongqing, contemplating her brought forth a mix of anger and revulsion. Perhaps it was best to simply sigh at the notion that not all kin are truly connected. Jiang Qian had married into the Duke of Chongqing's household for several years without bearing children, yet after the sudden death of the Duke's heir, the household proclaimed she was pregnant, and by the following year, she bore an illegitimate child. It was not unusual for a grieving widow to give birth prematurely due to overwhelming sorrow, and the public would not think twice about it. However, through her discreet investigations into her uncle's family, she uncovered a shocking secret. Jiang Qian's child was not the Duke's heir, but rather the Duke's own. The reality was even more sordid than she imagined. Jiang Qian had not borne the Duke's child due to any illicit affair, but rather because the Duke and his wife could not bear the thought of their son's lineage ending and did not wish for a bastard to inherit their vast estate. Thus, they utilized their daughter-in-law's womb to produce a legitimate grandson. And all the while, the seemingly gentle Duchess of Chongqing was not oblivious. She was complicit in this scheme. Perhaps for her, it was preferable to witness this than to allow her son to father a bastard with a concubine who would inherit everything. As Jiang Si pondered these matters, a wave of nausea washed over her. She could unflinchingly declare that the entire Duke of Chongqing's residence, including the stone lions at the entrance, was not much cleaner than the sordid affairs within. To know someone's face but not their heart, is a mere box of trinkets enough to sway third sister? Jiang Si jested. Jiang Qiao paused, quickly grasping the implication. Do you suspect the Duchess of Chongqing as well? Jiang Si replied nonchalantly. I believe a person's character is inextricably linked to their upbringing. Can a mother of such a son truly be a saint? Jiang Qiao pondered for a moment and nodded. You make a valid point, but regardless of how vile they may be, they are no concern of ours. We shall keep our distance from them henceforth. Naturally, Jiang Si wished to shield Jiang Qiao from deeper entanglements, smiling in agreement. Fourth sister, how do you plan to deal with that beast? Jiang Si replied vaguely. I haven't quite figured it out yet. I was frightened and eager to leave the Duke's residence when I said that. Allow me time to think it over. Jiang Qiao shot her a sideways glance. Don't treat me like a child. If anyone is afraid, it is certainly me, yet you remained composed throughout, as if you were entirely unaware of last night's events. Seeing that her ruse was ineffective, Jiang Si conceded. The method I have in mind is not yet appropriate to discuss. If it succeeds, I shall explain it to you in detail. If it fails. Noticing Jiang Qiao's scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Si added with a smile. If it fails, I will seek your counsel. Now that sounds more reasonable, Jiang Qiao acknowledged, refraining from further inquiries. As the conversation veered away from the serious, the two sisters shared a tacit understanding and engaged in light banter. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. What is happening? Jiang Qiao inquired aloud. From outside, the driver responded, We've encountered a wedding procession. There are too many onlookers, and the way ahead is blocked. A wedding? Jiang Qiao, ever the one to revel in lively affairs, immediately lifted the carriage curtain. A gust of wind swept into the carriage, instantly dispelling the lingering discomfort within. Outside, a throng of people gathered, buzzing with excitement. Soon, the sound of firecrackers echoed from a distance, accompanied by the joyful shrieks of children. By the looks of it, it seemed to be the wedding of a prominent young master. With the path ahead obstructed and the carriage unable to turn around, the driver decided to pull the carriage to the side, waiting for the procession and the crowd to pass. Jiang Qiao propped her chin on her hand at the window. Curious, I wonder whose joyous occasion this is. Jiang Si nonchalantly glanced outside. The wedding procession approached slowly. The jubilant sound of suona, a traditional Chinese horn, amplifying the festive atmosphere. At the forefront of the procession, seated atop a magnificent steed adorned with red silk, was the groom. As the procession drew nearer, both sisters could hear the gasps of admiration from the surrounding crowd. Well, who would have thought the third young master of the Duke of AnGuo's household was so handsome? What is so surprising about that? If he weren't handsome, how could he have a maiden follow him to her demise? You've got it wrong. A girl from an ordinary family could commit herself to a young master from a noble family, even if he bore a face full of pockmarks. The people's banter was filled with excitement and playful teasing, discussing the recent scandal involving the third young master of the Duke of AnGuo's household and a common girl who had chosen to die for him. It was the talk of the town, rumored to have even reached the emperor's ears. Seated in their carriage, the sisters could feel the fiery curiosity of the capital's citizens about to ignite within their own quarters. Jiang Qiao's expression shifted, and she glanced at Jiang Si, who remained expressionless and even withdrew her gaze. Only then did Jiang Qiao relax. With her worries alleviated, Jiang Qiao leaned out of the window, craning her neck to catch a glimpse. "Third sister, what is there to see?" Jiang Si replied exasperatedly, "Do not disturb me. I merely wish to see what that blind man looks like." Chapter 78. The Abduction of a Bride. Jiang Qiao observed the man atop his horse, adorned in floral decorations, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His tall, slender figure bore a slightly pale complexion, epitomizing the aesthetic standards of the contemporary Great Zhou, making him a rare beauty. Jiang Qiao scrutinized him for a considerable time, unable to pinpoint any flaw in his appearance, and finally exclaimed with indignation, "I knew it would be a spineless embroidered pillow like this." Jiang Si chuckled lightly. "Sister, you're mistaken. Many are currently lauding the poignant love story between young Master Ji and the common girl. I hear there's even a popular tale based on their affair." Jiang Qiao's expression turned peculiar, and after much restraint, she remarked, "I've read it. The author must have been foolish to write such nonsense." Fourth sister, you need not pay it any heed. It was absurd how some impoverished scholar had portrayed the Dongping Bo mansion as the antagonistic force preventing lovers from uniting, even suggesting that despite the broken engagement, fourth sister remained infatuated with the so-called young master of the AnGuo mansion. Although the characters were renamed, anyone could easily identify them. It was infuriating. She felt a twinge of pity for fourth sister due to this troublesome incident, which dampened her usual spirited demeanor, making it hard to spar with her as they once did. I found the tale to be rather convoluted. Jiang Si thought of Ji Chongyi. Her heart stirred not a bit. Even in her past life, she had never harbored feelings for that man. Her aspirations before marriage had merely stemmed from vanity. Now, having completely facilitated their union, she could only hope they remained steadfast, leaving behind a beautiful legacy for future generations. Fourth sister, do you truly not mind? Jiang Qiao's gaze drifted as the procession drew nearer. Why should I care about someone unrelated to me? Jiang Si observed Jiang Qiao's keen interest, and with their carriage idling by the roadside, she approached to join her. Jiang Qiao was not one to be overly sentimental. Seeing Jiang Si's enthusiasm eased her mind, and they began to discuss. Fourth sister, do you think a man of such appearance, like the young master of the AnGuo mansion, is often lacking substance? Why do you say that? Jiang Qiao smirked. Isn't the young master of Chongqing Marquis the same type? Jiang Si regarded Ji Chongyi, clad in a grand red wedding robe. With a discerning eye and fairly assessed, the young master of Chongqing Marquis leans toward the effeminate. Young Master Ji's gaze is much more upright. Jiang Chao looked at Jiang Si in astonishment and murmured, Fourth sister, you truly are. At that moment, perhaps by mere coincidence, Ji Chongyi's gaze swept in their direction. The crowd was thick on both sides of the street, and many carriages were halted. Yet Ji Chongyi's glance fortuitously landed upon their green-draped carriage. A delicate hand lifted the curtain, revealing a young maiden within, her expression indifferent as she gazed outside. Her beauty breathtaking. Ji Chongyi momentarily lost his focus, his steed carrying him onward. The girl's beauty was unparalleled, a sight he had never encountered before. As a typical man, Ji Chongyi could not help but have such a thought cross his mind, yet it was fleeting, soon replaced by the joy of his impending wedding. Like many, he thought that the splendid scenery by the roadside, while captivating, would never belong to him. Once seen, it was merely a memory. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A swirling whirlwind of black and yellow surged through the crowd, and before anyone could react, it bit the rear of the majestic steed. Naturally, The horse chosen for the wedding was of a gentle temperament, yet even the tamest horse would not endure such an affront. It immediately reared back, causing Jiang Si, who was riding high in spirits, to be flung off like a shooting star. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Fortunately, the wedding procession was numerous, and the onlookers plentiful. Jiang Si was caught by the spectators as he flew through the air. Jiang Xiao was left speechless. Fourth sister, there's an abduction. Jiang Si, equally taken aback, managed to say, "It's not an abduction, it's a disturbance." What was Dania doing? The large dog seemed to sense Jiang Si's thoughts and glanced toward the carriage, shaking its fur in triumph. The crowd soon realized that the source of the commotion was indeed a large dog. "Quick, kill that mad dog," shouted one of the guards in the wedding procession. Another, more knowledgeable, called out, "Do not kill it. Bloodshed is ill-omened on a day of joy. Just drive the beast away." But the horse, now in pain, thought, "Isn't that blood flowing from my rear?" Several guards rushed toward the dog, and in a moment of panic, Jiang Qiao tugged at Jiang Si's sleeve. "This is bad. The dog is in trouble." Jiang Si was perplexed by Jiang Qiao's sudden concern for Daniel. "Forget it." Jiang Si steadied himself, his expression darkening. Falling from his horse due to a dog during the wedding was incredibly humiliating. It was best to leave quickly rather than engage in a battle with the beast. Unfortunately, the groom's desire for peace was not shared by the dog. In a daring leap, the dog broke through the encirclement, seized Jiang Si's hat, and took off running. The spectators were taken aback by the dog's audacity, and no one thought to intervene. After a moment, they turned to Jiang Si's now bald head and burst into laughter. Jiang Si's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, his heart filled with anger and confusion. In recent days, he had only heard his father's reprimands and his mother's sighs, coupled with the discontented glances of his siblings. His home, once familiar, now felt increasingly foreign, the oppressive atmosphere driving him to madness. He had consoled himself that as long as he could endure until the wedding, he would eventually prove himself through study and work, and no one would dare criticize him for marrying a common woman. Yet, he never imagined that the anticipated joyous occasion would be marred by a dog. He feared he would be the most embarrassed groom in history. "Young master, you should mount your horse again," urged a steward, bringing forth another steed and lowering his voice. Jiang Si reluctantly nodded, silently remounting as the procession resumed its festive atmosphere. The joyous sounds of coins and candies raining down, yet the celebratory music felt devoid of spirit in his ears. Jiang Xiao leaned out the window, regaining her composure, and sighed, "Whose dog is causing such havoc?" That was quite a performance. Jiang Si, however, did not respond. Her gaze drifting over the crowd to a particular figure, her heart filled with confusion. Why was Yu Qi standing among the crowd, seemingly unconcerned? In her past life, he had certainly attended Jiang Si's wedding. Chapter 79. The inquiry from the palace. Eugene, born of the virtuous consort, is the maternal aunt of Jiang Si. On this day, as Jiang Si celebrates his grand wedding, it is both reasonable and expected for Eugene to grace the ceremony at the Duke of AnGuo's residence. In her past life, she indeed did so. Therefore, when the current circumstances diverged from her previous experiences, Jiang Si was taken aback. Since her rebirth, she had intentionally altered many events. Those occurrences she had not intervened in should, by all accounts, have followed the trajectory of her former life. What prompted such a change in Yu Qi? Confused and flustered, Jiang Si found herself unable to make sense of it all. Across the crowd, Eugene caught Jiang Si's gaze and offered her a faint smile. Instinctively, Jiang Si lowered the window curtain. The delicately embroidered curtain, adorned with elegant bamboo patterns, fluttered gently, reminiscent of a young girl's unspoken thoughts. Eugene, noticing Jiang Si's reaction, momentarily paused, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment before she smiled ruefully and silently turned away into the sea of people. Jiang Si bit her lip and, driven by an inexplicable urge, raised the curtain once more. Outside, the throngs of people remained, yet the figure she sought was nowhere to be seen. She let the curtain fall and leaned against the carriage, lost in silence. "Sister, were you frightened by that large dog just now?" Jiang Xiao, sensing Jiang Si's unusual demeanor, placed a hand on her shoulder. Having merely visited the residence of the Marquis of Chongqing, the sisters naturally grew closer. "No," Jiang Si replied with a smile. "AnGuo is merely an attention-seeking dog. A little mischief at the groom's expense is nothing to worry about. As long as he doesn't drag a corpse out of the garden of the Marquis of Chongqing to parade down the street, I should consider myself fortunate." As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Si suddenly realized that Eugene must also have her struggles. As the host, she likely had her share of messes to clean up. Meanwhile, Eugene returned to her residence in KZ Alley and called out into the empty courtyard, "AnGuo, come out." Before long, AnGuo emerged, wagging his tail, and trotted over to drop the groom's ceremonial hat at Eugene's feet. Eugene looked at the feathered adornment on the hat and fell silent. Perhaps she had raised a rather unruly dog. Suddenly, the shadowy figure of Long Dan appeared, rushing over to report, "My lord, AnGuo has gone too far. How could he disrupt the joyous occasion of the esteemed young master?" The wretched dog seemed to be more favored than he was in his master's eyes. He had been waiting for this opportunity to pounce for quite some time. Disrupt? Eugene raised an eyebrow and then affectionately ruffled AnGuo's fur. "No. I find AnGuo quite charming." Longden blinked in disbelief, his expression earnest. "My lord, you must be jesting." Eugene cast a glance at Long Dan, who scratched his head in confusion. It made no sense. The groom was her cousin, so why would AnGuo's antics be met with approval? Did the esteemed young master have some grievance against the groom? Long Dan's thoughts raced. But he could not fathom how the third master of the Duke of AnGuo's residence could have offended his own master. "My lord has just returned from the south. Even if there are no feelings between cousins, it shouldn't be so severe." AnGuo barked triumphantly at Long Dan. Long Dan felt a pang of frustration. His heart ached. Surely, his master and AnGuo shared some secret he was unaware of. Just as Long Dan wallowed in self-pity, the doorman approached to announce, "There are visitors from the palace." "Let them in," Eugene replied coolly. AnGuo quickly grabbed the ceremonial hat and hid away. Before long, the doorman led in a pale, beardless eunuch. "Your Highness," the eunuch bowed. "I come on behalf of the consort with an inquiry. Might I ask why you did not accompany the prince to the Duke of AnGuo's residence today to extend your congratulations?" The prince referred to was Eugene's elder brother, the fourth son of the current emperor, who had been granted the title of Prince Qi. Eugene's position as the seventh prince was indeed rather precarious. Upon his birth, the newly enthroned Emperor Jingming fell mysteriously ill, leaving the court physicians at a loss. In desperation, the Empress Dowager ordered a public proclamation seeking a healer, ultimately leading to a Taoist priest's intervention. The priest proclaimed that the sudden illness was due to the conflict between the newly born seventh prince and the emperor's fate, insisting that the prince must reside outside the palace until he turned 18 to restore the emperor's health. Skeptical yet hopeful, the Empress Dowager permitted the prince to leave the palace, and miraculously, the emperor's condition improved. From that moment forth, Eugene never returned to the imperial palace. According to the customs of the Great Zhou dynasty, princes were to leave the palace and be granted titles upon reaching the age of 16. However, when Eugene turned 16, he was still in the south, and the matter was conveniently overlooked. Now that Eugene had returned to the capital, he remained unable to see the emperor until he turned 18. The minister of royal lineage was unsure of the emperor's attitude towards this prince, and thus, it was unlikely he would stir trouble regarding his title. This created an awkward situation. The eighth prince, younger than Eugene, had already been granted the title of Prince Xiang, while the seventh prince remained simply the seventh prince. However, Eugene seemed unfazed by this predicament. He was merely an inconsequential prince, making it easier for him to pursue what he desired. Not to mention, if the crown prince wished to marry a girl who had previously been betrothed, it would be an insurmountable challenge. With this thought, a smile crept onto Eugene's lips as he chuckled to himself. The eunuch was momentarily taken aback. Although the seventh prince's smile was more enchanting than any beauty in the palace, what was he truly laughing about? Could it be that years of unjust treatment had twisted his character? As if confirming the eunuch's suspicions, Eugene returned to the present and replied casually, "I have no desire to attend." The eunuch was left speechless. After a moment of silence, Eugene inquired, "Do you have any further business?" The eunuch felt like shedding tears. The prince's reason was so blunt, leaving him at a loss for words. What would he say to the consort upon his return? The mere thought of her reaction filled him with dread. "Is that all? The duke's residence is your maternal family." Eugene shot a cold glance at the eunuch, clearly displeased with his prattling. "I am not familiar with them." At that moment, Eugene felt a bitter laughter within. It was not just the duke's family with whom he was unacquainted. Even those connected to him by blood within the palace were no different from strangers in his eyes. His father, the emperor, was a sovereign of the realm, a figure of great stature. While he could somewhat comprehend his father's adherence to the Taoist words, fearing it might disrupt his reign, he could not fathom how his mother, after all these years since he was sent away from the palace, had failed to even send him a single garment or pair of shoes. In his youth, Eugene had felt wronged and resentful. Yet he now regarded the matter with indifference. Indeed, he was not familiar with them at all. Will you be staying for a meal? Thank you, Your Highness. But the consort awaits my return for a report, the eunuch replied, emphasizing the word report, providing Eugene with a chance to amend his words. Eugene raised an eyebrow. See yourself out. At that moment, a magnificent and imposing dog came bounding over, its tail wagging vigorously. The eunuch nearly fled in terror. Eugene glanced at Ernyo and sighed. I meant for Long Dan to see him off. Ernyo looked up at the sky, utterly confused. What? It didn't understand a single word. Chapter 80. Meeting Yuqi Jiang Si and Jiang Qiao had finally returned to the Dongbingbo mansion. And it was only natural for them to visit Cixin Hall to explain the reason for their swift return. Upon hearing that her daughter had developed a rash, the third Madame, Guo, was filled with concern, reproaching Jiang Qiao softly as they walked. Jiang Si stood on the bluestone path, watching the mother-daughter duo gradually fade into the distance, a faint sense of envy swelling within her. She had no mother and was unfamiliar with the feeling of being chided by one. At that moment, Jiang Qiao suddenly turned around and waved at Jiang Si. Taken aback, Jiang Si pursed her lips and smiled. Despite her envy, she had no time for sentimentality. Jiang Si went straight to the study to find Jiang Anqing. Bypassing Haidang residence entirely, Jiang Anqing was managing the estate alongside Jiang Sanlaoyi, who often spent more time away, leaving Jiang Anqing in the mansion most of the time. At that moment, he was dozing in the study, but upon seeing Jiang Si, he instantly perked up. Have I disturbed you, father? She asked. No, I was merely fatigued from reading, he replied. Jiang Si glanced at the indentation on his left cheek and said earnestly, Father should rest his eyes while reading to avoid straining them. Jiang Anqing coughed lightly into his fist. I shall ensure a proper balance of work and rest. But why have you returned so soon from the Chongqing Marquis' residence? Third sister was feeling unwell, so I accompanied her back, Jiang Si explained. Jiang Anqing inquired further about Jiang Chao's condition, and upon learning she was not severely affected, he felt relieved and thought to himself, my daughter is considerate. She returns home to check on me, unlike that scoundrel Jiang Zhan, who idles away his time outside. Daughter wishes to inquire about something, Jiang Si began. From the pouch found on the female corpse, she had discovered a talisman from Lingwu Temple, yet she had never heard of such a place. With Ah Fei still absent and no one else to consult, she decided it best to directly ask her father. What do you wish to know? Jiang Anqing asked. Have you heard of Lingwu Temple? Lingwu Temple? Jiang Anqing frowned in contemplation, then shook his head. I have never been one to believe in such things, so I am not familiar with it. Are you curious about visiting the temple to pray? Jiang Si felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was not unexpected. If her father had indeed known, that would have been fortunate. On my way back, I overheard a young lady mentioning that the incense at Lingwu Temple is quite effective. If one prays there, their wishes are granted. I was merely curious. Jiang Anqing chuckled. Your third uncle has traveled extensively. When he returns, I shall inquire if he knows anything. If not, I will send someone to investigate. Regardless of its efficacy, what matters is your happiness. If you send someone to inquire, please do so discreetly, so as not to draw too much attention, Jiang Si said. Jiang Anqing paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Rest assured, I shall send someone quietly. You seem rather shy, my daughter. Perhaps you are seeking a romantic connection? Jiang Anqing teased, recognizing her father's misunderstanding. Jiang Si chose not to clarify. She aimed to unveil the true nature of the Chongqing Marquis' heir while also striving to keep the Bo mansion uninvolved. Ultimately, she lacked suitable allies, and as an unmarried young lady, her actions were limited. Then I shall not disturb you further, father. I will take my leave, Jiang Si said, performing a respectful bow before exiting the study and returning to Haitang residence. Upon her return, Aman and Ah Qiao greeted her joyously. They had been worried that the young lady would struggle to adjust to life in the Marquis' residence. Aman anxiously scrutinized Jiang Si, exclaiming, You've lost weight. It's only been a day. Ah Qiao interjected. All right, bring me a cup of chilled honey water. Having endured a long journey from the Chongqing Marquis' estate to the Bo mansion, Jiang Si was reluctant to enter the house and chose instead to sit on the swing beneath the tree. Ah Qiao hurried inside to fetch the honey water, and Jiang Si took a gentle sip upon its arrival. Fourth sister, I heard you're back. Jiang Zhan burst in, brimming with excitement. The weather was warm, and Jiang Zhan's face was flushed from running, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Yet, he looked remarkably handsome, exuding a vibrant energy that seemed to dispel any lingering gloom. Jiang Si couldn't help but smile. Have you just returned from outside, second brother? Ah Xiao, please bring a cup of honey water for the second young master. Jiang Si approached, gently pushing the swing before settling on a stone bench not far away, his dark eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I have some delightful news to share with you. Oh, what good news? The scoundrel from the Ji family had his high-stepping horse bitten by AnGuo during the wedding procession. He has always looked down on AnGuo and never expected them to be kindred spirits. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Kindred spirits? More like kindred canines. Jiang Si faltered, flustered, and decided to abandon his thoughts. He would just buy AnGuo some cooked beef later. Are you unhappy, sister? Noticing Jiang Si's lack of enthusiasm, Jiang Si asked in surprise. Jiang Si pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. Truthfully, she felt a sense of secret delight. While she acknowledged that Ji Chongyi's disinterest in her was true, this engagement had not been hastily arranged by the Dongping Bo mansion. It was the Duke of AnGuo's household that had initiated the match, and when her father hesitated, the Duke assured him that marrying her would not be a loss. In her past life, Ji Chongyi had married her out of despair after losing his beloved, completely disregarding her feelings. She sensed that he could not blame his parents for his heartache and thus redirected his resentment towards her. As if, without this marriage, he could have married his beloved in grand style. Perhaps, after losing his love, his only motivation to live was his hatred for her. Yet that suffocating coldness could drive any normal woman to madness. Even after her subsequent experiences, she often thought, if one were truly disheartened, why not simply become a nun? The Duke of AnGuo had 3 sons and did not require Ji Chongyi to carry on the family name. Or, if she had protested fiercely, would the Duke and his wife have truly forced her into this marriage? By marrying her, Ji Gongzi had fulfilled his obligations to his parents and preserved the Duke's reputation, leaving her as the sole sacrificial lamb for their love. Seeing Jiang Si display genuine joy, Jiang Si joined in her laughter. Finishing the chilled honey water that Qiao had brought and then moving behind her to push the swing gently. Fourth sister. Yes? That Ji scoundrel is nothing special. You will surely encounter someone better in the future. Jiang Si said this out of curiosity. What kind of man do you like? I have many friends and can keep an eye out for you. Jiang Si smiled brightly. If I could have a brother like you, I would be content. Ah. As for your friends, let us leave them out of this, Jiang Si stammered, his face suddenly turning crimson as he hurriedly sought an excuse to escape. Jiang Si had not anticipated Jiang Si's thin skin. She chuckled, rising from the swing, changing into a fresh set of clothes, and setting out with Man. Since Yuqi had sent her a message through AnGuo, she intended to clarify matters directly. Chapter 81 Verification. The master and servant departed from the residence of the Earl of Dongping, not heading directly towards Kazi Alley, but instead walking in the opposite direction. Not far from Yuqian Alley, there stood a cluster of modest homes, one of which was inconspicuously available for rent. Jiang Si had secured this dwelling through an intermediary a few days ago. In the capital, where land is as precious as gold, acquiring a residence amidst the affluent was nearly impossible. However, renting was certainly feasible. Having received over 2,000 taels of silver from her recent purchases, Jiang Si prepared for this arrangement, as meeting with a Fei at the tea house became increasingly inconvenient over time. After a brief exploration, the two emerged transformed, with Jiang Si now appearing as a handsome young man accompanied by a delicate servant. A man, observing Jiang Si's masculine attire, chuckled, "Miss, you should darken your face a bit. Perhaps next time," Jiang Si replied as she stepped outside, pondering when a Fei would return. Today, she intended to inquire with Yuqi about any evidence regarding the sins of the young master of Chongqing Marquis. She could not afford to delay visiting the Tofu Beauty. Xionyang, either. Furthermore, if her father received news from Lingwu Temple, she would need to commence an investigation. The list of tasks was indeed overwhelming. Kazi Alley was not far from Yuqian Alley, and after a short walk, they arrived at their destination, identifying a residence marked by a crooked jujube tree. As per the information disclosed by Jiang Si. Is it here, miss? A man inquired. It should be. Go ahead and knock. Just say that Zhang Gongzi has come to visit. Whom are we visiting? A man asked, somewhat uncertain. With the miss dressed like this and bearing the title of Gongzi, could it be that she is meeting a gentleman? A man hesitated at the door and knocked lightly. Who is it? Came a voice from within. The door opened slightly, revealing a weathered face. The doorkeeper appeared to be in his 40s, with one eye blinded, while the remaining eye bore a fierce glint. A man tensed up, declaring, Zhang Gongzi has come to pay his respects. The doorkeeper glanced back, and suddenly his single eye sparkled with interest. What do you want? A man felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. Where is Jiang Si? The doorkeeper pressed. A man stepped aside to reveal Jiang Si. This is our young master. The doorkeeper scrutinized Jiang Si for a moment, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Please wait. With that, the door slammed shut. A man rubbed his nose, muttering, this doorkeeper has quite the temper. The doorkeeper rushed inside, exclaiming, Master. Someone is impersonating Jiang Si to seek favors. Before Eugene could respond, Long Dan scoffed. How dare anyone deceive the master? Open the door and let Ernyo in. Ernyo shot Long Dan a sideways glance, remaining seated without budging. The meaning was clear. Why should he let Long Dan in, but not himself? To their surprise, their master suddenly strode out. What is happening? The man and dog exchanged glances, hastily following. Eugene approached the door, pausing before the green-painted wooden entrance. Once his expression steadied, he yanked the door open. Ernyo darted past Eugene. Oh my! A man gasped, unable to suppress a shriek. The large dog bounded toward Jiang Si, grabbing her hem with its mouth and tugging her inward, its fluffy tail wagging joyfully. Jiang Si sighed inwardly. Dogs are far more straightforward than humans. Regardless of how a person changes, as long as their unique scent remains, dogs will recognize them immediately. Let go quickly, or you'll tear my clothes. As she spoke, her voice, delicate and feminine, contrasted with a man's naturally clear tone. Ernyo paused, contemplating, and turned to look at Eugene. Jiang Si, please come inside. Not wishing to linger at the threshold, Jiang Si nodded slightly at Eugene and stepped inside. The doorkeeper discreetly tugged at Long Dan's sleeve, whispering, She is clearly not Jiang Si. Long Dan, brimming with excitement, brushed off the doorkeeper's hand, exclaiming, Don't waste time. A young lady has come to see the master. Jiang Si followed Eugene into the courtyard and halted. I came today to inquire about young master Yu. What matter does Miss Jiang wish to discuss? Eugene asked, his demeanor suddenly serious. Long Dan's eyes widened in realization. So, the master was already aware that this was Miss Jiang. Wait a moment. What relationship does Miss Jiang have with Jiang Si? Jiang Si, having been somewhat familiar with Long Dan and Lang Ying from her previous life, knew they were fiercely loyal to Eugene, thus she felt unperturbed by Long Dan's presence. She produced a silk pouch, asking, Why did young master you send this to me? Long Dan's jaw nearly dropped. The master had even sent a token of affection? A man was equally taken aback, glaring at Eugene with indignation. When had this scoundrel started sending gifts to the young lady behind her back? How shameless. I was quite surprised to receive this item, prompting my visit to inquire with young master Yu. I hope you do not find my approach too abrupt. Not at all. Eugene replied, clearing his throat and adopting a serious tone. What does Miss Jiang wish to know? I would like to understand the reasoning behind the note you wrote. I was concerned you might be at a disadvantage, so I felt compelled to warn you. Long Dan bit down on his hand in frustration. He must be dreaming. Ernyo, however, lay comfortably between Eugene and Jiang Si, never having felt so content. With a male master on one side and a female master on the other, life as an emotionally rich dog was truly fulfilling. Jiang Si felt her cheeks warm slightly, biting her lip as she asked, why did you say such things about the young master of Chongqing? Do you think something is amiss? Who asked for his opinion? Yet he casually stated it, proving to be quite the charmer. The young master of Chongqing has vacant eyes, pale lips, and his steps appear weak and unsteady, as Eugene described him. Long Dan's astonishment could not be adequately expressed. The master's description painted the young master of Chongqing as a debauched individual. Why would the master speak such things in front of a young lady? Thus, I conclude that the young master of Chongqing is a lecher. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Miss Jiang should keep her distance from such a person. Jiang Si's lips twitched slightly. You're merely judging by appearances? Eugene nodded earnestly. The appearance reflects the heart. 5 years ago, he was on his way to the distant south and happened to sneak into the Earl of Dongping's residence during the marriage of his daughter, simply to catch a glimpse of her. Although he was young and naive at the time, he felt an intense aversion to the way the young master of Chongqing looked at her, to the point of wanting to gouge out those eyes. However, he could not express these feelings to her. Surely he wouldn't admit to being jealous of the young master of Chongqing's gaze 5 years ago and still be angry about it now, would he? Is he truly that possessive? I initially thought there might be something wrong with the young master of Chongqing and intended to warn my second sister. Since it's merely a matter of appearances, there's nothing more to discuss. I apologize for the intrusion today. I shall take my leave. Jiang Si performed a graceful bow. Just then, the doorkeeper hurriedly announced, Jiang Gongzi has arrived. Chapter 82. A visit from second brother Jiang Si was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Eugene. Clearly, Eugene had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. After a brief moment of surprise, he promptly gestured towards the woodshed. Quick! Hide in there. Before Jiang Si could comprehend the situation, a man had already whisked her away into the woodshed. At last, they were safe. A man patted her chest, calming her racing heart. Jiang Si finally grasped the gravity of their situation, staring incredulously at the dimly lit woodshed. What are we doing here? However, it was too late to venture out, as Jiang Zhan had entered carrying cooked beef. Had they been outside, they might have had a plausible explanation, but now, stepping out would be akin to jumping into the Yellow River without hope of cleansing themselves. Brother Yu, I have come today to reward Ernyo, Jiang Zhan exclaimed, brandishing the cooked beef with a radiant smile. Reward Ernyo? He tossed the beef to Ernyo, who leaped up to catch the oil paper wrapped around the meat, then trotted to the base of a tree to indulge in his feast. The savory aroma of the beef wafted through the air. Long Dan couldn't help but smack his lips. Goodness, this is the sauce beef from the Zue Shao building. Incredibly expensive, but utterly delicious. Something he rarely indulges in. The Great Zhou dynasty forbids the slaughter of working oxen, with exceptions only for those that die of old age, illness, or accidents. Healthy working oxen face severe penalties if killed, leading to a scarcity of meat, rendering the beef prices in restaurants exorbitantly high. Long Dan stared hungrily at Ernyo, consumed by a singular thought. Humans are inferior to dogs. Jiang Zhan settled down with an air of confidence. Today, Ernyo has accomplished a great deed, so a reward is only fitting. Long Dan blinked. Wait, you don't mean Ernyo caused a ruckus during the wedding, do you? Hey, brother Yu. You couldn't have instructed Ernyo to do that, could you? Eugene, catching a glimpse of the slightly ajar woodshed door, replied earnestly. How could that be? Young Master Ji is my cousin. Oh, that lad is your cousin? Jiang Zhan's eyes widened. Wait, brother Yu, you were related to the AnGuo household? Eugene's expression froze. Oh no, she had inadvertently revealed too much in her moment of distraction. Jiang Si, hidden in the woodshed, felt a twinge of schadenfreude. This person loved to trick others, having deceived her in her past life as the merchant's son, and now he had ensnared second brother in a web of confusion. She eagerly awaited his explanation. To her surprise, Jiang Zhan quickly regained his composure and sighed, indeed, which wealthy family does not have a few impoverished relatives? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhan immediately displayed a sympathetic expression. Brother Yu, you have it tough. In the future, steer clear of those who look down on you. If you need assistance, you can always rely on me. Ernyo, enjoying his beef, barked discontentedly at Jiang Zhan. He despised such foolishness directed at dogs. Eugene, somewhat moved, smiled with a hint of meaning. There will surely come a time when I will need Brother John's assistance. I thank you in advance. For what? We are brothers. Who keeps tabs on such things? Jiang Zhan waved dismissively, unconcerned. After all, Brother Yu had saved his life. If he were a woman, according to the rules of romantic tales, he ought to repay the favor with his body. Helping out in this manner was hardly a significant debt to repay. As Jiang Zhan lamented the inadequacy of his gratitude, a sudden scream from the woodshed pierced the air. The wooden door burst open, and a man dashed out. Clutching her head, there's a mouse. Jiang Si was left utterly dumbfounded. She never would have imagined that a man, who could punch several robust men, was terrified of mice. In that moment, the habitual trickster, Eugene, was left speechless, consumed by a singular thought. Jiang Si would surely repay kindness with malice. Wouldn't she? Just as the tension peaked, the dog, still munching on the beef, took 2 steps back, gathered momentum, and leaped into the air. Jiang Zhan was about to investigate when he was suddenly knocked to the ground by the large dog. The dog's front paws landed on his chest. Its tongue extended toward his face, leaving Jiang Zhan frozen in fear, mentally cursing. That beefy breath is going to suffocate me. A man stood still in the courtyard, gradually regaining her composure, and then covered her mouth in dismay. Oh no, she had caused a ruckus. Eugene cleared his throat and pointed toward the front door. A man, quick-witted, understood his cue and took off running. Left in the woodshed, Jiang Si watched as a man vanished. Finally, Ernyo, in a rare moment of benevolence, released his grip and leisurely returned to his beef. Jiang Zhan sprang up, exuding menace as he charged toward Ernyo. Ernyo, I'm going to turn you into dog meat. Eugene hurriedly restrained Jiang Zhan, his expression earnest. Brother Jiang, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood what? AnGuo was simply expressing gratitude for the feast. What? That's how he shows gratitude? Eugene chuckled ruefully. Dogs and humans think differently. I raised AnGuo, and I know he gets overly affectionate when excited. Jiang Si eyed AnGuo suspiciously, finally muttering, if I had such a dog, I would have put it down long ago. Woof. Eugene cast a calming glance at AnGuo, who finally settled down. By the way, brother you. Who was that woman who just ran out from the woodshed? Jiang Si, who had barely seen anything before being tackled by the dog, was curious. Despite visiting Brother Yu numerous times, he had never encountered any maidservants. Could that woman be Brother Yu's romantic interest? Eugene paused, quickly turning to Long Dan, who was watching with keen interest, and scolded, from now on, do not bring women back here to cause trouble. Long Dan. He felt an urge to rebel against authority. Jiang Si shot Long Dan a disdainful glance. Long Dan. He really might rebel. After finally sending Jiang Si away, Eugene rubbed his temples, letting out a sigh of relief. Jiang Si emerged from the woodshed. Allow me to escort you home. No need to trouble yourself, young master you. Jiang Si firmly declined, noticing the wounded expression on Eugene's face. Unfazed by his handsome features, she added coolly, it wouldn't be good for others to see. Eugene regarded the girl who kept him at arm's length, then suddenly smiled. People often see me drinking with young Master Jiang. It would not be a problem. Jiang Si, tall and graceful, bore a striking resemblance to their late mother, making it difficult for unfamiliar faces to distinguish between them from a distance. What about my second brother? Jiang Si countered. Eugene rubbed his nose, softening his tone. Then let AnGuo accompany you. You came to see me, and it wouldn't sit right if you returned alone. If anything were to happen, I wouldn't know how to explain it to young Master Jiang. Jiang Si, unwilling to argue further, nodded in agreement. Eugene stood at the doorway, watching until the girl and the large dog disappeared from sight, yet he hesitated to move. Long Dan sidled up, curiosity ablaze. Master, was that girl who just came in your romantic interest? Eugene swatted Long Dan on the head, frowning. Stop your nonsense. There will be time for that in the future. Chapter 83. Errors. Additional chapter on Tianyu and Tianyu's spirit beast eggs. Jiang Si, having gleaned no useful information from Eugene, deemed it imperative to locate Lingwu Temple and the tofu mistress, Jiangzi. For the time being, she would await news from Jiang Anqing regarding Lingwu Temple, while the tofu mistress was likely easier to track down, given that Lu Di had encountered her, and many recognized her. With a Fei absent, Jiang Si entrusted this task to a man. A man was quite capable, and donned in male attire, she presented no flaws, making her the most suitable choice. Jiang Si had considered seeking assistance from Jiang Si but dismissed the thought, despite her reluctance to admit it. The likelihood of her second brother causing complications was higher. Before dinner, a man returned with news of the tofu mistress. It was rather straightforward. She had merely asked the child and received the information readily. The tofu mistress resided not far from Lu Di, in Wangjia village, specifically the house at the village's end closest to the river. A man chattered excitedly, seemingly eager to make amends for her prior misstep that nearly exposed the young lady to the second young master. However, the child had mentioned that the tofu mistress had succumbed to madness, ceasing her sales of tofu and spending her days weeping at home. A man sighed sympathetically as she concluded her account. Let us prepare. Tonight we shall venture to Wangjia village. Young lady? A man inquired, slightly taken aback as she met Jiang Si's calm gaze. Nodding, she ceased her questioning, feeling a flicker of excitement within. The previous occasion when Jiang Si had taken her to explore Mayo Lake had been thrilling. Now, they were off to investigate Wangjia village. Truly, life as a maid was remarkable. When dinner arrived, Jiang Anqing also brought good news. It was quite a coincidence that your third uncle had indeed heard of Lingwu Temple. Jiang Si had anticipated discovering information about the tofu mistress, but was pleasantly surprised by the news of Lingwu Temple. Where is it located? She inquired. In Qingyou town, on the outskirts of the capital. While it may not rival the renowned temples in the city, it enjoys a decent reputation locally, Jiang Anqing explained, chuckling. It is particularly effective for those seeking marriage or children. Is that so? Jiang Si pondered for a moment before seizing the opportunity to request Jiang Anqing's permission for a visit to Lingwu Temple to offer incense and stay a few days. The outskirts differed from the city. Factoring in travel time and inquiries, a couple of days would suffice if all went smoothly. Yet she knew she could not proceed without her elder support. Jiang Anqing readily agreed to her modest request. Go ahead, the weather is still pleasant, and the countryside is far more spacious than the capital. You'll find it quite comfortable. I will speak to your second brother and ask him to accompany you. Enjoying oneself is fine, But safety must not be overlooked. He mused silently that he would have liked to join her, if not for fearing she might find him bothersome. When do you plan to go? He asked. In a day or two. I need to prepare some things, Jiang Si replied vaguely. If all went well with the tofu mistress, she could visit Lingwu Temple by the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, she would need to find another time. Night soon fell. Under the midsummer moonlight, the stars were sparse, and shadows danced among the flowers. A chow escorted Jiang Si and a man to the door, whispering, "Young lady, be cautious. Do not worry. I am here," a man reassured her, thumping her chest confidently. On their second nocturnal excursion, the pair navigated the familiar paths away from the Dongping boat residence towards Jinshui River. At this time, Jinshui River was bustling with activity. The broad river was dotted with boats, including three-story pleasure boats adorned with vibrant lanterns and nimble vessels gliding gracefully across the water. These boats housed courtesans of various repute from the capital, who were currently receiving guests during this splendid evening. The phrase "the riverside never sleeps" aptly described the lively scene. A man gazed across the riverbank, taking in the swaying green willows and the shimmering reflections of boats upon the water, where brilliant lights sparkled like scattered gold. The distant sound of music wafted through the air, creating an ethereal ambience akin to a paradise on earth. Surprised by the vibrant atmosphere of Jinshui River at night, a man remarked, "I didn't expect it to be so lively after seeing it calm during the day." Noticing Jiang Si had halted, she asked, "Young lady, why have we stopped?" Wangjia village was merely a short distance from Ludi, yet they did not need to approach Jinshui River. Jiang Si gazed at the golden river, her heart aching subtly. It was here that her second brother had tragically drowned. Taking a deep breath, she smiled at a man. "Let us proceed." Guided by a man, the pair arrived at Wangjia village. "Young lady, the tofu mistress's house is just beyond that hill. Shall we cut through the village or take the longer route around?" A man inquired, observing the dark, unlit village. Jiang Si made her decision. "Let us go around." Common folk often extinguished their lights early to conserve oil, and traversing through the village would only heighten the risks they faced. The night air was cool, filled with the sounds of frogs and insects as they walked along the unfamiliar, unlit paths without lanterns, relying solely on the moonlight. "Young lady, that house on the hillside is the tofu mistress's," a man pointed out. Unlike many clustered homes, the tofu mistress's abode stood solitary against the hillside, devoid of neighbors. As Jiang Si approached the dilapidated gate, her steps faltered. She detected none of the distinctive sour scent typical of a household that ground tofu, hidden in the thick darkness. Her expression shifted uneasily. If her intuition was correct, this could not be the tofu mistress's home. "Shall we go in, young lady?" a man asked. Puzzled by Jiang Si's hesitation, Jiang Si shook her head, sighing softly. "A man, you've been misled by that child. This is not the tofu mistress's home." "Why do you say that, young lady?" a man queried. Jiang Si fell silent, contemplating whether to blindly search the unfamiliar village for the tofu mistress's residence or to return and inquire further the next day. Logically, retreating now seemed prudent, yet emotionally, she found it disheartening to leave without accomplishing her goal. Moreover, delaying even a single day could jeopardize their chances at Lingwu Temple, and each day lost could mean another girl falling victim to misfortune. Jiang Si harbored a troubling suspicion about the heir of Chongqing Marquis. From the conversation between the two young servants, it became evident that in the past 2 years, 7 or 8 girls had suffered at the hands of the Chongqing Marquis' heir. The tofu mistress's daughter had gone missing shortly before the latest victim. This indicated a disturbing trend. The heir's depravity seemed to be escalating, and the intervals between his attacks were likely becoming shorter. Of course, her presence at the Chongqing Marquis' estate might have provoked him further. Thus, Jiang Si felt an increasing urgency. As she wrestled with her thoughts, the decrepit gate suddenly swung open. A man gasped, swiftly pulling Jiang Si aside. A figure emerged from the courtyard, pausing at the entrance. Jiang Si's eyes widened in alarm. The person held a kitchen knife. Chapter 84. The perpetrator bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. One could discern that the figure was a man of approximately 40 years, not particularly tall but robust in stature. He paused momentarily at the entrance, tucked the kitchen knife into his bosom, and strode boldly into the night. "Miss, is that man heading to commit murder?" a man whispered, his voice barely above a murmur, betraying his anxiety. "Or perhaps he has already killed this family. There is no scent of blood," Jiang Si remarked, her gaze fixed on the man as he melded into the shadows. A man bit his lip fiercely. "Then it seems he truly intends to kill." Fear gripped him as he instinctively clutched Jiang Si's sleeve. What shall we do, miss? Such an unexpected turn of events was beyond Jiang Si's anticipation. While she had considered many possibilities for their nocturnal visit to Wang family village, she had not envisaged stumbling upon an ongoing murder case. "Hey man, do you think you can handle that man?" she inquired. The maid, despite her delicate appearance, was confident. "That man may look sturdy, but his gait reveals he lacks martial training. I could easily manage 2 or 3 such men." Jiang Si pondered briefly, and as the man's silhouette faded from view, she resolved, "Let us follow him and see." In the face of such a situation, turning a blind eye would weigh heavily on her conscience. But they must prioritize their own safety above all. Jiang Si understood clearly that goodwill beyond one's capabilities could be foolish, especially when it might endanger those around her. "All right." Amian's eyes sparkled with excitement at Jiang Si's words. Being a young girl, she had yet to encounter much peril in her life. Even though she possessed some skills, she felt nervous, though such tension did not equate to fear. For a spirited maid seasoned in the arts of self-defense, following a potential murderer was far more exhilarating than searching for a tofu vendor in the dark. "Miss, where did that man go?" she asked, her brow furrowing as they walked a short distance. "Over there," Jiang Si pointed in a direction. Amian glanced around and whispered, "How do you know?" "That man has been drinking," Jiang Si replied softly. The pungent odor of inferior liquor was unmistakable, even amidst the thick darkness. Amian was bewildered by Jiang Si's assertion. How could she tell he had been drinking? But she resolved to trust her judgment. After a brief moment, Jiang Si halted, prompting Amian to stop as well. She pointed. "Look, he is over there." The man was lingering outside a household, about 10 paces away. Amian tugged at Jiang Si, pulling her behind a large tree in front of a nearby home, where they observed the man's movements. Finally, the man took action, utilizing loose bricks to climb over a gap in the wall. Exchanging glances, the two proceeded to follow him stealthily. "Miss, this house looks even more dilapidated than his," Amian murmured as they stood at the foot of the wall with the breach. Jiang Si's expression grew complex. From the other side of the wall, she could already detect the astringent scent of soybeans, a fragrance that seemed embedded in the very structure of the house, indicative of years of tofu making. If Wang family village had no other tofu vendors, this household was likely the home of the famed tofu seller, Xiaonyang. At that moment, Jiang Si reflected on the notion that good deeds might indeed be rewarded. Had she chosen to ignore the situation earlier, the tofu seller might have met with misfortune before they arrived, complicating her intended mission. "Amian, you go in first and open the door for me from the inside." "Quickly," Jiang Si urged. Amian nodded, stepping atop the bricks the man had used, and with a firm grip, she vaulted over the wall, landing soundlessly on the other side. The courtyard door creaked open, and Jiang Si nimbly slipped inside. "Miss, he has entered the house," Amian whispered. Jiang Si hurried inside, with Amian closely following. The room was shrouded in darkness, the moon hiding behind clouds, and the stars dimmed, thickening the oppressive atmosphere, mirroring the tension of the two girls. Suddenly, a noise made them halt, exchanging anxious glances. "Damn, it's pitch black. I can't see anything." The man's grumbled voice, though low, was clear to them. It turned out that the sound was from the man accidentally bumping into something. The main room's door stood ajar, with only a half-draped cloth curtain separating it from the inner chamber. The man had walked in, and silence enveloped the interior. At this moment, Amian dared not speak, her eyes questioning Jiang Si. Yet Jiang Si remained unfazed, calmly lifting the curtain to peer inside. In the dim, low-ceilinged room, the man stood motionless by the earthen bed, fixated on the person lying upon it. The occupant turned in her sleep, her voice a soft, muffled cry. "Nyo Nyo." Amian's eyes widened in shock, her gaze sparkling in the darkness. They had unwittingly arrived at the tofu seller's home. She tugged at Jiang Si's sleeve, a mixture of surprise and excitement coursing through her. Jiang Si gently shook her head, signaling for silence. Amian quickly complied. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely feel a chill run down their spine. The woman lay murmuring in her sleep. The man stood with a kitchen knife in hand. And just half a foot away, 2 young girls stood silently behind the curtain. Such an absurd and bizarre tableau would send shivers down the spine of any observer. The man, seemingly dulled by alcohol, remained oblivious to the presence of Jiang Si and Amian. He gazed greedily at the woman illuminated by the window light. After a while, the man retrieved the knife from his bosom and placed it beside the bed, rubbing his hands together. Amian tilted her head, puzzled by the knife's placement. Wasn't he there to kill? The answer soon became clear. The man suddenly lifted the thin blanket covering the woman and squeezed onto the bed beside her. Jiang Si swiftly grabbed A-Man and made a slicing motion with her hand. Understanding the cue, A-Man seized the man's clothing from behind and struck a heavy blow to the back of his neck. The man let out a muffled groan and collapsed, and A-Man dragged him off the bed with one hand. Jiang Si pointed towards the door, and A-Man comprehended, throwing the unconscious man into the main room. Jiang Si followed, discreetly dispersing a fine powder into the man's nostrils. This sleeping powder would ensure he remained in a deep slumber until dawn. Just then, the woman on the bed suddenly sat up, her voice hoarse and frantic. "Nyo-nyo, my nyo-nyo." Chapter 85, The Return of the Soul. A thin curtain separated them, allowing the distinct sound of a woman getting out of bed to be heard. A man was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Si pointed towards the west room. A man, carrying the unconscious man, hurriedly fled. The west room was not like the east. It lacked even a tattered curtain. Fortunately, it also had a mud Kong by the window, providing a hasty refuge. After laying the man onto the Kong, a man suddenly realized, oh no, she had left the girl behind. However, Jiang Si remained composed, listening to the woman's footsteps, and placed an object on the ground, standing close to the wall. The woman stumbled out, calling out repeatedly, "Nyo-nyo, have you come back?" After some time apart, the once graceful Dofu Shisher now appeared gaunt and emaciated. She seemed to be in a dazed state, completely oblivious to Jiang Si, and walked straight past her, stepping on the object Jiang Si had just placed on the ground. A slight sound ensued. The beautiful woman paused, bent down to pick up the object. In the dim light, the item in her hand appeared dark, its outline barely discernible. It was a hairpin. Jiang Si could not ascertain whether the hairpin belonged to the woman's daughter. She could only say it was a possibility. The copper pin, having fallen amidst the peony bushes, could belong to the woman's daughter or perhaps to a girl who had been harmed in the past. Jiang Si intended to use this copper pin to gauge the woman's reaction. If the pin indeed belonged to her daughter, it would facilitate the subsequent illusion. The woman stared blankly at the copper pin for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Nyo-nyo, you have returned." It was as if she had awakened in an instant, rushing out like a whirlwind, scanning the empty courtyard. "Nyo-nyo, come out. My Nyo-nyo, I miss you so dearly. I always knew you would come back." A man stealthily approached Jiang Si, her eyes filled with sympathy for the seemingly deranged woman. Jiang Si sighed softly. The heartache of parents is universal. Yet the woman's daughter lay forever beneath the peony blooms, never to return. Although she could not bring the living daughter back to the woman, she could at least assist in avenging her. After crying out in the courtyard for a while, the woman unexpectedly flung open the courtyard door and rushed out. From a distance, her mournful cries echoed. "Nyo-nyo, where are you? Why are you hiding from me? Just come out, and I will grant you anything you desire." In the dead of night, the woman's wailing nearly reached half the village, soon prompting neighbors to emerge, voicing their displeasure. "Xiaonyang, stop this commotion. Your daughter is not coming back. You are disturbing our peace. You speak nonsense. On what grounds do you say my daughter will not return? She has come back. She has indeed returned." Outside, a clamor ensued, with others advising, "Enough, enough. Xiaonyang is pitiable. Why argue with her? Let her be. She will tire herself out and eventually sleep." Heavy sighs filled the air. A man, hiding at the courtyard door, quietly asked, "Miss, I truly believe Xiaonyang has lost her mind. Why do you seek her out? Wait a moment. Do not speak. Just observe." In the darkness, the girl's voice was particularly calm, yet beneath that calm lay an inexplicable resolve. The woman, barefoot, ran a circle before stumbling back. "Nyo-nyo must be waiting for me inside. Nyo-nyo said she would buy me osmanthus cakes." Despite her strength capable of toppling men, a man felt her heart soften, tears streaming down her cheeks. It turned out that the woman's daughter had gone to buy osmanthus cakes when she disappeared. How pitiful Xiaonyang was. Seeing that Xiaonyang was about to dash into the courtyard, Jiang Si hurriedly returned to the west room with a man. A man, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Miss, what if Xiaonyang comes to the west room? She could easily knock that scoundrel unconscious, but I hesitate to harm the pitiful woman." Jiang Si did not respond to a man's concerns. Instead, she removed the hairpin that held back her dark tresses, letting her hair cascade down like a waterfall. "Miss." Jiang Si leaned against the door frame, quietly observing the outside. Xiaonyang, her hair disheveled, rushed in, perhaps too hastily, tripping on the steps and falling at the entrance of the main room. The copper pin slipped from her grasp, landing not far away. The pin, Nyo-nyo's pin. Xiaonyang stretched out her hand to crawl forward, her face pale and her expression bewildered, resembling a ghost emerging from hell. Filled with despair, yet yearning to return to the world of the living, a man instinctively took a step back. Jiang Si turned her palm, and tiny, glowing fireflies emerged, gently illuminating the ground as they flew towards Xiaonyang. The ethereal fireflies entered through Xiaonyang's left ear and exited through her right, ultimately returning to Jiang Si's palm. The entire process went unnoticed by anyone except for their master. Xiaonyang continued to struggle towards the copper pin, while a man remained frozen in shock. At that moment, a voice softly echoed, "Mother." A man quickly covered her mouth, nearly bursting into tears at the sight of Jiang Si slowly approaching Xiaonyang. "Miss, this is too frightening." Even more startled than a man was Xiaonyang. She momentarily forgot the copper pin, abruptly lifting her head to gaze at the girl standing not far away. The girl's hair fell to her waist, and without a lamp, her face appeared hazy yet fair in the shadows. "Nyo-nyo," Xiaonyang exclaimed, rising with excitement. The girl's voice remained calm. "Mother, do not come closer, or I shall depart." Xiaonyang halted her advance, her speech becoming incoherent. "I will not approach. I will not come close. Nyo-nyo, do not leave." After a brief pause, Xiaonyang gazed longingly at her daughter. "Nyo-nyo, where have you been all this time? I have missed you so terribly." The girl sighed softly. "Mother, I am afraid your daughter has already passed away." A man, hidden in the west room, was left speechless. Xiaonyang suddenly covered her mouth, trembling violently. She appeared desperate to rush and embrace her longed-for daughter, yet the memory of her daughter's words kept her frozen in place. "Mother, please listen carefully," the girl urged. Xiaonyang nodded through her tears. Jiang Si watched, her heart heavy, yet she understood this performance had to continue. She believed this was also the message the daughter wished to convey to her mother. "Mother, I was murdered by the heir of the Longxing Marquis. He, captivated by my beauty, brought me to the Longxing residence, where he violated and ultimately killed me, burying me beneath the peonies in their garden. I rest in eternal slumber, hearing your calls each night, which is why I have come to see you one last time." Xiaonyang bit her lip, emitting muffled sounds of grief. A tear trickled from the girl's eye. "Mother, my death was tragic. You must avenge me." "Avenge you?" Xiaonyang's eyes slowly shifted, suddenly gleaming with fierce determination. "I will surely kill that beast. I will kill that beast to avenge my child." A sigh echoed, "Mother, you must not seek direct retribution against the heir of the Longxing Marquis. The Longxing residence is not a place we common folk can provoke. If you were harmed by the heir, your daughter would never find peace." Xiaonyang paused, murmuring, "What should I do to seek revenge?" Chapter 86. The pursuit of vengeance. The question of how to exact revenge indeed merits thorough contemplation. If the act of retribution culminates in mutual destruction between the victim and the perpetrator, Jiang Si deems it a failure. Particularly when she is at the helm of this vendetta, it cannot jeopardize the safety of other victims. This is her unwavering principle. Revenge should serve to enhance her life, not to distort her very essence in the pursuit of retribution. On May 19th, the esteemed official Zhen, who is to assume the role of the governor of Shuntian Prefecture, will rest at a relay station located 30 miles outside the capital. Should you encounter Zhen, do convey your daughter's plight to him. He shall advocate on your behalf. The position of governor of Shuntian Prefecture holds a higher rank than that of an ordinary prefect, sounding illustrious yet is fraught with peril. As many who occupy this position find themselves unable to remain for long, with some departing after merely 2 or 3 months. The turnover of governors is relentless. However, in the summer of the 18th year of Jingming, the inspector Zhen Shiqing was transferred to the capital to assume this post, thereby securing his position. Zhen Shiqing was renowned for his integrity during his tenure in the local region, leaving behind a multitude of grateful citizens upon his departure. He is famously known throughout the Great Zhou for his unwavering rectitude and dedication to the populace. Yu Qi once expressed admiration for Zhen Shiqing, affirming that he is indeed a figure worthy of respect. While such individuals may lack the power to alter the tides of fate, they serve as the backbone of the common folk. Jiang Si recalls Zhen's arrival in the capital with remarkable clarity due to an extraordinary event that transpired that day. A sudden death occurred at the relay station where Zhen was briefly resting. The deceased was the brother of the newly favored concubine, Yang Fei. Although the Emperor Jingming is well versed in the affairs of the court, he possesses a flaw. He is susceptible to the coaxing and pressures from his favored consorts. It is crucial to note that only those favored by the emperor can employ such tactics effectively. Should an unfavored concubine attempt similar maneuvers, she would receive nothing but disdain. The uproar caused by Yang Fei transformed the demise of Yang Guizhou into a matter of great public interest. Jin's first case upon entering the capital was that of Yang Guizhou's untimely death. Once the truth emerged, he adeptly navigated the situation, thereby solidifying his position as the governor of Shuntian. However, prior to the resolution of the case, Jin found himself in a precarious predicament. During the incident, he was present at the relay station, and Yang Fei, in her grief, unjustly redirected her ire towards him, creating significant obstacles in the investigation. Initially, Jin even found himself under suspicion due to the machinations of ill-intentioned individuals. Mother, remember, if you wish to see Jin, you must wait along the road before his arrival at the relay station. Otherwise, once he enters, the guards will prevent you from meeting him, the young girl spoke softly, detailing the necessary steps. If the lady could intercept Jin before he encountered the chaos surrounding Yang Guizhou's death, she might spare him considerable trouble. Have you noted this, mother? The lady nodded vigorously. Yes, I will remember. Yet, Jiang Si, still harboring concerns, reiterated, Mother, please do not act impulsively. If you were to falter, who would seek justice for me? Rest assured, my child, I shall seek to right the wrongs done to you. A gust of wind swept through the room, causing the tattered curtain to flutter, dimming the already shadowy interior. The young girl stepped back slightly. Nyonya, will you return? The lady asked, her voice trembling with urgency. Nearly on the verge of tears, desperately biting her lip, afraid that a mere blink would cause her daughter to vanish. But fatigue overcame her, her eyelids heavy as lead, and she finally succumbed to slumber. Jiang Si swiftly caught her mother as she fell asleep. A man, assist her inside. A man stood in a daze. A man. Jiang Si called with a sense of urgency. Yes. A man finally roused from her stupor and approached, awkwardly helping to support the sleeping lady. After ensuring her mother was settled, Jiang Si placed a copper hairpin she had retrieved from the ground beside her pillow. With one last glance at her peacefully sleeping mother, Jiang Si let out a barely audible sigh and stepped into the west room. In the west room lay the man who had attempted to assault her mother in the dead of night. Miss, what shall we do with him? A man whispered. Where's the kitchen knife? Jiang Si asked. A man hurried back to fetch it. Jiang Si brandished the knife near the man's lower body and coldly stated, Let us sever it. What? A man gasped, her voice cracking. The shock of the situation was overwhelming. She was merely a delicate maid. Meanwhile, Eugene, who had been lurking in the shadows, instinctively reached down, only to feel a chilling breeze. Surely, he must have misheard. Are you not going to act? Miss, what do you mean by severing? The young girl maintained a calm demeanor, speaking as nonchalantly as if discussing the day's meal. Naturally. I mean to remove the source of his harm to women. Eugene was utterly confounded, unable to grasp what Jiang Si was implying. Miss, allow me to handle it. As Aman saw her mistress preparing to take action, her hands trembled as she accepted the knife. Gazing at the man, blissfully ignorant in his slumber, Aman felt an odd twinge of envy, steeling herself as she raised the knife. Eugene held his breath. Wait. Aman breathed a sigh of relief. Doing it here will leave bloodstains. Let us take him elsewhere. She quickly stowed the knife and hoisted the man up. Jiang Si meticulously checked to ensure no traces were left behind before departing from her mother's home. The village remained shrouded in darkness, with distant lights flickering along the Jinshui River. Jiang Si marched forward in silence, with A Man trailing behind, bearing the weight of the man like a lifeless pig. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Si finally halted before a residence. In the faint starlight, the high walls and newly constructed blue tiles and white walls indicated that this household had recently been established. Jiang Si gestured towards the entrance, signaling A Man to set the man down. Remove his trousers. A Man blinked, realizing Jiang Si was in earnest. She closed her eyes and yanked down the man's trousers, revealing his bare backside. Eugene, following closely behind, gazed skyward, exhaling softly. He could hardly fathom the self-control required to refrain from intervening. Did that foolish girl not realize that casually gazing at another man's bare backside could invite misfortune? Give me the knife. A Man, nearly in tears, pleaded, Miss, let me do it. Do not soil your hands. Just give him a slice on the backside. Do not kill him. After all, lacking experience, causing a fatal mishap would lead to further complications. Jiang Si lamented inwardly. Let us go. With a cold gaze fixed on A Man as she finished her task, Jiang Si produced a handkerchief to wipe her hands clean. The pair gradually distanced themselves from Wang family village, but Jiang Si abruptly halted. How long will you follow us? Chapter 87. Who is the threat? Upon hearing Jiang Si's words, a man was taken aback and immediately began to nervously glance around. Jiang Si fixed her gaze in one direction, her lips pressed tightly together. A tall and slender figure gradually emerged from the darkness. "How is it you?" a man exclaimed in surprise. Yet, Jiang Si felt no astonishment at all. She was far too familiar with his presence, having known it in both this life and the last. How could she not recognize it once he drew near? "A man. You wait here. Young master you. Please follow me," Jiang Si said as she walked forward. Eugene, though hesitant, followed suit, confusion swirling within him. How could he have been discovered when he had hidden so well? She wouldn't think of him as a deranged stalker, would she? The two walked for over 10 paces before stopping. Jiang Si abruptly turned and, with a composed expression, inquired, "Why are you following me, young master you?" Eugene gently touched his nose. Since she had asked so directly, he had no choice but to muster his courage. "Miss Jiang, you misunderstand. I am not following you. I am here to protect you." "Protect me?" Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. "You cannot possibly think I am a child to be coddled. We are not related. And I have not solicited your help. Your sudden appearance here claiming to protect me is quite absurd." With a soft sigh, Eugene's voice blended youthful clarity with the depth of maturity, his sigh reminiscent of a gentle morning breeze brushing across one's heart. Jiang Si suddenly recalled the time after their marriage when he would often whisper sweet nothings in her ear. Back then, she had wondered how a man could have so much to say, even helping her choose the color of her lipstick, which ultimately ended up benefiting some scoundrel. Eugene noticed that the young woman seemed to be lost in thought. Was she truly so distracted by a mere mortal standing before her? He cleared his throat to regain her attention, gently reminding her, "Miss Jiang, have you forgotten? You have already paid for protection." "What protection fee?" Jiang Si asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. "I still owe you 1,000 taels of silver, and you aren't allowed to sell yourself to repay it." Eugene wore a look of feigned grievance. "But you see, when I owe someone money, it gnaws at my conscience. So, let us consider that 1,000 taels as a protection fee. From now on, your safety will be my responsibility." Jiang Si's eyes widened further at his audacity. "Can it be counted this way? Young master you, my maid is quite capable and does not require your protection. You may consider that 1,000 taels is still owed." Having said this, she cast a frosty glance at Eugene. "I hope there shall be no more instances of you stalking me. Otherwise, I shall regard you as a lecher." Eugene stared at Jiang Si in disbelief. She had yet to view him as a lecher? Truly, she was a kind-hearted and gentle soul. What? The very good girl he had just mentioned was now contemplating severing a man's most vital connection? How amusing it was to think of men who, under the influence of liquor, would scale walls to harm widows, only to keep their vital parts intact for the next slaughter. "Young master you, I bid you farewell." Jiang Si gave a slight bow and gestured for a man to follow her. She counted herself fortunate that the one tailing her was Yu Qi. Knowing him as she did, she was confident that even if he found her actions peculiar, he would remain discreet. Had it been anyone else? Merely considering that possibility would have caused her distress. Her esoteric skills were taught to her by Elder Wu Miao, who led the entire Wu Miao clan with his extraordinary abilities. Compared to the tangible martial prowess, such skills could kill unseen, rendering them far more mysterious and formidable. Within the Wu Miao clan, very few young girls possessed the gift of esoteric arts. The most exceptional among them would be designated as the Saintess, serving as the heir to Elder Wu Miao. The Elder and the Saintess were the spiritual backbone of their people. Saintess A Sang was the granddaughter of Elder Wu Miao, but her position had not been granted merely due to her lineage. Rather, it was her exceptional talent that earned her the title. Thus, after her passing, the news of her death was kept secret for the stability of the Wu Miao clan until she fortuitously survived in the southern wilderness under the name A Sang. Although she had learned some esoteric arts, she had never had the opportunity to practice them in her past life. Nor had she engaged in any acts of murder or silencing. The one following her tonight was Yu Qi, not some unknown stranger, which spared her from considerable trouble. "Has Miss Jiang decided to leave just like that?" Eugene inquired with a smile. Jiang Si halted, scrutinizing him intently. "What do you mean by that, young master you?" Stepping closer, Eugene's unique aura enveloped her. "I will inform Jiang Erdi." Just moments ago, Jiang Si had been confidently poised. Now, she felt a surge of panic. She intended to silence him, to tell Jiang Erdi that his delicate sister, appearing fragile and vulnerable, had come to the village by the Jinshui River to follow a drunken man and had even knocked him unconscious with the intent to sever his. And oh yes, she had masqueraded as a ghost. As he spoke, Eugene could barely contain his laughter. After all these years, the woman he adored remained so delightfully unique. What do you want from me? Jiang Si was now thoroughly enraged. How had she not realized how shameless this scoundrel was? Resorting to such disgraceful threats against a woman? Eugene chuckled softly. Miss Jiang, do you not see? I am threatening you. Since pretending to be a modest gentleman had failed to win her affections, it was time to embrace his true self. After all, whether he clung to her stubbornly or acted shamelessly, he was determined to have her in his life. Jiang Si gritted her teeth in frustration. He was truly brazen in his threats. Young master, you do not presume that just because you are a friend of my second brother, I would not dare to act against you. At that moment, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it was time to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Are you planning to silence me, Miss Jiang? Eugene produced a dagger, placing it in Jiang Si's hand. The twinkling stars reflected the smile in his eyes as he assured her, I promise not to resist. Jiang Si gripped the dagger tightly, the cold handle grounding her as she hesitated. If you cannot bring yourself to act, she raised her gaze to the man before her, half expecting him to utter some hypocritical words about how he would act if she could not. Instead, he smiled and said, then I shall continue to threaten you. Jiang Si. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to silence him. Let us discuss this calmly. Eugene chuckled softly. That suits me perfectly. Miss Jiang, come with me. They ventured westward, traversing the quiet, deserted streets and alleys until Eugene finally halted. Miss, I wonder why we have come here. The place where they stopped was right at the entrance of KZ Alley. If we are to have a proper discussion, my home would be most convenient. If you find it unsuitable, we can go to yours as well, Eugene suggested with thoughtful consideration. You lecher. A man pointed at Eugene, momentarily speechless. Were the girls so easily flustered by handsome men? Jiang Si shot Eugene a glance before leading the way into the alley. To your home, a man exclaimed. Do not speak to her. Her feelings are rather complicated. Chapter 88. Nocturnal conversations in the study. The tranquil darkness of the alley was interrupted by the faint sound of footsteps. Eugene stepped forward and rhythmically knocked on the door. Soon, it swung open, and the doorman respectfully stepped aside. However, Eugene did not enter immediately. He slightly turned to extend a hand in a gesture of invitation. Jiang Si hesitated for a moment, disregarding the astonished gaze of the doorman as she glided past. Even as the door swiftly closed, the doorman remained in a dazed state. Inside the room, Long Dan was peering out of the window. Long Ying lay supine, breathing lightly. Stop pretending to be asleep. Come see, the master has brought back a girl. Long Dan called out excitedly to his companions. Long Ying stirred his eyelids. Long Dan, brimming with enthusiasm, murmured, I wondered why the master didn't take me along today. Turns out there's something going on. Wait a minute. The girl the master brought back is the same one who came earlier today. With an expressionless gaze, Lang Ying opened his eyes, then closed them again and turned away. It was quite enough to share a room with someone so gossip-prone. However, did the master have a romantic interest? How strange. Why was Ernyo so silent? Long Dan pondered. Normally, Ernyo would be more eager in such lively situations. Ernyo, lying in the shadows, languidly wagged his tail, his mouth aimed skyward. Foolish humans. Is this the right moment to disturb? Eugene led Jiang Si into the room, hesitating for a moment in the main area. Though he was eager to escort her to the bedroom, there would be plenty of time ahead. Scaring her away would be counterproductive. Let us go to the study, he proposed. Jiang Si nodded. Amon followed closely, determined to fiercely protect the girl's honor. Amon, wait outside, Jiang Si instructed coolly. Amon. Eugene chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted. Although he did not understand the disdain and wariness she consistently displayed towards him. This foolish girl probably did not realize that her willingness to share a room with a man at such an hour was a testament to her recognition of his character. It seemed he held a higher regard in her eyes than he had anticipated. Suddenly, Eugene felt a surge of confidence about the future. Jiang Si had never known in her past life that Eugene had such a refuge. Upon entering the study, she surveyed her surroundings. The study was simply adorned. A tall bookshelf lined the right wall, while a long desk stood by the window, cluttered with an inkstone, a brush washer, and paperweights. Against the opposite wall was a low couch. There were no incense burners or vases, and the bookshelf held only a few tomes. Yet the flickering flames of the candles in the candlestick illuminated the room, embodying Yu Qi's style. After observing these details, a thought flickered through Jiang Si's mind. Please, have a seat. I'll fetch some water, she offered. No need. Eugene had already stepped outside. Jiang Si pursed her lips and casually chose a chair to sit in. Soon, Eugene returned, placing a teapot and cup on the table. But what he poured was merely warm water. It's not suitable for tea at this hour. Warm water will suffice. Jiang Si accepted the cup with gratitude. What does Miss Jiang enjoy drinking? I will prepare it next time. The words honey water nearly slipped from her lips, but were forcefully swallowed. There is no need for trouble. I should not intrude on young Master Yu in the future. Let us discuss today's matters instead. How shall Miss Jiang wish to discuss? Eugene leaned slightly forward, exhibiting an accommodating demeanor. His beautiful phoenix-like eyes sparkled like black gemstones, radiating an enchanting allure as they danced with light. Jiang Si instinctively leaned back, frowning in displeasure. It was rather inappropriate for a man she had met only a few times to act so frivolously. When did young Master Yu begin to follow me? Eugene raised an eyebrow at her inquiry, remaining silent. Does young Master Yu not wish to answer? Eugene suddenly smiled. Miss Jiang, this is not a proper attitude for a discussion. Do not forget, I am the one threatening you now, not the other way around. This girl, attempting to assert dominance over him already? He would only willingly yield once she was married to him. With eyes closed and a deep breath, he suppressed the urge to silence her permanently. What does young Master Yu propose for our discussion? Eugene chuckled softly, seemingly confident that the young lady would not object. Miss Jiang, you may pose a question first, and I shall respond. Then I will pose a question in return. This way it shall be fair. What do you think? Jiang Si bit her lip gently. This scoundrel was indeed one to take full advantage without incurring any loss. In her previous life, he had coaxed her into becoming a stand-in for his beloved, and now, knowing his true intentions, she found herself ensnared. The thought of his numerous transgressions made her reluctant to resort to desperate measures such as faking her death or seeking refuge in a convent. She could only entangle herself with him and endure the suffering that came with it, a situation too difficult to articulate. Very well, let it be so. Then Miss Jiang may ask first. Eugene toyed with the teacup, his gaze lightly sweeping over the young lady's fair face. She appeared to be upset. How endearing. Her anger was quite captivating. It made him wonder how he might steal a kiss. His expression suddenly darkened as his gaze fixated on her exquisitely curved lips. It must be said, the girl was indeed blessed, her lips naturally rosy and the most alluring shade of pink, glistening with moisture and devoid of any creases. Eugene's gaze grew more intense. Jiang Si inexplicably felt the room growing warmer. The silhouettes of the two were cast upon the sheer window, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Long Dan, squatting in the courtyard, stared intently at the window, anxiety coursing through him. The master had brought a girl back in the dead of night. Was it merely for idle chatter? His feelings of frustration were a perfect embodiment of the small attendant's current sentiments. Very well. Back to the earlier question. When did young Master Yu begin to follow me? Not following, but protecting, Eugene emphasized, noticing the young lady's growing ire. He then continued leisurely, since you left my side. Why? Eugene chuckled lightly. That is your second question. Jiang Si inhaled sharply, her voice icy. You may ask. How did Miss Jiang discover that the young master of the Chongqing Marquis was harming women, pretending to be the ghost of a maiden? Jiang Si had conveyed certain words to her mother, and Eugene, hidden in the shadows, had listened intently. At that time, just the thought of Jiang Si spending a night at the Chongqing Marquis residence and subsequently uncovering such alarming secrets ignited a desire within him to dismantle the young master of the Chongqing Marquis piece by piece. Had that brute done something to Jiang Si? Otherwise, how could a young girl possess such knowledge? Jiang Si sighed inwardly, knowing he would inevitably ask this. She had long devised a plan to bring the young master of the Chongqing Marquis to ruin without involving others and complicating matters. Yet, she understood Yu Qi well. If she were to be vague now, he would decisively eliminate the young master of the Chongqing Marquis without hesitation, making it all too easy. She did not wish to grant that scoundrel such a simple fate. In the dead of night, she had stumbled upon the young master's servant burying a corpse in the Marquis garden, overhearing their conversation. Eugene abruptly stood up. Jiang Si, alarmed, instinctively stepped in front of him. Where are you going? Chapter 89. Compensation. In an instant, the two found themselves exceedingly close. She could hear his suddenly rapid breaths, while he beheld the delicate curve of her snowy neck. Outside the window, their silhouettes overlapped. Long Dan's mouth fell open in surprise. Inside the room, Jiang Si, sensing her own awkwardness, took a step back, yet still obstructed his path. Eugene couldn't help but chuckle. Does Miss Jiang think I have somewhere to go? I merely wish to visit the cleansing room. Jiang Si felt a flush creep across her cheeks. How could a grown man so casually mention going to the cleansing room in front of a lady? His audacity was astounding. However, Considering that Yu Qi was still quite young, perhaps he had yet to awaken to the full realization of manhood. Yes, that must be the reason for her discomfort upon their reunion. The subtle shifts in the girl's expression were not lost on Eugene, and he felt an inexplicable annoyance. It seemed as though she was contemplating something that displeased him. He resumed his seat. "Aren't you headed to the cleansing room?" Jiang Si regained her composure, frowning as she questioned him. "Since you are so reluctant to see me leave, I shall refrain from going." Eugene replied earnestly, "I can endure." A vein throbbed at Jiang Si's temple. She wished to strangle this rogue. Suddenly, Eugene leaned forward, his handsome face looming larger. "Shall we continue our conversation?" Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to silence him forever. Jiang Si managed a stiff smile. "Very well. It's my turn to ask." Eugene sat up straight, a playful smile gracing his lips. Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. "Just now, young Master Yu inquired how I discovered the harm caused by the heir of the Chongqing Marquis to women. Now, it is my turn to ask." The young man across from her blinked innocently. "Miss Jiang has already asked." Jiang Si was momentarily taken aback. Eugene chuckled. "You just asked me where I was going." Jiang Si. Seeing that the girl was on the verge of losing her temper, Eugene reached out to ruffle her hair. His tone laced with affection. "All right, ask away. I assure you, I will speak candidly." This foolish girl, he was willing to devote himself to her. Yet she quibbled over such trivial matters. Jiang Si turned her head away. "Young Master Yu, please conduct yourself with dignity." The hand resting on her head halted. And Eugene sighed, lowering his gaze. "I feel compelled to step out for a moment. You may not know this about me, but I have a certain propensity." "What propensity?" "When my mood sours, I am inclined to take a life. Conveniently, the heir of the Chongqing Marquis is not a virtuous person. And tonight, I plan to end him, thus alleviating the concern of feeding the dogs in the coming days." The large dog lounging beside Long Dan lifted its head disdainfully. It was quite particular about its food. Jiang Si stared intently at Eugene, and after a long moment, asked, "Am I to understand that you are threatening me once again?" Eugene laughed heartily, his clear voice drifting through the open window. Long Dan scratched his head, curiosity brimming. Such behavior was unbecoming of a gentleman. Eugene nodded. "I am aware. Can a gentleman truly win the heart of the lady he desires?" He chuckled, recalling how he had posed as a modest gentleman, scarcely uttering a word to her, only to act like a rogue and bring her home in the dead of night. The superiority of one over the other was evident. "Such conduct will surely leave you without a bride," Jiang Si thought to herself, but upon considering his status, she swallowed the words. The seventh prince could scarcely be troubled by such trivialities. "Are you perhaps mourning for the life of the heir of the Chongqing Marquis?" Jiang Si scoffed. "Some individuals cannot atone for their sins, even with their lives. What good is a single life? What of the young women whose bright futures were extinguished by that beast? What of the families who lost their beloved daughters? Do the Chongqing Marquis and his wife bear no responsibility for raising such a son?" She could not bear to witness the Chongqing Marquis's household flourish as it did in her previous life, even after the heir's demise. They did not deserve that fade of prosperity. Upon hearing Jiang Si's words, Eugene was momentarily stunned, then he laughed. Of course, a girl capable of contemplating the dismemberment of a man's most intimate parts would not show mercy to a beast. To him, that was not kindness, but rather foolishness. Therefore, please refrain from meddling in my affairs and jeopardizing my plans. Eugene feigned distress, but without taking a life, I cannot restore my good humor. Perhaps I shall have trouble sleeping for days. Miss Jiang, will you not offer some form of compensation for such a significant sacrifice? Jiang Si was taken aback. What had he truly sacrificed? Yet, in her past life, this rogue had never adhered to propriety. If he wished, there was naught he could not accomplish. Born into royalty, he was distinctly different from his brothers, who played their parts for the sake of the throne. What compensation do you seek? Jiang Si asked coldly. She had already arranged matters with the Tofu Beauty and needed to resolve issues at Lingwu Temple. She had no time to waste here. Suddenly, Eugene leaned forward and planted a light kiss upon her smooth forehead. Jiang Si felt as though struck by lightning, remaining unresponsive for a considerable time. All done, Eugene said, displaying a satisfied smile. How delightful it was to escape unscathed. Truly, fortune favored the bold. Jiang Si finally regained her composure and slapped Eugene. Amon, stationed in the main room, glanced up at the sky, relieved that the young lady was not at a loss. The crisp sound of the slap was clear to both the man and the dog in the courtyard. Ernio raised a paw to shield his eyes. Had his master been struck? What a sight to behold! Long Dan swallowed hard, never anticipating that his master would attempt a forceful advance, only to be struck back by the young lady. The young lady's skill was impressive. That was because he did not evade, Long Ying remarked coldly, having approached unnoticed. What brings you here? If you continue to crouch like that, you will find yourself in trouble with the master come morning. Long Dan, dejected, straightened up and turned back toward the side room, glancing back multiple times. AnGuo shook his fur. At this moment, the advantage of being a dog was apparent. He could watch for as long as he wished, shaking all the while. Before the smiling young man, Jiang Si trembled with anger. He had dared to be so brazen with her, and yet he appeared utterly unfazed. Eugene leaned lazily against the chair, a bright red imprint from her slap adorning his cheek. Miss Jiang, shall we return to serious matters? My mood has been restored. Do you not find your previous actions shameless? Eugene spread his hands in a gesture of nonchalance, claiming, but this is precisely the compensation I desire. Otherwise, I shall resort to violence. At this, his gaze shifted, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Miss Jiang, we are not related by blood. So must I acquiesce to any condition you propose. That is not how the world operates. If one cannot exert power, then equitable exchange is the only reasonable course of action. Jiang Si was speechless. How had he conjured such twisted logic? Eugene's tone softened. Of course, while I may not be a gentleman, I am still a man. If I kiss Miss Jiang, I am willing to take responsibility. Will you marry me? He spoke casually. Yet the hand resting at his side clenched tightly, betraying the tension within. Chapter 90. Refusal. Eugene awaited the answer with a sense of pilgrimage. He approached her cautiously, having contemplated this question for a long time. Should she consent, he would brave any obstacles that stood in the way of their union. If she did not, he would patiently wait until she was ready. This query slipped from Eugene's lips with a lightness that belied its weight, and after an initial shock, Jiang Si's face paled with anger. He indeed wished to coax her into a muddled agreement, but unlike in their previous life, where she bore the title of the Holy Maiden, she was now merely a recently betrothed lady from the Duke's household. If she truly nodded in assent, would he be able to carry her away in grand style as his princess? This fleeting thought crossed Jiang Si's mind, only to be quickly dispelled by a growing clarity. In this life, she would not grant him the opportunity to take advantage of her again. I do not wish to, she stated firmly. Please do not jest any further. Young master, you. Jiang Si raised her hand to wipe her forehead, kissed just moments ago. In that instant, she thought she saw the light in the young man's eyes dim abruptly, yet it could have been a trick of the light. Upon regaining her composure, he appeared as serene as ever. A forced fruit is not sweet. Since Miss Jiang is unwilling, let us return to our previous topic. Eugene remarked nonchalantly. Speak plainly. Young master, you. What do you intend regarding my encounter with you tonight? The unexpected kiss had left Jiang Si flustered, and she sensed danger emanating from him. From his very hair to the soles of his feet. I wish to know Miss Jiang's plans moving forward. This audacious girl dared to venture into unknown territory in the dead of night. Who could predict what astonishing acts she might commit next? I will visit the temple to offer incense and pray for the innocent women who perished unjustly. Is that all? Yes, that is all. My second brother will accompany me. So young master, you need not concern himself. Jiang Si had no intention of seeking Eugene's assistance, having resolved to distance herself from him in this lifetime. It would be inappropriate to request help in times of trouble. Do you presume that Lord Jun will champion the cause of Xionyang? Jiang Si smiled lightly. There is a saying, do your utmost and leave the rest to fate. I have done what I can. Lord Jun is a learned man. Perhaps he does not believe in the supernatural. A truly good official who acts for the people would, in such matters, be inclined to believe. That is why I must visit Lingwu Temple to locate the family of another victim, with multiple complaints against the heir of Chongqing Marquis regarding the same incident. Even the staunchest skeptics may waver. It seems Miss Jiang has great faith in Lord Jun. Upon hearing this, Jiang Si felt a swell of emotion. Her faith in Lord Jun stemmed from the very man before her. She acknowledged that although he had toyed with her feelings, he provided her with a sense of security in other aspects. Otherwise, she would not have been moved. I must return. I hope, young master, you will keep tonight's matters private and refrain from mentioning them to my second brother. Eugene followed her outside. Jiang Si paused slightly. There is no need for young master you to see me off. Eugene smiled and pointed to the large dog lying in the courtyard. Let AnGuo escort you home. AnGuo approached, eagerly sniffing Jiang Si's hand. After a moment of silence, she nodded in agreement. Watching Jiang Si walk away with AnGuo, Eugene remained motionless in the courtyard. He glanced at his hand, recalling the image of the girl wiping her forehead. She seemed to detest him more than he had imagined. This feeling was truly unpleasant. Eugene took out a handkerchief to press against the wound on his palm, which had been pierced by his own nails. Soon, the pristine cloth was stained with blood. As night deepened, AnGuo returned and, seeing Eugene still standing in the courtyard, approached with excitement, circling around him. Eugene tugged at AnGuo's ears and sighed. How is it that you are more likable than me? Truly, a person cannot compete with a dog. AnGuo whimpered and tucked its tail between its legs. Was it a crime to be endearing? It was innocent. In Haitang residence, a Qiao anxiously glanced at the hourglass, fretting over the absence of the young lady. At this late hour, how could she still not have returned? Surely, she should not have been allowed to frolic with a man. Just as a Qiao lamented her choices. The sound of the door finally stirred. She dashed out to welcome Jiang Si and a man inside. Young lady, you frightened me to death. A Qiao assessed Jiang Si from head to toe, relieved to find her unharmed, and promptly burst into tears. Jiang Si comforted her by patting her arm. It is all right. Nothing happened. Is the hot water ready? A Qiao nodded vigorously. Having experienced a late-night return before, she was familiar with the routine. Heaven help us. May I never have to rely on such experiences again. Submerged in the steam-filled bath, Jiang Si felt too exhausted to even move her fingertips. This fatigue did not stem from Xionyang's plight, but rather from the man himself. To Yu Qi, she was merely a stand-in for his deceased beloved, an obsession he sought to fulfill in order to quell the void within his heart. To her, he was the only man who had ever captured her heart, the partner she had cherished for a year. How could she possibly gain the upper hand in their encounters? How vexing. Jiang Si buried her face in her hands, slowly sinking into the water, consumed by her frustrations. The following day, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of Wang village. Most villagers bore the surname Wang, descending from a common ancestor, and naturally, the village chief was also named Wang. Chief Wang's home was the only one in the village built with solid bricks and tiles. After his rough wife passed away last year, he married a charming widow from a neighboring village, who was barely 18. This morning, as the young wife stepped outside to fetch water, she opened the door to an unexpected sight, a bare backside. The water she bore splashed upon it, immediately followed by a high-pitched scream that drew the neighbors out in droves. Oh, isn't that the old bachelor, Go Xing, from the west end of the village? Did he really think we wouldn't recognize him just because he was undressed? Good heavens, did Go Xing get stabbed in the backside? Perhaps he was eyeing the village chief's young wife and paid the price. Chief Wang's face turned ashen as he listened to the villagers' gossip. Enduring the long days ahead of him, repeatedly dealing with the ruffian sprawled at his doorstep, amidst the ruckus of the morning, no one noticed that the once celebrated tofu fairy, who had been the village's pride, quietly departed with a small bundle. It wasn't until several days later that someone belatedly realized the madwoman who had lost her daughter had not been seen for quite some time. Jiang Si awoke early to pay her respects to old Madame Feng, then returned to Haitang residence for a brief rest, finally opening her eyes near noon. A man brought good news. Young lady, a fae has returned. Chapter 91. I will kill. Jiang Si encountered a fae at the newly rented place. You've worked hard, she remarked. After a long journey, a fae appeared somewhat darker, yet his spirit was exuberant. It's no trouble at all. Mississippi working for you is hardly taxing. A fae replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. With silver in hand and hope in sight, how could I possibly feel weary? What became of that person? Jiang Si inquired. A fae scratched his head, gazing at Jiang Si with hesitation. She did not press him, patiently awaiting his response. She had exerted her utmost effort. How others chose to act was their own liberty. A fae chuckled awkwardly as he scrutinized Jiang Si's expression. That older brother came with me to the capital. Jiang Si set her teacup down. Does he intend to see me? She could conceive of no other reason for the man's return to the capital. A fae appeared astonished. Indeed, he insisted on meeting you. I couldn't shake him off, so I had no choice but to let him accompany me. And where is he now? I've temporarily arranged for him at an inn. Would you care to meet him? Jiang Si pondered for a moment before nodding. Please make the arrangements. I shall see him. Having toiled for over a decade to uncover the cause of his fiancée's death, and subsequently taking vengeance before taking his own life at her grave, spoke volumes of his unyielding devotion and disturbing persistence. The matter of Lu Xinggu had finally reached a satisfactory conclusion. Should she refuse to meet him, the commotion he might stir in the capital could lead to unforeseen complications. Where do you suggest we meet him? How about Tianxiang Tea House? That would be inappropriate. Jiang Si replied, shaking her head. Unlike a fae, who, despite his streetwise demeanor, was a native of the capital and could blend in without attracting attention, The man in question would stand out conspicuously in such a setting. After much contemplation, Jiang Si made her decision. Let us bring him here. A Fei hesitated. Miss, are you truly willing to meet here? Jiang Si smiled charmingly. Since it is a rented room, it matters not. Very well, I shall fetch him. Jiang Si settled into a rattan chair in the courtyard, patiently awaiting the arrival of the guest, while a man stood beside her, fanning her with a delicate silk fan. The cicadas chirped incessantly from the trees. Unable to contain her curiosity, a man finally asked, Miss, did that scoundrel take advantage of you last night? Initially, she had not thought much of the sound of the slap, but upon reflection, it seemed amiss. If the miss had not been taken advantage of, why would she strike him? Jiang Si glanced at a man, her mood suddenly darkening. Do not speak of last night again. A man abruptly covered her mouth. Then, that means you were wronged. Oh dear, I should have rushed in at that moment. A man, Jiang Si called softly, her fair face tinged with a blush. This was not shyness, but rather indignation. The thought of that rascal's audacity, compounded by her own reluctance to reprimand him, filled her with frustration. Oh dear, a Fei seems to have returned. Sensing her displeasure, a man quickly retreated. A Fei entered, accompanied by a tall, burly man. Miss, this is General Qin, he introduced hastily. Jiang Si directed her gaze at the man, nodding politely yet distantly. In her time of need, a Fei had fortuitously crossed her path. Someone like him, who feared death, yet was ambitious, was relatively easy to manage. However, the man before her was different, fearless and unattached to worldly concerns. He was not someone she could easily control. Are you the one who wrote the letter? The man stepped forward, eager to inquire. A man swiftly positioned herself in front of Jiang Si, furrowing her brows disapprovingly. Who are you to be so rude? You frighten our miss. A man, step aside. Jiang Si instructed, dismissing her with a gentle nod towards the man. It is I. How did you know? The man's expression was filled with excitement. I cannot disclose that, Jiang Si replied with a smile. In truth, to General Qin, what significance did it hold? Wasn't it sufficient that his wishes had been fulfilled? General Qin clenched his fists, staring intently at Jiang Si. A man felt a surge of anxiety. She sensed that this man was not one to be trifled with. A Fei, too, felt the tension rise. Having developed a rapport with the older brother, he wondered whether to plead for leniency should Jiang Si decide to reprimand him. I have one more question to ask, the man said, his gaze fixed on Jiang Si, desperate to ensure she would not flee. Did my wife truly not wait for me, and instead reincarnate? A Fei rolled his eyes at the absurdity of the question. The man had traversed hundreds of miles to ask this? It was a query he could easily answer, as it was clearly a fabrication of Jiang Si's imagination. Jiang Si fell silent. She could empathize with the man's plight. To anyone else, this would seem a nonsensical question. Yet for a man who had yearned for his wife for over a decade, it represented the very essence of his existence. Thus, he had traveled far and wide, merely to stand before her and seek an answer to this burning question. To others, such inquiries were ludicrous. To answer them was laughable. Yet in this moment, the man remained earnest and devout, longing only to hear the response of the person before him. What did General Qin envision his wife to be like? She was the finest of women, kind, strong, and endearing. A stream of beautiful words flowed from his lips. Jiang Si smiled gently. If General Qin's wife was truly so wonderful, she would not languish in suffering. I believe she has long since been reborn. The man trembled and staggered back a few steps, suddenly covering his face. In the sunlight, this robust man stood silently weeping in the courtyard. While the cicadas perched in the trees fell silent, ceasing their incessant clamor. Oh dear, if the older brother's wife has indeed been reborn. She would now be a beautiful young lady, a Fei quipped, unable to bear the somber atmosphere. The man paused, suddenly lowering his hands, and his eyes flickered with a new light. A Fei fell silent, sensing he had stirred trouble. Well, brother, we have asked what we needed to. Shall I take you back to the inn for a meal? The man shook his head. I have no money for food. He had spent every last coin during his previous visit to the capital. I shall treat you, a Fei asserted. Since you have come to the capital, I can certainly afford a meal. I have no means to return, the man replied. I'll cover your travel expenses. A Fei gritted his teeth. The man glanced at a Fei before suddenly clasping his fist toward Jiang Si. I wish to seek a means of livelihood under your guidance. My sister has long expressed a desire to see what the capital is like. If she has indeed been reborn, she would likely find joy here. He wished to remain in a place that she would love. Jiang Si had not anticipated such a turn of events and hesitated for a moment before stating, I do not accept the ineffectual. The man displayed a confident smile. I am capable of killing. Chapter 92. Lingwu Temple. As the man uttered these words, Even the breeze that swept into the courtyard turned chilly. A Fei instinctively touched his chin, suddenly realizing how fortunate he was to enter the capital unscathed. How could someone speak of the skill of killing with such nonchalance? I am quite proficient in killing, the man reiterated, gazing intently at Jiang Si. A man stepped forward, admonishing him. You are quite peculiar. Is it appropriate to speak of killing in front of Our Lady? Although their lady could deftly plunge a dagger into a man's backside without batting an eyelid, such matters should remain undisclosed to outsiders. The man paid no heed to a man's words, continuing to fix his gaze on Jiang Si. Years of drinking had not completely dulled his senses. He believed that a girl, who had delivered a letter to him from hundreds of miles away, was unlike ordinary women. Very well. I shall trouble General Qin from now on, Jiang Si said, slightly bending her knees. The man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. You may call me Old Qin. General Qin is merely a jest among the people. Old Qin, you shall reside here from now on, Jiang Si continued, turning to a Fei. What are your plans? A Fei glanced around. The tidy courtyard, with its lush treetops providing cool shade in summer, and the water jar at the entrance adorned with water lilies, was a place he had never experienced before. A flicker of struggle crossed a Fei's eyes, but he soon smiled and waved his hand. I think I shall remain where I am. To be honest, I have a few brothers who follow me. It's convenient for them to gather information, and I can visit here daily. Very well, I shall step out tomorrow. You and Old Qin should prepare, Jiang Si instructed. The next day arrived with bright sunshine casting a golden hue over the world. The sky was devoid of clouds, a perfect day for an outing. Jiang Zhan sat upright on his horse, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, enhancing his already striking appearance, attracting the gaze of numerous young ladies. Having grown accustomed to such attention, he felt no discomfort, turning to the girl in the carriage with a smile that revealed his pristine white teeth. Fourth sister. The weather is splendid today. Once we reach the outskirts, away from prying eyes, I shall take you for a ride. A man leaned out, displeased. Second young master. Our Lady cannot ride. Besides, it is improper for you to share a mount with her. Please refrain from encouraging such notions. Jiang Zhan pouted. These ridiculous constraints imposed by the well-fed seemed entirely aimed at thwarting women's enjoyment. Fourth sister, you must discipline your maid. She dares to speak to me in such a manner. Jiang Zhan felt a twinge of annoyance at not being able to take his sister for a ride. The coachman, wearing a sun hat, drove the carriage steadily from the city to the outskirts. Beside him sat a Jiang Zhan's attendant, who had been secretly observing him for some time. Puzzled, when did the coachman of the Duke's residence change? The coachman remained impassive, his eyes fixed ahead, entirely disregarding Ji's curious gaze. This coachman was none other than Old Qin. Fourth sister, why do you wish to visit a temple in a small town? There are numerous temples in the capital, Jiang Zhan resumed, ever the chatterbox in front of his sister. It is said that this temple is quite miraculous, Jiang Si replied. Offering a handkerchief, second brother, wipe your brow. Jiang Zhan declined. No need, it will only be sweat again. Fourth sister, pass me a pear. Biting into the round, juicy pear, Jiang Zhan sighed in contentment. Having a sister was delightful. A simple outing to light incense allowed him to escape school for several days. Qingyou town was not far from the capital, and as dusk fell, the group arrived at the small town. With only 2 inns, it appeared quite inadequate for someone accustomed to the bustling capital. Fourth sister, let us head directly to Lingwu Temple. At this hour, they may not receive any visitors, so it might be best to go in the morning. Very well, I apologize for inconveniencing you, Jiang Zhan said, choosing the larger inn, bustling about for a while before finally settling down. This inn had its share of shortcomings, and late at night, a young man stealthily entered, encountering Jiang Si, who had been waiting. Miss, I inquired around but heard no news of any missing daughters in the town, the young man, a Fei, reported. Having arrived a day early at Jiang Si's behest, he had stayed at another inn. A Fei's lack of findings cast a shadow over Jiang Si's mood. In such a small town, not only would a missing daughter be discussed, but even the loss of a couple of chickens would spark gossip. A Fei's failure to gather information only indicated one thing. The girl was not from Qingyou town, since Lingwu Temple was located in Qingyou town. If the girl was not from there, the search area widened significantly. Continue your inquiries in the town tomorrow. If I learn anything at Lingwu Temple, I will have Old Qin relay it to you, Jiang Si instructed. A Fei nodded, understanding without further questions, and quietly departed. Jiang Si sat alone for a moment. Fatigue from the journey soon overtook her, and she lay down to sleep. The following day dawned with splendid weather. Upon reaching Lingwu Temple, They were surprised to find the small temple bustling with activity, with many worshippers queuing to enter. Jiang Si carefully observed the devotees. Judging by their attire, most were common folk, though some, dressed in fine silks, arrived in carriages or ox carts, likely from distant places. Jiang Zhan contributed a generous sum for offerings, and the welcoming monk promptly arranged 3 guest rooms for them. A young novice monk, around 7 or 8 years old, led them. Jiang Si inquired, "Little master, from where do most of the worshippers come?" The little monk, having received some candy, found Jiang Si quite endearing and replied eagerly, "Many. Besides Qingyou town, people from neighboring villages come as well." "Are there often ladies from wealthy households who visit?" Jiang Si asked, hoping to find companionship. "There are. Miss Yin from Yin village. The ladies from Lord Li's family in Daong town." The little monk counted off names on his fingers, smiling sweetly at Jiang Si. Noting that these ladies had visited several times throughout the year, Jiang Si silently recorded these names in her mind. The little monk paused. "Esteemed guests, we have arrived at your rooms." Jiang Zhan pointed to the innermost room. "That one has the best view and is the most tranquil. May my sister stay there?" The little monk shook his head. "That room is already occupied." Jiang Zhan frowned. In such a small temple, it was expected to have few rooms. But to find one so sought after was absurd. Who would be so thoughtless to take the best room? Just as Jiang Zhan pondered this, the door to the coveted room suddenly swung open. Chapter 93. The Amulet of Safety. The figure that emerged was all too familiar. Jiang Zhan exclaimed in surprise. "Brother Yuqi." Eugene seemed to have just noticed Jiang Zhan and the others, displaying a look of astonishment. "Why has Brother Jiang come here?" Jiang Zhan pointed to Jiang Si beside him. "I accompanied my sister to pay respects. How is it that Brother Yuqi is here?" I too have come to offer my prayers," Eugene replied, a smile gracing his lips as he briefly glanced at Jiang Si before returning his gaze, embodying a demeanor of propriety. How could Brother Yuqi come to this place to pray? Jiang Zhan shot a glance at the young monk, not finding him any more astute than the young monks in the capital's temples. Why had both of them come to Lingwu Temple? Eugene chuckled. "I heard this place is quite efficacious, thus I came to seek some blessings." "Little master, what do you think is most effective to pray for here?" Jiang Zhan inquired, awakening to the situation. The young monk grinned sweetly, his missing tooth revealing a gap. "Marriage, of course. Why would such a handsome benefactor ask such foolish questions?" Jiang Zhan was taken aback, suddenly glancing at Jiang Si, then at Eugene. Seeking marriage? His younger sister had brought him out under the pretense of offering prayers for marriage. In that moment, Jiang Ergonzi found it not amusing, but rather disheartening. He had followed her eagerly, only to realize she might be securing herself to some scoundrel. That Brother Yuqi actually believed in this. Not wanting to lose his temper at his sister, Jiang Zhan instead mocked Eugene, saying, "You can't be that much older than me. Yet you are so eager to marry?" Eugene cast a knowing glance at Jiang Si, his smile deepening. "Indeed, I am quite anxious. A good girl may be claimed by another if one hesitates. Thus, I have come to pray earnestly. Sincerity yields results." After years of striving in the southern frontier, he had finally made a name for himself, earning the right to return to the capital and pursue what he desired, only to learn that she was already engaged. At that moment, he nearly drew his sword to slay that wretched cousin of his, but others told him that Jiang Si was quite content with the match. For now, he spared his cousin's life. Fortunately, their engagement fell through in the end. He felt as if he had been reborn at the moment they called off the wedding. He vowed then never to let go again, using whatever means necessary to claim Jiang Si for himself. He could not fathom that any other man would be as devoted to her as he was, since marriage was dictated by parental consent and matchmaking. And she had never had the chance to meet the man she was betrothed to, let alone develop feelings. Why could he not become that person? He would patiently wait for her approval and seek the Emperor's blessing for their union, rather than coercing her into matrimony against her will. During the most pivotal moments of a woman's life, he wished for her to be willing, joyous, and filled with anticipation. Jiang Zhan's interest piqued. "So, Brother Yuqi has someone special in mind?" "Yes," Eugene replied softly. "Didn't Brother Yuqi just arrive in the capital? How could you possibly have someone special already? Do tell me who she is. Perhaps I can assist you," Jiang Zhan pressed on, feeling that Yuqi's presence here was too coincidental. Surely, he was harboring intentions towards his sister? Eugene chuckled lightly. "We have known each other for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, childhood sweethearts then. In that case, I cannot assist you. Brother Yuqi, you must strive for her." Eugene nodded solemnly. "Indeed, I shall." Jiang Si listened quietly, her heart heavy. The seventh prince of the current dynasty had gone to the southern frontier at merely 12, who besides the saintly A Sang could have been his childhood companion. A Sang was gone, and now he sought solace in a girl who bore a resemblance to her, much like Ji Chongyi. She truly was fortunate to have encountered two devoted souls in her lifetime. Second brother, young master Yu, please continue your conversation. I shall wander about for a while. Jiang Si stated. Eugene opened his mouth to speak, but Jiang Zhan seized him. What a rare encounter. Brother Yu Qi, let us go for tea. Jiang Si brushed past Eugene, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Ignoring him, Eugene remained unfazed, flicking his fingertip lightly. Jiang Si stumbled slightly. Miss Jiang, a man named a man, who had not reacted in time, quickly steadied Jiang Si, then promptly withdrew, adopting an air of gentlemanly decorum. Miss Jiang, please be careful. Jiang Si. Sister, are you tired? Perhaps you should rest in a room before wandering further? No need. Second brother. Please enjoy your tea with young master Yu. Jiang Si replied, hastily leaving without sparing Eugene a glance. This scoundrel had not been this shameless in her previous life. Could it be that she had been too easy to placate then, leaving him no chance to exhibit his true nature? The more she thought, the darker her expression became. Does Miss Jiang harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Eugene sighed lightly. Brother Jiang is a son of the Bo family. Perhaps Miss Jiang believes it inappropriate for Brother Jiang to associate with someone like me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhan quickly defended Jiang Si. My fourth sister is not like that. She simply has a cold nature. Brother Yu Qi, please do not take offense. It seemed he would need to have a serious talk with his sister later. She ought to show some respect towards her benefactor. A young monk, having received a packet of snowflake candy, smartly walked beside Jiang Si, explaining the temple's circumstances. Little master, where can one seek an amulet of safety? Please follow me. Young benefactor. The young monk quickly led Jiang Si to a side hall. Inside, the temple was bustling with worshippers coming and going, and at the far end, a row of shelves was filled with amulets of various shapes. A monk was currently handing a talisman to the foremost supplicant in line. Is it always this lively? Jiang Si refrained from rushing forward, subtly gathering information from the young monk. Not usually. There are only this many people during the 5th day of the month when the amulets are available. Young benefactor, you have timed your visit perfectly. The young monk, having tasted the candy, wore a sweet smile. What kind of amulet would you like to seek? I can help you queue up. Are there different types of amulets? Of course. There are those for safety and health, those for smooth marriages, and several kinds. Could I possibly seek them all? The young monk hesitated, but, considering the 2 packets of candy, nodded. You must offer more incense money, and the Buddha will overlook your greed. Soon, several amulets were in hand, and Jiang Si's gaze lingered on an amulet inscribed with the words peace and auspiciousness, unable to look away. This was the same type of amulet she had obtained from the deceased woman. What is this amulet primarily for? The young monk cast a glance and smiled. Few supplicants seek this type of amulet. Young benefactor, do you see the line of Sanskrit beneath the words peace and auspiciousness? This is our Buddhist incantation for warding off evil. Typically, only those who have encountered accidents will seek this for safety. Jiang Si's heart skipped a beat. A young lady from a wealthy family who had encountered an accident at around 13 or 14. This narrowed it down significantly. Jiang Si exchanged a glance with a man. A man laughed cheerfully. Did not the little master say that this place is most efficacious for seeking marriage? I see that this type of amulet is rarely sought by young ladies like us. Not at all. The young lady from the Li family in downtown just sought one last month, though she has not come back for some time. Chapter 94. Vegetable soup at the residence of Lord Li in downtown. Jiang Si, guided by an instinctive sensitivity, suspected that the identity of the female corpse might indeed be linked to this family. After exchanging a few words with the young monk, she ultimately gleaned little useful information. Jiang Si sent a man to summon Old Qin. What are your instructions, miss? Old Qin, appearing somewhat disheveled yet with deep lines etched in the corners of his eyes from years of hardship, exuded an aura of resilience and wisdom. Despite his age, he stood straighter than many young men, radiating a profound sense of security. Jiang Si believed that a man with such life experiences and character could indeed be as adept at killing as he claimed. With Old Qin and a Fei by her side, many matters became considerably more manageable. For instance, at this moment, it would be far more troublesome for a man to communicate with a Fei than for Old Qin. Old Qin, please inform a Fei that he needs to visit several places to gather information. Jiang Si recounted the names of the wealthy gentry's families mentioned by the young monk, ultimately emphasizing the need to first investigate Daong Town. Old Qin clasped his fists in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Miss, are there truly many young ladies who have gone missing? A man couldn't help but ask in a hushed tone on the way back to Jiang Si's room. I never expected that the daughter of Madame Xiao was killed by the heir of the Marquis of Chongqing. It's appalling that there are other victims as well. The Marquis's heir is truly deranged. Just report back, Jiang Si replied coolly. By midday, Jiang Zhan came to summon them. Fourth sister, master has sent vegetarian meals. Come and eat with us. Jiang Si followed Jiang Zhan to the adjacent room, only to find Eugene also present. She glanced at Jiang Zhan, who smiled and said, when traveling, there is no need for too much formality. This meal was arranged by Brother Yuqi. It is said that the vegetarian dishes at Lingwu Temple are quite famous, so we might as well try them. I'm not particularly hungry. You and young master, you can take your time, Jiang Si said, turning to leave, but Jiang Zhan caught her sleeve. Fourth sister, neglecting your meals will lead to stomach pains. Seeing Jiang Zhan's pleading expression, Jiang Si's heart softened, and she nodded in acquiescence. Jiang Zhan beamed with delight, pulling her down to sit beside him, eagerly handing her utensils and placing a small bowl of soup before her. Fourth sister, do try this vegetable soup. It's made from wild vegetables, and its flavor is exceptional. The temple has even cultivated a patch of land in the back mountains for this purpose. It's a must-try for visitors. Eugene rested a hand on the table, his brow furrowed slightly. With all the attentiveness Jiang Zhan displayed, what was he supposed to do? His brother-in-law's doting on his sister only complicated matters for him. Second brother, you need not concern yourself with me. I am no child. Jiang Si said, wiping her hands and taking the chopsticks. Let us raise a toast with tea in place of wine. Jiang Zhan, pleased that Jiang Si was willing to ease the tension with Eugene, winked at him, thinking, I told you fourth sister merely has a cold demeanor. She surely appreciates her savior. Eugene lifted his teacup, smiling at Jiang Zhan. This tea is brewed with spring water, reputed to be a specialty of Lingwu Temple. Do give it a taste, Miss Jiang. Jiang Si took a delicate sip, setting the cup down. For Jiang Zhan's sake, she stated nonchalantly, it's quite pleasant. It seems we made the right choice in coming to Lingwu Temple. However, this place feels a bit cramped. Perhaps we shall venture around tomorrow. Jiang Zhan suggested. Eugene nodded cheerfully, sounds good. Jiang Si kicked Jiang Zhan sharply under the table. Was he truly her brother? Was he selling her off while counting the profits for others? Jiang Zhan grimaced, trying to hide his discomfort from Eugene, forcing a laugh. The tea is indeed quite hot. Eugene chuckled lightly. Yes, it is rather hot. Miss Jiang, you should eat the vegetable soup to warm your stomach. After all, traveling cannot compare to the comfort of home. One must be cautious with their diet. Thank you for the reminder, young master you, Jiang Si replied absently, stirring the soup with her spoon. As she lifted a spoonful to her lips, she suddenly halted. Jiang Zhan, having taken several sips, noticed Jiang Si's delay and asked in confusion, fourth sister, why aren't you eating? This soup is truly delicious. Jiang Si set the spoon down decisively. What's wrong? Jiang Zhan queried, increasingly puzzled, as he took another spoonful. It's delightful, fragrant, and smooth. Why would you turn your nose up at it? Jiang Si raised another spoonful to her lips, but hesitated once more. This time, Jiang Zhan lost his appetite as well. Fourth sister, if you dislike it, feel free to eat something else. Don't force yourself. Jiang Si stared at the vibrant green soup, her brows knitting tighter, and once again set the spoon back into the bowl, affirming, the flavor seems off. Off. You haven't even tasted it yet. Jiang Zhan was utterly bewildered. Jiang Si smiled slightly. The scent alone is sufficient. Tasting is unnecessary. What's wrong with it? Jiang Zhan set down his chopsticks, losing interest in the dish. He couldn't shake the feeling that fourth sister was not jesting. Could someone have poisoned the food? Was he consuming a soporific or poison? Goodness. It couldn't possibly be an aphrodisiac, could it? Seeing Jiang Ergonzi's colorful expression, Eugene patted his shoulder. Brother Jiang, perhaps you should heed what Miss Jiang says. Fourth sister, has someone truly poisoned it? Jiang Si chuckled softly. Second brother, where are your thoughts wandering? Then it's not true. Jiang Zhan sighed in relief. He had consumed the most, while Yuqi and fourth sister had not touched the soup at all. However, Jiang Si added, but there is a peculiar odor to the soup. She shot Jiang Zhan a sympathetic glance before continuing. It resembles the scent of decomposing animal carcasses dissolved in water. Jiang Zhan turned pale, realizing from Jiang Si's serious expression that she was not joking. He sprang up and dashed outside. Soon the sound of retching echoed from the courtyard. In the room, Only Eugene and Jiang Si remained. Is there truly an odor? Eugene scooped a spoonful of the soup, bringing it to his nose, yet he detected no foulness at all. Could it be that Miss Jiang is teasing Jiang Erdi? Eugene suddenly considered this possibility. Jiang Shan had merely unintentionally assisted him and had now become a target for her mischief. Jiang Si's gaze fell on the spoon at Eugene's lips. And she nodded. Indeed, I was merely playing a trick on second brother. Eugene chuckled, his lips parting slightly as he attempted to take a sip of the soup. Jiang Si narrowed her eyes, but he once again set the spoon down. Meeting the girl's surprised gaze, he smiled faintly. I suspect you are deceiving me. Jiang Si bit her lip, realizing her adversary was far more cunning than her brother. Jiang Zhan returned, leaning against the doorframe, panting heavily. It took him a moment to regain his composure before approaching. Fourth sister, you wouldn't jest with me, would you? Such jokes are not to be taken lightly. Second brother might become upset. Seeing her brother's pitiful expression, Jiang Si frowned in distress. She longed to declare that it was merely a jest, but the odor was too familiar. She had encountered it not long ago. Chapter 95. Intentions. Observing Jiang Si's reaction, Jiang Zhan felt a chill run down his spine. He slammed his fist on the dining table, exclaiming, how can such exquisite vegetarian dishes cause such a ruckus? I must confront those bald monks. Calm down, second brother. Jiang urged. Jiang Zhan's temples throbbed with anger. Why are you stopping me? Yuchiga. The food had a foul odor. It's utterly revolting. I must teach those monks a lesson. The mere thought of it made his stomach churn anew. Eugene glanced at Jiang Si and, with a smirk, asked Jiang Zhan, are you certain the foul odor emanating from the dishes is due to animal carcasses, or could it be human? Jiang Zhan froze, and after a moment, his handsome face turned pale. Yuchiga, such jokes could be fatal. Indeed, perhaps someone truly has met their demise, Eugene replied lazily, leaning back. Wait, let me compose myself. Jiang Zhan closed his eyes and suddenly rose, striding to the door to shut it, leaning against it, drenched in cold sweat. Fourth sister, I truly cannot detect anything. He rubbed his nose and looked at Eugene. What about you, Yuchiga? Eugene shook his head. I cannot smell anything either. After saying this, he cast a deep glance at Jiang Si and resolutely declared, but I trust what Miss Jiang has said. Jiang Zhan blinked, nearly moved to tears. Damn it, I trust it too. So, you mean to say I consumed food soaked in human remains? He stared at his calm little sister with a look of despair. That is merely a possibility, Jiang Si said gently. Jiang Zhan's eyes lit up, filled with hope. Is there another possibility? Perhaps the remains of cats and dogs. Jiang Zhan covered his mouth and crouched down. Let me die? What about the other dishes? Eugene suddenly inquired. He was more curious about the situation than the grotesque thought of having eaten such food. Naturally, he kept his uncharitable thoughts to himself, considering he had not eaten. Jiang Si picked up the nearest piece of fried tofu, sniffed it, then set it down and proceeded to examine the other dishes one by one. Finally, she asserted, all the other dishes are fine. Only the vegetable soup has an off odor. Eugene sighed in relief. Then let us eat first. We can discuss this further after we have filled our stomachs. Jiang Zhan's face contorted in disgust. Do not mention the words eat or meal. I feel like vomiting. Jiang Si, however, nodded. Yes, let us eat. Only after we are full can we discuss other matters. The two picked up their chopsticks and began to eat in silence. Jiang Zhan, feeling despondent, rose and said, you all take your time. I will step outside for some peace. The room was left with just the two of them. Eugene set down his chopsticks. How long do you plan to stay at Lingwu Temple? I'm not sure. Perhaps we should go to an inn, Jiang Si replied coolly, not mincing words. Not sure? You seem to be getting too close for comfort. Eugene leaned forward, lowering his voice. That night. Shut up. Jiang Si's face flushed with anger. You Gongzi, how are you any different from a lecher? You disregard a girl's feelings and do as you please. If it were your sister being treated so lightly by another man, how would you feel? Eugene gazed intently at Jiang Si and suddenly grasped her hand, asking earnestly, what are your true feelings? Jiang Si felt momentarily disoriented by his seriousness. Just then, Jiang Zhan pushed the door open. Have you finished eating? Jiang Si tensed and quickly replied, yes, we have. Only then did she realize she had forgotten to withdraw her hand. Under the table, the girl pulled her hand back forcefully, but his grip tightened slightly. We haven't tea finished, Eugene said nonchalantly, though he felt a surge of joy within. He had an inkling of her feelings ever since that night he had been mischievous. He did not believe that such a strong-willed girl would meekly endure advances from a man she did not fancy. This girl was contradicting herself. What would happen if she admitted to having feelings for him? Jiang Si shot Eugene a glare, as if she could read his thoughts, and coldly thought to herself, it would be disastrous. Not only would she be heartbroken due to her foolish feelings, but her identity as the so-called 7th prince's consort would also bring her trouble. Yuchiga, I truly admire your ability to continue eating under such circumstances. Eugene finally released Jiang Si's hand and flashed an enchanting smile at Jiang Zhan. Then I shall not eat. Jiang Zhan was taken aback. Why was he being so charmingly flirtatious? His sister was right there. I just considered that since the other dishes are fine and only the vegetable soup has an off odor, it could be that the water used to prepare the soup is the culprit, or perhaps the water used to irrigate the wild vegetables is to blame. Jiang Zhan analyzed seriously. What do you think? Eugene nodded. Second brother makes a valid point, but what does it matter to us? In my opinion, since the food doesn't suit our tastes, it would be wise to leave early. Jiang Si rarely agreed with Eugene's words. Yes, second brother. Since the water here is unclean, we should find an inn to stay at. She had come here with a clear purpose and did not wish to complicate matters. Jiang Zhan frowned. Aren't you curious? What if someone truly has died? Both shook their heads in unison. Very well then, fourth sister, you should take a nap. We shall leave this afternoon. With no one agreeing with him, Jiang Zhan had no choice but to relent. Jiang Si stood up. Then I shall return to rest. Eugene also rose. I shall not disturb you any longer, second brother. You were quite unwell earlier. Perhaps you should drink some hot water and rest. Do not mention water. Jiang Zhan, feeling dispirited, did not bother calling the servant Aji to clean the mess. Once the two had left, he collapsed onto the bed, closing his eyes in frustration. Hearing a noise, Jiang Zhan opened his eyes to find a disheveled woman standing before him, water dripping from her. Who are you? Jiang Zhan gasped in shock. The woman raised her pale hand to brush aside her long hair, revealing a ghostly, swollen face, and grinned menacingly at Jiang Zhan. You drank my bathwater. You must take responsibility. Jiang Zhan bolted upright, gasping for air. The sun outside was bright, the most vibrant time of day, yet he felt as if he had fallen into an icy pit in the depths of winter, shivering uncontrollably. After much internal conflict, Jiang Zhan got out of bed. He had to investigate this matter, or he would never sleep soundly again. Stepping out of his room, he glanced at the other doors. All quietly shut. Jiang Zhan wiped away a tear. They hadn't tea drunk from the ghostess bathwater. Of course, they could leave without a second thought. The temple was still bustling with activity as Jiang Zhan walked outside, just in time to see a monk delivering vegetarian meals to other guests. Approaching the monk, Jiang Zhan lavished praise on the vegetable soup, making the monk beam with delight. Seizing the opportunity, he asked, aside from the wild vegetables being delicious, is there something special about the water used to make the soup? The monk smiled modestly. Just like the spring water we use to serve our esteemed guests. The wild vegetables for the soup are watered from a well we dug in the back mountain, which is why they taste so good. Jiang Zhan inwardly cursed. Damn it. Today's wild vegetables must not have been washed. Chapter 96. The well water in the blazing afternoon. The back mountain of Lingwu Temple was devoid of any monks. Only a patch of green vegetables languidly basked in the sunlight. Jiang Zhan stood amidst the vast expanse of the wilderness, scanning his surroundings until he soon spotted a well not far from the vegetable patch. He hastened over, bracing himself against the cool stone wall of the well, gathering his courage, and peered inside. The well was deep and dark, obscuring its contents from view. Jiang Zhan took a deep sniff, but detected no scent. His gaze fell upon the well structure. Could it be that he needed to draw a bucket of water to investigate? As he grasped the handle, he suddenly jumped and turned around. Not far behind him stood a young monk. A chill ran down Jiang Zhan's spine, yet he forced a charming smile. Master, you startled me, appearing right behind me. The young monk pressed his palms together in greeting and inquired, how did you come to be here, benefactor? Our back mountain is not open to pilgrims. Oh, is that so? Jiang Zhan subtly shifted a few steps to the side, creating distance between himself and the young monk. He had just indulged in the temple's renowned vegetable soup for lunch, which was utterly delightful. Upon querying a monk, he learned that the wild vegetables used in the soup must be cultivated on the temple's back mountain and irrigated with water from a specific well to achieve such exquisite flavor. Jiang Zhan maintained a wary demeanor, though his expression remained casual. You see, master, I have no other hobbies but to relish good food. After hearing that from the monk, I felt an insatiable itch to come here and see what the wild vegetables look like and what the well water tastes like. Perhaps I could even procure some upon my return. The young monk chuckled, These wild vegetables were transplanted here years ago by our master uncle from the deep mountains. They are not sold anywhere else. You may be disappointed, benefactor. Jiang Zhan feigned disappointment. Oh, I see. It seems I will have to return to this esteemed temple if I wish to savor that taste again. The young monk beamed with satisfaction. Many benefactors visit periodically, not only because the temple's incense is efficacious, but also for this vegetable soup. Jiang Zhan's apprehension eased by half. If there were truly unspeakable matters related to the well, this monk seemed too preoccupied with pride to concern himself. This was reassuring. At least, there was no immediate dread of silencing one another. Having pondered this, Jiang Zhan relaxed further and casually conversed with the young monk. Why are you not resting in this midday heat, master? What brings you here? The remarkably handsome youth wore a delightful smile that was undeniably endearing. The young monk could not help but complain. These wild vegetables are quite delicate. They need watering at this hour. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhan chuckled, realizing that this young monk was also burdened with laborious tasks. You should head back soon. Young monk, I will assist you with the watering. This is quite unnecessary. The young monk protested as he lifted the water bucket towards the vegetable patch. Jiang Zhan persistently followed. Please do not refuse. This is my sincere offering to the Buddha. Perhaps out of goodwill, the Buddha will grant my wish today. Upon hearing this, the young monk found it difficult to refuse and nodded in agreement. Ba, may the Buddha discern my heart. It is not out of laziness. The water drawn from the seemingly dark well was surprisingly clear, devoid of any unpleasant odor. After irrigating nearly all the vegetables, an exhausted Jiang Zhan sat on the ground. Panting, he contemplated having a deep conversation about life with his fourth sister. Thank you for your help today, benefactor. Please return and rest, the young monk urged. Noticing Jiang Zhan's stubbornness, he chuckled. Your face will surely suffer from sunburn. Jiang Zhan replied. Seeing no abnormalities, Jiang Zhan dusted himself off and stood up. Well, I shall take my leave. By the way, what is your name, master? The young monk joined his palms together. Ba, I am Master Si Kong. Master Si Kong. May our paths cross again. Jiang Zhan felt a fondness for the young monk, smiling as he bid farewell, knowing full well this courteous exchange was merely superficial. Once he departed Lingwu Temple, he would likely never interact with its inhabitants again. Farewell. The young monk watched Jiang Zhan leave, then sat down to rest for a moment before approaching the well. He had arrived much earlier than usual today, and with the assistance of the enthusiastic benefactor. He anticipated returning to rest soon. After regaining his strength, the young monk quickly drew another bucket of water. However, this time he did not immediately carry the water back. Instead, he stared at the bucket in shock. Within the 7/8 full bucket, the well water remained clear, yet something unusual had surfaced. It was a shoe. How could a shoe have come from the well? The young monk's countenance shifted from confusion to alarm as he contemplated a harrowing possibility. Could it be that a senior brother had fallen into the water? No, that couldn't be right. He had heard no mention of any brother missing during the morning prayers. The young monk set down the bucket, hesitatingly stepped closer, and peered over the edge of the well. Si Kong, what are you looking at? A familiar voice came from behind, sending chills down his spine. Jiang Zhan quietly left the back mountain only to find Jiang Si waiting not far off, accompanied by Eugene. Jiang Zhan approached with a smile. Oh, has fourth sister finished her midday rest already? Where is second brother? Jiang Si asked with a serious expression. Just wandering about. Jiang Zhan looked up at the sky, attempting to divert the topic. What brings you two together? By chance, I stumbled upon Jiang Ergood doing good deeds and chose not to disturb him. Jiang Zhan felt a wave of embarrassment. Did you both see everything? Let us discuss this elsewhere. It's past noon, and soon there will be more people coming this way, Jiang Si said sternly. The three returned to their guest room, and Jiang Zhan gulped down a jug of water before stopping. Fourth sister, what troubles you? Jiang Si arched an eyebrow. Second brother still dares to ask? You recklessly wandered into someone else's back mountain and are not afraid of unexpected events? Before Jiang Zhan could respond, Eugene chuckled softly. This girl truly was the pot calling the kettle black. Who knew which night she had been following a drunken man? However, this perhaps indicated Jiang Zhan held significant importance in her eyes. Concern breeds chaos. Eugene cast a sympathetic glance at the aggrieved Jiang Zhan and suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Fourth sister does not know. After you left, a female ghost visited me in a dream, but there was nothing unusual in the back mountain. I took turns with that monk drawing water dozens of times, and didn't he even pull up a feather? Thus, second brother need not worry about such matters. Let's depart when the weather cools down, Jiang Si suggested, to which Jiang Zhan could only nod in agreement. Yet outside, the sun remained glaring, and the temple bell began to toll. Chapter 97. Unexpected events. The melodious chime of bells reverberated through Lingwu Temple, startling the birds into flight from the branches. The devotees were filled with confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. Fortunately, by the afternoon, the crowd had thinned, and soon a monk arrived to usher the remaining visitors away. Eugene was the first to push open the door. The tolling of the morning and evening bells at such a time typically signified an unforeseen incident. Before long, Jiang Si and Jiang Zhan emerged from their respective rooms. The three stood beneath the corridor, gazing outward. A monk approached swiftly, clasping his hands in greeting. Ba. There has been an unexpected situation in the temple, and we kindly ask the patrons to refrain from wandering about. Eugene raised an eyebrow and smiled. Master, your request seems rather unreasonable. We are patrons of this esteemed temple, not prisoners. Why should our freedom be curtailed? The monk paused, taken aback. Having been sent to inform the temporary guests of the incident, he was surprised to encounter such a retort. Though Lingwu Temple was modest in size, it was renowned far and wide, bustling with worshippers. The monk, unwilling to tarnish the temple's reputation, patiently explained, "You have misunderstood. I merely wish to inform you of the situation, as there is some disorder within the temple, and I feared it might inadvertently disturb you." I see. Jiang Zhan seized the opportunity to inquire, "Might I ask what has happened?" The monk hesitated, glancing at the youthful trio, realizing their curiosity was not surprising. While he pondered, Jiang Zhan exclaimed, "Is it something that cannot be disclosed to outsiders?" The monk sighed inwardly, thinking, "Why ask if you already know?" Yet, given the pressing nature of the inquiry, he felt compelled to divulge. "One of our junior monks has passed away." Jiang Si exchanged a glance with Eugene. Upon meeting his gaze, she swiftly looked away, a pang of regret stirring within her. Is it possible that my brother is too unreliable, and in times of crisis I instinctively seek his opinion? Jiang Zhan interjected. Passed away? The master appears quite youthful. Your junior must be even younger, correct? Surely one so young cannot have attained full merit? The monk's lips twitched, suppressing a surge of indignation, and he recited Ba to quell his urge to respond with ire. Clarifying, the junior monk met his end due to an accident. An accident? What sort of accident? Jiang Zhan feigned shock, his expression incredulous. The temple seemed serene. Could there truly be any danger? The monk should have warned us sooner. Ba, dear patron, you worry unnecessarily. There is no danger within the temple. The junior monk encountered an unfortunate incident while fetching water. Jiang Zhan composed himself, pondering the monk's words before asking, what was the name of this monk? Though surprised, the monk obliged. His name was Si Kong. Jiang Zhan took a step back, the monk seizing the opportunity to withdraw, once more reciting Ba as he hurried towards another row of guest rooms. Jiang Zhan stood frozen, while Eugene gently tapped his shoulder, snapping out of his stupor. He lowered his voice. Fourth sister, Yuqi, do you realize that the monk tending to the fields behind the mountain at noon was named Si Kong? Do you suspect that this monk did not die by mere misfortune? Of course. What a coincidence. Jiang Zhan's brow furrowed in contemplation, yet nothing seemed amiss at noon. How could he have perished? It was not difficult to surmise. Something must have been amiss near the well, and after Jiang Erdi departed, the monk may have stumbled upon it, leading to his silencing. Jiang Zhan lamented, had I only pressed on. Eugene chuckled, if that were the case. Perhaps another might have met a similar fate. Jiang Zhan frowned. Yuqi, are you cursing me? If I had stayed, nothing would have happened. Why so? He continued, surely Yuqi would have rescued me. Eugene's expression twisted slightly. Even she, with her resilient demeanor, could not help but react. Noticing the waning daylight, Eugene addressed Jiang Si, it is getting late. We should take our leave. Wait. Jiang Zhan grasped Eugene's arm. We cannot simply depart. Eugene glared at his hand on her arm, clearly displeased. What do you think you're doing in front of us, Si? There has been a death. And likely more than one. So, shouldn't we uncover the truth behind this tragedy? Jiang Zhan was taken aback by their disinterest. Eugene replied coolly. We are not the ones who caused this, and we have no personal connection to it. To attempt to catch the perpetrator on their territory, particularly if they are among the monks, would be perilous. Given Si's presence, I have no desire to embroil us in such troubles. But how can we turn a blind eye to such an event? Jiang Zhan persisted. There has been another death. Who knows, perhaps when I close my eyes, two spirits will come to converse with me. Eugene laughed softly at Jiang Zhan's plight. Conscience? I have none. Yuqi, you truly are that kind of person. Jiang clutched his chest, feigning anguish. He assumed Eugene jested, and thus responded in kind. Yuqi has a good heart. After all, she did save me once. Despite possessing a sense of justice, she chose not to display it. Yuqi, you are truly a rare soul. Truly, I have none, my heart, she said. Casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Si is lost. Jiang Si lowered her gaze, feeling the sting of ridicule in that moment. Brother, let us depart. I am feeling rather frightened. As other patrons began to emerge from their rooms, Jiang Si spoke softly. Jiang placed a hand to his forehead. How could I forget? Fourth sister is a lady. Of course, she would be frightened by such events. Fourth sister, it is my fault. Let us leave at once. Very well. Let the spirits come and chat with me. Perhaps they will find a kindred spirit and leave me be. The usually stoic maid, a man, cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang, recognizing his innocence. As the group prepared to leave, the monk was more than eager to bid them farewell. They hurried back to the inn, where a gathering of people lingered beneath the great tree, discussing the events at Lingwu Temple. Rumor had it that the monk had slipped while drawing water and struck his head against the well's edge, resulting in a tragic, bloodied end. Truly a lamentable fate. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a man quietly reported, Miss, a fae has sent word via Old Qin, stating that you instructed him to inquire first at the home of Mr. Li in downtown. His daughter came to Lingwu Temple today, and she is yet to return.